The red dust knife saint for 30 years, the immortal bows down when he sees me. Introduction. Li Changfeng crossed the small country of Beiliang and cultivated in seclusion for more than 10 years to reach the peak of the world. When the Badao sect faced life and death, Li Changfeng walked out from the back mountain and slew the enemy. The divine martial continent, with 800 countries, is a chaotic world of demons and monsters, with numerous sects. Behind the scenes for hundreds of years, the celestial beings have been arranging the world, while the immortals are plotting in the human realm. People and demons compete for a lifetime of luck. Who is the hero in the world? Who is the demon? Who is the immortal? When Li Changfeng walked out of Beiliang with a knife on his back, the world became lively. When the luck of the world opens up 8 measures, I, Li Changfeng, must seize 2 more measures from the heavens. Knocking on the gate of heaven, becoming an immortal, my sword will never bend. Ask that immortal to come down and face my blade. Chapter 1 North Liang Tyrant Blade Sect. The God of War Continent, vast territory. 10,000 mountains and rivers, 800 countries. Demons and chaos, sects abound. The wind is unpredictable, snow is falling, the knife pierces the bone, chilling the heart. At this moment, it is the midst of winter, with heavy snow covering the earth. Within the small country of Beiliang, snow and frost are flying for thousands of miles. Beiliang Mountain, Ba Dao Sect, looking down, all in silver. The Hall of Resolving Blades was crowded with people. The previous generation's Blade Dominator sect master was about to pass away. All the top executives of the Tyrant Blade sect are gathered here, with a heavy expression on each person's face. The contemporary leader of the Tyrant Blade sect, Guan Baichuan, sat in front of the bed, holding the hand of the former sect leader. The old patriarch is Guan Baichuan's master, and he passed on the position of patriarch to him. Every river has its end, but I refuse to accept it. From the Peidao Palace to the Jindao Palace, and then to the Jiedao Palace, in just over 100 years, I have not made the Badao sect flourish. The old master lay on the bed, reminiscing about his life in his eyes. The Peidao Hall is the sacred hall where the ceremony is held for the succession of the ancestral master throughout the ages, and it houses the ancestral sword of the Badao sect. Crying Blood Demon Slayer will first drink the blood of the ancestral master. After obtaining the recognition of the precious sword, officially preside over the sword hall, and lead the Tyrant Sword sect. After stepping down from the position of the sect master, one must reside in the Jiedao Hall and not inquire about sect matters. Master, I will definitely lead the Tyrant Blade sect to surpass the sword holding gate. Guan Baichuan held the hands of the old sect master with both hands. He knew what the goal of the Tyrant Blade sect was, and the old sect master also had regrets. When swords clash, there must be a distinction between superior and inferior, precedence and height. For nearly 1,000 years, the Tyrant Blade sect has maintained control over the northern Liang region. However, several hundred years ago, the Sword Gate suddenly rose to power. With the full support of the Lord of Beiliang Kingdom, it was temporarily compared to the Tyrant Blade sect. The Battle of Swords escalated, and it was a few years ago when the old sect master's power reached the level of a grandmaster and was forced to fight against the sword master of the sword sect. The situation of the two is unknown. The old sect master returned to the Tyrant Blade sect and passed on the position of sect master to Guan Baichuan, and his health deteriorated, not as good as before. This winter of this year, finally couldn't make it through. Both successive sect masters died at the hands of the sword sect. This grudge cannot be resolved. Baichuan, I ask you, what should the sect do if they encounter something you can't handle after I die? If the sword sect provokes, what's the point of fighting with swords and knives? If the sect is facing a disaster, what would you do? These 3 questions, the words of the old sect master are powerful and loud, and the voice is loud. Everyone saw his face, red and terrible, they all knew. This is the last moment before the old sect master's dying gasp, already the last moment. I will use my own life to defend everything of the Blade sect. Guan Baichuan's answer was without any hesitation. The disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect all have the strongest faith, and his faith is unquestionable. Confused, the old sect master's face turned red, and he angrily shouted, "How can your life be compared to the 800 disciples of the Tyrant Blade sect? You listen. No matter what you encounter, if you can't solve it, go to the back mountain. Ask your junior master to make a decision. He is the last hope of our Blade sect." Guan Baichuan's heart trembled, and the back mountain of the Tyrant Blade sect was a forbidden place. He had never been there since he entered the sect. He only heard the old sect master say that there is a junior disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect there, who does not care about worldly affairs. He had also secretly looked from a distance, where there was a small courtyard with some fields planted outside the door. Changfeng, unfortunately, I cannot see your last face. The old master passed away, tilted his head, and rode the wind away. Knock the bell, bid farewell to the old sect master, notify the Lord of Beiliang, and request a title for the old sect master. Guan Baichuan took a deep breath and gave instructions. Ding ding ding. The tyrant clock strikes 18 times. This is the rule of the Tyrant Knife sect. The master of the sect passed away, and the 18 tyrant bells rang. Behind the mountain, in a small courtyard, snowflakes are falling. A young man is sweeping the snow with a slightly foolish look. Just because the snow is still falling at this moment, every time he clears a bit, snowflakes fall a bit, and it doesn't look clean at all. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the tyrant's bell, and he stopped his work only when the bell stopped ringing. 18 shots. Brother Zhao, have a safe journey. The young man's eyes looked towards the direction of the tyrant blade sect, muttering to himself. The heart is like a clear mirror, diligently wiping away the dust of the world. After speaking, he continued to sweep away the accumulated snow. The next day, the members of the tyrant blade sect all wore white silk ribbons on their heads and white silk scarves wrapped around their right arms. Yanwu Square, 800 disciples gathered, their eyes fixed on the high platform. Building a high platform, burning the knife and the corpse, the soul goes to the heavenly knife domain. This is also a tradition of the tyrant knife sect. Have the people from Bailion not arrived yet? The snow is falling, and the members of the tyrant blade sect have been waiting in the martial arts arena for an hour. The vast expanse of heaven and earth, the air filled with a sense of solemnity, heavy enough to make one feel nauseous in the chest. Northern Liang country, how could they not know the rules of the tyrant blade sect? It has been stated in the letter that the posthumous decree must arrive before 2 o'clock, and cannot delay the funeral of the old patriarch. Heavy snow blocked the road, perhaps delaying the time. The elder of the tyrant blade sect pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. Wait! Guan Baichuan stood on the steps, slowly closed his eyes, and stopped talking. 800 disciples stood with their knives hanging, their heads drenched in snow, each person's face solemn, not whispering to each other. At this moment, it was already 1:15 midnight. The clothes are covered with snow, the temples are dyed with frost, and the hearts of people are even colder. The third prince of the northern Liang kingdom, the messenger of the sword gate, specially came to offer condolences and mourn. A sudden voice came from below the mountain, deep and powerful, driving through the wind and snow all the way to the top of the mountain. Guan Baichuan still closed his eyes without any waves after hearing it. He did not move. The 800 disciples stood tall like pine trees in the wind and snow, standing upright in their original positions. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the sounds of laughter and conversation came clearly into the ears. 3 people climbed to the top of the mountain and entered the tyrant blade sect. Why is no one from the Ba Dao sect here to greet the third prince's decree? A eunuch wearing an official hat walked ahead, his eyes burning as he stared at the high-level members of the tyrant blade sect on the steps. Behind him, the young man in red is the third prince of Bailiang, with a playful smile on his face, his mouth slightly upturned, with a hint of provocation. And there was another person beside him, dressed in white, with a sword in his hands and his arms crossed, his contempt on his face undisguised. He was the messenger of the sword-holding sect. Master, the prince of Bailiang and the people of the sword-holding gate have come together. The visitors are not good. Beside Guan Baichuan, an elder said in a deep voice. Brush! Guan Baichuan opened his eyes, with no joy or sorrow on his face, looking calmly at them. The letter has already stated that the decree must be delivered to Bailianshan before the second quarter of the hour. Why is it so late? As his voice fell, the eyes of the 800 disciples all looked towards the 3 people, and the invisible pressure of the will of the Bailian mountain pressed down on them. Impudent! The eunuch's voice stirred invisible ripples, causing the scattered snowflakes in the sky to tremble. A cyclone pushes through layers of snow curtains and rushes towards the martial arts square. Bang! The stone used for sword testing in the martial arts arena shattered with a loud noise. In the land of Bailiang, is it not the territory of the king? The 3 princes came in person, facing the wind, snow, and frost. Your Badao sect actually did not come to greet them. Could it be that you do not regard the lord of the country and the 3 princes in your eyes? A single sentence shocked the crowd of 800 people, and the disciples of the Overlord Blade sect looked incredulous. The Tyrant Blade sect is one of the only 2 transcendent forces in Bailiang. In the past, Bailiang regarded it as the pillar of the country, but today it actually speaks like this. Before the Tyrant Blade sect, swords cannot be left behind. 3 people broke the rules. What is the intention of Bailiang? Guan Baichuan did not answer, but instead looked at their hands. 3 people each held a sword in their hands. This is the rule of the Tyrant Blade sect. In front of the mountain gate, there is a stone for resolving disputes. These are just trivial matters. Guan Zhongzhu, the Blade sect requests an edict. The edict has arrived, please accept it. Chapter 2 The junior brother of the dominating Blade sect. Speaking is the third prince of Bailiang. He is calm and composed, as if everything is under control. The proud expression and disdainful tone, like heavy hammers striking, resounded in the heart of every disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect. Please. Guan Baichuan's face showed no joy or sorrow, just a faint response. The eunuch looked at the third prince, and after receiving a nod of approval, he took out a roll of golden brocade from his inner pocket. The lord of the Northern Liang Kingdom orders, the previous leader of the Badao sect has passed away, posthumously appointing him as the general of the Northern Liang Kingdom. A very concise sentence, saying that after castrating the person, roll up the brocade, and throw it towards the direction of Guan Baichuan. Ouch! In the wind and snow, the golden brocade was cut in half and fell to the ground. Guan Baichuan released a sword aura with one finger to tear apart the will, his eyes fixed on the third prince. What does it mean to be the lord of Baliang country? For over 1,000 years in the hegemon blade sect, the titles of the successive sect masters have always been national teacher, pillar of the nation, and so on, with items for appeasement. At this moment, the intention is clear and simple, which is to not put the tyrant blade sect in the eyes. Lord Guan, don't worry, the ruler has another decree. The eunuch smiled wickedly and took out another roll of golden brocade. The lord of the Northern Liang Kingdom orders, the sword master of the sword holding gate has made great contributions to understanding the mysteries, breaking through the realm of grand masters. He is the first person in our Northern Liang in hundreds of years, and the sword holding gate is hereby appointed as the top sect of the country. Swordmaster Wu Tianxiong added the Zen master of Jinghua, the border of Baliang country, where people all hold swords and practice swordsmanship, the tyrant blade sect, where the blade must not leave the Bai Lian mountain. After the eunuch finished reading the decree, a hint of mockery appeared in the corner of his eye. Suddenly, the sky above the tyrant blade sect was filled with frozen snow, and the atmosphere was filled with a solemn and murderous intent of the blade. 800 disciples held knives in their hands, and a domineering knife will that pierce through heaven and earth press down on the three people. Northern Liang, how dare you deceive my Ba Dao sect like this? Guan Baichuan's voice was like thunder, taking a step forward, the momentum rolling like a tide pressing forward. Boom! That eunuch's body also gathered a feminine aura, resisting the momentum gathered by the disciples of the 800 tyrant blade sect, even blocking Guan Baichuan's knife intent. Master Guan, this is the decree, as well as the emperor's care for the achievements of the Badao sect for nearly 1,000 years. Otherwise, there would be no need for the Badao sect to exist. This eunuch is actually at the level of a grandmaster. A martial arts grandmaster can already be called a dominant power in one region. Even Guan Baichuan is only at the grandmaster level. Does the head of the Guan clan really want to defy the imperial decree? The third prince took a step forward, and a surging momentum surged out, not only him, but also the messenger of the sword gate. These three are all martial arts masters, releasing their aura at the same time, and easily breaking down the sword intent of the 800 disciples. Today, the new head of the Tyrant Blade sect has passed away. Li Tang from the sword holding sect has come to pay respects and seek guidance. Will Master Guan dare to accept the challenge? The messenger of the sword gate's voice resounded in the martial arts square, and the sound scattered in the wind in all directions, aiming at, there is no room for forgiveness. Fight! Guan Baichuan's face was stern. At this moment he couldn't allow himself to take a step back. In the entire Ba Dao sect, he was the only one in the realm of martial arts master. And it concerns the face of the overlord sect, even life and death. The body of the old sect master is right here in the center, and he is determined to kill the members of the sword-holding sect here. Worshippers! Guan Baichuan did not invite the Ba Dao zone's ultimate treasure, decapitating demons and crying blood. This sword is the ultimate treasure. When the power is insufficient, it kills enemies by drinking its own blood first. With his master's realm, he had to sacrifice an arm to ask for a knife. So, the knife he used was followed by him since childhood. Cold moon, the knife body is cold, emitting a sharp edge. Boom! Without any nonsense, Guan Baichuan wielded his sword and flew towards the messenger of the sword gate, Li Tang, with a single slash. The collision of one sword and one sword, the aura of the sword and sword raging, directly clears the 3 inches of accumulated snow around the body. The two of them moved with simplicity, reaching the realm of the Grandmaster where they returned to the basics, each move showcasing the ultimate essence of swordplay. However, when it comes to fighting against Guan Baichuan, he clearly feels that he is slightly inferior. This feeling shocked him very much, and he couldn't believe it. The person from the sword-holding sect was someone he had never heard of before. I don't know where the master's disciple came from. Master Guan, you're daydreaming. Suddenly, Li Tang's sword move changed and stabbed directly into Guan Baichuan's shoulder. Under the pain, Guan Baichuan's arm loosened, almost unable to hold the cold moon blade in his hand. Bang! A palm struck his chest. Guan Baichuan spurted blood and flew back more than 10 zhang. His face was dark, hating himself for not being able to bring out the power of the tyrant's knife. Master Guan, it seems that the Tyrant Blade sect really has no ability. Let's seal the mountain and not allow anyone to step out of the 10-mile radius of Balian Mountain, the third prince suddenly said. Also, I think the Blade sect might as well practice swordsmanship. After all, your knives are just a so-so. Fart. The humiliation of the sect is like cheating me. Disciples of the Badao sect all stepped forward and surrounded the 3 individuals. Master. Guan Baichuan turned his head and looked towards the high platform of firewood, where the body of the old sect master lay at the highest point. He thought of his declaration when he took over as the sect master, thought of his faith in the Tyrant Blade sect, thought of his sincere heart towards the blade. However, all of this was not enough to deal with the current chaos in front of him. The old sect master passed away, and Baliang and the sword sect joined forces to exert pressure. The Blade sect has sealed the mountain, and it has reached a life and death situation. The master realm of that person just now, he may need to invite the blood-crying demon slayer to deal with it. He alone cannot support this tyrant knife sect, and his life is not even as good as a piece in the snow flying all over the sky. For a moment, he wanted to summon the demon-slaying sword. Suddenly, how about 3? The old sect master's question before the return of the light hit him in the heart. Junior Master. Guan Baichuan suddenly roared. He had sworn to himself last night that he would never shout out these 3 words no matter what, and he must make the Ba Dao sect flourish by his own efforts. Does the Tyrant Blade sect still have any experts? Today, no matter who comes here, the Tyrant Blade sect can only close the mountain. Of course, if the Tyrant Blade sect abandons the blade and practices the sword, there can also be a way out. The third prince and the messenger from the sword gate exchanged a glance, and sarcastically said, "The Blade sect has not produced a Grandmaster-level expert in hundreds of years. With 3 Grandmasters joining forces, they are enough to suppress everything." Guan Baichuan's just roar also startled the 800 disciples. Guan Baichuan's master uncle, who is the senior master's junior brother, but all the elders of the Tyrant Blade sect are here, and have never seen any master uncle ancestor. The forbidden area behind the mountain, the youth is as usual sweeping the snow. He just let out a faint sigh, already hearing Guan Baichuan's roar. Not only that, when those 3 people went up the mountain, he had already sensed it, let alone the duel in front of the martial arts field. The hegemonic knife sect has been passed down for more than 1,000 years. He holds the love of the knife, and the sect cannot be destroyed here after all. Cultivation, ask for the sword, transcend life. Who in the world can be without feelings? The Tyrant Blade sect, after enduring many hardships, has now reached a point where it can no longer hold on. He was originally a blacksmith in launching, but after crossing over, he became the head disciple of the Ba Dao sect. Talent, aptitude, and comprehension are all top-notch, making any martial arts in his hands as simple as drinking water. The Overlord dominance mental technique of the Overlord sect has been cultivated by him to a realm where no one before him and no one after him can compare. What realm is he really in? Even he himself does not know. Perhaps he has reached the limit of humanity. I heard the call and plea of the 800 disciples of the Ba Dao sect by my side. With a sigh, the pressure from the back mountain enveloped the entire Balian mountain, and Li Changfeng took a step forward. The sword is the courage of 100 soldiers. Chapter 3 Unknown is the height of the moon. Yanwu Square, 800 disciples were defeated by 3 grandmasters working together, and the sect master Guan Baichuan was unable to turn the tide. Suddenly, a sigh shook the mind and shook the entire Balian mountain. The sword, the courage of 100 soldiers, also serves as a general. Later, a voice like a bell resounded loudly, striking heavily in everyone's hearts. This sentence is the heart method of the Tyrant Blade sect, the first sentence of dominating the world, and also the head of the dragon and the head of the phoenix. A fearless and bold spirit that shakes the world is what a swordsman must possess to advance bravely and diligently. Who? The messenger Li Tang from the sword gate showed a look of fear, sensing an unknown power from this voice. The 3 princes and the eunuch had the same drastic change in their facial expressions. In the past 100 years of investigation, aside from the sect master, the Tyrant Blade sect has not had any experts above the level of Grandmaster. Junior Master. The head of the sect, Guan Baichuan, was in a state of turmoil, and for a while, he didn't know how to express it. Everyone in the martial arts arena saw a person suddenly appear in front of the town sword hall, but although they saw him, it seemed like they couldn't perceive him. Who are you? The 3 of them simultaneously let out a loud roar, feeling a strong sense of impending doom in their hearts. Li Changfeng's indifferent gaze seemed like a knife, a mountain, a thunderous roar. Bang! The 3 grandmasters were directly forced to their knees by a strong sword intent, and the blue bricks and jade stones on the martial arts square shattered directly. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, decorating the snowy landscape with blood-red plum blossoms. Ba Dao sect, Li Changfeng. He is Junior Master. Guan Baichuan's eyes looked dull. A young man, looking like he was in his early 20s, dressed in black clothes, with a resolute face, and a pair of eyes hiding the potential to dominate the world. The current sect master of the Tyrant Blade sect, Guan Baichuan, pays respects to Master Uncle. Guan Baichuan propped up his body, knelt on the ground with a knife in hand, his voice loud. Disciple of the Tyrant Blade sect, pay respects to Master Uncle Ancestor. All 800 disciples knelt on the ground, their voices shaking Mount Balian, and even the snowflakes in the sky were frozen for a moment. The Tyrant Blade sect has supported Baliang for 1,000 years. Now, Baliang and the sword-holding sect are joining forces, wanting our Tyrant Blade sect to lift the sword and unseal the mountain. There is only one way to resolve this, Li Changfeng said in a calm voice. Grandmaster. The 3 people kneeling on the ground felt as if they were carrying a huge mountain on their backs. No matter how they resisted, they could not shake it at all. This kind of power, I'm afraid only a Grandmaster can achieve. Grandmaster? Li Changfeng shook his head calmly, but did not explain. 10 years ago, he was no longer in the realm of a Grandmaster. There is a saying that can describe the unfathomable depth of his current realm. If you do not cultivate yourself, seeing me is like a frog in a well looking at the moon in the sky. If you cultivate yourself, seeing me as a tiny ant seeing the blue sky. Everything is up to Master Shushu. Guan Baichuan's response seemed a bit hesitant. Li Changfeng naturally knew what he was thinking, but he didn't care. The sword sect bullies me, so I destroyed the mountain gate. Beiliang humiliates me, so I changed the flag. The plain words, like ripples in a pool, stir up 1,000 waves. Elder, I never had any intention of being in Beiliang. The third prince exerted all his strength and roared. He had already heard the sound beyond the strings. Listen, under the hegemonic knife, the knife must cut off the enemy's head. Li Changfeng said loudly. Knife is coming. Li Changfeng only gave a light shout and raised his right hand. Boom! Behind the town sword hall, the tyrant's sword pool has long frozen into ice. A shocking momentum soared into the sky. The blade intent was cold and stern, sweeping through with a killing aura, stirring up snowflakes and rolling up into the sky. A knife, with a wide blade and a short handle, all in crimson red, with a frostwhite blade, surrounded by a blood-red aura, the handle shaped like a dragon's head swallowing the sky. This knife is the treasure knife of the Ba Dao sect, which is used to slay demons and shed tears of blood. Rumors say that thousands of years ago, before the nations were established, demons roamed freely, causing suffering to the human race. There was a swordsmith who spent 9 years forging a sword, and eventually sacrificed himself by throwing his own body into the furnace. To sharpen the precious sword, on the day the sword is completed, the gods and ghosts will be shocked, and there are countless tales of knights wielding swords to slay demons. The knife fell into the hand, emitting a soft hum. This is it trembling with excitement. Slaying demons and shedding tears of blood. Guan Baichuan's mind was shocked and fearful. When he took over as the sect master, he once fed the sword with blood and obtained the recognition of slaying demons and shedding tears of blood. However, even so, he needs a huge price to handle this treasure knife. To wield the demon-slaying sword and shed tears of blood, one must at least reach the Grandmaster realm to withstand the demonic aura that surrounds it. 3 masters sacrificed their knives, respectfully sending Senior Zhao's soul back to the realm of knives. With a casual wave of his hand, Li Changfeng drew a blood-red blade of tears and blood, instantly beheading 3 people, and the demonic blood energy surged on the blade. A sense of longing came from the blade, but Li Changfeng didn't take it seriously. This sword has killed many monsters and drunk too much fierce blood. If an ordinary person does not have a strong will, they may even be controlled by the precious sword and become a slave to the sword. Yanwu Square, all disciples of the Badao sect were silent, and everything before their eyes ended in just a few breaths. However, the shock brought to them is indescribable, easily killing 3 Grandmaster sacrificial knives. The hegemonic knife sect still has invincible faith. Let's begin. Li Changfeng said calmly. All things are fate, not a bit controlled by humans. In this world, there are too many disturbances and distractions. Everyone has their own fate. The death of the old master is fate. Li Changfeng was forced to come out of the mountains. It is also fate. Everything seems to be destined by heaven, but also in the hands of man. Guan Baichuan suppressed his injuries, stood up, took a deep breath. Please, master, return to the sword domain. Please, master, return to the domain of the sword. Please, master, return to the blade domain. The sound resounded through the sky, and a fire ignited the wooden platform, burning fiercely, reflecting the life of the old sect master. Born for the blade, trained for the blade, sincere for the blade, and die for the blade. An hour later, the sky and earth became clear. In the town sword hall, Li Changfeng sat in the side seat, not occupying the main seat, but Guan Baichuan felt extremely uneasy. Master Uncle, what is your cultivation level? After hesitating for a long time, Guan Baichuan couldn't help but ask. With this question, the elders in the hall all secretly looked towards Li Changfeng. However, Li Changfeng did not directly explain, but responded calmly. At present, you have just entered the realm of Grandmaster. You do not know how high the moon is in the sky. When you have truly understood it and reached the level above Grandmaster, then come and ask me. It's not too late. This sentence is like a thunderbolt on flat ground, above the Grandmaster, whether it is the Northern Liang Kingdom or the Tyrant Blade sect. It has never been seen before in ancient and modern times. The founder of the Badao sect, according to the classics, was nothing more than a Grandmaster in the perfect realm. Master Uncle, are you joking? Guan Baichuan swallowed his saliva and awkwardly smiled. Li Changfeng looked indifferent, as if he had known he would ask this, and replied, So, I said that when you see me at this moment, it's like seeing the moon in the sky, as if you can reach out and touch it, but when you stand on the mountaintop one day, you will realize the moon is millions of miles away. In the main hall, silence fell for a moment. After a while, Guan Baichuan finally calmed down. Since Master Uncle has come out, he should take charge of the Jinzong treasure sword. I am thinking of stepping down from the position of the sect master and letting Master Uncle take charge of the sect. Guan Baichuan stood up from the main seat and bowed to the ground. Please let Master Uncle take charge of the Tyrant Blade sect. The elders on both sides also stood up and bowed, saying, "Badeo sect, do I still need to wait until now if I want to be the sect master? The sect will still be managed by you, and I will leave the mountain later." Li Changfeng waved his hand and lifted everyone up with a force. The knife has its own bowback spine, before the tyrant knife sect and the sword-holding gate, no matter how tossing, always in a normal struggle. Even if the old sect master is eager to fight the sword master of the sword sect, losing the battle is just a matter of inferior skills. However, Balian turned against us and attacked the Ba Dao sect. "We cannot tolerate this. Master Uncle wants to go down the mountain?" Wan Baichuan was surprised. "The Badeo sect has been humiliated, of course we must seek justice," Li Changfeng said calmly. "When the sword sect bullies me, I will destroy their mountain gate." Chapter 4, A Sword Splits the Mountain Gate. 3 days of snow and wind, and a new face on earth. Li Changfeng went down from 100 Refinement Mountain and was not in a hurry. The martial arts path is profound. The Jindan is in the abdomen, and traveling thousands of miles in a day is but a light touch. He hadn't been down the mountain for more than 10 years since he worshipped the bastard sword sect, and he hadn't seen the world. If not for the fact that the hegemonic blade sect was facing a life and death situation this time around, he had never had the intention of going out to the mountains. The sword sect and the bastard sect, one south and one north, spanning 7 cities in the middle, the land of northern Liang. The territory will be so big. Great Zhou dynasty centralized power. Under the rule of 800 countries all submit, only on the high and low. Northern Liang ranked among the bottom 3, located in the northern part of the country. According to the distinction of domains, it is the northern domain, and there are many demonic beasts in this place. Pingan City, the first city under the bastard sect. Li Changfeng had just stepped into Pingan City, when he realized that the martial artists and people in the city had already abandoned their swords and switched to sword practice. Notices were posted on the city walls, and the night watchman came out in the daytime, banging gongs and proclaiming the sword bearer's gate. Pingan City was the first city under the 100 Refinement Mountain, and had always been sheltered by the bastard blade sect, which had never demanded that the entire city abandon their swords. Now, under the order of Baliang, many people were unwilling to give up their swords, so they were arrested and imprisoned by the government. "I just don't like swords." On the street, a young boy of about 10 years old threw the short sword in his hand on the ground, pouting his lips in dissatisfaction. "Pick it up," a magistrate said icily at him. "No, pick up." The little boy's face parted and he turned his head away. A sword was placed on the young boy's neck. It was unheard of for a magistrate to wear a sword. "I told you to pick it up." The yamen were very tough, and it was an order from above that each yamen was to cover one street. Whoever dares to abandon his sword and saber will be directly imprisoned, and the magistrates will also be punished. Suddenly, the magistrate glimpsed the sword on the ground being stepped on by a foot. Bold! He immediately turned his head, and saw a youth, plainly dressed, and, on his back, he carried a sword. "Do you know what the first weapon on earth was?" the youth asked. "No, I don't know." The magistrate was intimidated by the youth's aura. "It's a knife." The youth stretched out 2 fingers and caught the magistrate's sword, taking it off the little boy's neck. Ding! 2 fingers then exerted force and a sword broke. Soon, no one will be using swords in northern Liang. What? This is an order from the lord of the land, the magistrate said with difficulty, and he saw one of the youth's eyes, sharp and clear, as if what he said was true. "You like knives a lot?" The youth looked over at the young boy and noticed a knife the size of a small thumb hanging from his neck. "The knife once helped me kill a wolf in the wild and filled me up, so of course I like the knife," the little boy said in a firm tone. 100 Refinement Mountain. If you can climb to the top of the mountain, you can become a disciple of the bastard blade sect, the youth said. "Your call?" The little boy's eyes looked at him questioningly. "All you have to say is that I agreed." The youth nodded. The magistrate at the side swallowed his saliva. "The bastard blade sect, isn't it closed? The bastard sword sect won't be sealing off the mountain, but the sword-holding sect won't be in existence." The youth lifted his feet to leave when he finished speaking. The silhouette had already appeared dozens of feet away. "You haven't told me what your name is," the little boy yelled. "Bastard sword sect, Li Changfeng." The sound echoed over the street. "Sword Dangshan Mountain, sword-holding sect." In the gentleman's hall, Wu Tianxiong, the contemporary sword master of the sword-bearer sect, was accepting the compliments and boasts of a group of elders and the Grand Prince of the Northern Liang Kingdom. "Sword Master has surveyed and broken through the Grand Master realm. My entire country of Northern Liang holds swords in order to congratulate Sword Master." The Grand Imperial Prince lifted his wine cup and drank it full. "The matter is equally thanks to the State Lord and the Queen." Wu Tianxiong raised his wine cup and drank it all in one go. The third prince has brought people to the bastard blade sect, so I'm sure that the bastard blade sect has all been subdued at this moment. Ha ha ha. I really want to go see the way the bastard blade sect abandons their blades and holds their swords. The swords have been competing for hundreds of years, but fortunately with the queen's support, my sword-holding sect has finally stepped on the hegemony sword sect in one fell swoop. Humph. The bastard sword sect. How can a mere young sovereign patriarch be compared to our sword-holding sect? I've heard that the hegemony blade sect has a treasured sword of the clan. Why don't we take it and destroy it? A group of people were drinking freely and drunkenly, imagining the future splendor of the sword-bearer sect, under the mountain gate of Sword Swing Mountain. However, a youth came carrying a sword, the pines and cypresses, standing proudly above the trail. Swords were stuck everywhere along the rugged and winding road, and their light shook out the solemnity of the day. Li Changfeng took a long stride across hundreds of miles, and in less than 2 hours he had arrived at the bottom of the sword-holding sect's mountain. Hiking up the mountain with easy and relaxed steps, Li Changfeng took every step and all the swords inserted on the road were destroyed by an invisible force and became a pile of fragments. These swords formed a formation, the 10,000 swords through the heart formation. Li Changfeng's steps appeared to be slow, but in reality, he took a step of more than 10 feet, and when he passed halfway up the mountain, a boulder blocked the road with a sentence written on it, to take the head of 1,000 miles with a vertical sword. The sword is the first of 100 soldiers to fight for supremacy. The words were carved up with a sword, the blade of which was harsh and filled with a proud strength. However, Li Changfeng merely glanced at it, and the boulder was torn apart by the impact of the blade intent. This stone was precisely the eye of the 10,000 swords through the heart formation, but the sword-bearer sect didn't have any formation experts. It was just a false appearance, and at the same time, a 10-year-old boy was climbing the 100 refinement mountain. The snow poured down and the teenager saw a boulder. The world's 100 soldiers' swords are the first. Pushing all the way across, Li Changfeng swept to the top of Sword Swing Mountain, where thousands of disciples of the sword-holding sect were scattered everywhere practicing their swords. The entire sword-bearer sect seemed to have a positive spirit of kendo. What a guy! Some disciples of the sword-wielding sect spotted Li Changfeng, and they saw that behind Li Changfeng's back, he was carrying a sword. Li Changfeng of the bastard blade sect is coming to destroy the mountain. Speaking in a small voice, an invisible fluctuation spread out, instantly shaking the entire sword-holding sect. Sword Swing Mountain was shaking, and some of the disciples of the sword-bearer sect couldn't even maintain their standing. Who dares to come to Sword Swing Mountain to sow their wild oats? The vibration of Sword Dangshan Mountain attracted the attention of the sword-bearer sect's experts, and a group of people swept out from the gentleman's hall, only for them to just rush out. A silhouette was seen slowly ascending into the air, and a sword behind Li Changfeng's back was sheathed into his hand. It was a very ordinary horizontal sword, but it had accompanied Li Changfeng for a long time. From the time he worshipped the bastard blade sect, to the time he wielded his blade awnings, chopped out his blade chi, condensed his blade momentum, and comprehended his blade intent. Stepping into the supreme realm of the Tao of the blade, this ordinary blade was no longer ordinary. This sword is called Quan Shi. Someone from the bastard blade sect. Impossible. How could someone from the bastard blade sect be able to break into Sword Swing Mountain? They were all incredulous, their eyes staring at the figure in the sky above, and suddenly their pupils instantly narrowed. Above the sovereign, Li Changfeng, send all of you to the west. Li Changfeng stood above the mountaintop, the horizontal sword in his hand chopping out at the bottom. No! The sword-bearer sect's sword master and a group of elders were all in a state of panic. This all came so suddenly that they hadn't even reacted yet. Boom! 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 100 feet of saber chi chopped out. The saber chi chopped on Sword Swing Mountain, instantly penetrating the mountain, and the entire mountain was chopped apart by a saber that shattered the mountain's soul and the earth's core. A succession of explosive sounds rang out one after another. This blade split the 1,000-foot-tall Jiandang Mountain. Chapter 5, Demon Crane, 13 Heavenly Demon Swords. A knife cuts across Sword Swing Mountain. This kind of might directly caused the sword-bearer sect's people to collapse inside. Jiandang Mountain was collapsing and the snowy mountains were crumbling, as if heaven and earth were trembling. There were even many disciples of the sword-bearer sect who couldn't dodge in time to be swept up in the sword chi and were torn apart on the spot. Help! Ah! Run! More disciples of the sword-bearer sect jumped up one after another. Only disciples of the innate realm were able to leap up to perform lightweight feats of strength to escape, their agile figures repeatedly leaping over the collapsed rocks and mountains. Ah! You thief! I want your broken body in pieces. Wu Tianxiong, the sword master of the sword-bearer sect, rushed straight up, and at the same time, A sword shot into his hand from the collapsed mountain. A sword that shone with a cold green light was also the sword-holding sect's greatest treasure. The green rainbow sword. A sword sealed the cold snow. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be stagnated by the sword chi. The great master already had the initial power to influence the heaven. The green rainbow sword chopped out thousands of sword chi and stabbed at Li Changfeng in the air. This was Wu Tianxiong's bottom line. As he stepped into the Grand Master, he felt self-conscious that he could also do 100 feet of sword chi to split the mountain, and even felt that he was nearly omnipotent. Moreover, exerting such a huge blade chi, even this expert who claimed to be a disciple of the bastard sword sect would have to be depleted of his strength, and it would be impossible for him to block his sword chi sprawl. But the next moment his eyes widened, and even the green rainbow sword in his hand was even a little too much to hold. Boom! Thousands of sword chi chopped away. Li Changfeng's circumference of 3 feet, but as if there was an invisible wall of gas to surround him. All the sword chi chopped from all directions bombarded on it. Even a ripple could not be lifted. No way! Wu Tianxiong roared. He was already among the Grand Master realm. He felt that he was considered a party of experts in the world. How could he even be unable to break the defense under the enchantment of the divine soldier? His coldness went straight through from his head to the soles of his feet. The hallowed Grand Master could not even break through the defense. What kind of realm was this kind of expert in? I'm afraid that only the legendary land gods can compare. With your qualifications, Grand Master is already your limit. It's just that this realm was not mine 10 years ago. After Li Changfeng finished speaking, he didn't give him a chance to speak again, and the wall of chi around him turned into a tidal wave, instantly submerging Wu Tianxiong in it. His entire body was riddled with holes, pierced through by the blade chi like a tattered garment, and he fell 1,000 feet from midair covered in blood. The green rainbow sword of the sword-holding sect was, however, casually attracted by Li Changfeng. The sword flushed with cold, emitting a mournful sound in Li Changfeng's hand, obviously feeling the fear. There is no sword in northern Liang. Since you started. Li Changfeng, 2 fingers in the sword body flicked. In addition to the penetrating loud sword chanting wail, only click sound. Holding the sword, section's own sword was broken by him. On the sword, the green-colored cold aura instantly dissipated, and the sword heart was dead. On the other side, the several patriarchal elders and innate realm disciples of Swordswing Mountain were scared out of their wits as they watched the sword master being killed. Bastard sword world. Desperate chop. Li Changfeng softly chanted, and countless blade chi suddenly surged out around him, as merciless as this pouring snow, rushing towards his feet. There were constantly people being pierced through their bodies by the blade chi, and the same was true for those patriarchal realm elders. The Grand Prince of the Northern Liang Kingdom tried to take advantage of the chaos and fled, jumping over and over on the collapsing rocks, and had already rushed out of the sword-swinging mountain's range, but a blade chi still penetrated his body. I am the Crown Prince of Northern Liang. In 10 breaths of time, the collapsing Jiandang mountain shattered into countless boulders, which were once again chopped to pieces by the blade energy, and the 1,000 feet tall Jiandang mountain was gone. Suddenly, a hiss came from the distance. An avian demon body pierced through the gray sky. It was a white crane with a sword in its mouth. A sword chi transformed into a green haze pike, attacking towards Li Changfeng. Crane demon. A wall of chi once again appeared in front of Li Changfeng, blocking all the sword chi from his body. Bold thief! Who are you? How dare you destroy my mountain gate? The speed of the crane demon was extremely fast. It had already rushed to the front of Li Changfeng's body when he was talking. It held a sword in its mouth and stabbed Li Changfeng's heart. The sword blade was harsh and the above sword chi gulped. Li Changfeng dispersed the wall of chi to gather a hair from his long hair and held it in his hand. Gently waving it, he easily resisted the long sword. No way! The crane demon's eyes sharpened. Looking at the few imperceptible strands of hair in front of the tip of the sword, huge waves rose up within his heart, and a feeling of being humiliated instantly invaded his heart. With that, the crane demon transformed into a fluttering gentleman in midair, holding a long sword and slashing continuously at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng was calm and unhurried, never taking half a step back in the air, and his 2 fingers pinched strands of hair, transforming into the strongest weapon to block all the attacks. Kenichi! The crane demon gritted its teeth and unexpectedly executed the sword-holding sect's Jinzong sword technique. A green rainbow shot out from the sword in his hand. The sword aura was powerful. It was to strongly destroy the hair strands in Li Changfeng's hand, but Li Changfeng pinched his hair and passed it forward, then sliced through the sword chi with ease. Kenji! Kenzo! 13 heavenly demon swords. The crane demon's swords from sword 1 all the way to the 13th sword were all lightly blocked by Li Changfeng. It was also clear to him that he was unable to do anything about this youth across from him. When he finished his sword technique, Li Changfeng was bullying his way forward, his hair strands wrapping around the sword in the crane demon's hand. Ding! Li Changfeng gently shook his sword and it shattered into a dozen pieces. You! Who the hell are you? Fear flooded the crane demon's heart. He was no match for the young man in front of him. This kind of might had already surpassed his Demon King realm. His hands unconsciously unfolded slightly, wanting to instantly escape in his original form. Bastard blade sect. Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng stared at the crane demon, instantly bursting out a stern aura. A heavenly and earthly blade intent rushed straight to the clouds, pressing it in place and unable to move. Just playing a few moves with this crane demon, he already had some ideas in his mind. Don't kill me! The crane demon was scared out of its wits by the intent of the blade, and at that moment just now, even the snowflakes drooping from the sky had been frozen motionless. The expert behind the sword-bearer sect is you? Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow. This crane demon's swordsmanship was not comparable to even the sword-holding sect's sword master who had just been promoted to Grand Master. And looking at its sword path, it was also back to basics and had no flaws. Hundreds of years ago the sword-holding sect had risen out of nowhere, and if there was a demon king behind it to support it, then everything would make sense. The crane demon had already confirmed Li Changfeng's realm in his mind, the absolute best on earth, at least the cultivation level of a demon saint, and in an instant, he lost any thoughts of resisting. Demons become essence to live longer than humans. It is the king of demons. Life expectancy can live at least 1,000 years. This crane demon has lived for hundreds of years. In its decades ago he had met a middle-aged sword cultivator who taught it a set of sword techniques. It's these 13 swords that swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, telling it to be the protective demonic beast of this sword-holding sect, but only in the shadows. As long as the sword-bearer sect doesn't meet the great event of extermination, it can be left alone. But 30 years ago, the crane demon suddenly realized that the sword master of the sword-bearer sect had collusion with a fox demon, and it had gone to negotiate with that fox demon. However, he was defeated and almost killed by the fox demon, and only after he reported the identity of the sword-bearer sect was he spared from death. The fox demon was only using the sword-bearer sect in the northern Liang kingdom to collect a country's qi, and did not intend to overthrow the sword-bearer sect, so the crane demon did not care anymore. Who is that person? Li Changfeng asked. Chapter 6, Breaking 10,000 Armors, Chopping Golden Eagles. Can you let me go? The crane demon didn't dare to move at all, and could only plead and say, drive me to the imperial city. Li Changfeng said as he looked at the crane demon with calm eyes. The crane demon's liver trembled as he saw that what was revealed in that pair of eyes was that he couldn't refuse or he would die. With a dry body roll, the crane demon took its original form and lifted its wings over a foot wide. Li Changfeng was sitting on its back, his eyes closed and he didn't say a word. Northern Liang Imperial City, harem, an absolutely gorgeous beauty clad in a phoenix robe, lying lazily on the bed. In her hand she stroked a small white fox, with long manicured nails, scarlet lips, a blown-up bustle that, underneath the phoenix robe, the two legs were folded together, revealing white skin. Suddenly, footsteps sounded outside the temple, and a general in armor rushed in with hurried steps. Orchid, something's wrong. How many times has it been said? Call me queen in the palace. The queen opened her half-sleepy eyes, scanned them, and rolled over to lie down again. General Jean, the sky is falling? That's not true. The sky hasn't fallen. General Jean shook his head. So why are you panicking? Tell me, what happened? The queen held the little fox on her chest, her capital very proud. The gas-gathering furnace just blew up. What? The queen sat up with a jolt of surprise and threw the little fox to the ground as soon as she could. I thought you said the sky wasn't falling. Her features were tense, her eyes showing some panic. What the hell is going on? Half an hour ago, the chi-gathering furnace suddenly blew up, and the idol followed. What are you waiting for? Show me. The queen hurriedly got out of bed. The two passed through several courtyards and came to a closed courtyard, where two ugly-looking soldiers hurriedly opened the door. In one room, golden idols were shattered all over the floor, and a broken incense burner was also on the floor. How could it be? Something has happened to the sword-bearer sect? The queen's face was furious, her swollen chest rising and falling as her anger increased and decreased. Your Highness, we've been lurking around for nearly 30 years, and we've only just begun this plan. If we fail to complete our mission, the White Jiao Demon Saint will eat us alive. General Jean behind him suddenly trembled and shivered, thinking of something terrible. Stop it. The queen was also frightened by what he said, picked up the broken incense burner on the ground, carefully felt it. A trace of chi is gone. Check. You quickly go and investigate. What exactly happened to the sword-bearer sect? Outside the capital. A frosty cold day. A white crane crossed the long sky with a heavy heart and landed outside the Beiliang Imperial City. Your Excellency. It's here. The crane demon landed on the ground and spread his wings on the ground. Li Changfeng opened his eyes. The crane demon was landing outside the palace, right in front of the palace gate. Many of the soldiers were watching him warily, and some had even gone to the palace to report. How dare you play small in front of me? Li Changfeng patted the crane demon's back, and step by step, he stepped in midair towards the inner part of the imperial city. White Crane only felt a lightness on his body, and he was so happy inside that he instantly rushed up to the sky and was about to escape from here. But Li Changfeng didn't even turn his head back and casually flicked his finger backward. A forceful chi instantly pierced through the white crane's bird head, and his entire body instantly fell from the air. Stand still. What kind of person trespasses into the imperial city? The imperial city's forbidden guards commander was afraid in his liver and heart, and when he saw Li Changfeng coming with his feet in the void, his legs instantly began to wobble. Bastard Blade Sex Li Changfeng, please come out to meet the Northern Liang Kingdom Lord. Li Changfeng stopped and stood in midair, his voice instantly spreading throughout the imperial city. That forbidden guard commander turned around and wanted to run, but his legs trembled, and when he took a step, he unexpectedly fell directly to the ground. Waste! A voice cursed angrily, and then the commander of the forbidden guards looked up and saw a person who was extremely powerful within this imperial city. General Jean? This. Shut up! General Jean kicked him out with a single kick of his foot. His eyes looked at Li Changfeng in midair. He was about to go out of the imperial city to go to the sword-holding sect to investigate, but he didn't expect that someone had actually fought their way into the imperial city. Didn't the queen order that the bastard sect be told to seal the mountain? You dare to disobey the order? Li Changfeng looked at him with calm eyes. This General Jean was a demon. His realm was roughly the same as that crane demon, and they were both avian. Thinking of this, and then looking out towards the imperial city, there seemed to be quite a few demonic beasts lurking in the dark, just that they are all overlaid by a kind of aura and do not show themselves. The one that obscures the demonic aura on you is the chi? Li Changfeng didn't make the first move, but asked. The crane demon didn't know much about chi, and only said that the demon empress was stealing Northern Liang's chi, and didn't know what she was going to do. Nonsense! This official is all righteous. You dare to slander this official. Men, give it to me. General Jin's face flushed red. Behind him, 10,000 forbidden troops in the imperial city had already assembled, with arrows, crossbows, long swords, and shields and armor all ready. Whoosh! 10,000 arrows were fired at Li Changfeng. At this moment, if a martial arts master was here, it was necessary to drink hate. If a great master faced 10,000 arrows, he would also be defeated. However, Li Changfeng was not one of them. Slightly raising his left hand, he stretched out a finger, easily fixing the thousands of arrows that were shooting at him, his gaze looking towards the panicked General Jean on the ground, and calmly said, "Answer my question." General Jean was stared at by his eyes and only felt like he had fallen into a glacial hell, as if he was going to be torn apart by killing intent in the next moment, and unconsciously said, "It's the chi. It's the chi of the Northern Liang Kingdom." Good. Li Changfeng nodded. His finger fell, and instantly all the 10,000 arrows rolled back under his control, rushing towards the 10,000 armored soldiers and Jean generals on the ground. Ah! General! In an instant, the arrows pierced through the armor of all the soldiers and blood stained the imperial city. Ha! The Lord of Northern Liang, who had just walked out accompanied by a group of attendants and imperial princes, was directly dumbstruck. The fallen pawns are lying on the ground turned into frogs, pheasants, hedgehogs, centipedes. Where are the widow's 10,000 forbidden troops? The Lord of the Northern Liang Kingdom was in his 60s with a thin face, looking at the corpses of the demonic beasts outside the hall spread into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He almost choked and fainted from the fishy smell. Father, this is your 10,000 forbidden troops. What? This is clearly a stinky chicken and duck. How can it be? Before the Beiliang Kingdom Lord could finish his words, he saw a golden-winged eagle of more than 10 feet in size suddenly appear in front of him, its wings shaking as it blocked the sky of arrows. Demonic beasts! Protect the driver! Escort! The Lord of the Northern Liang Kingdom was so frightened that he fell on his butt and yelled, "Father, these are the golden generals by the queen's side. They are all demonic beasts. Now you should believe it." Nonsense! Impossible! Absolutely impossible! My queen is a great beauty. The Lord of Beiliang immediately waved his hand, refusing to believe it. Human! I'm going to crush you into a puddle. In front, the manifested golden winged eagle suddenly lifted its wings and set off a gust of wind, shattering the floor tiles, flying sand and stones, and its sharp claws clawed at Li Changfeng. In the next moment, Li Changfeng raised his hand and erected his palm, and his blade chi spread out, directly dissecting the demonic body of the golden winged eagle. Boom! The huge demon body fell to the ground. The golden winged eagle's body was split in half, and it looked like a rain of blood had fallen in the imperial city. You're not the first person to say that. Chapter 7, Three-Tailed White Fox Demon. You are the Lord of Northern Lian? Li Changfeng stepped over with his feet in the void and looked down at the old man who was surrounded by a group of people. Lord of the land. Looking for you. A eunuch beside him shook the fainted lord of the country. He had served the lord of the country for more than 20 years, and saw at a glance that he was faking fainting. Now the sky is falling, and you, the tallest man in the room, aren't holding it up. The eighth prince's thoughts flew around his head. Then he stood up and blocked in front of the Northern Liang State Lord, bowing to Li Changfeng before saying, "My name is Zhu Kaiping, Prince of Northern Liang. My father is old. Dare I ask what is your business in the palace?" "No reason. To seek justice." Li Changfeng glanced at him and said calmly. The eighth prince and everyone else's hearts trembled. What kind of justice? Bai Liang and the sword-bearer sect had joined forces to suppress the hegemony sword sect, and had even made all of Bai Liang abandon their swords and use their swords. Please ask the immortal to be clear about this. All of this is the demon queen calling the shots. She confused my father and that's why she overstepped her bounds and gave the state lord's order. The eighth prince said hurriedly in an urgent tone. You're right about everything. Li Changfeng nodded. Demons are messing with Bai Liang, so beheading the demons is fine. But Bai Liang Pei sword abandoned sword is just as much about justice. Otherwise, who would still place the bastard blade sect in their eyes? Today you were mesmerized by a demonic beast and bullied me twice. Tomorrow he will be mesmerized by a demonic beast and step on me twice. There is no such thing in this world. You must admit when you make a mistake, and stand upright when you are beaten. The sword-bearer sect, I have destroyed their mountain gate. Understand? Li Changfeng's indifferent eyes looked downwards. His voice was icy cold, more piercing than this cold wind. Mercy! Suddenly, the already fainted Northern Liang country lord suddenly woke up after hearing Li Changfeng's words and couldn't pretend anymore. Hurriedly turning over and kneeling on the ground. Immortal, I was wrong. I'm sealing the bastard blade sect as the second sect, with swords and knives having equal status. A sudden blade chi decapitated the Northern Liang kingdom lord, and Li Changfeng withdrew his finger with an expressionless face. Sick and stubborn. The seat of the Lord of Northern Liang will be yours. Suddenly, before Li Changfeng finished his words, hundreds of foxes suddenly drilled out from a large hall behind the palace, running and fleeing in all directions. Trying to run? Li Changfeng had long sensed that demon queen, only that she had pressed on, and Li Changfeng had not been in a hurry to clean her up, but now she had sat down first. Hundreds of foxes were released at a moment's notice, trying to fish out of water and escape. Bastard blade Jedi. Li Changfeng pressed his palm in the void, and a domineering and destructive aura suddenly enveloped the sky at the dome of the heavens immediately, and instantly all the living beings in the entire imperial city trembled. Like a slap in the sky over the imperial city. Outside the imperial city, the invisible barrier obscured. Not allowed to enter. Not allowed to leave. Many of the fleeing little foxes crashed into the blade domain barrier and were instantly torn to pieces by the fierce and powerful blade chi. And in the depths of the palace, a three-tailed white fox suddenly rose up into the sky with a blue pearl in its mouth. There were constantly green haze pips bombarding the barrier, but they had no effect and could not break through the defense at all. No way! The three-tailed white fox's attacks were all churned up by the blade chi, and she also stopped the momentum of the impact alive, or else she would have been churned into mush even in her demon body when she hit the barrier. The three-tailed white fox was none other than the Queen of Northern Liang, and being blocked in front of the barrier, her heart instantly cooled down. Come here! The voice exploded in her ears, and the fox demon instantly felt a huge force pulling her over, and when she looked up again, she had already reached Li Changfeng's body. You fox demon have great guts. How dare you bully my bastard blade sect? Li Changfeng looked at the fox demon below him, and at once, his sword pressed down, crushing her to the ground. The fox demon barely lifted her head and tried to say something but couldn't open her mouth at all. The group of people standing on the side were all trembling with fear. Bai Liang hadn't heard of the existence of such a powerful cultivator for hundreds of years. Say, what are you trying to do by stealing Northern Liang's national fortune? The fox demon only felt that the pressure on his body suddenly relaxed, and hurriedly transformed into a human and knelt on the ground. The exploding figure instantly caused the frightened entourage of the Lord of the Land on one side to gulp in unison. This is really not the fault of the Lord of the Land. I can't stand it even if it comes at me. Fox demon is a demonic beast that charms the living beings. Three-tailed white fox heaven and earth is a different species. The degree of charm is even more on top of the top. Immortal. The little demon was also forced to do something. The fox demon's eyebrows were slightly sad, making a pitiful appearance, and her body on her knees was still inadvertently straightened. However, when she met Li Changfeng's pair of unruffled eyes, she felt like she saw a knife, chilling her from head to toe, and she didn't hold back a shiver. Immortals are worthy of being immortals. They can still control themselves in the face of beauty. Unlike me, who can't walk when I see a woman. A eunuch secretly thought in his heart. When the fox demon saw that her charm didn't work, she thought about it and simply went straight to the whole thing. The white Jiao demon saint could get her killed, but Li Changfeng was right in front of her. It was faster to kill her, and in contrast, she wanted to live longer, if only for a second. The white Jiao demon saint was a great Jiao in the submerged dragon pool 800 miles to the north of Beiliang, and had stepped into the demon saint realm 500 years ago, and then could not be refined any further. So he opened up other methods, such as a country's luck. Rumor has it that the country's luck plus body in the netherworld has its own heavenly bias rely on, can let his cultivation once again refine some. But Fox Demon had also asked, and the method was just being tried, and was not reliable. The small country of Beiliang was relatively special. The two major sects, the Bastard Sword sect and the Sword Bearer sect, had divided Beiliang's qi, and simply relying on the fortune of Beiliang's national fortune was not enough. The Great Zhou dynasty is under the control of 800 kingdoms, and the dynasty's fortune is naturally flourishing. But the fortune of the 800 small kingdoms is like a grain of rice in a bowl of rice, and it's like a grain of rice in a bowl of rice, few and far between, and the two great sects side by side. The people of Beiliang holding swords and practicing swords, but also divided away a lot of people's luck, and also left as much as half a grain of rice. The White Jiao Demon Saint has set up a 3-5 plan, with 3 steps and 5 executions. After a lot of hard thinking, the fox demon lurks in northern Liang and becomes the queen. The golden-winged eagle follows into the palace and becomes a general. And the sword-wielding sect is also infiltrated and divided by the fox demon. Sword Master Wu Tianxian lost his Yuan Yang as a result, but he also received help from the fox demon. Not only did the dark injury dissipate, but also took a step across to the Grand Master realm. Later on, there was the matter of Beiliang holding the sword, practicing the sword, and the Beiji Blade sect sealing the mountain and abandoning the sword, in order to bring all the qi of Beiliang together. The reason why the time in this is so long is because it involves one thing. Otherwise the fox demon would never have been able to sneak into the palace to confuse the Beiliang kingdom lord. Of course, the lord of northern Liang himself was originally a womanizer. What is it? Li Changfeng asked. He had been cultivating in the back of the Bastard Blade sect for more than 10 years, and he had no idea about the world's events. Empty of his invincible cultivation, he was unaware of all the hidden matters. He knew snow best, and he loved it the most in the back of the Bastard Blade sect. I heard the White Jiao Demon Saint say. Chapter 8, Opening the Gate of Heaven, Ranking Among the Immortals. I heard the White Jiao Demon Saint say that the Bronze Cauldron, the national weapon of qi that suppressed the Great Zhou dynasty, was shattered, and the Great Zhou's national fortune split into the sea, so we demons have a chance. What are the chances? Li Changfeng's heart rippled slightly as he thought of something. Open the gates of heaven and rank among the immortals. The fox demon spoke out of turn. Li Changfeng, however, heard the sentence he wanted to know. 10 years ago his cultivation had already reached the absolute peak of the earth, and his lifespan was 1,000 years. But no matter how much he was cultivating, it was as if he had touched a ceiling, and unless he could poke through it, it would be impossible to climb up again. Previously, he had always thought that it was the hard and thick barriers of that realm, but now that he heard it, everything became clear. That White Jiao wants to add to the country's fortune and go Jiao to transform into a dragon? Li Changfeng asked again. The white scaly dragon walks through the water and transforms into a dragon in one leap. This is how he metamorphoses. Little demon is not sure. The fox demon shook her head. How do you open the gates of heaven? The little demon is not sure. What are the means of that White Jiao? The little demon is not sure. Li Changfeng's face sank, completely losing his patience. If you don't know anything when asked, what's the use of keeping you? The fox demon trembled in fear as soon as she heard it. Immortals, spare my life. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness and hope. It was difficult for a demonic beast to transform into a form, not to mention that she had cultivated to the realm of the demon king. keeping you feverish? Li Changfeng casually separated the fox demon's corpse with a blade chi, and she instantly turned into a fox corpse again. You. Li Changfeng's eyes looked toward the 8th prince on the side. In. The 8th prince hurriedly fell to his knees. His eyes panicked, afraid of following in his father's footsteps. Beiliang can't be without a lord for a day, so you will be the lord of Beiliang. What? The 8th prince's heart was first shocked, then delighted, then quickly suppressed his excitement. If an immortal admires it, naturally no one would dare to refute it. I'm just afraid that my elder brothers would have a different opinion. When he finished, his head hit the ground hard. The body was trembling. It took a long time, with the cold wind blowing but hot sweat seeping from his forehead, before he heard a response. Very well, I had underestimated you. I didn't realize your city wasn't shallow. I will stay in this palace for a day. The 8th prince's heart finally landed on the ground. He had gambled correctly. On that day, the 8th prince's dog was in power. His surviving brothers and sisters, the royal family, were all arrested. At the same time a decree was issued one after another. The whole of northern Liang abandoned the sword and used it, and the Beiji sword sect was worshipped as a holy place for the protection of the northern Liang kingdom. Patriarch Guan Baichuan was ennobled as the protector of the realm and the great general of Xinhua, and the old patriarch was posthumously named the great celestial master of Beiliang, and in the imperial city to create the northern Liang Lingyi pavilion. The Beiji sword sect's successive patriarchs all set up a wooden plaque enshrined. Gold, silver, and brocade were heavily rewarded, and the 8th prince specially built a statue for Li Changfeng overnight. It was enshrined in front of the Northern Liang Dynasty Hall, and lastly, the whole country was exempted from taxes for 1 year. This operation down, the Northern Liang treasury directly cut in half, but the effect is also immediate. The people of Beiliang first grumbled, because with the sword with a knife repeatedly jumped across the arrest of a lot of people, the back of the tax exemption directly and smile. This 8th prince is still well versed in the emperor's mind, and it can also be said that he has long been prepared for a long time, just at this time to coincide with the meeting. On the following day, Li Changfeng left the imperial city. This time out, I suddenly got hold of a lot of information, and I can't help but have a lot of fun with the world, opening the gates of heaven and being ranked among the immortals. It's a great matter of immortality. Previously, Li Changfeng had been practicing in the bastard blade sect, and without realizing it for more than 10 years, he had deduced the original 9-layer bastard world mental technique to the 12th layer, and after touching the ceiling of cultivation, he had not made any further advancement up to that point. He also had 1,000 years of longevity, even breaking through the human race's limit of 800 years. But the years snapped their fingers and rushed by, and since he had the chance to live forever, he wouldn't be in hiding lurking in the back of the mountains. Go Dao! Not for him. 100 Refinement Mountain, the Hall of Swords. Patriarch Guan Baichuan and a group of elders were discussing how to organize a celebration. They had already received a decree from Beiliang. Everyone admired Junior Master Li Changfeng. The Sword-Bearer sect, which had suppressed the hegemony sword sect for hundreds of years, had been annihilated in a single day, which was even more shocking than the Northern Liang's decree. Guan Baichuan looked at a teenager in the corner who had climbed up to the bastard blade sect and had mentioned the name of the young master. Therefore, he couldn't pinpoint Li Changfeng's meaning for a moment. Suddenly, a figure noiselessly appeared outside the temple. Guan Baichuan's eyes glanced outside the hall and hurriedly stood up and walked over. Greetings, senior uncle. Greetings, senior uncle. Li Changfeng nodded and waved his hand, his eyes looking at the teenager in the corner. Good. What's your name? Lu Yao, the teenager said back. Li Changfeng nodded his head, his eyes carrying a hint of appreciation. The height of the mountain tops, the vastness of the earth, the path of the Tao of the blade is out of reach. You must always be diligent with yourself in order to achieve great things. This child will be under your tutelage, Li Changfeng said as he looked at Guan Baichuan. Yes. Guan Baichuan hurriedly nodded his head, and suddenly, he received a voice transmission from Li Changfeng in his ears. This child's roots and bones are different from the norm. His spirit is resolute. He is a natural seedling for practicing the sword. You must teach him well. Guan Baichuan carefully sized up Lu Yao for a few moments and put the matter on his mind. Right now the bastard sword sect has become the only sect in northern Liang. What are your plans? Li Changfeng casually found a seat and sat down, then looked at Guan Baichuan and asked. It's all up to senior uncle. Guan Baichuan had wanted to tell some of his plans to recreate his glory, but on second thought, if his senior uncle asked this, he must have had a plan in place, so he suppressed his thoughts. Hearing him say this, Li Changfeng gave him a deep look, then said, pass down the upper volume of the bastard blade sex blade recipes, and at the same time, the bastard world should also be split up and passed down, so as to tell everyone in Bailion to practice martial arts. Yes. Guan Baichuan didn't ask why and directly nodded his head in response. You guys get out first. Li Changfeng waved his hand, and the soft force sent everyone other than Guan Baichuan out. What does Uncle Shifu have to offer? Guan Baichuan sensed a hint of trouble and hurriedly stepped down from the main seat. You have too much on your mind. Cultivating the sword and cultivating the way. Spelling out the way forward. Your knife. Dull. Li Changfeng's gaze looked at him and said. Guan Baichuan was sweating all of a sudden and hurriedly knelt on the ground. Disciple was worried about the development of the sect and couldn't see the direction for a moment, so please chastise senior uncle. Worried? Li Changfeng shook his head and asked him rhetorically. What are you worried about? If the bastard blade sect can't fall, this sky won't collapse. Even if the sky falls, I'll carry it. Guan Baichuan's mind was shaken, hearing both warmth and excitement in his heart. Tomorrow, I'm going to leave the mountain gate for a period of time. I'll leave a means in the demon slaying sob. If there's a situation, you can call out the demon slaying sob and it won't hurt you. Senior uncle just returned to the sect and is going down the mountain? With the clan's celebration tomorrow, senior uncle might as well stay for one more day. Most of all, the earth can't stay full of laughter and the moon is full. I have more important things to do. Just manage the sect well. Li Changfeng stood up after saying that and left the main hall, opening the gates of heaven and being ranked among the immortals. This matter is more important than the collapse of the sky. Chapter 9, Submerged Dragon Pool. White Jiao Demon Saint. Central State. A peach blossom forest. The old man had white hair. His face was rosy without a single wrinkle, and opposite him was a middle-aged man with a sword box on his back. The two were playing a game of chess, a game that had just fallen short of 10 pieces. As soon as this game was played, I knew you were going to lose, the old man said. Why do you know? The middle-aged man asked. I certainly do. The old man smiled in response. The middle-aged man suddenly sighed. You naturally know this, because Taisher Shocker has long been invincible for hundreds of years. He was called Elder Taisher Dinghong, a name that used to stir up the entire Jianghu hundreds of years ago, and even involved the establishment of the Great Zhou dynasty. Taisher Dinghong's smile did not diminish. Li 13 has also been invincible for 30 years. This kind of loneliness I am of course very clear about it, but my loneliness is above yours, so naturally I'm able to win your game. What does this have to do with loneliness? It has nothing to do with loneliness indeed, only because I played my chess earlier than you did, and in this game, I am the first player. You're right, but what if I lift the board? Late. Still late. Taisher Dinghong fished out a comb from his sleeve and gently combed his gray hair. That ox called Prime has already toppled the board one step ahead of him, and he has broken the Great Zhou's Xinghua Ding. What did he use to break it? Knight 13 asked with a pale face. A hammer that is invincible. Then I'll use my sword to slice his hammer off, before cutting his head off. You can't do it. Taisher Dinghong shook his head. Why can't I do it? Li Xii's face already showed displeasure. Because he's dead. Who he died at the hands of? Knight 13 asked with some loneliness. Taisher Shocker. Silence, after a long time. In this game of chess, it seems that you have won. Li Xii's face was despondent. I can give you a chance, Taisher Dinghong said as she put away her comb. What are the chances? Tip this board over one more time. Good. Li 13 literally overturned the chessboard in front of him. This game, he was late, but he finally caught up. The matter of Chi Luck Edition. Is it true or false? Li 13 stared at him with a burning gaze. True or false? It's all a game of chess. And since you've overturned it, you've been in the game ever since. But I'm not the only one you're up against. Who else? The world. Northern Liang to the north. The submerged dragon pool. Li Changfeng stood in front of the water pool. The snow flew in the cold winter, and the water had long since frozen into ice. The White Jiao's cave was under the water. Only he had left a door open. There was a round hole in the ice, and fishermen used to nest like that in the winter when they were fishing. But to Li Changfeng, it looked like a hole, a dog hole. Reaching out and gripping the guanshi sword on his back, Li Changfeng suddenly chopped forward and, boom! The blade chi was nearly 100 feet long, instantly splitting the entire surface of the ice. Within a few moments, a bunch of stinky fish and shrimp surfaced on the water. Who dares to disturb the demon saint's cave? Suddenly, a flat shovel-brained fish spirit surfaced. Tell White Jiao to roll out, Li Changfeng said calmly. Who are you? The fish spirit asked. Northern Liang, Li Changfeng. You wait. The fish spirit dives into the water at once. although his cultivation is not deep. He is not a little cute. Can split the water pool accumulated ice with a knife? Naturally, he can also cut his head with a knife. Underwater. A palace. White Jiao moved the earthly jade pillars and created a cave of his own. The fish spirit swam with great speed to the palace while the White Jiao was drinking wine. Scouting out what's going on out there? Bai Jiao saw the fish spirit and put down his glass of wine to ask. Report Demon Saint. Outside. The fish spirit's brain suddenly went down and he forgot what was out there. Waste. Hot air instantly rose from the two nostrils of the white ogre. Fork it out. Fish stew tonight. Come to think of it, Lord Demon Saint, there's a human race outside who used a knife to split all the ice in the water pool. He also said. What did he say? He said to get the hell out of here. Bold. Bai Jiao slammed his wine cup on the table. You go. Finish him off. Bai Jiao said with a glare in his eyes. Me? The fish spirit pointed at himself incredulously, cursing in his heart. You still want to eat fish stew? You damn it, Lord Demon Saint. That human race is too powerful. I'm afraid I'll be slashed by him. Waste. White Jiao looked at the fish spirit in front of him and felt a pang of displeasure in his heart. If it wasn't for the difficulty of transforming underwater creatures into forms, he would have already slapped this fish spirit with an ill-advised head into a meat pie. Boom! Suddenly the stern blade energy invaded the water. The water wave was split in half, and the blade energy rushed straight to the palace. What a powerful blade chi! The White Jiao's heart shook as it instantly probed out its jiao claws and pinched the blade chi in its hands to counteract it. Lowering his head, Bai Jiao realized that his palms were actually oozing blood, which caused shock to flood his heart. He was already in the realm of the Demon Saint, comparable to the human land deities, and the knife chi chopping down the bottom of the water even managed to injure him. The dots seem a little solid. With a long whistle, the white scaly dragon directly rushed out of the submerged dragon pool. Li Changfeng was about to chop out a blade in, when suddenly the water in front of him exploded, splashing 10,000 waves, and a middle-aged man wearing bright silver armor and holding an 8-petaled lotus sledgehammer rushed out of the water. Who are you? White Jiao stood on the surface of the water and carefully looked at Li Changfeng's face. Thoughts turned 1,000 times, none of which connected with the look of any of the human masters he knew. I have something to ask you, but before I do, take my sword. Li Changfeng didn't wait for White Jiao to respond when he finished speaking and directly chopped out a blade at him. The Guanshi saber fell, and the 100 feet of saber astral deity was like a wall directly smashing over his head. Human boy, you don't speak of martial virtues, Bai Jiao roared. The sledgehammer in his hand raised up and hard received Li Changfeng's sword dangles. Boom! The White Jiao was directly split into the water by a huge force. Unbridled, the White Jiao violently stopped his body and just showed his head from the surface of the water, only to see a bigger and longer blade astral falling down at his head. Help! The White Jiao was instantly terrified. This blade was even fiercer than the blade astral just now. Boom! The submerged dragon pool was split in two. Even the palace under the water was split apart, and the water flow was eroded by the sword daggers. Unable to merge for a long time, one of the White Jiao's arms was directly chopped off, transforming into an auger claw that sank under the water. I thought you said you'd only take one slash. The White Jiao rushed out of the water in indignation, one hand covering his broken arm, his face grimacing as he roared at Li Changfeng. Just saying it casually, you are also a hallowed demon saint but you still take it seriously? The intelligence of a 3-year-old child? Li Changfeng retracted the world-viewing sword into its sheath behind his back, and said with a questioning gaze toward Bai Jiao. You! White Jiao was dumbfounded and stared at Li Changfeng with hatred. What do you want to ask? And who are you? There is only one celestial expert in the world who uses a sword, and you are by no means him. Li Changfeng stared at Bai Jiao, who seemed to have been asked rhetorically. Then I'm not going to tell you. I am he. Li Changfeng said calmly. Chapter 10, The Human Chi Opens 8 Pipes. You're not him. The veins on Bai Jiao's forehead rippled. The smile on this human's face was too obvious, clearly deceiving him. How do you know I'm not him? Li Changfeng asked with a raised eyebrow. Because I've seen him. Who? Chu Berserker. Oh, then I'm not him. Li Changfeng nodded, making a mental note of Chu Berserker's name. White Jiao's face grimaced. What exactly are you asking? He was a demon saint, the absolute top of the earth, and he was cut off an arm and teased a bit, so if he hadn't been unable to fight, he would have almost wanted to fight for his life. Why do you want to steal Northern Liang's national fortune? After Li Changfeng finished speaking, his gaze tightened on White Jiao. Who are you? How did you know about this? Bai Jiao was stunned. His heart was flooded with huge waves. This matter he clearly handed over to White Fox to secretly complete. And the small country of Beiliang simply couldn't find a great master. There was no trouble at all. Did the golden-winged eagle betray me? He didn't even think it would be a fox demon, because White Fox was his concubine and his love was stronger than gold. But he would never think of one thing. Vows and promises are set in love. And after love, nothing counts. But even when he knows the truth, he can't refute anything because must learn to put up with her ruthlessness before she knows how to enjoy her tenderness. Northern Liang, Li Changfeng. Impossible. How could a celestial realm expert appear in Northern Liang? And you're still so young. Could it be that you're really him? You drank from the heavenly mountain fountain of agelessness? White Jiao suddenly murmured to himself. Celestial realm, even more above the land immortals. Hidden on earth, only legend. Answer my question. Li Changfeng's voice was low and already somewhat cold. Stealing qi? Bai Jiao thought for a moment. It all started back 30 years ago. I want your story to be as concise as possible. Li Changfeng reminded. 30 years ago, a legend suddenly circulated that the gates of heaven on earth were closed, and that one could not ascend. If you want to extend your lifespan and refine your cultivation, the only way to do so is to rob the earth's fortune. As for the demon experts, the demon Great Sage Prime Heavenly Bull was running to break the Jinghua Bronze Cauldron to raid the Great Zhou Dynasty. At that time, the number one expert of the Great Zhou Dynasty, Sword Immortal Chu Songhai, was sitting in a death chamber, unable to meet the enemy. The Bronze Cauldron of Jinghua is shattered, and Taisher Dinghong, an invincible expert from hundreds of years ago, suddenly emerges to intercept the Prime Bull. Thereafter another saying circulated. The earthly chi opens 8 buckets, and 5 buckets of chi knocks at the heavenly gate. Therefore, Bai Jiao finally decided to make a move on Beiliang, which was 800 miles away from his territory, after much deliberation. For this reason, he also hitched up a lot of money to build a gas-gathering furnace. The earth's chi opens 8 buckets. Li Changfeng recited these words and asked, "Where did the other 2 buckets go?" "That's a good one for you to ask." Bai Jiao smiled grimly. 8 buckets are open on earth, and the other 2 are naturally not on earth, but up there. He held out a finger and pointed to the sky. Those 2 buckets of chi luck were naturally intercepted. Immortals? Li Changfeng's heart tightened. Immortality immortal. Immortal class set the immortal register. The human chi fortune was 8 buckets. The 800 of the Great Zhou accounted for 3 buckets. The celestial experts accounted for another 3 buckets. The world's cultivators accounted for 1 bucket, and the demon race only accounted for 1 bucket. If a new celestial realm appears, the world's cultivators are afraid that they will all be mediocre for nearly 100 years. This was because when one celestial cultivator came out, a portion of the earthly cultivator's chi would have to be divided. When the Prime Bull broke the Bronze Cauldron of state suppression, the chi of Great Zhou could not be suppressed, and the same was true for the 800 great powers. Now the world is in constant strife, and it is from this that it has been kicked off. 800 kingdoms competing for supremacy. Cultivators from all over the world enter the game of chess and become pawns. The human race and the demon race are fighting for supremacy and destiny. Celestial realm masters manipulate the pieces to play with each other, using the world as a game of chess. The struggle is to be blessed with good fortune and to knock on the gates of heaven. In that case, I should have cut you down here first. After hearing this, Li Changfeng looked at the White Jiao demon saint and said, "Don't. We can join forces. Whether you're a Chu berserker or not, we can join forces and you are a celestial realm expert. Naturally you can enter the game. The northern region is remote. We should join forces to deal with it. The forces are alone. You are always alone." The White Jiao demon saint's face was terrified. He could already see that this human kid in front of him was a celestial cultivator, comparable to the demon race's great saints, and he was not an opponent at all. Li Changfeng shook his head slightly, and the world-viewing sword was already in his hands. The bastard blade section Zhong sword is called the demon beheading sobbing blood. How would I join forces with you? Boom! 100 feet of sword Dangang chopped down. The White Jiao demon saint roared and transformed into a Jiaobai. His one-clawed grip on the giant hammer and the sword Dang clashed hard, but he was shocked and injured his abdominal organs at once. "Spare my life. I'm a demon saint cultivator and can be your mount," he begged bitterly. Li Changfeng's face was cold and indifferent as he rushed into mid-air. The bastard blade Jedi domain instantly pressed down on Bai Jiaozhen, and it was as if his body had been pressed down on a huge mountain that he couldn't move. The Guanxi sword once again chopped down, and the 10-foot sword dipper slashed at the head of the White Jiao demon saint. The submerged dragon pool instantly rained buckets of blood. Boom! Suddenly a thunderclap rang out from the vault of the sky. The White Jiao's true body fell into the submerged dragon pool, splashing tens of feet high. Stealing my northern Liang kingdom's fortune and bullying my bastard sword sect. I, Li Changfeng, will not join forces with you demon race. Plotting the world. I will enter the game with my body. The earth's chi opens 8 buckets. I, Li Changfeng, prefer to take 2 more buckets from the heavens. Knocking at the heavenly gate, the immortal of eternal life. My sword would rather be broken than bent. Country roads. Muddy. On an ox-drawn cart. An old man wearing a bucket hat raised a cane in his hand and yelled a limerick. I was born without envying the immortals, and now I see the sunny sky again. The world says it's good to be immortal, but only mortal dust can't be forgotten. Heaven and earth are different, sentient and unfeeling. Heaven and earth are poor. On the crate lay a little girl, dressed in a red peony embroidered dress, with her hands resting behind her head. Hearing the old man chanting a limerick, he couldn't help but skim and roll up to pat the old man on the back. Grandpa, your poem really stinks. Ha ha ha. The old man froze, then laughed openly. That's right, Grandpa's poem does stink, but the world loves that bite. Are the people of this world cuties? Can't be? The little girl said questioningly with fluttering white eyes. The world is certainly not a little cutie. Justin cutie in my eyes. There's no difference. The old man raised the cane and lashed it against the cow's back. Moo! The old bull looked back at the old man with displeasure. Girl, do you know what Grandpa is going to do this time out of the mountain? The old man collected his smile and looked at the little girl and asked. Scamming people and putting all the money of the world in Grandpa's pocket. The little girl said. Nonsense. The old man's face slumped and he said very solemnly. That's called taking. That's called giving. They give it to us. We take it away with our hands. The last time I left the mountain, I traveled around 800 countries and achieved the present Great Zhou dynasty, and now the tripod is shattered. I, Gong Sun Liuqi, will save the building from falling. This world is but a plaything in my poem. Chapter 11, The Hegemonic Sword of Northern Liang, The Siege of Engines. In the Northern Liang Kingdom, hundreds of thousands of people all abandoned their swords and took swords. The bastard sword sect had passed down the cultivation mind method and sword manual, so that even women could juggle 2 handfuls of swordsmanship. Li Changfeng turned around in a few cities and looked around before returning to the bastard blade sect. This is half a year's time, and the mountain is covered with red. Uncle Shifu, Guan Baichuan's voice sounded outside the door. Aha! Li Changfeng stopped his thoughts and answered. Only then did Guan Baichuan walk into the house, first picking up the teapot on the table and pouring a cup of hot tea for Li Changfeng and handing it over. What is it? Li Changfeng took the teacup and asked softly. Guan Baichuan, the patriarch, apart from being a bit active in his ideas, was extremely good, both in terms of his loyalty and faith in the bastard sect. Senior uncle, half a year has passed, and dozens of our 800 disciples of the bastard blade sect have already broken through to the innate, and even the sect master has one more. Aha! Li Changfeng nodded. The day before yesterday, someone from the 100 Refinement Mountain had broken through to the zone master. He had also taken a look in the dark. It was one of the clan's elders, but breaking through to the zone master wasn't a matter of water polishing. It was a sudden enlightenment on his part. This matter had been purposely explored by Li Changfeng because not only this elder, there were quite a number of disciples in the sect who had promoted to innate. With this phenomenon, Li Changfeng could only think of the conclusion that it was Qi Luck plus. Baji Dao sect was worshipped by Bai Liang as a sacred place to protect the country, and Bai Liang's national fortune is bound together. Baji Dao sect up and down naturally received the favor of the underworld. As for him, although the Northern Liang Kingdom Lord had molded a huge statue for him, his cultivation had already reached the celestial realm, and this minuscule amount of qi didn't bring any substantial results. Right now, all of Northern Liang wear swords. You also need to let the clan disciples travel down the mountain from time to time to instruct the people in the art of swordsmanship, and if there are any people with good talent, they can also be taken into the clan. Li Changfeng said. Yes. Guan Baichuan immediately responded. He originally had the same intention, only previously the old patriarch was very sick, and in the sword fight the bastard sect was at a disadvantage, so he simply made a rule not to allow the disciples of the bastard sect to go down the mountain, so as not to be targeted by the people of the sword-bearer sect. Your sword has grown a bit, just not brave enough. Practicing the sword first practices 3 points of guts, and since you are the patriarch, your cultivation must not fall behind as well. Li Changfeng said. Yes. Guan Baichuan nodded. Anything else? Li Changfeng saw that he was a bit hesitant. Senior uncle, the Lord of Beiliang wrote to say that the scouts found that the snowy mountains in my Beiliang 800 miles to the north had suddenly melted, revealing an abundance of green. Does it represent any auspiciousness? Guan Baichuan hurriedly said. He didn't take the matter to heart. Snowy mountains melting for no reason sounded a bit appalling. So maybe the scouts had been drinking too much. Snowy mountains melting? Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows and felt that something was strange. The snowy mountains in the northward land were rumored to have not seen spring for hundreds of years, so how could there be a sudden change? Report. Suddenly, a voice sounded outside. Guan Baichuan glanced at Li Changfeng, and when he saw his senior uncle nod, he walked out of the house. Within a few breaths, Guan Baichuan ran in somewhat flustered. Panic about what? Li Changfeng said in a deep voice. Senior uncle. An urgent letter from the Beiliang State Lord. The Injin Rong State is cloaked in armor of 30,000, mixed with a large number of demon race coming straight at us in Beiliang. Guan Baichuan swallowed his saliva and said, he really is not panic, but fear. The Injin country is located in the northwest direction of Beiliang, on the 800 powers ranked within 300, just remote and few people, basically in the closed country, so it is not very famous. The small state of Beiliang, however, with only 7 cities, low force and little labor, ranked third from the bottom among the 800 kingdoms. Demons? Li Changfeng frowned slightly. Why was the demon race suddenly agitated? From the White Jiao demon saint, Li Changfeng knew that the demon races were all hibernating, and that the world's demon races were as numerous as the carp in the river. Beiliang border city. State Lord Zhu Kaiping stood on the city wall, his body trembling a little. The sight in front of him made his body go weak. Has the letter been delivered to the 100 refined mountains yet? State Lord, according to the time projection it should be here. A eunuch responded with a trembling voice. Then why haven't the immortals come? Zhu Kaiping was terrified. And at the bottom of the border city, that Inuyasha's soldiers one by one seemed like a tower of iron. It was a cold day, bare-chested, with a stout whip hanging from the back of his head, each man 9 feet tall and holding an iron gauntlet in his hand. And behind them, there were even more terrifying demons. Then Beiliang Kingdom Lord, I'll give you one more incense stick of time. If you still don't open the city gates, when I enter the city, I'll bloodwash the whole city. A tiger demon was lying on a chair, his voice spreading to reach all 8 directions. Great King, why don't we just kill our way in? A monkey spirit asked as he scratched his butt. Do you know why I've been able to live for so long to cultivate to Demon King? The tiger demon looked at the city in front of him and said quietly, I don't know, Great King. The monkey spirit was so eager that his hand couldn't help but scratch harder. Because I never talk too much. I do what the brass tells me to do. The tiger demon raised his eyebrows and blankly glanced at the monkey spirit. I've heard that there is a saying on earth that there is no tiger in the mountain and the monkey is the king. Do you want to step on my head? Ha! Injustice, my lord. The monkey spirit was terrified and rushed to his knees. Humph. I'm sorry you wouldn't dare to bring me my jerky. Tiger demon reached out. The monkey spirit hurriedly went to the back of the box under the drawer. A cow leg bone handed over. Air dried for a long time. Sprinkled with earthly chili noodles. Even he was greedy, straight drooling. Tiger demon bites a mouth. Feel the taste strange. Previously not such a taste. Taking another bite, the tiger demon's brow furrowed. Why did it smell like? Suddenly he saw a few strands of yellowed hair in his palm, and hurriedly changed his hand to hold the leg bone, and then looked closely at he sniffed with his nose. Exactly what his mouth tasted like. And the hair. Great King. There might be some unintelligent leopards who did it secretly. The monkey spirit's face remained unchanged and said quietly, Panther? Chop him up. The tiger demon was furious and immediately ordered. Understood. The monkey spirit took a long breath in his heart, then gave a wink to the little demon in the back. Injustice. A voice from the back suddenly shouted before ending abruptly. The monkey spirit, however, was in a soothing mood. The leopard was always trying to take his place, and now he was safe. The hour is up. The tiger demon let out a long whistle, his voice spreading forward. Ho 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 ho! The people of the Inuyasha clan followed suit and shouted, their voices instantly resounding through the heavens and earth. Lord of the country, let's open the city and surrender. The eunuch was so frightened that he dropped to the ground and cried out as he grabbed Zhu Kaiping's sleeve. 30,000 Injin soldiers, plus nearly 10,000 demonic beasts. If they don't surrender, the entire northern Lian kingdom will be gone. Messing with my army. Shut up. Zhu Kaiping slapped him hard on the face, and then stabbed into his heart with the peyote in his hand at once. Suddenly, a stern and murderous intent of heaven and earth filled heaven and earth. Chapter 12, The Demon Race Comes Out. Great Joe's Chi ends. What a guy. Suddenly, the tiger demon stirred from his recliner and raised his eyes to look ahead. The clouds rolled in, and a person came from the east with his feet in the void. His temperament was elegant, and his face appeared to be very cold. Immortals! Xu Kaiping fell directly to his knees and almost cried out. He had only been the lord of the country for half a year, and he almost had to. Li Changfeng ignored him and instead looked down at the Inu Rong soldiers and demon race below, densely packed with nearly 50,000 people. Why did you take Northern Lian? He didn't rush to make a move, but instead looked at the tiger demon in the back. Who are you? I am ordered by the great sage of the 3 sacred palaces to go south to conquer Great Zhou. If you are sensible, hurry up and open the city gates, or else you will slaughter the city after attacking it. Although the tiger demon was terrified in his heart was also in the right place. The small country of Northern Liang was ranked 3rd from the bottom, and the strongest was just a sect master. And although this youth in front of him had stepped into the air, in his opinion it was just a so-called human great sect master, equal to his realm. To put it another way, even if it was above a great master, he was fearless. The people sent to the submerged dragon pool haven't returned yet? The tiger demon asked as he turned his head to look at the monkey spirit. No, it could be that the birds are afraid of the cold and are resting in the trees halfway through their flight, the monkey spirit said with a twinkle in his eye. Bold! The tiger demon was furious in his heart and suppressed his anger to look ahead. His bottom line is that the White Jiao demon saint of the submerged dragon pool, the master of the army, set the strategy. If there is the slightest difference, you can find the submerged dragon pool demon saint to help. But he did not know that the White Jiao demon saint had been hacked to death by Li Changfeng's knife. Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows. He hadn't heard of the name of the 3 sacred palace, and that White Jiao demon saint hadn't mentioned it either. What is the 3 holy palaces? Ha 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 ha. The tiger demon let out a loud laugh. You ignorant human kid. The 3 sacred palaces of the 100,000 great mountains is the holy land of my demon race, and the 3 great sacred ancestors are invincible under the heavens. So hurry up and open the gates of the city and surrender to my demon race. Oh, Li Changfeng nodded, looking at this arrogant tiger demon, suddenly not in the mood to ask further questions. After all, there was no point in going toe-to-toe with a little karami when killing the little one would draw out the old one. Stretching out his palm, the cannon sword fell into his hand, the blade pointing downward. A strong knife will instantly pressure to the front. Those Indian soldiers' bare shoulders do not feel the cold, but the knife will come out. Instantly let them fall into the ice mountain hell. Impossible. Land god. The tiger demon's heart trembled, a shiver almost kneeling on the ground. He was shallowly informed. He only thought that Li Changfeng was of the general cultivation of a demon saint. Suddenly, 100 feet long blade chi slashed down between heaven and earth, landing in the middle of the army, and 30,000 Indian soldiers were instantly cut down by half. Buzz. Another blade slashed down. The ground was sliced through a crack, and everyone couldn't react in time before they were swept and killed by the blade chi into mincemeat. Run! With just 2 slashes, only a few Indian soldiers were left, while the demonic beasts were scared out of their wits, roaring and scattering. Quickly! Retreat! Go to the subterranean dragon pool to rendezvous. The tiger demon roared and ran as hard as he could. The bastard blade Jedi. Li Changfeng's blade intent instantly enveloped down, like a barrier enclosing the bottom. Countless blade chi suddenly splashed out from the Guanshi blade, instantly piercing through the bodies of all the demonic beasts, all killing them with a single blow. I am the 3 holy palaces. The tiger demon turned around and roared, and before he could finish his words, he was decapitated by the blade energy. The army of nearly 50,000 people didn't even last half an incense burner's time before being slaughtered by Li Changfeng. Bang! Beiliang Kingdom Lord Xu Kaiping fell to the ground, and even though he had already peed his pants, he couldn't hide the shock in his heart. What are you waiting for? Go collect the body. Li Changfeng looked towards Xu Kaiping and slowly landed on the city head. Yes. Xu Kaiping hurriedly stood up. Pass the order. The army out of the city. Pick up all the ones that can be used, and bury the ones that can't be used on the ground. As his order went down, the gates of the city opened wide, and 10,000 sword cultivator soldiers rushed out of the gates of the city. However, they were all frozen with shock at the sight before them, and it was not too much to describe it as a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. On the following day, the world shook. The demon race's southward attack on human cities didn't just happen in one country, Beiliang. On all sides of the Great Zhou, the demon race took control of the small countries, mixed in demon soldiers, and attacked and pillaged the cities, and in one day, 30 small countries were captured. The Great Zhou's chi has been exhausted, and the human race has been in control of the earth for thousands of years, so it's time to change the flag. The great sage of the demon clan let out the word that he wanted the heavenly prince of the great Zhou to abdicate his throne to the demon clan and achieve the supreme royal court of the demon clan. However, the most shocking thing was the small country of northern Liang, where it was suspected that a celestial being had come out and slaughtered the Injun soldiers and demon soldiers that came to attack. Central State. Somewhere in the peach blossom forest, Taisher Ginghong and Li 13 were still playing against each other. There are only 3 pieces on the board, black and white. Why is this second son of yours slow to fall? Taisher Dinghong asked. Something has happened in northern Liang. My first son is no longer useful. Where do you ask me to land my second son? Li 13 was very unhappy. He had already received the news that a celestial had unexpectedly appeared out of nowhere in northern Liang. This is the game of chess. There is no regret for the fall. You come from northern Liang. If there is no celestial being born, your peace will still be a waste. No one can stop the demon race when they come out. Northern Liang will eventually be overthrown. Seeing that he was hesitant to drop his son, Taisher Dinghong simply pulled out his comb and gently brushed his white hair. Didn't you say that I had already taken up the last of the earthly cultivator's chi when I came out of the world? So how could another person suddenly appear? Li 13 said as he looked at him with stern eyes. Ha! Taisher Dinghong let out a light laugh. This is the variable. You and I go back and forth in the chess game. Maybe which one of the pieces can overturn the sky and the earth. Besides, this chess game you have already overturned once. Why not allow others to overturn him? Good point. Since I no longer have a son to drop, I'll simply flip it over again. Li 13 directly overturned the chessboard. This was the second time he had overturned the chessboard in front of Taisher Dinghong. I'd like to see who has sneaked into my chess pot. The sun was shining in a dense patch of woods. On the ox-drawn crate. On the crate lay a little girl. Drowsy. Gongsun Liuqi, who wore a bucket hat on his head, leaned against the tree, stretched his back, and stuffed the note he had just finished writing into his brocade pouch. Lao San. Gongsun Liuqi softly shouted, then threw the brocade bag in his hand. A figure suddenly appeared to catch the pouch. Spread it throughout the earth as fast as you can, Gongsun Liuqi said. The figure nodded and disappeared into the woods. Old man, what kind of mysterious stuff are you up to again? Xiao Xiao asked as she jumped off the ox cart and leaned against him. Talk to you? Gongsun Liuqi hemmed and hawed. I'm your most precious granddaughter. Why can't I know? Xiao Xiao's mouth turned down in displeasure. Tell you what. What's the difference between that and a cow chewing on peonies? Gongsun Liuqi rolled his eyes. Moo. The old cow was chewing grass with her head down when she suddenly turned her head and bellowed at him. Come on, you say it. Tiny tugged at his beard. Aga, don't worry, my little aunt. You'll see tomorrow. Tomorrow? Tomorrow. Ah, my beard. I've been growing it for centuries. Chapter 13, Celestial Beings opening the list. Heavenly Fire Meteors. Northern Domain. 100,000 Mountains. Demon Race Supreme Holy Land. The demon races under the sky are as numerous as the stars of the white moon. Not every demon race can enter the 100,000 Great Mountains. The demon race here was the purest demon race, and there were rumors that they were the remnants left over from the ancient times. Like that white Jiao demon saint. He grew up in the northern domain, but he couldn't even find where the 100,000 mountains were. In the 100,000 Great Mountains, a flag and streamer as high as 100 feet was erected. The 3 words gathering demon streamer were strong and powerful, and the words were bright red flowing gracefully on the flag surface. The 3 words were written with the blood of the black scaly dragon. Standing at the entrance of the 100,000 mountains, the group of demons under the sky. All of them were shocked by the bloodline when they saw it. 3 holy shrines. The 3 great saints of the demon race, the green lion and the white elephant and the golden rock, gathered and pushed their cups together. Golden rock great sage put down the wine cup. Big brother and second brother. Right now, my demon race 8 parties to rise up the army against the great surrounding attack. Encroachment of the 30 countries is also considered to be some of the results of the war. Everything is under control. No, it's still a bit short. According to the old fox's projection, at least we've already conquered 50 countries, and some of the human race still can't sit still and jump out first. The white elephant great sage shook his head. His heart was dissatisfied. Although the demon race came out and gave a little shock to the earth, it was far from the goal. No harm. There is always some little cute. First jumped out, brilliant under the momentum, is like a mantis? The great Zhou 800 years of gas has been exhausted. My demon race endowed with the will of heaven. When the great rise of 1500 years, the great sage of the green lion waved his hand. The earth's chi rotates, and now it is the world of the demon race. That small northern Liang country has lurked an expert. surprisingly burying nearly 50,000 of my army. This revenge cannot go unrewarded. The Golden Rock Great Sage's face was gloomy. The Injin Kingdom was precisely one of his schemes, and was already in full control. Sending troops to northern Liang and then moving south was one of his several plans for advancement, but this path was now directly blocked. A human cultivator suspected to be at the Celestial Realm was rooted in northern Liang and blocked his way. What's your hurry? Third brother. The human world is vast and boundless. Are you going to fight your way through it one by one? Then why do you need the little demons below? If you want to fight for the earth, you must have pawns. Take your time and we'll see. Even if all the human celestials come out, it won't be able to stop the great rise of my demon race. This is the great trend of heaven and earth. The great sage of the Green Lion said coldly. Big brother is right. There are countless demon races in the 4 seas and 8 directions. Enough to deal with the human experts. This big game has just dropped the first sun. Let's see how Great Joe will deal with it again. The white elephant great sage's eyes were eerie, as if he had seen a patch of corpses on the road ahead. Report! Suddenly a voice came from outside, and a messenger little demon was outside the temple with an eager face. What happened? The great sage of the Green Lion asked. 3 great saints. Urgent letter from the earth. A list of celestials has come out. The messenger little demon responded in fear, hastily holding up a scroll of bamboo slips in his hand and handing it over. The great sage of the Green Lion opened the bamboo slip as he grabbed it in his hand and swept his eyes over it. What? Bastard sword sect. Back mountain. Li Changfeng was also holding a roll of brocade in his hand, and the Lord of Northern Liang had sent someone to deliver a letter by fast horse. On it was the list of celestials, listing the 365 celestial cultivators on Earth today, without distinguishing between the high and the low, and recording only the time of survival. The 10 people at the top are not labeled with their names, only half knowledge, such as the first person, who only wrote that he had lived for 500 years and lived in seclusion on an overseas island of immortality. And the next 9 are similar to this, and by the 11th person there was a name, Taishir Dinghong, invincible on Earth 800 years ago. Very terrifying. There were also great saints of the demon race in here, and the 3 great saints of the demon race, the Green Lion, the White Elephant, and the Golden Rock, were also on it and at the top of the list. Li Changfeng was very patient and saw the end. Also saw his name, Northern Liang Li Changfeng, 27 years old. Good sword. It was simple, yet a billion points of shock, because he was the youngest in this list, and the person in front of him was called Knight 13, who was also already over 100 years old. Bailiang Li 13 is good with a sword. Although there were only a few words, it made Li Changfeng stare for a long time. Previously that Crane Demon had said that a middle-aged sword cultivator had passed on a sword technique to him, telling him to take an oath to guard the sword-holding sect. At the moment, it seemed that Knight 13 was the one. Li Changfeng had destroyed his sword-holding sect. If he learned the news, I wonder if he would come back to settle the score. There were 2 other people. The 2 names that the White Jiao Demon Saint had said were also on there. The Yen Renchu Berserkers, who was over 300 years old, the same celestial and good with a sword. It was a person who had given him some interest. Great Zhou Imperial Clan, Chu Songhai, 930 years of longevity, good with swords. No one knew who had circulated this list of celestials. It was just that when this list came out, it immediately set off a huge wave on Earth. This was because at the end of the list there was a sentence, plundering another person's chi to add to their body can open the heaven's gate. These words undoubtedly provoked the disputes of all celestial realm cultivators. Celestial realm cultivators occupy 3 buckets of chi on Earth, and the Great Zhou dynasty only occupies 3 buckets of it. If we can discuss the first in the world, will we be able to gather 3 buckets of chi? If you occupy half of the country, you may be able to add your fortune and knock straight to the heavenly gates. Dangerous intentions, but it has stopped the momentum of the demon race. Li Changfeng thought briefly. This list appeared at this time, but it was not very friendly to the demon race, because nearly half of the 365 celestial cultivators were of the demon race. When the demon race attacked Great Zhou, it was inevitable that the demon great saints would go down, and the human celestial cultivators would likewise come out of the woodwork, killing and killing. Whether the chi is added to the body, or the chi returns to the earth, no one knows, only that the words, "It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go." However, 2 days later, an even more powerful piece of news suddenly came out. In the Great Zhou Imperial City, a heavenly fire meteor suddenly descended. Meteorites burning with fire fell from the sky, collapsing the palace and incinerating countless civilians. A calamity has fallen from the heavens. Great Zhou's chi has run out. Even the heavens can't stand it anymore. The great Zhou son of heaven is immoral, and the demon race should rise. Rumors seemed like a landslide and tsunami, instantly blowing up a storm on earth, and for a time the matter of the list of celestials was suppressed. And word has gotten out that the great Zhou heavenly son was injured in the heavenly fire meteor and died violently on the spot. Although this news was debunked by great Zhou, rumors are after all rumors, and a leaky wall simply cannot be blocked. On that day, the Northern Liang Kingdom's Lord Zhu Kaiping arrived at the bastard sect at a rapid pace. Immortal, the great Zhou heavenly prince has passed away. Zhu Kaiping's face was surprisingly a little excited. What are you getting excited about? Li Changfeng looked at him with some amusement in his heart. This, right now, the great Zhou's qi is over, and the demon race is coming under siege. Bei Liang, Northern Liang, does it have a chance to grow? Zhu Kaiping inquired cautiously. His heart had been beating at a high speed after he said that, until a pot of cold water was poured over him. What are you thinking? You want to be the emperor of this earth? Li Changfeng snorted and looked at him, shaking his head. Your life may not be able to withstand such a great creation. Chapter 14. A single blade chopped down 800 miles away. With endless sorrow, the Lord of Northern Liang returned to his imperial city in a gloomy manner. Even though the great Zhou Prince of Heaven eventually stepped forward to confirm that he was still alive, he could not stabilize the hearts of the world. More than one hand is behind this rumor. The short-lived quiet of Northern Liang did not mean that the other powers were at peace. Demon attack did not stop. The neighboring country of Beiliang, the small country of the Green Bird, the 800 columns ranked 700. A plea for help was sent to Northern Liang. I am unable to send troops. Zhu Kaiping rebuffed on the spot. Are you kidding me? Northern Liang only has a population of several 100,000 people, 7 cities, and only a few tens of thousands of soldiers to raise, which has no airpipe. What other neighboring countries? Green Bird, and Bei Liang have been friends for generations, and I asked the king of Bei Liang to look at the friendship of the past. You're talking about the old days of the previous dynasty. My widow's father has long since returned to the heavens, and my friendly relationship with the Lord of the Green Bird Kingdom has not been established. Zhu Kaiping waved his hand and said, Bei Liang King, don't want your lips to die. Right now the demon race is attacking my Green Bird. Once it succeeds, Bei Liang will be completely surrounded by the demon race and can attack and kill them at any time. The messenger still refused to give up. It's not that I don't send troops, but I have no troops to send. Or else I'll support you with hundreds of men to protect you back? Zhu Kaiping said with some impatience. King of Bei Liang, I am not asking for troops from the great king, but I want to ask the heavenly man of Bei Liang to come up to my Green Bird. The might of the heavenly man is enough to stop 100,000 strong troops. The messenger pleaded. So you're trying to hit on the immortals? Are you out of your mind? Since you know that a celestial can hold back 100,000 soldiers, do you think that the widow would invite an immortal to leave my land of Northern Liang? What if the demon race attacks my Northern Liang? Zhu Kaiping sneered and looked at the Green Bird Kingdom's messenger. Besides, the immortal is only blessing my Northern Liang, and I have no right to interfere with the immortal's decision. Although he considered himself a bit bold, he was not so bold as to joke with his own life. The last time he went to the Bastard Blade sect to say what was on his mind, the way the immortal looked at him made him feel like he could leave the seat under his ass, or even his head, at any moment. The Green Bird country is under siege by the demon race? Suddenly a familiar voice came from outside the hall. Zhu Kaiping immediately stood up from his throne and jogged to the outside of the hall. He was followed by a group of ministers from Northern Liang. Greetings, immortal. Zhu Kaiping and his ministers directly knelt to Li Changfeng. A soft force assisted everyone. Li Changfeng walked into the great hall, looked at the messenger from the Green Bird country, and asked again, You're deaf, aren't you? This is my Northern Liang immortal. Why don't you kneel down and bow? Zhu Kaiping went up and kicked the Green Bird messenger down to the ground, and then pressed his head. Bam, knocked on the ground. Such a little cutie. Still here to be a messenger. Not a bit of eye candy. No wonder he only deserves to be a messenger. My humble servant, the messenger of the Green Bird Kingdom. Meet the immortal. The Green Bird messenger was also unusually flustered when he reacted and hurriedly kowtowed repeatedly. Reporting to the immortals, the Green Bird country is besieged by the Demon Clan, and has already been overrun by 3 large cities. Right now, I'm afraid that the Imperial City might be surrounded. So please, immortals, please come to the aid of the immortals. Could be. Li Changfeng nodded. What? Zhu Kaiping's face immediately changed drastically. Could it be that the immortal didn't see that this was a plan to move the tiger away from the mountain? Should I warn? This, immortal, we can't leave you in Northern Liang. if the demon race takes advantage of the opportunity to rush in. Shu Kaiping said carefully, but didn't finish all of his sentence. No harm done, Li Changfeng said casually. I understand. Shu Kaiping hurriedly nodded his head. What exactly he understood? He didn't know. In what direction is the Green Bird country? Li Changfeng asked as he looked at the Green Bird messenger. Northern Liang is 800 miles to the west. Li Changfeng nodded and walked out of the great hall beyond. His body slowly took off into the air, and the world-viewing sword was already in his hand. This? What are the immortals up to? Aoshi messenger asked with a confused look on his face. How would the widow know? Shu Kaiping was equally bewildered and raised his head along with Li Changfeng's figure, only to see Li Changfeng gripping the guanshi knife in his hand and chopping down to the west. A foot-long knife deity instantly pierced through the sky and disappeared. Casually inserting the guanshi sword into its sheath, Li Changfeng landed on the ground. You can go back. Ha, the Green Bird messenger was again confused. This? Are the immortals not going? There was some disappointment in his heart. He didn't think that the hallowed immortal would also talk like a fart. I've already cut my way through the Green Bird country 800 miles away with one blade, so why do I need to go back? As Li Changfeng's words fell, his person had already walked into the large hall. A knife? 800 miles away? Everyone was confused. Are you kidding me? Is this really an immortal's trick? Shu Kaiping and his ministers had seen Li Changfeng take care of nearly 50,000 troops with 2 or 3 swords, but they didn't dare to imagine killing tens of thousands of enemies with a single cut 800 miles away. Forget it, he doesn't have to go back. Fork it out and chop it up. Li Changfeng sat on the side seat and then said, Ha! The crowd was surprised. How could an immortal talk so jumpy? Help! Injustice! I have committed. What are you waiting for? Cross them out and behead them. Shu Kaiping reacted the fastest and hurriedly waved his hand to call the guards and forked out the Green Bird messenger. Waiting until the voice of the Green Bird messenger was completely out of earshot, Shu Kaiping carefully sat down in his seat. Only half of his buttocks were under pressure. Leaning forward, with a fawning smile on his face as he looked at Li Changfeng. Immortal, why did you suddenly kill him? He had to ask for help, which I promised and did, and he has accomplished his mission. Li Changfeng's eyes looked towards Shu Kaiping and said in a calm tone, the most important thing is that I saved his country. Yet he insulted me in his heart. What's the difference between that and a wolf's heart and a dog's lung? Ha! Shu Kaiping swallowed nervously and thought of a possibility that, carefully, he asked, could immortal be able to read the hearts of others? Li Changfeng did not respond to him, but instead looked at Shu Kaiping with calm eyes. Everything was in the air. In an instant, Shu Kaiping's cold sweat rushed from the soles of his feet straight to his head, and he was glad that he had never spoken ill of the immortals. I wonder how the immortal came here all of a sudden. He tried to change the subject and hide some of the panic he felt inside. To help you fulfill your dreams, Li Changfeng said with calm words. Round. Circle? Is Shu Kaiping thinking of having any dreams? Could it be? Suddenly he looked puzzled. He wanted to ask the immortal if he was joking, but he didn't dare to say anything. He was afraid he'd be forked out. Everything is up to the immortals. Chapter 15, General, listen to me. Kill. Attack the city. Charge me. A bull demon was wearing heavy armor and hissed behind tens of thousands of demonic beasts. He was the main general of the demon clan's attack on the Green Bird country, and his cultivation had already reached the demon saint realm. General, and listen to my words. Our purpose is to surround the point. We don't need to attack so violently. We just need to wait for the human celestials to come to our aid. It's better to prepare the miles of fragrance early first. Behind the black bull demon saint, a fox demon in the guise of an old man said, running one hand through his beard. Warlord, you don't understand. The black bull demon saint shook his head. There is a saying in the art of war that it's never too late for a soldier to be deceitful. It's naturally better for that northern Liang celestial to come to the rescue. If he doesn't come, I'll just directly take this Green Bird country, and it's advantageous for both the left and the right. What the general said is very true, but still listen to my words. The upper army will be able to fight. It is better to stay in the Green Bird country and wait for the right time. Then my demon race's great sage will make a move, and can cut down the murderous celestials in one fell swoop. Won't it be the best of both worlds? Fox Arms Master shook his head, his feathered fan flapping slowly. Shut up, you old fox. I've put up with you for a long time. Think going to a few years of school on the human side gives you the right to tell me what to do here? What the hell? Get lost. The Black Bull Demon Saint slapped the Fox Warlord directly 7 or 8 feet away, and his lupin fell to the ground. Pit Bull. The Fox Warlord fell to the ground, pointing his finger at the Black Bull Demon Saint. his body trembling. I am the 6th outstanding student of the great weekly school palace ending. What kind of education do you have? How dare you make a move with me? The Black Bull Demon Saint glanced at him, thinking that this old fox might be suffering from Alzheimer's. What is it now? Attacking the city. You're talking to me about education? You're right. The Black Bull Demon Saint responded to him. I am the great sage's appointed military advisor. You're right. I am the 3 sacred palace elder. You're right. The Black Bull Demon Saint didn't even look back as he commanded the demon soldiers to continue their attack. The soldiers of the Green Bird Kingdom were already going to be unable to hold their own, and all they needed was one more round of attack to go straight for the kill. Suddenly, a shocking sword intent descended above the imperial city. What a guy! The Black Bull Demon Saint immediately had a jolt, manipulating a pair of sledgehammers in his hands to rise up in the air, and confronting him was a foot-long blade chi that suddenly changed into a figure. Who are you? The Black Bull Demon Saint's eyes gazed at the youth in front of him, unable to see his cultivation realm, which caused him to feel a hint of trepidation. Northern Liang, Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng came across 800 miles with a blade chi and transformed into his own form. It was the blade chi incarnation he created by deducing the hegemony of the world's mind to the 12th level, and a trace of divine sense attached to it came here. Northern Liang Celestials. The Black Bull Demon Saint's bull's eyes were wide open. Just in time. You've fallen for my old ox's trick of transferring the tiger away from the mountain. After saying that, the Black Bull Demon Saint took out an incense burner and was about to light it, sending a message to the 3 saints' palace. Snort! A blade chi instantly cut off the incense in his hand. What? The Black Bull Demon Saint looked at the broken incense in his hand, which was only a little bit long. It should still work, right? Dare you to let me light this incense? The Black Bull Demon Saint provocatively looked at Li Changfeng in front of him. And that old fox under the influence of his ears and eyes, he will also be some schemes. For example, the agitation at this moment. It is said that all human races are good at saving face and love decency. Think it should work, dumbass. On the ground, the fox warlord saw the behavior of the Black Bull Demon Saint in his heart cursed. Provocation is not used in this way. Hurry to pick up his own lupin. This stupid cow does not assist. Why not go to the black bear? At least one point of certainty to make him listen to their own. Li Changfeng looked at the bull demon in front of him, and without any nonsense, he directly turned his vertical palm into a sword, and a tens of feet long sword dipper directly landed on top of his head. Ah, great sage, save me! As soon as he finished his words, the blade's astral body split him in half. It wasn't that Li Changfeng didn't give him a chance to shake people, but this blade chi incarnation of his wasn't able to last for too long, and it was about to dissipate even after beheading the demon soldiers. He then looked at the demon soldiers who were attacking the city. The demon saint is dead. Retreat quickly. The Black Bull Demon Saint has been split in half. Everyone run. The demon soldiers panicked, instantly scattering in all directions like a flood that had leaked. The Green Bird Nation was strong and contracted, its troops all gathered in the imperial city, so it was able to resist until now. Li Changfeng took one step and arrived on top of the imperial city. All the soldiers and people knelt down on the ground. Following the wrong boss is the biggest bad choice of your life. Li Changfeng looked down at the demon soldiers below and directly disintegrated his incarnation into tens of thousands of blade chi. Like a torrential downpour of rain, reaping the lives of demon soldiers was as simple as breathing. And just now, the Fox Warlord took advantage of Li Changfeng's lack of attention to him, and had long since absconded in secret. A gust of wind swept through 300 miles before this stopped, gently swinging his feathered fan with a panicked look on his face. At this moment, that black bull is afraid that he has already been slaughtered by that human celestial, so I might as well take advantage of the emptiness of Northern Liang and have Black Bear go and end the small country of Northern Liang. Then think of ways to gather the demon race great saints to stop the human race celestials, and kill 2 birds with 1 stone to take down the green bird in Northern Liang in one fell swoop. The Fox Warlord shook his head, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that his calculations were unrivaled. Thinking of this, he hurriedly took out a pillar of miles of incense from the bosom of his coat and lit it. This means of transmission he also had. Secret report. The Black Bull Demon Saint didn't listen to my plan and acted without authorization. He has been beheaded by the human celestials and is currently in the Green Bird Country. Please, great sage, quickly send someone to stop him. I will immediately bring the Black Bear Demon Saint to set foot on the small country of Northern Liang. A wisp of green smoke caught the old fox's voice and instantly drifted 100 miles away. The canyon, where the Black Bear Demon Saint rested with nearly 10,000 demon soldiers. Old Black. Suddenly a voice entered his ears, and the Black Bear Demon Saint opened his eyes, his face changing drastically. Bad. I'm having a nightmare about that old fox. Hey, the black bear demon saint sighed. Perhaps the pressure has been too much lately. The human-demon war. The bitter ones are still them at the bottom. Days of wind and sun. A pair of bare paws are calloused. Old black. Another sound came, and it seemed to be close at hand. The black bear demon saint shivered as he had seen an extremely familiar figure. And then, little ones, I'm going to cultivate in seclusion. No one is allowed to disturb me. After saying that, the black bear demon saint slapped a large pit on the ground and drilled into it. What are you doing in the hole, old black? Fox Arms Master grabbed him by the hind legs and ripped him out. The two of them looked at each other, and the black bear demon saint revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Arms Master, you're here? Coming. Take care. The black bear demon saint arched his hand and turned around to head into the cave. Old black, don't play dumb for me. This time I have a splash of riches to give you. The Fox Arms Master once again ripped out the black bear demon saint and said with a solemn look at him, Are you sure? The last time you said that, I had one of my hind legs chopped off by the great sage of the Green Lion, and it took me 200 years to grow it back. General, and listen to me. Chapter 16, Old Blackie. You go and call for battle. Are you serious? The black bear demon saint looked at the old fox in front of him with a suspicious face. I'm not well read, so don't lie to me. The fox warlord fanned his feather fan, stroked his beard, and shook his head. I am the completion of the 6th period of outstanding students of the Great Joe School Palace. What kind of education do you have? Questioning me here? The black bear demon saint's face darkened. Was there a need to compare this matter? If I remember correctly, you were kicked out of the human schooling palace after only one day. Ahem. Fox Arms Master coughed dryly. It doesn't matter. After all, I've already learned the art of war of the human race. You've already reported this matter to the several great saints of the 3 sacred palace? The black bear demon saint is still a bit unconvinced. This old fox is known to be resourceful and calculating. Just one battle left him with one less leg to stand on, so he had to defend himself this time. It's natural, but my mission is to intercept the reinforcements from the Little Yuan Kingdom. You're making it difficult for me. Old black, I'll tell you the truth. I have the right to dictate. I can make a decision beforehand, and the 3 great saints are licensed to do so. Do you understand? In that case, I'll trust you one more time. The black bear demon saint gritted his teeth. Rich and powerful. The big deal is to break another hind leg. Little ones, beat the drums and kill the Northern Liang. Nearly 10,000 demon soldiers immediately got up, mostly small demons that had just transformed into forms, or even not yet transformed into forms. What chickens, ducks, geese, dogs and cats, swallows, birds, grasshoppers, owls and so on, all kinds of demonic beasts formed an air and land army. This is also the form of today's demon race. The demon race only occupies a bucket of chi-luck, basically all occupied by the demon great saint. The small demon transformation is very simple, but it is much more difficult to become a climate. The minions are nothing more than leeks, cut through one crop after another. In a little over an hour, the black bear demon saint brought his own army to kill under the Northern Liang border city. On the walls, the soldiers stood at attention. Old fox, how do you propose to fight? Strong attack or outwit? The black bear demon saint looked at the city in front of him. His 10,000 troops were too low level. If he attacked strongly he would probably be killed back by the human soldiers. Old black, you go call for battle. The fox warlord stroked his beard, his green eyes showing wisdom. Calling for battle? The black bear demon saint scratched his head. Fighting general? It would have to be him personally, and he couldn't even find a single demon king in his army. You personally go on. Just challenge that human celestial Li Changfeng. Kill the sharpness of the human race first. The fox warlord said after a moment of contemplation. What? Me? Provoking the celestials? Are you craving my body? The black bear demon saint looked at him with a slightly murderous look. What's the point of panicking? That human cultivator is in the green bird country at the moment. I saw it with my own eyes, and the 3 sacred palaces have already dispatched a great saint to ambush him. This battle? Steady! Fox Arms Master flashed a grin, his wits about him. Yes, the black bear demon saint nodded his head. Calling a battle against a celestial human cultivator with his demon saint cultivation was too much of a facelift. With incomparable excitement, the black bear demon saint directly rose up into the air, as high as the city. He saw in the city gate a human in augur robes, which should be the lord of Northern Liang, and a young man sitting beside him, thought to be his brother. Scream! Fox SGT urged him on. The opportunity to fight was fleeting. Northern Liang children, who dares to come out of the city to fight? Don't you have a celestial cultivator? Tell him to come out and die. A certain black bear demon saint of the 3 sacred palaces. Who dares to fight with me? The black bear demon saint let out a wild roar, his voice shaking 100 miles in a majestic manner. On the city gate, Bailiang Kingdom Lord Zhu Kaiping's face changed slightly as he looked toward Li Changfeng, who was sitting beside him. Is this demon tired of living? Or have you lived long enough? Li Changfeng stood up and his person had already arrived in front of the black bear demon saint. You, who is it? The black bear demon saint only felt his eyes blink as there was an additional person in front of him. Li Changfeng. No way. You're not. The black bear demon saint waved his big hand, and the old fox swore to him that celestial cultivators would never be in the northern Liang country. At this thought, he turned his head to look among his own army and, where is the old fox? I was just assured of that. In the distance, halfway across the sky, beads of sweat slid down the face of the fox master at arms. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a human celestial cultivator be here? What part of the process went wrong? Could it be that the Green Lion Great Sage didn't receive my message? Or did the ambushing Great Saint not stop him? Thinking of this, the Fox Warlord ran straight to the west. He wanted to see with his own eyes what was going on in the Cygnus Kingdom. As for the Black Bear Demon Saint, it's best not to reincarnate in the demon race in your next life. It's dangerous. The Black Bear Demon Saint turned his head back with difficulty, already covered in cold sweat. Celestial, can you believe it? I was tricked by an old fox. Li Changfeng nodded, giving him an affirmative response. Faith. Then, if we say I leave a leg behind, can I have my life spared? Hope flared up in the Black Bear Great Sage's heart. Li Changfeng slowly stretched out his hand, one finger aimed at the Black Bear Demon Saint's chest. Take my finger and naturally you can leave if you don't die. Gulp. The Black Bear Demon Saint swallowed a good mouthful of water. Can we switch to pinkies? Could be. Li Changfeng nodded and satisfied him, withdrawing his index finger and replacing it with his pinky. Come on. The Black Bear Demon Saint gathered all of his demonic power in front of his chest. Put. Li Changfeng's little thumb shot out a blade chi, and the terrifying and powerful blade chi directly exploded the Black Bear Demon Saint's head. You know nothing of power, and even if I ha breath, you will not survive. After saying that, Li Changfeng looked at the nearly 10,000 demon soldiers below, who had started to flee in all directions just as the body of the Black Bear Demon Saint had crashed down. A hand stretched out, and a terrifying blade domain instantly enveloped a 100-mile radius, and all the demon soldiers were crushed by an invisible killing intent, instantly bleeding into rivers. The Fox Warlord rushed towards the west like a gust of wind, when suddenly he saw an extremely familiar figure. Where is the Great Sage headed? The figure braked to a halt in the air instantly and turned his head to see him. An old fox? It was a middle-aged man, handsome in appearance. Only his complexion was pale and he wore a white robe. Where is the Tang Snake Great Sage headed? The old fox asked again. The Tang Snake Great Sage's eyes narrowed as he looked at him with a slightly questioning look. It wasn't you who sent a message to Big Brother Green Lion saying that it was the human celestials who had been set up in a scheme. I just went to the sky above the green bird country and it was filled with the corpses of my demon race. Where were any celestial cultivators? The old fox's thoughts turned 1,000 times in a single instant, and his face hastened to show some regret. And, Great Sage, you went too late. That human celestial has already returned to northern Liang. I'm afraid the Black Bear Demon Sage is in a bad way. What took you so long? Soldiers are precious and quick. The plan of killing 2 birds with 1 stone and transferring the tiger away from the mountain is just gone. You mean you blame me? The Tang Snake Great Sage revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. If this old fox hadn't been honored as a wise man by the 3 sacred palace, he could have stuffed him just for that one sentence just now. Great Sage, you open up the pattern. Right now is not the time to discuss who to blame. It's still important to save the Black Bear Demon Saint first. Good. I'd like to see just how strong the human race's celestial cultivators are, becoming the absolute top of this earth in less than 30 years. Wait. The Fox Warlord called out to the Tingshui Great Sage. What is it? Great Sage, and listen to me. Chapter 17, Invincible for 473 years. You have something to say. Say it. The Tang Snake Great Sage's eyes drooped with some impatience. I have 3 questions for the Great Sage. If that human celestial has already beheaded the Black Bear Demon Saint, what do you think? What will you do if all 10,000 demon soldiers are wiped out? What if the Great Sage can't fight that human race? The Fox Warlord's feathered fan swung around, and a lot of frost and snow hung onto his beard. A faint killing intent enveloped the Fox Warlord. Old fox, you think I'm not a match for that human celestial? Great Sage, listen to my words. Right now the battle for Chi has kicked off. Celestial beings can plunder their chi to add to their bodies when they cross paths. So this battle must not be a half step back, and in order to defeat the enemy, one must be invincible, without fear. The fox warlord met the Tang snake great sage's slightly murderous eyes. Humph! I've been running the world for hundreds of years and have never taken half a step back. Why do I need you to instruct me? The Tang snake great sage flicked his robe sleeve, his expression cold and arrogant. This is naturally the best. I have another plan here to give to the great sage. If you really meet a life and death crisis, you can open it up, or you may be able to lift the crisis. Fox Arms Master nodded slowly and took a pouch from his sleeve and handed it to him. The great sage must not open it in advance. It must be opened when it is impossible to turn the tide in order to be effective. SGT. Fox said again and again. Got it. The Tang snake great sage's face was not very good, and he barely managed to put the brocade pouch away in the bosom of his coat, then looked at the old fox. You're not coming with me? I'll go find some soldiers for the great sage, and when the great sage defeats that human celestial, we'll take Northern Liang into our pockets in the process, the old fox said. Humph. Go on then. After the Tang snake great sage finished speaking, his figure disappeared. Who? The fox warlord wiped the unwarranted sweat from his forehead and took out a roll of maps. Tongue Snake is agitated by me, so I think he will fight to the death against the Northern Liang Celestials. In that case, should I go and gather the demon soldiers to attack and kill the green bird first? Or should I support Tang Snake first? This pass in Beiliang is stuck in the main road of my demon race's advancement. If we can get through this pass, why do we need to go and break the green bird to make a detour to attack Great Zhou? It's just a waste of time. The Northern Region demon race is not weak. I am a 6th stage outstanding student of the Great Zhou School Palace. Even the great saints have to listen to my orders. Thinking of this, Fox Arms Master looked at the map carefully, and then found a valley not far from Northern Liang. The great sage of Peach Valley Lark, Northern Liang, the border city of Xingguan. The Tang snake great sage smelled an extremely strong odor of blood, and there were also scattered corpses of demonic beasts on the ground in bits and pieces. What a strong blade intent! He thought of someone in a flash. Yenran Chu Berserker. Where is the human celestial Li Changfeng? His voice was like thunder, shaking the entire border city. At this moment, the battle for the world's chi had just begun. So if he could kill a human celestial, he could also boost the morale of the demon race. The battle of chi. The battle between celestials is instead the simplest. Whoever can kill and defeat, chi will flourish. The earthly kingdom, on the other hand, needs to be planned. And not all of them can be slaughtered, or else all the demon races in the world will come out. At the very least, all of the so-called 800 powers can be destroyed. Who told those human celestials to hide behind the curtain and refuse to show themselves? Suddenly, a figure caught his attention and a young man was but in his early 20s, dressed in a black garment, with a rigid face and a pair of eyes that lurked with overbearing and overwhelming blade intent underneath the calmness of his eyes. Step by step, he came from the city with his feet in the void. Demon Great Sage? Li Changfeng came with his arms crossed, and in an instant, he could tell the cultivation level of the demon race in front of him, the same as a celestial being. However, it was still the same as a mayfly in his eyes. The Great Sage of the Tang Snake, was invincible on Earth 400 years ago. The Tang Snake Great Sage looked arrogant and also put his hands behind his back as he looked at Li Changfeng with one pair of eyes. Li Changfeng nodded his head, recognizing his strength, and then also reported his name. Northern Liang Li Changfeng, invincible on the first day. Tengshi Daishanin? Arrogant. The Tang Snake Great Sage's face was chilly. He had once been invincible on Earth. When had anyone dared to claim invincibility in front of him? In 473 years. Your life is far less than a fraction of the time I have spent in the world. And how dare you be so arrogant in front of me? The Tang Snake Great Sage's aura slowly released, and the aura belonging to the celestial realm shot straight up into the sky. A cyclone formed in the gray sky, and all of a sudden the wind and clouds changed. A thunderbolt was created out of nothing and traveled through the long sky. Good. You've managed to piss me off. The great sage of the Tingshui snake took out a hair-binding spear from his hair bun and transformed it into a big black spear that was 1 foot by 2 feet long. Wherever the gunblade went, the invisible force seemed to want to push across everything. I'm giving you one last chance. Admit your defeat and kneel in front of me, so that only your limbs will be severed, but your life can stay. The great spear in the Tang Snake Great Sage's hand pointed at Li Changfeng. But the next moment, a domineering and overwhelming blade intent instantly enveloped him, and the killing intent seemed as if it was going to pierce into his brain. Cold and frightened, for a moment, The great sage of the Tingshui snake felt as if he was a small blade of grass in the midst of the storm. The human celestial's blade power actually caused him to feel fear. I am invincible, the Tang snake great sage roared in his heart, and a large spear instantly stabbed at Li Changfeng. With just a slight lift of his hand, he set off a gust of wind, and the flying snow in the sky rolled long like a dragon. Li Changfeng did not move like a mountain, standing in midair watching the Tang snake great sage attacking. His face was as normal, and he did not take it to heart. 2 fingers probed out, pinpointing his big gun at his fingertips. All of a sudden, the wind stopped and the flying snow dissipated. It was as if everything had never happened. No way! The Tang snake great sage felt an unprecedented humiliation. Get loose! Demonic power instantly erupted, and his entire body was ablaze with the fire of demonic power, as if it was a fiery flame burning. Li Changfeng blandly loosened his 2 fingers and his head gently tilted, dodging the Tang snake great sage's strike. A hand plunged into his chest in a smooth manner, and the knife intent instantly dissected a bloody hole in his body. Ah! The Tang snake great sage had more than enough blood dripping from his chest, instantly stimulating his ferocity. Holding the gun with both hands, he smashed at Li Changfeng, and the terrifying demonic power rushed into the sky, once again stirring up the heavenly phenomenon. Li Changfeng pulled out the Guanshi sword calmly and chopped the 100 feet blade astral in a smooth manner. Ha! The Tang snake great sage's eyes were flustered, but he instantly transformed his body into a nearly 100 feet long tongue snake, with wings under his belly, and a cloud shrouded in mist as he flapped. He rushed straight towards the 100-foot blade, using his demonic body's true form to harden against this blade. Boom! In front of the border city, Li Changfeng chopped nearly half of the Tang snake great sage's body into 2 with a single slash, and his body smashed into the snowy mountain. Red blood penetrates the snow, melts the icebergs, crumbles the mountains, and half of the Tang snake great sage's serpent tail was still twisting, sweeping away the rocks and trees that, instead, the upper half of his body was transformed into a human form, stained with blood, with no lower limbs visible. You're only a newly promoted celestial. How could the gap be so wide? The Tang snake great sage still couldn't believe that he had been defeated by the human celestial in just 2 moves. That's not possible. When he had fought with the human race's celestial cultivator Chu Berserker, he had lasted at least 30 moves before calling it quits. Just as he was pondering, Li Changfeng had already brought his sword to the top of his head. The great sage must not open the brocade pouch in advance. It must be opened when it is impossible to turn the tide in order to be effective. Suddenly, he thought of the old fox's pouch, hurriedly taking the pouch out of his coat pocket and opening it. A line of characters with dragon and phoenix flying, deep in the true tradition of the calligraphy of the human race. However, the Tang snake great sage's eyes widened when he saw it, and his anger instantly rushed to the peak. You asshole! There was only 1 sentence on that note. Doesn't the great sage know that the 36 stratagems are the best strategy? If you are not defeated, do not try to be strong. Only in this instant. What celestial chi luck! The Tang snake great sage did not want any more. All he wanted to do was cut that old fox in 1,000 pieces and poke 1,000 holes in him. Have you been invincible for 473 years without ever leaving the house? Chapter 18, Entering the Game with My Body, Cleansing the Earth. The Tang snake great sage's entire body trembled when he heard Li Changfeng's words. Can you let me live? My hundreds of years of cultivation can't be ruined here. The great sage of the Tang snake clung to his last glimmer of hope and pleaded. What with the invincible time? What with the great sage of the demon race? It's just about living longer. Li Changfeng gently shook his head and took back the world-viewing sword. When the Tang snake great sage saw him retracting his sword, he thought he was going to let himself go, and he couldn't help but reveal a smile. This human child is too naive. So what if you are invincible? I still survived. However, before his smile could bloom to its fullest, he suddenly heard Li Changfeng shout, "Here's the knife!" The sound was like a heavenly bell striking, and it traveled in all directions. Northern Liang, 100 Refinement Mountain, Jin Blade Pool. A shocking aura stirred the water of the pool to rewind and rush into the sky, killing intent instantly enveloping the entire 100 Refinement Mountain. What happened? It's the Jinshi Pool. The disciples of the Bastard Blade sect looked to the back of the Jin Blade Hall. Suddenly, a knife rose up into the sky. Its body was draped with demonic blood chi, and it released a strong killing chance just as soon as it appeared. Demon Chopper sobbing. Patriarch Guan Baichuan was also startled, and looking at the Jinzong treasure sword rising up in the air, he instantly knew that it was junior uncle Li Changfeng summoning it. Whoosh! Demon Chopper's sobbing blood broke through the air and flew horizontally, bringing up the sound of the sound barrier breaking through the air, and a scarlet arc ran through the east and west in the sky above Beilang. The bang! In just a dozen breaths of time, Li Changfeng held the demon-slaying sab. The Tang Snake Great Sage was pressed into place by the blade's power, and his body was trembling. As soon as the demon-slaying sab appeared, it was as if it was a natural restraint that made his heart and soul uncertain. No! The Great Sage of the Tingshui snake hissed unwillingly but the demon-slaying sab would already have fallen, and the scarlet blade chi instantly decapitated his head. Immediately after that, the demonic blood chi lingering on the blade wrapped his body. The two segments of the snake's body were devoured by the demon chopper sab in just half an hour. Buzz! The blade vibrated. It was getting excited. The aura of demonic blood on the demon-slaying sab was even more intense and filled with ferocious intent. This sword, of extraordinary origin, is by no means in the hands of the founding ancestor of the Bastard Sword sect. It's a mystery as to why he appeared in the Bastard sect. Even what was recorded in the Hegemony Blade sect's canonical text was only a simple record of the origin, and no one knew who recorded it. Roar! On the blade, the demonic blood chi faintly transmitted a low roar, as if a ferocious beast was roaring. Ding! Li Changfeng flexed his finger and flicked it on the blade, instantly silencing it. Roll back! Li Changfeng casually threw the demon-beheading sobbing blood into mid-air, and the divine soldier instantly broke through the air and returned to the Hegemony Sword sect. And he, too, went straight to the land of the green bird. Counting the time, the 20,000 soldiers from northern Liang were about to arrive. Foothold in Beiliang, subjugate the green bird, combine the vertical and horizontal, and look at the world as a tiger. This game, he fell. Li Changfeng entered the game with his body, not only for the battle of Qi, but also to guard the human race and cleanse the earth. This earth, after all, is in chaos. Peach Valley, where spring flowers bloom and birds sing, not the same as the frosty, cold weather outside. When the fox warlord arrived outside the valley, he was intercepted by two swallow bird demon beasts. How dare you! I am a patriarch of the three sacred palace, the divine mechanic warlord. How dare you stop me? The fox warlord's feathered fan gently waved, and a huge force instantly fanned the two little demons to the side. You're my demon clan's military advisor? A small demon asked in slight amazement. That's right. Why don't you quickly open the spell formation and let me in? I'm looking for your family's great sage on an urgent matter. The fox warlord held his head high, looking smug, his name known even to such a lowly little demon. It is really pleasant. The great sage has set up a rule that there are 3 no-goes. The little demon said with a sneer. What 3 no-shows? Armsmaster Fox frowned. No one claiming to be a demon warlord is allowed to enter. No foxes allowed. Those with feathered fans and spandex scarves are not allowed in. What? Isn't this directed at me? The fox warlord's face changed. Had this lark great sage eaten the guts of a bear? You go. Now immediately go and talk to your family's great sage. I have heavenly riches to give to her. This is a great event for my demon clan. If she misses it, then she will be a sinner of the demon clan and will be spurned by 10,000 demons. No go. I won't go even if it kills him. The little demon's face twisted to look at the white clouds in the sky. The fox warlord forced himself to suppress a mouthful of bad anger in his heart, took out 1,000 taels of silver tickets from his sleeve, and handed it over with some flesh pain. Little brother, as a favor, I am the military division of our northern region demon clan, so give me face and inform me. Only one? How are we going to split it between the two of us? The little demon's attitude eased, but she was still disgruntled. But that's the only silver ticket I've got. The fox warlord was so furious that several of his 3-inch long whiskers were yanked off. I see you have nice spandex. The little demon looked all over him, and there was nothing of value. Unbridled, the fox warlord could no longer hold back. This lupin fan and spandex scarf was his line of imitation of Fuzi's from the Great Zhou's school palace. It was also his facade, the embodiment of his wisdom, and these two little demons were simply looking for death. I'm going to count to 3, and if you two don't go, I'm going to take your lives right now. The fox SGT looked about, and there was a huge boulder a foot high off to the side of the. With a wave of the feather fan, a gust of wind blew by, and the boulder was directly cut into dozens of small pieces. Just a moment, I'll go and inform. Wait, what else? The little demon stopped and looked back. Bring me back the silver check. Fox Arms Master grabbed him and pulled the silver ticket back out of his sleeve. Good. You wait. The little demon was furious in his heart and leapt up to cross the spell with ease. Inside the valley, the Lark Palace. Report. The little demon swept to the front of the palace. Come in. A lazy voice rang out. The little demon gulped, took a deep breath, adjusted himself, and rushed in on a sliding knee. "Mistress, you have to do right by the little demon." Woo woo. In the great hall was a huge bedstead, on which a woman with an exquisite face lay on her side. The wide 100 birds toward the phoenix robe covered her body, and 2 jade feet stuck out from under the robe, their toes dotted with rosy red. "Look at your lack of talent. What happened?" The lark great sage raised his eyes slightly and said with the corners of his mouth rising slightly, "Mistress, that old fox who calls himself my demon clan's military advisor was calling at the door, and when I said I wasn't allowed to enter, he slapped me twice. You must do right by me." With tears in her eyes and snot in her nose, the little demon fell to her knees and bawled. "What?" The great sage of the lark frowned slightly. "That old fox came to me?" In an instant, all her beautiful emotions disappeared. In the north, in the demon race, who doesn't know the old fox as a mourner? "You go, tell him to get lost." Chapter 19, The Master-at-Arms is good at drawing cakes. Outside Peach Valley, in front of the mountain gate, the fox arms master lowered his head, his feather fan gently waving, calculating something in his mind. Suddenly, he raised his head, and the demon who had passed through returned. "Don't let go of the spell formation yet." "Humph." The little demon raised his eyebrows and looked at him with an untamed expression. "The Empress said to tell you to get lost." "What?" The fox warlord's face darkened, not expecting this lark great sage to be so disrespectful. "What are you looking at? Get lost." That little demon went wild when he gained power, forgetting his own identity. "Come to die." The fox warlord's face was gloomy. His feather fan swung violently, and a yin wind mixed with demonic chi directly engulfed the little demon's flesh and blood, turning it into a white bone. "You go, tell the great sage lark that if she doesn't let me enter the mountain gate, I'll lead 100,000 demon soldiers to come and tread down Peach Valley." The other little demon was scared out of his wits and hurriedly nodded his head and flew into the spell formation, and Fox Arms Master didn't stay idle after seeing him go in, and began to test out the spell. He was also slightly versed in the way of formations. Boom! Suddenly the spell opened, and the little demon stood inside with a slightly flustered look in her eyes. "The mother has asked you to go in." "Humph." With a toss of his head, Fox Arms Master walked in with his head held high. However, when he stepped inside the palace, a heart pounded. There was no other reason. Simply because the lark great sage was simply too beautiful. The face of the world is overwhelming. Among the great saints of the demon race, there were only 5 females, and the great sage of the lark was definitely the one with the most temperament among the 5. She is in control of Peach Valley, and she carries herself as a kind of empress, with a slightly majestic demeanor between her hands and her feet. This kind of woman, unattainable, is most desirable to men. Fox Warlord only hated his old age older. Otherwise with his schemes, he thought he could win the heart with a little trick. "Old fox, look again and I'll gouge your eyes out." The great sage of the lark lay on her side on the bed, her eyes carrying 3 parts disdain, 3 parts coldness, 3 parts killing intent, and 1 part enchanting. "Your Highness, if you will listen to me, it is said that a fair lady, a gentleman, and I am honoring your Highness by. Do you not hear the saying on earth that to look is to respect, and to keep looking is to keep respecting?" The fox warlord feather fan gently shook. Able to speak well is his first skill as a warlord. "What are you here for? Finish and get out." The lark great sage's voice was cold, carrying an icy coldness that no one should approach. "Does your Highness know the current situation of the world?" "What does the world's situation have to do with me? I live in seclusion in the Peach Valley, not asking about the world, not seeking immortality." The lark great sage's eyes were contemptuous, revealing an appearance of not caring. "Is that so? Is it possible that your Highness will not grow old?" The Fox Arms Master sneered, directly pinpointing the lark great sage's soft underbelly. Women, most of all, cared about their looks, and the same was true of banshees. He had heard that the lark great sage had piled up a cave with rouge and powder purchased from the human race. "Old fox, do you have any idea why I keep my looks so well?" "Why? Because I never mind my own business. That makes me emotional, whether I'm happy or angry, and excessive emotion accelerates aging." "Your Highness, the matter facing my demon clan at the moment is more important than everything else." The Fox Arms Master thought briefly and hurriedly changed the subject, saying, "So what? Although Peach Valley is in the northern domain, it is far away from the human kingdom and the 3 sacred palaces, so if I don't hinder the interests of any party, who would take the initiative to find trouble with me?" The lark great sage was slightly impatient. She knew something about the situation outside, and anyone who dared to go down was like asking for death. "Foolishness." Fox Arms Master laughed lightly, disdain in his eyes. "Do you want to die? A pressure enveloped the fox warlord's body, as if it was going to tear him to pieces the next moment. It's all a paper, tiger. The fox warlord gave himself a hint in his mind. Then his eyes looked at the lark great sage and said, Your Highness, listen to my words. The battle for Chi has already begun. The battle between my demon race and the human race. The inevitable battle between the celestials and the humans. Not to mention that you're hiding in Peach Valley. Under the heavens, no man or demon can escape this great world struggle. Not to mention that heaven has determined that my demon race will flourish for 500 years. This opportunity, is your highness going to miss it? What's in it for me? The lark great sage asked after a moment of silence. Mother of the demon clan of the northern region. Future mother of the demon clan. The demon clan's chi luck mother can take 3 points. Fox Arms Master suppressed the joy in his heart and said slowly. The great sage of the lark gave a shallow smile with 7 points of mockery and 3 points of thinness. You're painting me a cake? Who in the northern region demon clan didn't know this old fox? Who was good at drawing cakes? Inside the palace, the atmosphere suddenly stagnated. Ripples spread in the heart of the fox sergeant. Are women nowadays so bad at cheating? Your highness does not know. The 3 points of chi luck added is enough to let your highness live a long life for a long time. The tides of heaven and earth are coming, and celestial cultivators may no longer be the limit on earth. After all that, it's still not about me, your highness, and listen to my words. Right now my northern region demon clan soldiers out 7 ways. If your highness can come down to help fight, this amazing cause of unification of the earth will be added with more splendor. Ha! The lark great sage's fingertips picked up a strand of hair in front of her forehead and let out a light laugh. Go back, old fox. The affairs of earth are none of my business. Do not make me drive you out myself. Report. Just as the lark great sage had finished speaking, the outer messenger little demon suddenly hissed eagerly outside the hall. Come in. The little demon received the promise and hurriedly straightened his own clothes, then walked in. What is it? The great sage lark asked. Reporting to the Empress. Urgent report from the earth. Northern Liang Celestial Li Changfeng has beheaded the Tang Snake Great Sage. The little demon reported back and said, What? Without waiting for the lark grand sage to say anything, the fox warlord on the side was directly confused. Say that again. He grabbed the little demon by the collar. His eyes glazed over. The Tang Snake Great Sage and the Northern Liang border were beheaded by the Northern Liang Celestials with a single slash, and it's rumored that just 2 poisonous fangs were left, which were also taken away by the human race as trophies. No way! Some cold sweat immediately seeped out of the fox warlord's forehead. How could the Tang Snake Great Sage be defeated by a newly promoted celestial when he had been running the country for hundreds of years? And since Peach Valley had received the news, the 3 holy palaces must have known about it as well. One's own hands even buried tens of thousands of demon soldiers and a great saint. The fox SGT simply didn't dare to think further down the road. No way. In his panic, he saw the lark great sage's stunningly beautiful face. Your highness, the Tang Snake Great Sage is buried in northern Liang. Please come out to avenge my demon race. No go. In addition to the 3 points of chi, I can grant the Empress a 5 birds fan. No go. I'll add a phoenix crown. No go. I'll add another beauty pill. Take it out first. The great sage lark said calmly. This woman, pure materialist. The fox arms master gritted his teeth and took out a porcelain bottle from his sleeve, which had a red slip of paper attached to it, that red beauty pill. The lark great sage reached out and the porcelain vase entered his hand, opening it and sniffing it for a moment. There were dozens of flower scents mixed together without being pungent. I will strike once, and whether or not I can defeat the Northern Liang Celestials, I will return immediately. Also, nothing less than the pie you previously painted. The lark great sage put away the porcelain vase and looked at the fox warlord and said, Your highness, listen to me. The Northern Liang Celestial is not an ordinary cultivator. I have seen him from afar, and he really has the momentum of swallowing the 8 directions. So never attack by force, but must be outwitted. After the fox warlord finished speaking, he paced up and down in the palace, obviously lost in thought. No matter, I have a plan to break him. The lark great sage said. Oh, the fox warlord raised an eyebrow, his face a little displeased. Talking about plans in front of me? I am the 6th outstanding student of the great weekly schooling palace to finish my studies. I wonder what your majesty has in store for me. I have a righteous daughter, with a beautiful face and extraordinary temperament. The so-called heroes can't pass the barrier of beauty, and the everlasting immortal of 5,000 years ago still had to stumble at the barrier of love. Not to mention a new Jin Celestial, so I intend to have this righteous daughter step in and disorganize his Tao. So whether it's to kill or make him leave Northern Liang, I think it's as easy as a slap in the face. The great sage of the lark slowly said. The fox warlord nodded first, his heart calling out a brilliant plan, but he shook his head immediately afterward. I don't believe that there is such a supreme woman. Unless let me see. Naturally, the less people know about this matter, the better. You just need to wait for good news. The lark great sage shook his head and said, a beauty trick? The fox warlord thought about it and thought it wasn't a bad idea. Except he frowned again and, what if this righteous daughter of yours is attracted to Li Changfeng and becomes emotionally involved? Won't you lose your wife and your army at that time? This question was sharp, and if it was not disposed of properly, in the end the demon race would be reduced to a laughingstock. Don't worry, this won't happen. The lark great sage shook his head and said, oh, why is the empress so sure? The fox warlord became curious. Because she's got no feelings. Chapter 20, Gongsuan's exit from Yanggu Pass in the northern region. Yanggu Road. From south to north, there is a pass here. Yanggu Pass. Under the command of the great Zhou, there is a tough General Bian Qingshan stationed here all year round. So neither demons nor bandits can infest the 100 miles around Yanggu Pass. On this day, Bian Qingshan was looking out over the south from the walls of Yanggu Pass, and he had been watching the silence in this way for a long time. General, I wonder what is going on in the south. The general has gone so far as to look out here for a long time for 3 days in a row. The soldier behind Bian Qingshan had endured for 3 days and finally asked, I see a fierce star in the south slowly coming towards the northern domain, and I have some worries in my heart. Bian Qingshan said with a sigh, General also knows astronomy and astrology? I dare to ask if the general knows face reading and palmistry? You are a long-lived man in this life, at least until 99. Except that you will be alone for the rest of your life, with no wife, no children, and no daughters. Ha! The pawn was quite happy to hear that he would live to 99. Only this 3 no loneliness to end his life directly afterward made him dumbfounded. General, help me. I'm talking nonsense. Why should you take it seriously? Bian Qingshan then said. Ha! The soldier was stunned on the spot. In his impression, the general never seemed to joke. Coming. Suddenly, Bian Qingshan saw an ox-drawn cart coming from the south to the north. Following the ox-drawn cart line of sight upward, as if seeing the 9 heavens above, a ferocious star was bucketing and pressing toward his Yanggu Pass. General, who's coming? The soldier came back to his senses and hurriedly asked. Bian Qingshan, however, ignored him and instead leapt down from the city gate and stood in front of it. All the winds and clouds of the world are in my hands, and I have seen the good and the ugly on earth for 1,000 years. Turning over his hand to ferry all the guests of the red dust, talking and laughing about the lonely people on earth. I remember what year it was, when the thunder swept the world and swept the earth, and turned over 800 countries with only one hand, and now that I have returned my wish, I am on earth again, and it is not better than this day. Like what year it is? The slinky poetry came from afar, only it wasn't a very good voice, as if it had struck a broken gong. Old man, I've realized it's not just your poetry that stinks. It's your voice that stinks. On the ox-drawn cart, Tiny shook his head in his big red coat. Granddaughter, you don't understand. There are no perfect people in the world. Grandpa, my voice is the only flaw. I am also the closest thing to perfection in this world. The old man said proudly as he stroked his beard. Vom! The old ox pulling the cart suddenly spat out a mouthful of acid at an inopportune moment. What a big mouth. Listening to your poetry and words, it seems as if this earth is like a plaything in your hands. Bian Qingshan stopped in front of the ox cart, his eyes slightly hostile. Young man, you don't know how powerful I am. To say that you can be a guardian general is still due to my karma. The old man revealed a 3/4 sneer and said, what has it got to do with you? A mountain village boy. When you eat the king's salary on the top and the people's taxes on the bottom? Bian Qingshan said in a cold voice. I'm afraid you won't believe me when I say it. It's all because of me that this earth was able to form the great Zhou to dominate the 800 kingdoms. The old man said with his head held high. No, I believe. Bian Qingshan's eyes sank deeper, and he was versed in astronomy and astrology, and knew some of the 6 armor strange doors. My old man sees your destiny, and it's fitting that you should join my 6 Qi sect, cultivate my 6 Qi Dao, and pass on my 6 Qi laws. I also see your destiny, a malevolent star, that if you cross my Yanggu Pass, you will bring calamity to the earth. Ha ha ha. The old man stroked his beard and laughed repeatedly. The cane whip in his hand smacked on the back of the ox, and the old ox immediately pulled the cart forward. Shipping is in the north. Where would I go if not to the north? You were born with open star eyes, and you know all the signs of this star, and the direction of the earth's chi. If you don't enter the 6 strange sect, the heavens won't be able to look at you. This volume of the Six Wonders Secret Record is the work of my heart and soul. If you learn it thoroughly, the earth can be destroyed and regenerated with the turn of a hand. The oxguard pulling the old man rubbed shoulders with Bian Qingshan, who had an extra scroll of scripture in his hand. The Sixth Strange Secret Record. Turning the first page, Bian Qingshan was shocked by the words in it. Exterminate the world in accordance with the heaven. Exterminate the immortals against the heaven. Palm karmic life and death. All on earth. At that moment, he heard a transmission in his ears. Dive in for 30 years. And after 30 years you are coming out. And this earth is still mine now. It's the old man. Bian Qingshan hurriedly turned around, and the oxguard had already entered the Yanggu Pass. How is the teacher addressed? Bian Qingshan immediately kneeled down and shouted. Palm karmic life and death. The earthly Teiyukai demon. Gongsun Liuqi. On the other hand, the country of Cygnus. The 20,000 soldiers of Northern Liang took over the 13 cities of Green Bird and planted Northern Liang flags all over the city. The lord of the Green Bird Kingdom still claimed the title of king, only that the object of his submission had become the lord of the Northern Liang Kingdom, Zhu Kaiping. At the same time, 100 disciples of the Hegemony Blade sect also penetrated deep into the Green Bird country, led by the Hegemony Blade sect's elder. The Bastard Sword subclan was built in the Green Bird country. The world is in a state of panic, and there are 800 kingdoms, and now the demons are messing up the earth. Although the Northern Liang out of the Celestials killed and destroyed the great saint of the demon race, but only brought a little shock to the earth. Chess players always look at the overall situation, but the Northern Liang is just a small pawn in the corner, cannot attract the attention of some big names. But there are some people who have gone off the edge of the sword. Gongsun Liuqi went north out of Yanggu Pass, and the people have already arrived in Beiliang. A tea table at the border gate, a pot of tea, 2 cups, a barrel of wine and a flower. Gongsun Liuqi and Li Changfeng sat opposite each other, and he personally made a cup of tea for Li Changfeng. On a cold winter's day, the teapot's spout was steaming hot, and a cup of tea roamed 3/4 of the way through. This place, Northern Liang, has good feng shui and is good at raising people. Gongsun Liuqi made tea and said with a smile. Li Changfeng, however, ignored him and handed a branch of flowers to the little girl at the side. As for the barrel of wine, it was an old cow drinking it, and the cow drank the strong wine, constantly letting out a refreshing and satisfied mooing sound. The reason why Li Changfeng met with Gongsun Liuqi was because of his words. The list of celestials is open for me. This old man personally created the list of celestials, which means that he knows all 365 celestial experts in the world. Moreover, as early as 10 years ago, when Li Changfeng touched the ceiling of the earth, he had already known that another celestial had emerged from Northern Liang. This news surprised Li Changfeng, so he also agreed to Gongsun Liuqi's request to taste tea. Northern Liang doesn't keep idle people, Li Changfeng said casually. That's natural. This place has produced 2 celestials. If they were idlers, how could they have accomplished so much? Gongsun Liuqi also responded casually. Then the scene went quiet. Gongsun Xiaoxiao played with the plum blossoms in her hand and was pulling them piece by piece, as if she was checking the number. 10 years ago, I watched the demon star fall into the northern domain. After a while, Gongsun Liuqi suddenly said, Demon star, noun of calamity. So it's a pyramid scheme. Li Changfeng nodded and said. Gongsun Liuqi was a bit dazed. What is a pyramid scheme? What is your business in Northern Liang? Li Changfeng sipped a mouthful of hot tea, his eyes looking at him. Discuss with you the greatness of this earth. Frost and cold, wind and snow, boil tea and talk about the world. Chapter 21, 100, 000, 000 demons surround Northern Liang. What's the matter on earth? Mediocrity. The corners of Li Changfeng's mouth rose slightly, obviously with a bit of mockery. 800 years ago many people felt the same way, but unfortunately many people fell. Crop after crop of celestials fell under the heavenly gate, and there were even some celestials who boasted that they were invincible on earth, but died before they even saw the heavenly gate. Gongsun Liuqi was not annoyed and said to himself, there is a catastrophe on earth, and you are already in the middle of it. It is impossible to avoid it. How do you know I don't have the ability to play chess when I flip my hand over? Li Changfeng stretched out his finger and tapped on the teacup. A droplet of water chopped on his hand. Flexing his finger, the droplet was flicked in the air, and before long, snow fell from the sky. Good tactics, overturning the snow on earth with a flip of the hand. Gongsun Liuqi clapped his hands and praised, then turned his words and said, but the little way while, the left way and the side door 800, the martial artist is the most nasty. The words landed in his mouth, and he pointed to his head. with a supreme self-importance in his words that only the seeker asks for the world. I have killed no less than 500 celestial beings without absolute force, and I have been able to settle the earth with my tactics alone. Then what are you still doing here looking for me? Li Changfeng's flat tone stabbed him straight in the heart. If you think you're the best in the world, why did you come to Northern Liang? I was there to relieve you. Gongsun Liuqi suddenly said something puzzling. Do you know that you exterminated tens of thousands of demon soldiers of the demon race? Beheaded the demon race's tongue snake great sage, and Beilang even blocked the 3 sacred palaces' marching routes. Even though you're a celestial, how much of the demon race's attack can be blocked when you're trapped in a city? A small country? 1 great saint you can kill. What about 2? What about 3? You can kill tens of thousands of demon soldiers. What will you do if 100,000 of them come to surround you? If you flee, Northern Liang will fall. If you defend, you will die sooner or later. And I, for one, have the power to help you with that. Gongsun Liuqi didn't hide his pride. This kind of thing, this kind of words, he had said it too many times. Whether you are a so-called celestial being or a demon saint, whether you are an earthly emperor or a beggar, he can outlast millions of people with just one mouth. It's simple. Use a knife. Li Changfeng responded blandly, not placing these threats in his eyes. Ha ha ha. Gongsun Liuqi laughed out loud for a long while before stopping, shaking his head the whole time. Young people are young people. They have guts. You probably don't know that 100,000 demon soldiers are already besieging their way towards Beiliang. These demon soldiers aren't any stinking chickens or ducks. They're all direct descendants of the northern region demon clan's 3 sacred palaces, and they've all lived for at least 200 years or more. So what? Li Changfeng had lost interest. Gongsun Liuqi's purpose of coming to Northern Liang was already clear to him, and now it was nothing more than showing his muscles and trying to control him. Exterminate the world in accordance with the heaven. Exterminate the immortals against the heaven. Palm karmic life and death. All on earth. Celestials are not immortals after all, and even immortals have to retreat under my scheming. Since you think you're invincible, I'll give you a chance. Let you lose. Gongsun Liuqi stroked his beard and his face sank. After saying that, he took out a palm-sized array disc from his sleeve and flicked it. There are millions of warriors and hundreds of celestials hidden in this formation disc. You see? Let's say I'm pivoting it to this position right now. Gongsun Liuqi said as he flicked the array disc to the direction named Shock. Then a red light suddenly shot straight up into the sky. 100,000 demon soldiers will arrive in an instant. He was nakedly threatening Li Changfeng and did not look like he was joking. Look again. I'll dial it in to Jing here, and an equally invincible sword immortal of the world will be here. After saying that, a green light was once again emitted from the array disc to rock upwards. Snap. Li Changfeng clapped his hands, his eyes coldly coming down to look at him. We'll see then. This is a game against Gongsun Liuqi, who can discharge the list of celestial beings, manipulate the situation on Earth, and set the Earth on fire with his strategy alone. Li Changfeng naturally will not take it lightly. The words talk about the Earth is just a manifestation of strength. Wanting him, Li Changfeng, to be a pawn is obviously a fool's errand. He enters the game as a chess player. No matter who comes, it's the same. Talking in 2 directions. Fox SGT. Fox's side has just come out of Peach Valley. Although he had persuaded the great sage of the lark to come out of the mountain, he was always a little apprehensive in his heart. The death of the Tang Snake great sage in northern Liang could be said to have a great deal to do with him, and it was unknown how the 3 great sages in the 3 sacred palace would feel about this matter. But he prided himself on being the only one of the demons who was cultured, so he should be able to afford this defeat. With an apprehensive heart, he had just stepped out of the Peach Valley not far away when he received a message from Wan Lixiang. Warlord, things have come to a sudden end. The Jin Demon Valley outside the 100,000 mountains has been unsealed. 100,000 group demons will immediately send troops to Beiliang. You quickly rush to Beiliang to line up your troops, and you must open up the Beiliang Pass. The Tsunami Great Sage will be sitting on the army and will only allow victory but not defeat. This transmission was a directive from the White Elephant Great Sage of the 3 Sacred Palace. He did not mention the matter of the Tang Snake Great Sage's decapitation. However, the meaning of his last sentence was also very clear. The consequences of failure would be very serious. The seal of the Demon Suppression Valley has been lifted? Could it be that the Heaven Mending Sect has emerged from the new? The Fox Warlord was shocked in his heart. There are demon soldiers in the Demon Suppression Valley left behind 800 years ago in the inside. The Great Zhou dominates the 800 kingdoms, and the Earth's Qi is stabilized. Jin Demon Valley was sealed by the Qi Men Grand Formation, and this time, 800 years had passed. 100,000 swarms of demons, terrifying as it is. Heaven help me. The battle to recover my dignity is now. SGT. Fox was ecstatic. He was in desperate need of a good turnaround to prove himself, as well as to get his name out there. Who in the world doesn't want to make a name for himself? In the past, Gongsun Liuqi schemed on Earth. Heavenly fairies, earthly demons, and people in the bureau were all toyed with by him. Such a style has been unique among the columnists. The Tsunami Great Sage is a ruthless fellow. If I go directly to him, I might be ridiculed by him. It is necessary to make a slight maneuver to make him have a threefold respect for me. Otherwise even the White Elephant Great Sage command may not be able to suppress him. Thinking of this, the Fox warlord sneered and laughed. A bunch of muscular martial artists are just a bunch of muscular martial artists. 100 miles to the north outside the border city of Beiliang, a large cloud of darkness slowly pressed down on Beiliang. Gongsun Liuqi's gaze retracted from the northern sky and looked at Li Changfeng, who was in front of him. Brilliant power is pressing in. How are you going to break through this game? He had preempted the attack, expecting Li Changfeng's response. To say that this is your wisdom to cross the world is really a bit disappointing. Li Changfeng's demeanor revealed disinterest. Gongsun Liuqi picked up his teacup and drank it all in one go, likewise returning the color. And, if you don't enter the game, you boast that you are invincible. If you enter the game, you will only know the mysteries of the game. Look over there. Gongsun Liuqi reached out. Chapter 22, Swinging the Demons Before the Tea is Cold. Gongsun Liuqi's finger pointed to the north, and thick black clouds covered the sky, pressing down on Beiliang. A shocking demonic aura filled the air, and all the living beings in the northern Liang territory felt the panic within their hearts. These 100,000 demons were not even comparable to the tens of thousands of small demons that Li Changfeng had previously killed. The demonic aura alone stirred the heavens into chaos, as if it was the end of the world coming. However, in the center of the 100,000 group of demons, a huge rattan chair was the most oppressive. A huge wolf-head demon lay on the rattan chair, and under the rattan chair there were at least thousands of small demons lifting the huge chair. That's the demon clan Tsunami Moon Great Sage, who was truly invincible on Earth alone, long time ago, but I still trapped him for over 200 years. Gongsun Liuqi's tone was flat, as if he was talking about a very trivial matter, while he poured a cup of tea for himself and Li Changfeng. Just trapped? What more do you want then? He's just a pawn, too. Since they are pawns, they are no different from cats and dogs. Good. Worthy of being the youngest celestial, this aura of looking out of the world is enough. Your potential is infinite. If you add in my strategies, the protagonist of this era is bound to be you. And even knocking on the heaven's gate isn't a difficult task. What if I don't agree? Either a friend or an enemy, and an enemy of the whole world. After Gongsun Liuqi finished speaking, in front of the city gate, 100,000 demon soldiers were already at the city. 100,000 swarms of demons, attacking northern Liang, or felling Great Zhou. It's only in your mind. 800 years ago, Gongsun Liuqi set up the Great Zhou. Now he even wants to use demon soldiers to cut down the Great Zhou. The living creatures in his hands are just chess pieces and playthings, but all can be discarded if necessary. The antagonism was doomed from the beginning. I was never threatened, and neither was the blowback. After Li Changfeng finished speaking, he touched the teacup with his fingertips. The heat gradually dissipated and the tea was about to get cold. Beneath the city, 100,000 demon soldiers are besieging. The demonic aura in front of the northern Liang border gate was so strong that the wind and snow heavenly phenomena were stirred up, and an eerie demonic wind was blowing for hundreds of miles around. Reporting to the Great Sage, we have already arrived under the border of the northern Liang small country. A demon general reported. Attack the city. The Tsunami Great Sage ordered. Slow. Suddenly Fox Arms Master flew into his sight from behind and hurriedly called out. The Tsunami Great Sage was huge, and the Fox Warlord was as big as an ant in his eyes. So it's you, old fox. Get to the side and don't disturb me. The Great Sage of the Saw Lunar Moon opened his mouth and there was a howling gale. Gusts of fishy wind mixed with a sickening scent. SGT. Fox fought back the dizziness and shook his head to perk himself up a bit. The Great Sage, please listen to me. With the Great Sage's ability is naturally invincible in the world, but the Northern Liang Celestials have already killed the Tang Snake, and their strength should not be underestimated. In my opinion, it's more prudent for us to set up a big formation, lure him to break the formation, and surround him in the formation to strangle him. You're teaching me things? The tsunami great sage's voice revealed dissatisfaction as his two eyeballs stared at the fox warlord, killing intent instantly rushing towards him. The great sage rests his anger. I'm our northern region demon clan's military advisor. We're all on our own. I'm just trying to make the great sage's victory a bit more secure. 100,000 demon soldiers attacking the city. In case we provoke the northern Liang Celestials, the loss will be very heavy. These demon soldiers are all the elite we have to have. The old fox said in a hurry. 1 second later he could possibly be cut down here by the tsunami moon great sage. Angering the northern Liang Celestials? What kind of a thing is he? Tongue Snake is a waste of a district. And he's worthy of being compared to me? That's natural. Who on earth doesn't know the great sage's mighty name? It's just that little old me also wants to take a breath of fresh air for the tens of thousands of demon soldiers and tongue snakes that were killed. Find the face of our demon race. After the fox warlord finished speaking, he hurriedly took out a branch from his sleeve with a lot of peach blossoms growing on it, and just as soon as it appeared, it exuded a burst of peach fragrance. These are the new shoots of Peach Valley this year, so I'll give them to the great sage. Peach Valley? The tsunami great sage's eyes softened as soon as he heard this, and he stretched out his fingers to pinch the branch in his hand and, if it wasn't for Fox SGT, Fox's quick retreat, he was nearly pinched to death by one of his fingers. Yes, this is the peach tree planted by the lark great sage himself, and this year's peach blossoms are exceptionally beautiful. The fox warlord took advantage of the situation and said, "The great sage lark?" The great sage of the whistling moon was silent for a moment and swallowed the branch into his stomach. "Just give you a chance, and go and line up your troops." "Thank you, great sage." The fox sergeant couldn't help but laugh in his mind as he paid his respects. This branch was a branch that he had casually broken off from the edge of the Peach Valley, so how could it have been planted by the great sage of the lark herself? It's just that the great sage of the lark has a special status amongst the demon race, being the only all-demon goddess. It was rumored that the tsunami great sage had said that he was even willing to drink the lark great sage's bath water. One look at him at the moment and the rumors might be true. "Men, bring the order flag here," the fox warlord commanded, and immediately a bird demon flew in to hand him the token flag. 5 tigers in demons formation. The fox warlord manipulated the order flag and flew up to the high platform. The order flag waved, and the 100,000 demon soldiers changed directions and formation paths along with his order flag. This formation was adapted from the art of war he had learned from the Great Zhou School Palace, and was originally known as the 5 tigers and herd of sheep formation. "Human celestials, come out and fight. I'm laying down the Tian Luo formation. Do you dare to enter it? I am the outstanding student of the 6th stage of the Great Zhou School Palace, the Northern Region Demon Clan's military master." The old fox personally palms the army of 100,000. The heart is infinitely inflated, and there is a kind of illusion that the world is in my hands. On the city gate, Gongsun Liuqi stroked his beard, his eyes filled with playfulness and, "Now how are you going to break it? Celestial." Li Changfeng splashed the herbal tea on the clouds. The gloomy clouds were pierced by the tea, and dozens of beams of light spilled down onto the northern Liang realm. Pour the tea, and before the tea cools, 100,000 group demons will fly away in ashes. After saying that, Li Changfeng stood up and stepped out of the city gate in the void. "Old man, can he really kill back 100,000 demon soldiers by himself?" Gongsun finished counting the tiny plum blossoms, which totaled 365 pieces. Success is also Northern Liang. Defeat is also Northern Liang. This is a step that Grandpa probably took the wrong way. Gongsun Liuqi's face was a bit displeased. He came with a brilliant pressure, even going so far as to activate one of his old pawns. But right now this Northern Liang Celestial, soft and hard. "Old man, you can actually be wrong too?" Gongsun Xiao asked in surprise. A wise man must make a mistake. One mistake can be made, but not every step. Since Bei Liang has formed this situation, I can't help but drop a pawn again. Gongsun Liuqi muttered to himself, then took out his array disc and dialed it to the open position, and a white light pierced the sky. On Earth, the more chaos the better. He filled Li Changfeng's teacup with water and purposely spilled a few drops on the tea table. The water stains quickly condensed into ice. Gongsun Liuqi used the array disc to snap and close on the table, and the water stains reflected the image outside the city gate. Gongsun Xiao also hurriedly laid down on the table and stared earnestly. "Li Changfeng, I don't share the same fate as you." Chapter 23, Invincible Night 13. The Fox Warlord stood on a raised platform, his left hand on a token banner, his right hand on a feathered fan, his spandex scarf wrapped around his head. This was the first time he had ever provoked a human celestial head-on. His wisdom is his bottom line. Of course, with 100,000 group demons, the Tsunami Great Sage also played a role. Little human celestials, take a pinch. Li Changfeng had some impression of this old fox. The first 2 times he saw him, the fleeing figure was barely visible. Li Changfeng, do you dare to enter my grand formation? The fox warlord hissed, his voice dripping with excitement. Under his arrangement, the 5-tiger group demon formation had been completed, with a demon saint sitting at each of the 5 formation eyes. The 100,000 group of demons lined up around the 5 array eyes, while the Tsunami Moon Great Sage was the array within the array. The pin of the sea. The 5 tigers group demon formation became a reality, and the demonic chi united as one, instantly erupting with twice the terrifying aura it had previously had. The well, Li Changfeng said with a cold smile. Who are you calling a well? The fox warlord was instantly furious. Li Changfeng ignored him. Too much conversation with this kind of trash would make him look like he had low taste. One step into the formation, and all of a sudden the heavens changed drastically. The demonic aura disoriented the vision, and there were constantly small demons attacking and killing. Bastard sword. Li Changfeng unfolded his unique domain, and the earth-shattering saber intent instantly tore through the layers of demonic chi that was like a mist. The Bastard Blade Extreme Domain is the extreme blade power produced by the highest realm of the Bastard Blade Sex Mind technique. Li Changfeng condensed into a kind of domain after he broke through the land immortal. When he was into the celestial, the Bastard Blade Jedi domain could already cover up to 100 miles in a radius. And now, he didn't know what he could achieve when he was at full strength. For more than half a year, he had never gone all out either. Boom! The Bastard Blade Jedi domain unfolded and collided with the extreme demonic aura. And in just an instant, thousands of lesser demons were torn apart by the blade intent. No way! A trace of panic flashed in the bottom of the fox warlord's eyes. 100,000 lesser demons were in the same breath, and the 5 demon saints being the eyes of the formation had at least uplifted every lesser demon to the realm of a great demon, innate perfection. Griffin! Li Changfeng pulled out the Guanxi sword on his back and raised his hand to chop down the 100 feet of sword diameters. Ah! Help! Countless lesser demons cried out in terror, and the formation suddenly appeared to stagnate. The 100-foot blade dipper tore through a formation eye and crushed more than 20,000 lesser demons. This is human. The Fox Arms Master's heart trembled as he glanced back at the Tsunami Moon Great Sage, only to see that his eyes were narrowed, as if he was intoxicated with something, right, and did not pay attention to this side. The group of demons retreat. The 5 tigers descend. The token flag in the Fox Warlord's hand waved, and the formation produced a change that the 5 array eyes were immediately exposed, and the 5 demon saints received the demonic chi boost from the array, and in an instant, their demonic power climbed up, and their thickness was comparable to that of a celestial being. Give it to me. The order flag moved again, and the 5 demon saints directly flew away from the formation and pounced towards Li Changfeng, while the other small demons separated left and right and went straight to the North Liang border, apparently to stall Li Changfeng and then go straight to North Liang. This is a young conspiracy. So what can you do? The Great Sage protects me. The lesser demon charges for me. The demon sage attacks and kills for me. And the advantage of this wave is mine. The Fox Warlord couldn't help but smile, stroking his beard in delight at his own talent. Li Changfeng casually threw the world-viewing sword in the air and suspended it above the Baliang City Pass, and the Bastard Sword Jedi domain immediately enveloped the entire city. The small demons attacking the city crashed on top of the invisible blade domain and were instantly torn apart from their bodies. Here's the knife. Li Changfeng let out a whoop and raised his right hand high. There were many great demons at the moment, and the more demonic blood that was beheaded and sobbed and drank, the more powerful it would be. A crimson light flashed by, and the demon-slaying sob had fallen into his hands. The aura of demonic blood lingered, and the blade trembled with excitement. That knife looks familiar. The Fox Warlord's eyes stared intently at the demon-slaying sob. This blade made him a little frightened, only to see Li Changfeng gently waving the demon-beheading sobbing blood. The demonic blood-colored breath instantly cut off the 5 demon saints who rushed up and cut them off. The demonic blood chi wrapped around their bodies and devoured them crazily. In just 3 breaths, the blood, flesh, and skin of the 5 demon saints were all devoured, leaving only skeletons to fall to the ground. Roar! The sound of a ferocious beast hissing in the demonic blood aura resounded through the heavens and earth. Great Sage, save me! Fox Arms Master wailed and rushed down from the high platform. The 5 demon saints were gone without even a single wave being splashed. It was too terrifying. Li Changfeng turned his eyes to the Tsunami Moon Great Sage, who was as big as a small mountain. This wolf-headed and humanoid demon great sage was covered in sinewy dropsy and had a fierce aura of death. And, reclining in a wicker chair, it looks especially loaded. Griffin, get out of the way. Li Changfeng casually chopped out a blade, and the scarlet blade she extended out for 100 feet, tearing up the ground and crumbling mountains and rocks. Bold. Boom. That tsunami great sage swung a fist to drive a gale, surprisingly resisting the blade chi with one punch. The fox warlord was immediately blown around by the hurricane generated by the impact and couldn't control his body. And when he opened his eyes again, he was already 100 miles away. Ha! This! The fox warlord looked around blankly, but the alarming movement in the distance made him not dare to go over there again, and after thinking about it, he touched a shadow-retaining stone the size of a baby's fist from his sleeve, infused it with demonic power, and threw it in the sky above. In front of the northern Liang border, countless small demons went to their deaths. Finally, after noticing that they were unable to break through the invisible field, the little demons stopped their onslaught. However, when they did not take the initiative to attack, the Overlord Blade Jedi domain changed, and a blade chi chopped out and strangled against them. The Tsunami Moon Great Sage's fist shattered the blade chi that Li Changfeng had swung out, but he was also struggling so much that the rattan chair underneath him was shattered, and his entire body fell to the ground, crushing countless lesser demons, and the entire ground was shaking. However, he quickly stood up. In his eyes, Li Changfeng was truly the size of a mole cricket. Human celestial, I can't believe I can't see through your cultivation. The Tsunami Moon Great Sage stood up almost close to 50 feet tall, but his pair of sharp wolf eyes flashing with green light could clearly see Li Changfeng. He was also at the peak of the earth, but Li Changfeng had always given him a feeling of unfathomability. There's a sense of seeing the ocean. Kill him, kill him. Suddenly, a strong will came from the demon beheading sobbing blood, impacting Li Changfeng's divine sense. There was too much negativity in this sword, and the more demonic beasts that were beheaded, the stronger the chaotic and murderous will became. Li Changfeng was naturally as steady as Mount Tai. If he wasn't afraid of destroying the demon beheading sobbing blood, he could have directly obliterated these chaotic wills. Li Changfeng's body elevated to be level with the Tsunami Moon Great Sage's eyes, answering his doubts. Griffin watching the sky is the way to go. What? You? The Tsunami Moon Great Sage was furious and slapped his palm at Li Changfeng, as if a small mountain had smashed over. The oppressive forceful wind directly disintegrated the snow blocks on the ground, but it could not blow a single strand of Li Changfeng's hair. All the force automatically dissolved 3 feet in front of him. The body of the demon chopper sobbing blade couldn't stop trembling. Li Changfeng simply swung out a blade, and the blood-colored blade astral deity unexpectedly cleaved out beyond 100 feet, hacking down from the Tsunami Moon Great Sage's wolf head. First, it cut its slapping palm in half, and then the blade's astral body slashed straight down from its head. In one slice, his body was split in two, blood gushing out like a tsunami of the demon blood chi lingering on the demon-slaying sob instantly rushed out of the blade, intertwining and wrapping his body like a spider web. Even the blood that had fallen had dozens of demonic blood chi to devour. A body the size of dozens of feet was devoured cleanly by the demon chopper sob in just 10 breaths. Boom! The massive skeleton collapsed onto a short hill without support. The Great Sage is dead. Avenge the Great Sage. If you want to go, go, don't drag me. There were only thousands of small demons left in front of the border gate, and close to 100,000 group demons attacked the city, and they were torn to shreds by the bastard Blade Jedi domain before they could even touch the city walls. Li Changfeng didn't bother with those scared little demons and beckoned to retrieve the world-viewing sword. The demon chopper's sobbing blood obviously had a strong resistance to its own kind, and the demonic blood chi actually wanted to actively erode the world-viewing blade. Gives you face, doesn't it? Li Changfeng threw the demon chopper's sobbing blood casually and punched the dragon head of the knife handle, and a gurgling and choking sound of misery was emitted from inside. Roll back. The demon-slaying sob disappeared in front of his eyes as a crimson meteor. Old man, why didn't he kill the little demons that escaped? Gongsun Xiao asked. Because he's good. Gongsun Liuqi's face was gloomy and he was pinching a white beard in his hand. The Tsunami Moon Great Sage and the 100,000 group of demons were killed by Li Changfeng alone. He was also so shocked that he accidentally ripped off a beard. Li Changfeng stepped down the city gate step by step and sat down in his previous position. Reaching for the teacup, the warmth was still strong. You lose. Li Changfeng drank all of a cup of tea and looked at Gongsun Liuqi. Before the tea has cooled, beheading the demon clan's great saint and destroying 100,000 swarms of demons is indeed unbelievable. Gongsun Liuqi couldn't refute it and could only praise it. But immediately afterward, His words turned sharp again. But it's not like there's no one on this earth who can't do it and outwit my allies. And you'll be counted as the winner of this round. Who? Li Changfeng looked at him with some anticipation. The world is invincible. Night 13. Gongsun Liuqi stood up, his eyes looking beyond the city gate. A sword. A shocking sword intent was coming towards Beiliang. Chapter 24. There is no one like me in the world. Night 13. The first celestial cultivator to come out of northern Liang. The celestials list was famous, and he had left his handiwork in the sword-bearer sect. Only the sword-wielding sect was destroyed by Li Changfeng, and even the sword-swinging mountain became dust, and there were no more sword cultivators in northern Liang, all of them wielding swords. Invincible? Who is claiming invincibility? Which dares to say undefeated? Li Changfeng snorted. The teacup in his hand suddenly erupted with a strong knife intent. The tea slowly detached from the teacup and condensed into a thumb-sized knife. He then flexed his fingers and this water blade went straight out of the city, going toe-to-toe with one of his incoming swords. It was a mahogany sword, carrying an extremely strong sword intent, flying in from who knows how many miles away. And when the water knife got in its way, sword intent and blade intent then clashed fiercely. Neither of the two wills would bow down. Since ancient times, swords have been natural opposites. The sword is a murder weapon. The sword is a ceremonial weapon. The sword is a gentleman's sword. The sword is a reckless sword. The sword is for the gentry. The knife is for the poor. The sword is esteemed by the literati. The knife is loved by the people. But, the first weapon in this heavenly world is clearly a sword. The first of the 18 weapons is also a sword. Click, click, click. Sword intent and blade intent collided, stirring up changes in the heavens as a thunderclap was muffled. Suddenly, a voice came out of the mahogany sword. The extremely strong blade intent, very strong. Among the blade cultivators I've encountered, I'm willing to call you the strongest. The voice was calm and steady, but it carried an extremely lonely feeling. Surprisingly, only one sword came? Gongsun Liuqi's face was as normal, but there was some anger burning in his heart. No swords are allowed in northern Liang. Li Changfeng's divine sense was added on top of the water knife and responded to him. The voice was silent for a moment. I do not enter the city, only before the walls. Let him come over. I have something to ask him as well. Gongsun Liuqi said as he looked at Li Changfeng. No one can teach me to do things. Li Changfeng said coldly. Give old me face and I will help you once in the future. Gongsun Liuqi's face was ugly. You have no face with me. Li Changfeng responded. Ha. Well. The old man has finally let someone dislike him. Don't you ever say you're very powerful and strong in front of me again. I think this big brother is the one who's really very powerful. Gongsun Xiao suddenly laughed. At the same time she cut the peach blossom on the ground and sniffed it deeply. And, Brother Changfeng is it? I've finished counting this peach blossom. There are 363 pieces in total. I remember when I gave it to you. It had 365 pieces. Li Changfeng said. Do you count plums too? For 10 years, I've been counting plum blossoms every winter. Gongsun Xiao's heart suddenly shook. She was someone who would often count the petals of flowers and knew what this represented. It's a kind of loneliness that only lonely people do. Only her loneliness was a lonely life. So what was his? Gongsun Xiao once heard a saying that as long as one remembers the things one regrets in one's life, plum blossoms fall all over the southern mountains. Li Changfeng was much older than her, yet he was only in his 20s. Something he already regretted before he had even finished the first half of his life? Why are those two pieces missing? Li Changfeng asked with a gentle smile. Because you beheaded 2 demon race great saints. I purposely threw those 2 pieces of plum blossoms right under the city wall. Gongsun Xiao returned. You know a lot more than your grandfather. Li Changfeng smiled lightly, really appreciating this little girl more. Then can you promise me one thing? Gongsun Xiao asked with a smile as well. As long as it's not for that sword to enter the city. Li Changfeng nodded with a smile. The smile on Gongsun Xiao's face was stunned. Why are you bullying a little girl who's only 10 years old? She immediately pouted and lowered her head, rolling her eyes and questioning Li Changfeng. Because I am good. Li Changfeng's smile immediately disappeared. The grandparents and grandchildren looked at each other with some embarrassment. This Li Changfeng was also too difficult to deal with. Then let's talk outside the walls. Gongsun Liuqi stepped on the wall. A burst of some stinging pain in his heart. Across the earth for 1,000 years. No one can do this to him. Li Changfeng flung his sleeve, and the water knives suddenly rushed to the sky, then dissipated into water droplets that sprinkled down, only to turn into snowflakes as they drifted down. The mahogany sword slowly leaned over and stopped 3 feet from the wall. Moving forward again will surely be a stone's throw away. Where's your real one? Gongsun Liuqi's face was gloomy, and there was some questioning between his words. Our partnership is over, and if we see each other again, we are enemies. The voice in the mahogany sword said. You betrayed me. What great courage. You have to know that without me, your invincibility to the world would have been many years later. Perhaps you would still be an ordinary sword cultivator now. Gongsun Liuqi's tone was unkind, and his voice was colder than this frost and snow. Where is your real body? Central State. Peach Blossom Forest. Do you dare to come? You went to Tai Shi Jinghong's place? This game, I'm going to play alone. That's what people with wings say. Then to each his own. But this time since I'm here, I'll make a move. After the voice in the mahogany sword finished speaking, it no longer paid attention to Gongsun Liuqi, but stared at Li Changfeng. The sword-bearer sect is a very important pawn for me, and you destroying it is the same as cutting off my front path. There's one thing I'm curious about. Li Changfeng asked. What is it? Who founded the sword-bearer sect? Me. The mahogany sword had Knight 13's divine sense attached to it, and his admission made Li Changfeng curious. In the list of celestials that, he was only 100 years old, while the sword-holding sect had been established for hundreds of years. I came across thousands of miles and my divine sense is about to dissipate. You'll have to take this sword no matter what. The mahogany sword suddenly erupted with a strong sword intent, very domineering, very harsh. As if it had the feeling of penetrating and tearing a person apart. But in the next moment, there were lonely, reincarnated, cold emotions sword intent appeared that, in a short moment, 13 types of sword intent appeared, and finally the entire mahogany sword suddenly exploded. A ball of pure grayish-white sword intent appeared, and Li Xii's divine sense was in it. The walls were trembling, the bricks and tiles were falling, and the snowflakes falling from the sky seemed to be frozen in there. Li Changfeng's robe sleeve flung out, a layer of blade intent cloth in front of the city wall. The wills of the swords once again went toe-to-toe. His blade intent was pure. It was to chop through everything in front of him. Boom! The will of the sword bombarded, and Knight 13's sword will was completely sacrificed to the attack. He sacrificed this trace of his divine sense directly to sword intent, briefly raising the height of sword intent. The real body is not there, but it has achieved the unity of the human sword. This sword could be called the Sword of Yuanshan. However, it's still not enough in front of Li Changfeng. His blade intent coalesced. An invisible blade directly shattered the sword intent and Li Xii's Yuanshan sword did not injure his divine soul. Instead, the Yuanshan sword intent automatically dissipated after the full force of his outburst. At the border of northern Liang, the clouds are light and the wind is gentle. The snowflakes were still falling slowly, as if nothing had happened. Only the white bones outside the city could remind one of what had just been experienced here. It's very special. I'm afraid it will take another 1,000 years for a character like you to appear in this world. Gongsun Liuqi stroked his beard and looked at Li Changfeng with a grave expression on his face and said, No, there is no one like me in the world anymore. Li Changfeng's voice was calm and said lightly. Gongsun Liuqi sighed slightly and resumed his seat. Do you know why he's called Knight 13? Chapter 25, Why do I need to explain my work to others? I'm not interested in other people's names. Li Changfeng said. Why? Call him whatever he wants. It's all just a dead soul under the sword. The atmosphere, briefly, was quiet, for this is the 13th time he has stood at the pinnacle of the earth. Gongsun Liuqi's brow furrowed slightly. Obviously this matter had forced even him to feel tricky. 13 times? Li Changfeng was likewise somewhat in disbelief. Could there be reincarnation in this world? You don't know where he came from, so naturally you won't believe it. He was once an immortal in the sky, but fell to earth. Or rather, not to fall to the mortal plane either, but to fulfill a mission. Knight 13 had reincarnated 13 times in the 5,000 years of his life, and each time he reached the celestial realm, he reincarnated himself in a military dissolution. His sword has tasted the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the human world. His sword has tasted the peak of power, and has also experienced the hardship of a mole cricket. Beggar, scholar, general, prince, sovereign, and so on, as he has done in his 13 reincarnations. And all of them had managed to be invincible in the current world, and in this earthly life, his sword Tao had reached the absolute top of the earth. Reincarnation is possible on earth? Li Changfeng asked. Gongsun Liuqi did not reply, but quietly looked at Li Changfeng. That's what he needed. He had insight into everything, and he knew many of the secrets of the earth. No one can refuse his help. This silence, which lasted for a tea time, was. Li Changfeng did not ask any more questions, but finished his cup of tea and prepared to leave. Fine, fine. Count on you. I say. Gongsun Liuqi was the first to press on. Although he had lived for hundreds of years, his heart had always been like this. His joys and sorrows were all on his face. The only thing that is hidden in the chest are the millions of armored soldiers and the heavenly tactics. I'm no longer interested in listening. Li Changfeng stood up, but Gongsun Xiao on the side grabbed his sleeve. Brother Changfeng, please sit for a while. Just a little while. She began to pout and plead. Her little girl's naive nerdiness on deliberate display. Li Changfeng, however, did not eat this and simply drew back his arm. No one can hold him. Gongsun Liuqi took his granddaughter and left, and the little girl on the ox cart was crying very sadly, and he was also a little emotionally difficult. I say, granddaughter, can you stop crying? Grandpa, I'm doubting myself a little bit by your crying. Who in the world can do that when he has been on the earth for 1,000 years and has single-handedly contributed to the 800 years of prosperity of the Great Zhou? But this time out, he feels like everything has changed. His pieces have jumped off the board and he's lost control. Rocky, she can't follow us all the time. We, the group of vertical and horizontal artists who rattle the world, were originally the jealousy of heaven. When you appeared to fail for the first time, it's just that the time has come for you to bow out and fall. He recalled that his master had once said such a sentence to him, when his master had also been in charge of the chaos on earth, and had single-handedly created the great event of the closure of the heavenly gate, until he appeared. His master then passed everything on to him, and he was worthy of what he learned, personally ending the chaotic world and fixing 800 years of qi for the human race. The guard he had met north out of Yanggu he had felt in his heart before he had even met him, and had passed on everything he had in his wake. However, what he had learned in his lineage was refuted, and he was bound to drag on for Bian Qingshan for another 30 years. He came out after 30 years and swept the earth in one fell swoop. It was just a pity that the two people, Li 13 and Li Changfeng, the two major demonic stars, had come out, and he had failed to pull in any of them. Grandpa, I've fallen out of love. Woo-woo. Gongsun Xiao rolled around on the ox cart, tossing and turning, bawling. Nonsense. You're underage. When have you ever been in love? Li Changfeng, I'm in love with him. Gongsun Xiao stopped crying and lay down on the ox cart with her hands propped up on her chin, looking at Gongsun Liuqi with a smile on her face. Shut up. Don't you ever mention him in front of me again, or I and you. I'll leave you on the road and tell the demons and devils to take you captive and swallow you in one bite. You've said that 1,364 times. Anyway, you stay away from him. Li Changfeng is a demonic star. Wherever he passes, not an inch of grass will grow, and no one who is related to him will have a good ending. Then why are you licking your chops to pull him in? Shut up. Answer my question. Shut up. Beiliang Imperial City. In the palace. Xu Kaiping is listening to the report below. Since Li Changfeng made his move, Beiliang's strategic materials have been climbing. Demonic beasts, blood and flesh. White bones which are entering into Beiliang's treasury in tons and tons. The white bones of demonic beasts were ground into powder and mixed into the casting. The armor and swords were greatly improved, and the blood and flesh of demonic beasts contained rich nutrients. In the 7 cities of northern Liang has slowly circulated in the market. The people ate strong body. Children ate from a young age to build a good foundation. All of Zhu Kaiping's dinners have become much richer, with the northern cool diving frog, spicy frog leg burger, braised crowned chicken, and more. Have these supplies been sent to the Bastard Blade sect? Back to the Kingdom Lord. It's already been sent over. But the immortal instructed that the Bastard Blade sect only needs 1/3 of it. It doesn't have to be too much, so it's pulling back quite a bit more. Confused. Immortals don't want it. We can't not give it. Without them, where would we have a stitch in time? It has to be split equally. Understand? I am aware of my mistake. I am terrified. Remember, within Northern Liang, the hegemony sword sect is above all else, and outside of Northern Liang, the hegemony sword sect is our faith, so that the path of Northern Liang can be widened. The State Lord has a high opinion, truly the first male lord since the founding of my Northern Liang. Report. Suddenly a voice from outside interrupted the two. Shen, Xu Kaiping said softly, reporting to the State Lord, the Wuchao Kingdom sent a minister to ask for help, hoping that I, Northern Liang, will send troops to help them resist the demon race. Crow's nest? Xu Kaiping barely hesitated upon hearing this. Send someone to deliver the message to the Bastard Blade sect, and ask the immortal to make a decision. This, Kingdom Lord, the Wolf's Nest only needs us to send troops. It didn't say that we should ask the immortals to help, so why do we need to send it to the Bastard Sword sect to trouble the immortals? Confused. Did you forget what you were just taught? In Northern Liang, immortals are above everything. This shows that the widow's heart is constantly hung up on the immortals. And besides, you want the widow to send troops? To whom? Send you? I'm terrified. I know I'm wrong. What's the use of knowing you're wrong? If you don't change your ways, the next time, I'll exile you to the Arctic Ocean, which I've heard is full of savages. Lord of the country, spare your life. After Zhu Kaiping's favor, the messenger also arrived at the bastard blade sect. An affirmative answer was received from Li Changfeng. Be a wall and wait for the moment. Senior uncle, why don't you go out like the green bird country this time? Baichuan, do you know what human nature is? Li Changfeng asked. Back to senior uncle. Baichuan is foolish. Human nature is inertia. Accustomed to dependence. If I don't come to my aid, then will the Yichu kingdom have no power to fight back? Even if the country is broken, as long as the bloodline is still there, you can raise the sword in your hand, and there is still a chance. How much can I save when all 800 kingdoms want my hand? Fear only. This is a young conspiracy. If senior uncle doesn't make a move, he will be attacked by the people of the world. Guan Baichuan also raised his own worries. Right now, Bei Liang has beheaded more than 100,000 demon soldiers in a row, and 2 great saints of the demon race have died, and has already made a huge reputation on Earth. If he doesn't make a move this time, he might fall into the limelight. It's natural to be squeamish when you think too much about the consequences. I, Li Changfeng, do things. Why do I need to explain to others? Chapter 26, I'd rather lose the world to me. 2 days later, the news reached Northern Liang. The Wu Chao kingdom was captured by the demon race and completely reduced to slavery, and it was rumored that 800,000 human beings died in this battle, which shook the entire earth for a time. It was rumored that Wu Chao had asked for help from Bei Liang, but was rejected by the Bei Liang celestials, and a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Hypocrite! The human race has reached a moment of crisis and he still doesn't help. To be a human race in vain, to watch my human race being slaughtered by the demon race, is simply inhuman. Even if he killed the demon race's great sage, what can he do? It's still not for his own benefit. Only Bei Liang is his home. We, the human race under the heaven, are not his kinsmen. There was a lot of discussion all over the human world, because the fall of the Wu Chao kingdom had suddenly been pushed to the tip of the wind, and it was obvious that there was someone behind this who was fueling it, directing all the public opinion against Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng and I don't share the same fate. An angry roar came from one of the fleeing people of the suspected Uchu kingdom. Li Changfeng is actually a spy of the demon race. He's just a demon in human skin. The storm is more than just a storm, and it's getting worse, and a lot of people on Earth are blaming him. The Great Zhou's second academy, Hongdu Sect School. Li Changfeng is the #1 heartless person in the world, a celestial cultivator in vain. Heaven and earth, the monarch and the teacher. Now the heaven and earth great calamity. The monarch is in trouble. The blood relatives of the same family face the survival of life and death. He even indifferent to watch all this. In vain for the Son of Man. Such a person should be expelled from my human race. That's right, the human race doesn't need him. Several great scholars in the Hongdu scholarship have come out to stand up. They represent the literati in the world. And when the school palace does not make a sound, they are the head of the literati. Expelled from the human race, the word spread across the earth in a day. Many people were looking at the joke, especially the demon race, who made Li Changfeng a laughingstock. In the northern domain, in the 3 holy palaces, ha ha ha, although that Li Changfeng beheaded 2 of our great saints, this time he himself is deeply involved in the internal strife of the human race. I'll see what he'll do. The Green Lion great saint snorted and said, in the past few days, Bei Liang has been a thorn in his heart, having lost 2 great saints and more than 100,000 demon soldiers, especially the demon soldiers in the demon suppression valley. They were all elites. Just like that, he was exterminated by Li Changfeng, and it was also a great pity that the Tsunami Moon Great Sage, who had a chance to impact the next realm, also died in northern Liang. It's all thanks to Taoist Black Crow of the Central State. His plan to take away the paycheck from the bottom of the barrel is considered an unparalleled and wonderful plan. The White Elephant Great Sage said, Big brother and second brother. As soon as I talk about this I'm a little fired up. That old fox buried so many troops of my demon clan. Now I can't even find anyone. And there's no news from Miles of Fragrance. Why don't we just dismiss him? Golden Rock Great Sage said in annoyance. It's not good. My northern domain is isolated. Although it is occupying the ancestral land, but the development has always been inferior to other demon clans. There is only the old fox left. Such a great demon with some culture. in giving him some opportunities. If he is failing, he must be removed from his post, and someone else will naturally take the position of military division. Good. The three great saints of the demon race had reached an agreement, but they didn't know that the old fox was doing something big at the moment. He's recruiting to atone for the wrongs he's committed. 100,000 people were buried. The Sol lunar sage was beheaded. The fox SGT was so frightened that he went white overnight. He was a red-furred fox, but now his whole body was white. I'm just over 300 years old and I'm covered in gray hair. It's all because of that human celestial. He's caused me to have a home to return to, and I've lost my reputation as an undefeated warlord. Warlord, stop complaining. That staying Shadowstone is for sale. A donkey demon leaned over, holding a bag. How many were sold? 3 million taels. That much? Fox Arms Master froze, not realizing that his image was worth so much. Now that the soldiers are in a state of chaos and inflation, money is not worth anything at all. I've heard that it costs 1,000 taels of silver to buy an apple over in the human cities. What? Then what can I buy with these 3 million taels? Don't be in a hurry, Arms Master. Inflation on the human side doesn't affect our demon race. The currency exchange rate is still 1 to 10, which means we now have 30 million taels. That means I can recruit at least 50,000 demon soldiers. Warlord, leave this matter to me to ensure that it will be done beautifully. I know of a place that is full of indigenous demon races who rarely come out of the world. Then don't go yet. Wait. I'll go with you. I'm a 6th stage outstanding student of the Great Zhou School Palace. I can form a descending blow against them. Northern Liang, Bastard Blade Sect. Guan Baichuan was reporting the news of the past few days to Li Changfeng one by one. At the same time there was suppressed anger on his face. Senior Uncle. There must be someone behind this who is trying to sabotage Senior Uncle's reputation and stir up the unity of our human race. So what? Can you still shut the world's mouth? Let them talk it over. Maybe after today's words, tomorrow you won't even know where this person died. But they want to expel Senior Uncle from the human race. Guan Baichuan was a bit anxious. Ha! Li Changfeng sneered and asked, Who can expel me from the human race? Not even the great Zhou human emperor. There is no one in this world who can judge me. It is better for me to lose the world than to teach the world to lose me. Guan Baichuan's heart was shocked when he heard this. This sentence is too inviting. If it is spread out, it is simply, just spread these 3 words of mine just now, and at the same time release the news that I was injured in the fight with the Tsunami Moon Great Sage. Li Changfeng commanded. Ha? This? Guan Baichuan wondered why he was actively pulling hate. The first 2 sentences, if put out there, might be met with a swarm of criticism from the people of the world. Disciple understands. In the end, Guan Baichuan still left the back mountain immediately as Li Changfeng instructed. On the following day, news from Northern Liang immediately traveled to all places. Arrogant! How dare you not even put the human emperor in your eyes? What is it that it is better for me to lose the world than to teach the world to lose me? It is simply the devil's way. The demon's way. I have good reason to suspect that he is following the path of a demon. Otherwise how could he have attained the celestial realm in less than 30 years? Check. Detain him to the Hongdu sect school and will purify him with the Confucian scriptures. Old me will judge him personally. The great scholars were furious and highly condemned Li Changfeng in public opinion. The demon race, however, was fixated on the last message. Li Changfeng is injured? He's not invincible? His battle with the Tsunami Great Sage appeared to be half a catty. The northern domain is too remote, so why don't we just leave it to the 3 sacred palaces to slowly clean him up? And we, the eastern wasteland, should not get involved. But the opportunity is once in a lifetime. If we can kill the human celestials in this slot, Great Zhou's fortune and popularity will definitely drop to unimaginable levels. Good. Since that's the case, then send 80,000 demon soldiers and 3 great saints forward. Report. A few big names of the Eastern Wasteland demon race had just discussed the matter of sending troops to hang Li Changfeng when a messenger little demon hurriedly arrived from outside. Say, reporting to a few great saints, a shadow-retaining stone has been circulated outside. It's about the image of the human celestial Li Changfeng. The little demon said as he held up a stone with both hands. Bring it up. Chapter 27, Transgenerational Snake Transforming Ancestor. Buzz. The shadow-retaining stone trembled in his hand, and under the prodding of demonic power, an image was placed in front of his body. Only the picture was a little blurry and extremely unstable, constantly blowing in a strong wind, so the picture was shaky. What kind of rig is this? How much did you pay for it? Reporting to the great sage, the market is 100,000 taels of silver apiece. It's so expensive. It's the worst seat I've ever had on the staying rock. On the screen, A figure as big as a small mountain suddenly appeared, and the few people who were also of the demon race could tell at a glance that it was the Tsunami Great Sage. The demon scripture he cultivated was such that his body size climbed with his cultivation. Tsunami Moon still has some strength. That Li Changfeng beheading him might have really injured him. Suddenly, a sword chopped out a blood-red blade chi, severing a prime palm, followed by a slash that split the Tsunami Moon Great Sage in half. A single slash decapitated the Tsunami Moon Great Sage? On the screen, countless long rainbows of blood chi wrapped the Tsunami Moon Great Sage, and soon a corpse was left. Who's going to tell me how Li Changfeng was injured when the Tsunami Great Sage didn't even touch the human celestial? After a few moments of silence, someone said, maybe he used some secret technique and the slash was so powerful then suffered internal injuries? Very well, then I'll send you to the northern region to attack Li Changfeng of the murder clan. I'm just a guess. The Great Sage shouldn't take it seriously. This Li Changfeng is really an improper son. He even tried to coax the people of the world with fraudulent injuries. I see that this conspiracy is running towards our demon race. A good one is that I would rather I lose the world. This Li Changfeng is treating the world as a little cutie. Up. Shall we ask the Black Raven warlord to strategize? The military master had instructed us long ago to ignore the affairs of the northern region and let us focus on attacking Great Zhou. Good thing too. Let them settle the northern region's matters on their own. The incident of the shadow-retaining stone quickly triggered the earth, and the human race was internally divided into two factions. One faction is the Eagle faction, which advocates the crusade against Li Changfeng because he is very arrogant and has great ability but does not help the weak. The other faction was the Dove faction, advocating to appease Li Changfeng. After all, he was one of the human celestials and had a high force value. Word of mouth seems to be polarized. However, the earth is still in purgatory. The battle between man and demon is not yet over, and Li Changfeng's matter will soon pass away quietly with the wind. On this day, an iceberg in the northern domain suddenly exploded. The ground shook, causing avalanches and triggering earthquakes. A monster with a human face and a jackal's body, with wings on its back, walking like a snake, coiled and writhing, came out violently from the bottom of the iceberg. The body was 100 feet long, and the human face showed a ferocious and hideous expression. Who is it? How dare you spoil my old snake transformation ancestor's slumber? The old ancestor of the transforming serpent, who had been dormant for the second time, had already lived for 800 years and had escaped 2 great earthly chi robberies. So it could be said that he was one of the old ancestors of the demon race who had transcended the ages. Old ancestor, it's me. The Fox Arms Master released his demonic aura in an attempt to get the attention of the old snake transformation ancestor. An aging fox? Do you want to die? The old ancestor of the transforming snake leaned down and opened his bloody mouth, and the fishy wind rushed straight at the fox warlord, causing him to lose some control of his body. My condolences, old ancestor. Fox SGT. Fox forced himself not to be smothered, and opened his mouth as tears welled up in his eyes. A few days ago, the donkey demon led him to the so-called indigenous demon clans, which were from a very unusual origin, and were actually guardians of the old man of the transforming snake is a legend of the demon race, having lived through 2 earthly catastrophes and not knocking on the heavenly gate to ascend to the immortal realm. Such strength should be the ceiling of the demon race. With that thought in mind, Fox Arms Master didn't hesitate to wake him up. What did you say? The body of the transforming snake ancestor was coiled and knotted, the snake's tail propped up on the ground, his body encircling circle after circle, his wings stopping flapping, his eyes staring at him, his scarlet tongue sticking out like a sea of blood pressing down horizontally. The old ancestor has been dormant for hundreds of years and is still unaware that your kind, the Tang Snake Great Sage, was decapitated by a human celestial. The Fox Warlord narrated. But as he spoke he felt something was wrong. A morose aura locked him in place. Elder ancestor? Who told you I was involved with the Tengus? The old man of the transforming snake was very unhappy, and the consequences were serious. The world's demon race is one family. Ah, old ancestor. The Fox Warlord reacted quickly. Hearing that the old ancestor of the transforming snake seemed to be a bit displeased with the Tang Snake Great Sage. The matters of the demon race have nothing to do with me. It's you who dared to disturb my deep sleep. A crime that cannot be pardoned. The eyes of the old ancestor of the transforming snake released a terrifying aura that seemed to be exploring the secrets on the Fox Arms Master's body. In his vertical pupils, the prototype of 9 tails flickered behind the Fox Warlord. Tushan 9 tails. The old snake transformer ancestor's heart was shaken. This dying fox really did have a background. Otherwise how would he dare to come and disturb him? Unbeknownst to the Fox Warlord himself, he was scared half to death. and he couldn't say anything at all under the pressure of the old snake transformation ancestor. Boom! Suddenly a thunderbolt from the clear sky struck the body of the old ancestor of the transforming serpent, and his 100-foot-long body changed into the shape of a human. A middle-aged man with a slightly sinister face appeared in front of Fox Arms Master. Say, what do you want by disturbing my deep sleep? The Ting Shui snake. Old snake transformation ancestor's cold eyes instantly looked at him. Tengshur and Huanshur are not a family, and both are unrelated, although they both carry the word snake. The Tang snake, in particular, not only rode the mist and swam in the clouds, it was a cut above the transformation snake in terms of bloodline, and it even fed on snakes. To say it's a natural enemy is an understatement. The great Zhou on Earth has run out of gas. The world's demon races are attacking the human race, and the small country of Beilang has one day people who are driving my demon race to extinction. Not only did they exterminate more than 100,000 demon soldiers of my demon clan, they also killed 2 great saints. Please, old ancestor, avenge my demon race. Please, old ancestor, kill a clear sky for my demon race. Please, old ancestor, fight for 1,000 years of chi for my demon clan. Please. Before the Fox Arms Master could finish his words, he saw that old snake transformation ancestor's face was very ugly. Old ancestor is not feeling well? You woke me up because you wanted me to go fight the human celestials? Decapitate him, to be precise. No go. Old snake transformation ancestor's face became even more gloomy. No one knows what he has been through, and only those who have experienced it understand his sadness. Not everyone wants to lurk and slumber amongst icebergs, and for centuries at a time. Does old ancestor have something difficult to say? Seeing the hesitation on his face, the Fox Arms Master couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, old ancestor. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Can I trust you? The old ancestor of the transforming snake was a bit hesitant. If he didn't say anything he would have no reason to refuse. If he did he was afraid that it would get into other people's ears. His seniority was very high in the demon clan, so if he directly refused, it would appear that he was afraid of the human celestial cultivators, which would deal a blow to the demon clan's morale. Don't worry, old ancestor, I will keep my mouth shut. Well then, I'll tell you, but you mustn't pass it on to the old ancestor. Chapter 28, Master at Arms, I have another plan. Old ancestor, I have a nemesis still on Earth. I had been forced to promise him that as long as he was still alive, I couldn't appear on Earth and meddle in the affairs of the demon race. The old ancestor of the transforming snake said with some embarrassment. Old ancestor, please listen to me. Fox Arms Master waited for him to finish and immediately picked up the conversation. Did the old ancestor swear at that time? No. Can anyone witness this? Neither. Then old ancestor didn't lose. We're demons. What reasoning with people? Old snake transformation ancestor froze and was also shocked by his strong words. You're telling me to go back on my word? You don't want face skin. I still want it. Old ancestor. Doesn't old ancestor hear that the organization's business is greater than everything else? It's just a loss for a while. For the sake of my demon race's plan of great prosperity, even if I die, I still have to make a contribution, let alone an unwarranted promise? Furthermore, doesn't old ancestor want to fight that person again? Recover the face that old ancestor once lost? The Fox Arms Master's confidence came up as he spoke. His eyes locked on the old snake transformation ancestor as he pressed on. What do you know? That person's cultivation was already accomplished more than 1,000 years ago, and now that 1,000 years have passed, I am even less of a match for him. Old snake transformation ancestor said coldly. Old ancestor, listen to me. Since that person has already cultivated to such a high level, and even has the method of longevity, I'm sure he won't come back to target old ancestor again. And the words in the beginning were nothing more than a playful remark. It's like a dog accidentally biting its master. Will the master bite back again? In the eyes of that kind of high person we are nothing but ants. Unless it comes to the time when an existence equal to his comes out of the mountain he will make a move. Right now it's just a tiny human celestial. What does old ancestor have to fear? If old ancestor doesn't say anything, I won't say anything either. Let's quickly pacify Northern Liang. I'll find a paradise for old ancestor. Wouldn't it be nice for old ancestor to live in seclusion there? At that time, my demon clan's chief fortune old ancestor can enjoy 3 points. The Fox Arms Master waved his feather fan while persuading with reason and emotion. Old ancestor of the transforming serpent was unable to think at all by what he said. He had been dormant for too long and his thoughts were somewhat unable to keep up. However, he still heard the words. Enjoying the demon race's 3 points of chi. You can be the master of our demon clan? Old snake transformation ancestor asked with some disbelief. The fox warlord instantly looked positive. his feathered fan behind his back, his demeanor revealing pride in his. Good to let old ancestor know that I am the completion of the 6th period of outstanding students of the Great Joe School Palace, all scheming in my body, and I am now the chief military general of the demon clan in the northern region. Are you serious? The old man of the transforming snake was a bit impressed. I'm not hiding it from the old ancestor. The 3 great saints in the 3 sacred palace had authorized me to have the right to dictate, to act before deciding, and to hold hostage all the demon races in the northern region to my orders. The fox warlord raised his head and said proudly as he flapped his feathered fan. Well, but I think I still can't renege on my promise. So what would old ancestor become? The old ancestor of the transforming snake was still a bit hesitant. Old ancestor, please listen to me. I have another plan. What scheme? Masked. As long as you don't reveal your true face, old ancestor, who would know that old ancestor is old ancestor of the transforming snake? We can completely conceal our identity from the world. This is a wonderful plan. Old ancestor Huanshan snake couldn't help but nod his head. I went out and I came back. Who could have known that old ancestor I had violated the moral principles? What's more, even if that nemesis finds out, he can still be reasoned with. Who made me the weakling? And in the meantime, the great sage Lark in Peach Valley closed the palace. Only one female demon was tracing her eyebrows to dress her up, and her robe of 100 birds and phoenixes was replaced with a luscious luo dress. Does your highness really want to risk her life to tempt that human celestial? My cultivation has been stagnant all these years. Do you know why? The great sage Lark asked. The slave girl doesn't know. That's because all these years I've been cultivating in a clear soup. I've never had the way of lust. If I could first enter into love and then forget it, my cultivation would definitely be able to refine a bit. The sentient Tao and the emotionless Tao. Can you understand them? The great sage Lark said softly. The banshee's eyes showed a thoughtful look. But after a while she shook her head. I can understand a little bit, but not very much. In fact, the great sage of the lark has been thinking about this problem for a long time. Only that she has never had a person, or a demon, that she can appreciate. And at this moment, since there is a celestial being on earth that is still less than 100 years old, she must go and take a look at it to see what kind of elegance it is. But isn't your highness afraid that you will fall into it? What should you do in case you move your heart but can't forget your love? The female demon asked somewhat nervously. The little demons in their Peach Valley were all dependent on the great sage of the lark for their survival, and if the great sage of the lark abandoned them, they would most likely be taken away by the conscripts. It wouldn't take more than a few days to die on the battlefield, and they're all non-combatant goblins who can only mow flowers and plants, dance and sing. If that day does come, then kill him. The voice of the great sage of the lark was tinged with ice coldness. She was only doing it for cultivation. Men. No good. But mistress, the demoness said hesitantly, when you truly love someone, you realize that you can't afford to hurt them a bit. Even for him, you would willingly go to your death. The great sage of the lark was stunned, then slowly turned his head to look at this deeply hidden little goblin, and asked with some curiosity that, how do you know? Did you fall in love in the valley? The little demon hurriedly fell to his knees and kowtowed to the ground. My lady, the slave girl did not. Then how do you know so clearly? An even more curious look appeared on the lark great sage's face. This slave girl read it from a book. After saying that, the little demon took out a book titled Overbearing Young Emperor. Please be gentle to me from her inner bosom. You usually always say to read more. Your highness, so the slave girl has been studying. Little demon said. The great sage of the lark reached out and took the book in his hands, flipping through the first page, and his eyes couldn't help but be drawn in. This look was the passage of half a day. And the great sage of the lark could not forget it for a long time, and even her tears flowed down quite a bit. There's something odd about this book. I'm going to confiscate it so that you don't fall into the demonic path of love. The great sage of the lark placed the book into his inner bosom. The slave girl understands, the little demon said with a believing face. Well, then I will go out of the valley, and you will put my chambers in order. The slave girl understands. The little demon nodded. And, if anyone asks, do you know what to say? The Empress is in seclusion. No one can disturb it. Well, it's a little wit. When I come back I'll bring you some earthly trinkets. The great sage lark said with a spreading smile. She then quietly exited the palace. Mama, you forgot something. Chapter 29. One incarnation crosses the demon saint. Bastard Blade Sect. Martial arts arena. Flying snow in the sky, embellishing the rivers and mountains with many beauties. The 800 core disciples of the Bastard Blade Sect are practicing martial arts. To repair and practice the sword, we must first lay a firm foundation. The The basic 12 potentials of the Baji sword is the foundation of the initiation, after cultivating from Hotian to innate, its blade chi, and thereafter advancing to patriarch to condense the blade dipper. By the time one reaches the Grand Master, one can transform into a blade momentum and thereafter form a blade domain. It all seems simple, but it is difficult for thousands of people. Li Changfeng stood in front of the Jin Blade Hall with his arms folded, watching his disciples cultivate, and the disciple he had taken in, Lu Yao, was exceptionally gifted. A knife bone is extremely strong, born to be a seedling of knife cultivation, but more than half a year will be dominating the world heart method cultivation to the perfect Hotian, just one step short of the achievement of innate. Li Changfeng was cultivating him as the leader of the next generation of the bastard blade sect. Senior uncle, Lu Yao is really a natural sword cultivator. He missed the best age for practicing martial arts. He caught up in half a year's time. Maybe in a few years he'll be able to catch up with me. Guan Baichuan was a bit relieved. This disciple that Li Changfeng had chosen for him was truly a genius. Lu Yao has the appearance of a celestial being, but everything still depends on his destiny. Li Changfeng nodded and said, I have created my own 5 blade techniques as the bastard blade sect's town blade techniques, and all disciples who have cultivated to the Grand Master realm can observe and learn them. Grand Master? Guan Baichuan was stunned. He was the highest cultivation person in the Beiji blade sect besides Li Changfeng, and he was only in the Zhongshu realm. Was the threshold of this blade skill so high? I named it the 5 techniques of the bastard sword. Cultivation less than forcing cultivation will backfire on itself. Even death. This is already a weakened version. If anyone can reach the cultivation of a land god, I also have the 13 styles of bastard blade that I can pass down, and the blade to can be called invincible. Li Changfeng said blandly, a land god? Guan Baichuan was completely speechless. Not everyone has a demonic talent like you, uncle. Okay? Senior uncle. Since the Green Bird Kingdom has melted into Northern Liang, what should be the next step? Right now, the demon race is attacking fiercely, so maybe Great Zhou will soon disintegrate. There is no harm. Right now the time has not yet come. The Northern Liang and the Green Bird are too weak. Even if they send troops to relieve the siege, how many cities can they hold? Stabilize, preserve yourself, and wait for the right moment to swallow the dragon with a python finch. Disciple understands. Suddenly, Li Changfeng frowned slightly as his avatar left in the Green Bird country fed back that there was a strange movement. Green Bird country. In front of the city gate, the 20,000 demon soldiers hooted and hollered, and the fox warlord and a masked man stood at the back, watching the demon soldiers attack the city. Little fox, where is that human celestial you mentioned? The transforming snake ancestor was a little disgruntled. Although he had agreed to make a move, he was only targeting that human celestial, not standing here as his bodyguard. The tool man, old ancestor, don't be in a hurry. By capturing the Green Bird country, my demon race's fortunes will rise greatly. As for that human celestial should be in Northern Liang. If he comes, old ancestor can just kill him. If he doesn't come, we can sit on the Green Bird in order to look at Northern Liang, and we can suppress him anytime, anywhere. The fox warlord stroked his beard and looked as if he had everything under control. The little demon attacking the city is too slow. Why don't I just make a direct move to wipe out the human soldiers? Old snake transformation ancestor looked at the siege in front of him, which wasn't going very well, and was somewhat slightly impatient. Old ancestor, and listen to my words. Our demon race and the human race to fight for luck, not just killing. Old ancestor, great saint cultivation is naturally fearless. But this red dust sink in the rolling karma will be the old ancestor's luck will be cancelled out. That side is not worth the loss? I remember you said that human celestial had killed more than 100,000 demon soldiers of my demon race. Isn't he afraid of red dust karma adding to his body? Old snake transformation ancestor asked. Why should old ancestor fight with him? He has karma all over him. He will never be able to knock on the heaven's gate. And the same goes for that Great Zhou's sword immortal Chu Songhai, who has slaughtered countless living beings in his hands. The Great Zhou condensed its chi. He was counted on, and in the end, he couldn't open the heavenly gate, and could only live on in this red dust, knocking on the heaven's gate and being ranked as an immortal. You think it's that easy? Even if there is no red dust karma, it is much harder to knock on the heavenly gate, and the dispute of chi is also a news that only appeared in the last great tribulation, but no one has ever knocked on the heavenly gate because of this matter. You guys think it's too simple. The old man of the transforming serpent mentioned the matter of knocking on the heavenly gate, and suddenly his face was heavy. Although he had been born for a very short time and had been forced to lie dormant after encountering a great enemy, He had his own views on the matter of becoming immortal and living forever. He's coming. Suddenly, old snake transformation ancestor looked towards a figure on the city gate. Fox Arms Master also hurriedly looked over. His heart couldn't stop beating wildly. That person was none other than Li Changfeng. It's him. That's him. Old ancestor, he is the newest celestial of the human race. A celestial less than 30 years old is simply a nightmare for my demon race. He must not be allowed to live. The fox warlord's eyes were flooded with murderous intent. He had several times had his perfect ploys stirred up by Li Changfeng, and he hated him with a passion. And Li Changfeng saw him, as well as the masked man beside him, casually slashing a blade chi in front of the city wall. Many small demons were stirred up and a huge deep ditch appeared in front of the city wall. He who crosses the line dies. That deep ditch seemed to be like an abyss, and there was still blade intent left inside, emitting a terrifying killing chance. The demon soldiers retreated in panic, and there was a sight of demons stomping on demons. Old ancestor, I'm counting on you for everything. The Fox Arms Master looked towards the transforming snake old ancestor and bowed deeply. The taste of defeat was too painful, and he desperately craved a victory. It doesn't look like it's very strong, so watch how the old ancestor comes out of this first battle to destroy and kill this human celestial. Old snake transformation ancestor rose up in the air to mid-air, 10 feet away from Li Changfeng. Who are you? Li Changfeng looked at this masked man. His aura fluctuated strongly. He should be a demon race great saint. Kill your demons. Old snake transformation ancestor's voice was cold, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body straight into the sky. The silhouette of a ferocious beast materialized from him, with 2 wings and a unicorn horn and a human head and a snake body, staring at Li Changfeng with a ferocious look that looked down on all living things. Transforming snakes? Li Changfeng instantly recognized this fierce beast void demons in the fierce beast transformation snake. Old snake transformation ancestor's brow twisted into a Chuan character as he forgot that the transformation snake void that he had condensed with his demonic power had no cover. Forget it. As long as we exterminate him and massacre the city, no one should recognize him. Boom! The transforming snake shadow pounced down. Tens of miles in a radius looked like a storm had been set off. Flying sand and stones, lightning and thunder. The snake cultivation nearly 1,000 years. A demonic power has been unable to speculate. Before what the tsunami moon saint, Tang snake saint, and he simply cannot be compared. Lightning strikes struck down from the sky, and some of them even headed straight for the city of the green bird country. Go for it, old ancestor. Him up. The fox warlord saw the hope that by beheading Li Changfeng, he would be able to make a name for himself on earth. Li Changfeng's real body is in Beilang. Here it's just a blade energy incarnation. However, there was a third of his divine sense divided here, but it was enough to decapitate the old snake transformation ancestor. Send thou a sword, one of the 13 styles of the bastard blade that he had deduced. Sword chi spreads across 3,000 miles, and one incarnation crosses the demon saints. A heavenly blade chi coalesced with Li Changfeng's hand and viciously chopped towards the transforming snake shadow. Chapter 30, Forbidden Zone. Northern Liang Sword Saint. Boom! The transformation snake's shadow was split into pieces by the blade energy, and a berserk aura raged as the blade intent and demonic power mixed together. It instantly overturned the ground, and a snow mountain in the distance could not withstand the impact of the breath and directly collapsed. Li Changfeng stood in front of the border to hold up a barrier, blocking all the blade chi from the outside. Old ancestor, save me. The fox warlord was involved in the terror. He had taken a slight shock, but he was not dead yet. However, a stern blade aura was locked onto him in the midst of the frenzy. Having escaped twice in front of Li Changfeng by karma, there would not be a third time. The fox warlord was penetrated by the sword chi, but it stimulated the special bloodline in his body. 9 white tails instantly grew wildly, and a huge body suddenly appeared. A white 9-tailed fox, a pair of eyes that flashed with ghostly green staring forward. Trembling hissing sounds resounded through the sky, and terrifying auras rushed in all directions. Sure enough, it's the Tushan 9-tailed bloodline, and it seems like there's an extremely strong Yuan Shen hidden in him. Old snake transformation ancestor's eyes flickered, glad that he hadn't made a move to kill this old fox. He's got the big boys laying it out on him. Human cultivator, you're in deep trouble. You've even messed with the Tushan 9-tailed clan. It seems that you don't need me to make a move. The old snake transformation ancestor smiled sinisterly, but the next moment he was stunned on the spot. That 9-tailed white fox body actually ran, and while running his size was shrinking, and in the blink of an eye it disappeared from sight. What did you just say? Li Changfeng watched the 9-tailed white fox flee and placed his eyes on the old snake transforming ancestor. Liars, all liars. The old snake transformation ancestor's heart roared wildly. Why had he been left alone here? I didn't have breakfast today. I'll fight later. Old ancestor transforming snake felt something bad. The opposite human celestial seemed to be brewing an even more powerful blade intent. Not in the blade. Li Changfeng's hand rose and fell. Above his head, the amazing blade intent coalesced into an invisible blade astral. The demonic aura that the old snake transforming ancestor had previously condensed was all torn apart by the blade astral. 100-foot-long blade deity descended from the sky and slashed down at the old snake transformation ancestor. Blade intent is killing intent. Infinitely expanding. Old snake transformation ancestor was subdued by the blade intent, and his entire body was fixed in mid-air. His body was trembling, desperately resisting this strong and overwhelming will. Spare my life, Buddha's son, save me. Old ancestor of the transforming snake shouted loudly with all his demonic power, and at the same time, he also exploded his entire breath. His mask exploded, and his entire body was revealed as a 100-feet-long snake body. His wings were drumming, drawing out wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and his unicorn horn condensed demonic power to condense thunder. But the blade could not be blocked at all, and it fell to slice his body apart, but it encountered an obstacle when it cut through half of his body. A bead was in the center of his snake's belly, flickering with a bright golden light, blocking the blade's astral body. In just 2 breaths of time, the bead was cobwebbed and suddenly shattered, also unable to resist Li Changfeng's overwhelming blade intent. Boom! The entire border city seemed to tremble as the huge body fell to the ground, and countless people instantly fell to the ground unsteadily. Immortals are mighty. Immortals are invincible. Immortal blessing Northern Liang. The people in the border towns were shouting and releasing their hearts. This battle, once again, shook the earth. In particular, the demon race of the northern region simply hated Li Changfeng and couldn't eat his flesh and blood, and they lost miserably under Li Changfeng's sword one after another. This was already the 3rd demon race great saint. Pop! A wine bowl fell to the floor, spilling wine. What did you say? The green lion great sage's lion mouth opened wide with a ferocious look on his face. Back to the great sage. News has come in that the 1,000-year-old snake transformation ancestor who came out of the world 1,000 years ago was decapitated by the northern Liang celestials. Impossible! The great sage of the green lion roared. Old snake transformation ancestor is an important pawn left behind by the Western Buddhas. How could he suddenly come out of the world? The white elephant great sage also had a gloomy face. Big brother, maybe it's that old guy, the transforming snake, who couldn't hold back and jumped out on his own. That's impossible. Old snake transformation ancestor was subdued by those guys in the West. How could he dare to show his head without authorization? The green lion great sage shook his head. It is rumored. The little demon said hesitantly. Rumored what? Tell me. The green lion great sage's demonic aura shook, and the entire 3 sacred palace shook. Great sage, it is rumored that it was the fox warlord who awakened the old ancestor of the transforming serpent, and that he brought 20,000 watchful demon soldiers to attack the green bird, drawing out the northern Liang celestials. The little demon shivered and said, Pop! Another bowl fell to the ground, and the golden rock great sage had a fierce look on his face. I knew there must be him. This old fox has only been around for more than half a year. How much of my demon clan strength has been buried? Now that even the old ancestor of the transforming snake is dead, how can I explain to the West? Why doesn't he go to hell? By the way, is that old fox dead yet? Reporting to the 3 great saints, it is rumored that the warlord has escaped by transforming into a 9-tailed white fox. What? No good. That old fox has actually awakened. The 3 great saints were startled at the same time, not expecting that at this juncture, the Yuanshan latent in the old fox's body had awakened. What can be done about this? His Yuanshan awakening is surely going to escape back to Mount 2. Oh no! Now we're in big trouble. Who was it that said that the old fox should be the military division to float around outside in the first place? The green lion great sage questioned with a face full of anger. The white elephant great sage and the golden rock great sage both turned their eyes toward him as soon as they heard these words, the meaning being self-evident. It's me? The great sage of the green lion's expression was stunned, thinking of the fact that the old fox had been nagging at the 3 sacred palace every day during these hundreds of years, and that he had driven him out because he couldn't stand it any longer. I didn't expect that. I didn't think there would be a day. The great sage of the green lion had a face of remorse. Things have come to this point. There's no use in regretting Big Brother. The Western Buddhist side hasn't come out yet. There's no need to pay attention to them. To Shan Jiuwei, this old man has been sealed for thousands of years and must have suffered a great deal of vitality. I don't believe that he can immediately intervene in the affairs of the earth. Instead, it's this celestial being, Bei Liang, who has repeatedly beheaded my demon race's great saints, hindering my northern region's demon race's plans to attack. The Golden Rock Great Sage angrily pounded his fist on the stone table. This was already the third time he had smashed the table. What can we do then? The three of us aren't even close to being born yet, and even that old thing, the transforming snake, died in his hands, so his cultivation is afraid to have reached the depths of the celestial realm. The Great Sage of the Green Lion also had a stifled look on his face. Simply abandon Bei Liang. The old fox's customized route was already a mess. It didn't go according to his plan at all, and now that all the human kingdoms have united against it, the offensive has been hindered. The White Elephant Great Sage said. Then according to you see how to do? At first I was not fooled by the old fox before sending him to Great Zhou to go to school palace. How do I know that he was driven back? After all self-taught military tactics and strategies, Green Lion Great Sage said with chagrin. Forbidden area. Give up Bei Liang. Set him as a forbidden area, where my demon race is not allowed to set foot in the 300-mile radius of Bei Liang. I see that he has not stepped out of Bei Liang either. Demons don't commit crimes. People don't commit crimes. Will this fall into the laughingstock of the world's demon race? The Great Sage of the Green Lion asked with a frown. That's for sure, but that's all that can be done at the moment. The White Elephant Great Sage sighed. When I come out of the mountain, I will definitely cut him alive and put him in the frying pan. The Golden Rock Great Sage let out a roar that resounded throughout the 100,000 mountains. On the following day, there were 3 earthquakes. Have you heard? Chapter 31, Shun the Heavenly Sect, Perform Heavenly Affairs. Heard what? The small country of Northern Liang has actually been designated as a forbidden area by the demon race. On what grounds? Because there are celestial beings sitting there. Who? Our human race's blade saint, Northern Liang Li Changfeng. You don't know? Wasn't he expelled from our human race? What you said seems about right. A lot of locations and a lot of people were talking about it at one time. Bei Liang formed a forbidden area. Many demon clans were shaming the demon clans in the northern region. Many people were jealous of the people in Bei Liang, and there were also many people who hated Li Changfeng. Why? Why doesn't Li Changfeng shelter us? Many of the great physicians of the powers, the martial artists, were indignant, but there were also people shouting for other celestials of the human race to step forward, and there were many celestials of the human race in the list of celestials. There are even a lot of people who came out of their country, so why not step in and shelter your own country? They didn't get a response, and they wouldn't understand that the celestials were so high up that they wouldn't notice a bunch of ants like them. Go with the sky, go with the power, go with the benevolence, go with the way. In the city of Bei Liang, a white-clothed old man sang and drank this passage for 3 days in a row, and it spread so quickly that it attracted the attention of Bei Liang's Lord Zhu Kaiping. He had ordered soldiers to be sent to capture this man, believing him to be a missionary. However, this white-clothed old man seemed to know spells, and the innate experts surrounded him but couldn't catch him. 10 people pressed his whole body, but could not shake him in the slightest, but instead was driven to go 3 or 4 miles at a time between his casual walks. Quickly go to 100 Refinement Mountain and invite the immortals. Zhu Kaiping was alarmed and hurriedly sent someone to the bastard sword sect to invite Li Changfeng. However, Li Changfeng had left the 100 Refinement Mountain early. He was naturally observing this white-clothed old man, who had a very mysterious power about him that he couldn't see through either. Hey! Suddenly, a young girl of about 18 or 19 came over. She was dressed in a luscious rosette with a plush shawl over her shoulders, and her face was delicate, but her cheeks were flushed with cold. Why are you looking at me like that? Instead, Li Changfeng reached out his hand close to her face, and the little girl's face turned even redder. The little girl's head was peeled to the side as she blocked Li Changfeng's view of the old man in white who was sitting at a table behind her. What's wrong with you? The little girl pouted her dissatisfaction and then looked behind her as well. What's there to see in a bad old man? Little girl. I don't know that the bad old man used to be a beautiful young man. A faint smile appeared on the white-clothed old man's face, giving off a rather affable feeling. It was only the creases on that face that made people feel a bit horrified. Let you have a worldly face, but in the end it's just a withered bone. It's just following heaven, the way of life and death. After saying that, he took out a small bronze mirror from his inner pocket. Look, this is you after 100 years. The little girl was reflected in the bronze mirror, still energetic and lively, with a delicate face. What? The white-clothed old man frowned at how there was no change. Immediately after that, he shone the copper mirror to one side of the junior. The 18 or 19-year-old junior's face reflected in the copper mirror was pale and unimaginable. Impossible. Could it be that you are a demon? But why is there no demonic aura on you? Could it be the Tianshan fountain? Nope. There's no cultivation on you whatsoever. The white-clothed old man shook inwardly, and then he shined the bronze mirror at Li Changfeng again, and the face reflected in it was also the same as it was at this moment. Damn it! You're all the ones who go against the grain. Suddenly, his face changed drastically, and he angrily looked at Li Changfeng and the little girl and roared, "Who are you?" Li Changfeng did not provoke anger and looked at the white-clothed old man blandly and asked, "He is invincible on earth. Has long been on this kind of old dog jumping up and down waves. But there is a need. But a knife to kill only. Me? Have you ever heard of the Shunyata people? Never heard of it." Li Changfeng responded dryly. The white-clothed old man's face instantly suffocated into a reddish color. Shun Tian Run. Shun Tian sect. Acting on behalf of heaven. Who dares to say a word of no? You've got a big mouth. Why don't you go and kill the demons? Why don't you go to protect the great Zhou dynasty? The little girl made a face and said sarcastically. Humph. The white-clothed old man grunted in dissatisfaction, his eyes looking at her with some contempt. What do you know as a little girl? The great Zhou's chi has been exhausted and the demon race should rise. This is the way of heaven. Who dares to disobey it? You're a human too. How dare you say such things? Li Changfeng's eyes sank. His face was a bit unhappy. A person saying that the demon race was on the rise sounded very sarcastic. Who said I'm a human? The white-clothed old man raised an eyebrow. I drank the water of heaven and swallowed the Dan of heaven. I have long since detached myself from this body of flesh and skin, and I act in accordance with heaven and on behalf of heaven to clean up those who go against the heavens like you. His gaze was fixed on Li Changfeng, his eyes revealing a look that spoke for itself. When the demon race rises, what will the human race face? Li Changfeng's eyes were cold, as if he was inquiring, as if he was speaking to himself. That has nothing to do with me. Li Changfeng, I've come to advise you to give up on all of this early. The momentum of the demon race when it rises is destined by the heavens. No matter who can't stop it. There are so many celestial beings on earth. You are the only one who can't see this situation. Your path is about to come to an end. The white-clothed old man's emotions pulled up, and gradually an aura coalesced throughout his. So much so that as he stood up, that aura already had the feel of a finger-painted river and mountain. The well. Li Changfeng's eyes carried a slightly playful look as he looked at him and said softly, "What? Who are you calling a frog in the bottom of a well?" The white-clothed old man was furious. My way, greater than the heavens, my way, throughout the ages, talk of heaven and earth, see me all become empty. Li Changfeng's words sounded arrogant, but no one could hear the hint of loneliness in his heart. Daring? You dare to say that your Tao is greater than the heavenly Tao? The white-clothed old man's face was both flustered and angry. The way of the knife. Who in heaven and on earth dares to say that they are above me? Man is determined to triumph over the heavens. The way of the blade for all ages I will walk alone. Li Changfeng had risen to his feet, his aura pressing down on him, and his blade intent was as heavy as the weight of a swarm of mountains, weighing him down so much that he couldn't move. You? What else do you have to say? The voice seemed like a heavy hammer strike, and the white-clothed old man only felt that his heart and soul were ruthlessly hammered heavily, and a mouthful of blood wowed and sprayed out. You shall not die a good death. In my capacity as the world walker of the Shun Tian sect, I sentence you to a life of heavenly sin. The white-clothed old man forcefully took out a scroll of bamboo slips in his inner pocket and held up a light screen, isolating the knife intent from his body. Only when heaven prospers will all things prosper. The way of heaven is inherently benevolent, and all things are sons of the way. He rose with the bamboo slip in his hand and took a step out into the sky. An extremely special aura was added to his body. This step, ascendant, Shun Tianzon Lu Huairen. Please invite the Northern Liang Celestials to die. Chapter 32. Tell that immortal to come down and take my sword. A name that shook the earth, but 1,000 years ago. A past, a darkness, a human misery. Shun Tianzon Lu Huairen. When this name came out, a hint of fear flashed in the bottom of that little girl's eyes unseen by outsiders. Li Changfeng raised his eyes. His figure gradually became illusory, and he had already arrived in front of Lu Huairen, and was slightly taller than him. In the sky, the thunderclouds are dense and the bamboo slip in Lu Huairen's hand possessed a powerful mystical power that could help him step into the celestials and could help him manipulate the heavenly signs. One left hand raised the bamboo slip, under the gloomy sky, emitting dazzling light. LV Huairen's face gradually returned to youth. Why do you go against the sky? Bamboo slips gathered the thunder to keep splitting down between the 3 feet around him, and his voice carried an imperturbable majesty. Only that? Li Changfeng's voice was indifferent, unconcerned about the visions he had summoned. He just wanted to see the limits of this Shun Tian Zone Lu Huairen. 9 thunders. LV Huairen's right hand and sword pointed towards Li Changfeng. All of a sudden heavenly thunder rolled. Thumb-thin thunder pierced the gray sky and fell towards Li Changfeng's head. However, it did not annihilate wherever the thunder passed as he had imagined. Instead, 3 feet above Li Changfeng's head, the thunder automatically dissipated without even a ripple. Potential. Li Changfeng's blade power condensed above his head, and his overwhelming blade intent churned even the thunder. 9 thunderbolts fell in a row, causing no damage to him. What else you got? Use it all. Li Changfeng had his hands behind his back and his tone was slightly frivolous. Impossible. Have you already touched that realm? LV Huairen's face changed slightly as he thought of a possibility. This, so strong. The little girl in Beiliang City looked up to the sky, her heart slightly shaken. That's for sure. This is our immortal of Northern Liang. With an immortal around, no demon or devil can enter. Don't fool around. Hurry up and sell the cakes. The couple on the other side of the street looked surprised and passed by carrying a cooking cake stand with 2 knives on them. The human race, which is going through turmoil. Northern Liang, but the people are well. For a while, it was not clear whether this was a time of peace and prosperity or a calamity on earth. The years are just a matter of someone carrying the weight of the world. The little girl thought of the words. Li Changfeng's image had been deeply imprinted in the hearts of the people of Beiliang. When she first entered Beiliang, she had watched a huge statue standing in front of the imperial city, and every now and then the people were worshipping with incense. Is this a deliberate attempt to collect his qi, or is he doing it unintentionally? Boom! There was a sudden explosion, and she hurriedly looked up to see an eyeball coalesced in the cloudy sky. It was coalesced by thunder, and it pressed down on the earth with an aura of destruction of all things. Its sight was fixed on Li Changfeng. But the whole of Beiliang was struck by a terrifying aura. Everyone was terrified, and the little girl's heart trembled with a fear that was innate to her. As the thunder eye was formed, Li Changfeng naturally endured immense pressure, and the terrifying aura was mainly directed at him. Thunder eyes become, all things perish. You go against the heavens, and then I invite you to die. LV Huairen's voice was high-pitched and his face was flushed. Even though the bamboo slips had a great power, he was also using his life to urge I borrow from heaven another 100 years of life. His words fell, and the distant mountains of northern Liang, with their grassy essences, all of them had nail-cap-sized light clusters coalescing and landing on his body, and the flush of color immediately dissipated after receiving the addition of the light clusters. What is the difference between you, like this, and that demon? Li Changfeng's eyes looked at him with mockery. I'm not at fault. If I want to blame you, I'll blame you for standing on the opposite side of the sky. The bamboo slip in Lu Huairen's hand glowed brightly as he hissed. I'm afraid, I am not standing across from heaven, but across from you. Li Changfeng stretched out his hand, and the Guanshi sword was sheathed and fell into his hand. The 3-foot blade momentum around him dissipated, and one blade pointed towards the thunder eye in the sky. This blade, swallow the sky. Li Changfeng waved his Guanshi sword, and the blade's astral body stretched upwards until the dome of the sky, and it was feared to be 1,000 feet long. Red sky divine thunder. LV Huairen was also grimacing. The bamboo slips in his hands transformed from white light to crimson light, and an arm-thick crimson thunder coalesced and fell from the eye of the thunder. Only, before it could completely cleave down, Li Changfeng's saber deity chopped at the eyeball. Boom! It was as if the sky was collapsing. 1,000 miles in every direction felt the terror, and all living things bowed down and some of the great demons were looking at the dome of the sky in fear, the blood-stained red color spreading, presenting a demonic sight. After the slash, the sky returned to daylight, and the eye of thunder disappeared. LV Huairen fell to the ground, still holding the bamboo slips in his hand, coughing up blood in large gulps. His white sash was stained red. Li Changfeng retrieved the world-viewing sword and floated down in front of him. With a wave of his hand, the bamboo slip was attracted to fall into his hand. Although you have defeated me, you cannot defeat the great power. You will surely die if you stand in front of the great power. Lu Huairen turned pale again, and this time his face was even paler, as if he had already reached the end of his days. Your mouth is stronger than your skills. Li Changfeng's fingertips condensed a wisp of blade chi to gulp. You dare to kill me? The immortals won't let you go. LV Huairen saw the blade chi and suddenly showed fear. He felt the fear of death. In his long life, there was a time when death threatened him. However, After he became a disciple of the Shun Tian sect's world walk, he was old but not dead. Immortals? Li Changfeng raised his eyebrows and tossed the bamboo slip in his hand twice, then looked up into the sky. It seemed that there were winds and clouds changing and countless eyes were silently watching him. Tell that immortal to come down and take my sword. Put! The blade chi pierced through LV Huiran's brow, and a ray of white light suddenly drilled out from his heavenly aura, and tried to rush up to the sky. Open that bamboo slip, he won't get away. A voice suddenly cried out from behind. It was the little girl, who had rushed to the outskirts of the city. Li Changfeng heard her words but ignored them. Instead he opened his palm to the dome of the sky and, eating the earth. His blade hadn't finished releasing, swallowing the sky and eating the earth as one. The blade intent was like a prison trapping that white light inside at once. As Li Changfeng's palms closed together, a terrified hiss suddenly came from the wisp of white light. Don't you dare! The voice came to an abrupt end, completely annihilated in the blade intent. That voice, it wasn't LV Huiran's. Li Changfeng turned back to the little girl. How did you, just destroy it? She stood at a distance of more than 10 feet away, her small mouth slightly open as she looked at Li Changfeng with a shocked expression. Now, it's time to tell me who you really are. Chapter 33, Splitting the Gifts. 8 Divisions of the World. Ha, me, I'm anything, the little girl said. Li Changfeng gave her a deep look. This little girl did not have a bit of cultivation on her, but just based on that one sentence she just said, he knew that she was very uncomplicated. But everyone has secrets, and since she didn't want to talk about it, Li Changfeng was too lazy to ask. Hey, you wait. Oh, behind him, he called out to Li Changfeng, but he didn't stop. Instead, he stepped into the air step by step, bullying me for not being able to fly? Og gnashing her teeth, she looked at his figure and ran to catch up. However, before she could chase a few steps, she couldn't see Li Changfeng's figure, and far away in the middle of a deep mountain in the central state, a tall mountain gate pagoda towered over the name Shun Tian sect was imprinted on it. The mountains are green and planted, but the grass is half drooping listlessly. In the Soul Hall of the Shun Tian sect, one of the 9 candle lamps suddenly went out. The little disciple who was guarding the Soul Palace suddenly woke up. The whole person was terrified and rushed out the door yelling, "Oh no! Master Lu's candle flame has gone out." In the heaven-bearing hall, 8 people looked grim. LV Huiran is surprisingly dead. This matter is very strange. What's fishy about it? He's been living for so many years, but he's just our puppet, just letting him hang on to the name of World Walker. It's already God's blessing that a halfway decent initiate has survived this long. That being said, we can't afford not to avenge his death. That's certainly true, but the land of Northern Liang does have some oddities, and the variable of Northern Liang did not appear before the deduction. In the end it's still that celestial being, never heard of before, less than 30 years old. Could it be that the celestial being is reincarnated in the sky? Whether it is or not, it stands against us, and there is no choice but to kill. What about the plan? With Skywalker dead, the world's 9 points are missing a link. It's good to have one less person. There is reincarnation in the Earth's chi. This time it's good for the 8 of us to undertake heavenly affairs. Big Brother already has a plan in mind? You see, the middle-aged man called Big Brother took out a picture, on which was precisely the divine martial continent, with 8 lines running vertically and horizontally dividing the entire Earth, and a line of poetry beside the picture. Its name is Cracked Talent. There is a catastrophe on Earth. The way of heaven rises. Heaven and earth are unkind. All things are for ruminants and dogs. The immortals are unkind, using the earth as an oven and purgatory, taking away people's luck and strengthening the sky. Big Brother, what is this? Someone was curious. The policy of the 8 divisions of the world. You and I, the 8 of us, will divide the earth and push everything into the order he deserves. The celestials on earth are not so peaceful, as it should be. This earth is, in the final analysis, our earth, a heavenly earth. Let's go down to the mountains. 8 points and push. A day later, the earth was suddenly in a state of shock. The human demon war suddenly formed 8 regions, and some powers were suddenly supported by mysterious forces, and became hegemonic in one fell swoop. There are regions that have stepped on the kingdoms, with kingdoms established by the demon race, sweeping across the land. As for the Great Zhou, since it leads the central state, it is both a tiger looking down on the world, but it is also surrounded by snakes. 100 Refinement Mountain, Bastard Blade Sect. With a frosty face and tears of frozen ice, the little girl climbed from the foot of the mountain against the wind and snow to the top of the mountain, and saw the gate of the Bastard Sword Sect. When I go back I will definitely throw her to the 1000 Snake Cave, knowing that I left the demon locking stone behind. But she didn't even send it to me. Who are you and what are you doing in the bastard blade sect? Just as Oniwario was muttering in her mind, a voice rang out in front of her. And who are you? She turned her face away, rubbing her hands over her face to wipe away the frost and snow. Of course I'm a disciple of the bastard blade sect. My name is Lu Yao. Oh, I'm here to find Li Changfeng. Where is he? Seen your uncle? What are you looking for him for? Lu Yao asked. What do you care? You little brat? As soon as she pushed him away, she walked straight over. Bang! A knife was stuck at Ashio's feet, blocking her way. The bastard blade sect. Not just anyone can come in, Lu Yao said in a deep voice. After hearing this, he turned around and looked him up and down with his eyes. Then how did you blend in? I see that you look like nothing more than a mere mortal. Me. Lu Yao suppressed the anger in his heart and looked at this unreasonable woman. Naturally, I climbed up from the foot of the mountain step by step and worshipped the bastard blade sect, and the patriarch accepted me as a disciple. Snap. He applauded him. Very good. Keep up the good work then. After saying that, she ran into the mountain gate. Stop her. Lu Yao bellowed, and the disciples in front of the mountain gate drew their swords and stopped Onyonyo. Nasty. Adi took out a handkerchief from her inner bosom and shook it in front of the two. The faint starburst pollen mesmerized them. Then she dug in with a low bow. Why don't you two stop her? Lu Yao slapped their shoulders. Ha! I don't know. I'm a little dizzy. Vom. The two men went straight to the ground and threw up. At the back of the mountain, Li Changfeng was looking at the letterhead that Zhu Kaiping had sent to him. The human world is in turmoil. The world is divided into 8 parts. Beiliang is located in the northern region. Naturally, it is also among them. The northern domain prohibited area, with its supreme status, was naturally because of Li Changfeng. Looking at the world, who can kill 3 great saints of the demon race one after another? And rumor has it that one of them is even a snake transformation ancestor. Li Changfeng, terrifying as he is. However, the northern region of the big, northern Liang is only one of the 8 points. Another 2 are also in the northern region. 3 sacred palaces, sinister dragon's nest, 2 places, one of the same 8 divisions of the world. These 2 demonic forces took in all the realms outside of northern Liang. Bang, bang, bang. Seen your uncle. Baichuan has something to ask for. Come in. Wan Baichuan walked into the house. Li Changfeng put down his letterhead, and his sword intent enveloped it into dust. What is it? Li Changfeng picked up the hot tea on the table and swallowed it into his throat. Seen your uncle. There's a girl outside who says she's your date. Put. Li Changfeng sprayed a mouthful of hot tea directly into Guan Baichuan's face. What did you say? Guan Baichuan wiped a handful of tea stains on his face, and in his heart, he was glad that his senior uncle didn't mix the knife intent in it, or else this move would be enough to kill him 1,000 times over. Last time, he had seen the water in Li Changfeng's mouth obliterate a great demon. Seen your uncle. There is a little girl who broke into our bastard blade sect. Quite a few disciples have been caught by her enough. A few elders together only trapped him and couldn't take her. Guan Baichuan said while observing Li Changfeng's expression, and seeing that he did not show his face. He continued. She said that senior uncle you are his match, and that she came here this time to withdraw from you. Nonsense. I seldom move about in the world. Where did I get a love interest? Rush down the mountain. Li Changfeng said without thinking. Yes. Guan Baichuan was naturally obedient to Li Changfeng's orders and directly answered and turned to leave. Wait a minute. Chapter 34, Kaiping. Here's your chance. Guan Baichuan had just stepped out of the room when Li Changfeng's voice came from behind. Seen your uncle. You're still saying she's not your match? Guan Baichuan revealed a hint of a smile and said secretly in his heart. What are you thinking? Li Changfeng put one hand on his shoulder, his voice clear and cold. Oops. I forgot that Uncle Shifu can read minds. Guan Baichuan was just about to argue, but there was a blur before his eyes, and Li Changfeng brought him directly to the front of the martial arts arena. All by themselves, they surrounded several elders of the bastard blade sect, and a hairpin in their hands shone brightly, suppressing the elders. Although the disciples of the bastard blade sect were cool and lonely on their faces, their hearts were flooded with mutterings and did not go forward. Even Lu Yao had put away the sword in his hand, for no other reason than that they listened to her. I'm Li Changfeng's lover. That is, your senior uncle's woman. I'll expel anyone who dares to be reckless from the sect. Why is Li Changfeng so slow? Hurry up and let him out. I'm in a hurry to withdraw from him. Anyway, he said with a playful smile. Suddenly 2 silhouettes appeared in front of her, and Li Changfeng looked at her with cold eyes. The terrifying blade intent churned the hairpin in her hand, and the elders' bodies dispersed their pressure and retreated a long way back. Seen your uncle. Disciple knows that I have offended this senior uncle's mother. As soon as their words fell, a blade intent even stronger than the aura of OAAO pressure just now instantly descended on them. It was as if there was a knife on his neck. Is it wrong? Don't you call your uncle's woman your uncle's mother? Several people looked at each other. What are you doing here? Li Changfeng's face was unhappy as he looked at Onithing. He is merciless, but he doesn't kill people at random. There is no cultivation on this girl. But the hairpin in her hand just now is very powerful. But there is no demonic aura. In the end, what secret is hidden he doesn't know. However, this time, he had actually sought out the hegemony sword sect, so he couldn't help but make a move. Looking for you. I was joking when I said I was withdrawing. We're both clean. Yes. Numerous disciples nodded their heads. Now the misunderstanding is solved. I nodded with satisfaction. Li Changfeng frowned and grabbed her shoulders with one hand. Taking another step, he had already reached the back of the mountain. Did senior uncle really find us a senior grandmother? It should be. Or else according to the temperament of senior uncle ancestor he would have chopped it off with a knife long ago. The disciples of the hegemony sword sect immediately exploded. Ahem. Guan Baichuan coughed twice lightly, calming all the voices. This matter, don't spread it out. Keep it a secret in case someone threatens senior uncle. Sovereign, don't worry. Disciple understands. All nodded in response. Who the hell are you? No? Li Changfeng's eyebrows raised as his knife force shattered her plush shawl. Still not talking? Li Changfeng saw that her face remained unchanged and raised his eyebrows again. Her outer clothes were also cracked, pieces of cloth spilling onto the ground, leaving her inner shirt on her upper body. Very well, you'd better never say anything. Li Changfeng's face sank, his brow furrowed, and the blade power directly shattered her inner shirt into pieces as well. A red belly band hanging on her body. Blocking the rather large two things. A pair of white jade arms were exposed, and a book fell on the floor. If you don't say it again, I'll shatter it too. Li Changfeng let out a cold smile. His fingers slightly lifted up, unlocking the pressure of the blade on her body. You have suppressed me to death. What do you tell me to say? A lightness in his body hurriedly clutched his bladder. His cheeks reddened as he shouted angrily at Li Changfeng. I'm telling you ahead of time the way I do things. Now you can talk. After saying that, Li Changfeng hooked his finger and the books on the ground fell into his hands. Please be gentle with me, young emperor. Li Changfeng looked at the books in his hand and froze slightly. Then he looked up at all. Give it back. Her face turned even redder, rushing over to grab it. However, she had pounced. Li Changfeng's figure appeared on the bed, one hand already flipping through the books. Here it is. As expected. It's a very pure and ambiguous kind of article. And the first chapter is all about the opening withdrawal from the marriage and sticking it to the young emperor. You give it back. Pouted her lips and looked at Li Changfeng with fierce eyes. Li Changfeng casually threw it over and asked immediately after. Tell me, who are you and what do you want to do when you come to the bastard blade sect? Don't tell me you love me. Immediately blushed, holding the books in front of her chest. I'm just a flower girl who aspires to be a hero, and I believe that my intended is a gaijin who will one day come on a seven-colored cloud. Before she finished her words, Li Changfeng couldn't listen to her anymore, and with a wave of his hand, he pressed her in place, and, instead, he walked out of the back of the mountain himself. Baichuan, I'm going down to the mountain. That woman's origin is unknown. You keep her under strict guard and monitor her movements, transmitting sound into a room in the Jun Blade Hall. Guan Baichuan was regulating his breathing when a stone was suddenly added to his hand, with blade intent lurking on it. Guan Baichuan immediately revealed a smile and said with a distant thought to the east, Don't worry, senior uncle. I will definitely take care of senior uncles and mothers. In the northern Liang Imperial City, Li Changfeng appeared in front of the Grand Hall. Shu Kaiping was presiding over the court meeting, listening to the general situation of the world and the livelihood of northern Liang. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of Li Changfeng outside the hall, and he immediately stood up with a jolt and trotted down the steps. Immortal. Shu Kaiping did not know that Immortal had descended and had missed the welcome. Please atone for your sins. Shu Kaiping hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. Please ask the Immortals to atone for their sins. The civil ministers and military generals in the hall also knelt on the ground. Li Changfeng flicked his sleeve and the strong wind lifted them all up. Walking slowly towards the middle of the hall, he realized that his partial seat was already on par with Shu Kaiping's, and even the seat was a bit bigger. But he didn't say anything. Since Shu Kaiping did it, then he should give him the opportunity to please himself. A person who is always harsh and cool is not destined to have the sincere support of others. Shu Kaiping was also quietly observing Li Changfeng. and when he saw him sitting down, his heart was relieved and a smile immediately appeared on his face. I don't know what the immortals' orders are for coming. I read your urgent letter. 8 points on Earth. For Beiliang, for you this is a very important thing, Li Changfeng said. Immortals atone for their sins. Kaiping is stupid. I don't know what immortals refer to mean. Shu Kaiping naturally had some thoughts in his mind. As early as when he received the news of the 8 points of the world, he already had some thoughts, only he naturally had to listen to Li Changfeng. Kaiping, here's your chance. Chapter 35, Hegemony of the World. 3 Swords of the Hegemony Sword. Shu Kaiping was full of surprises, remembering that the immortal had told him last time that he would fulfill his dreams for him. There was pressed joy on his face, his eyes glowing with anticipation. What do you mean, immortal? The python sparrow swallowing dragon has become a trend. The world is divided into 8, and the Lijiang soldiers will be able to see the world majestically, Li Changfeng said easily. Shu Kaiping heard the sentence that his heart wanted to hear the most. His heart was already in waves and his face was red. I'll give you an emperor. Will you do it or not? To be sidelined in a chaotic world is to be stuck in a rut, and there is no other choice but to perish. Only by sweeping away all powerful enemies can we truly be partial to a corner, which is the whole earth. Immortal. Although my northern Liang soldiers are brave, it's just that we have too few troops, Shu Kaiping said with some apprehension. Beiliang, for the greater part of the year, had been practicing, and, having collected the Green Bird country, had sent 20,000 veterans to break up and divide it among. Now the 2 countries' 19 cities of the flexible strength of about 80,000 people, on the attack still have the power of a battle, but if the defense of the city is slightly insufficient, therefore, you must build up a wide range of food, slow down your claim to the throne, and build up your strength. Right now, the northern region is divided into 3 parts, and Beiliang is the weakest part and the strongest part. Do you understand? Li Changfeng looked at him. His meaning was self-evident. Kaiping understands. Shu Kaiping hurriedly responded. He naturally understood the meaning of the immortal. North Liang has the immortal in, that is, the strongest, but North Liang is also only the immortal, when it is the weakest. The bastard blade sect's mindset will first open up the core in the military, including the full set of blade recipes, which will be used to enhance the soldiers' combat power, and after the city is conquered, how those original defenders control them is your business. Kaiping understands. Half a day later, Li Changfeng returned to the Bastard Blade sect after secretly reviewing the soldiers and bravery from all over northern Liang. The disciples on the mountain of the Bastard Sword sect always remained at 800. This was a rule established by the founding ancestor. And after the senior disciples descended the mountain into the military camps of Beiliang and Qingbird, the additions were made quickly. Not everyone was born to be a good practitioner of the sword like Liu Yao. The Bastard Sword sect recruits its disciples with the first word being dexterity. A practitioner of the sword must have an obsession. A knife is the simplest weapon to kill with. If you can lift it, you can swing it. Unlike a sword, to draw a sword, you first injure yourself. To stab a sword, you first train your wrist. Nor is it like a gun, an inch long, which, though strong, cannot pierce the armor of war without air. The whip chimney is even more difficult to practice than going up to the heavenly mountain. The most important thing is that all kinds of blades, all the cost of labor and materials, the knife, although cheap, but worth it. Blade cultivators must have the aura of swallowing mountains and rivers. The will determine your blade intent. How strong your blade intent is, how strong your blade will be. Li Changfeng stood in front of the Jin Blade Hall, and the disciples within the sect were all standing under the stage, including Guan Baichuan and a group of elders. The heart technique of overwhelming the world has been reconditioned by me to the 15th level, up to the realm of the land immortals. Each of you has a dream, and I've given him the opportunity. If someone cultivates to the 15th level, there will naturally be a stronger celestial realm waiting for you. It all depends on your own efforts. Li Changfeng had already decided to pass on the hegemony of the world's mind, except for the last special method involving the celestial realm which was still reserved. Every disciple of the hegemony blade sect will dream of the supreme of blades. On this point, Guan Baichuan had also raised questions previously. Senior uncle, isn't it better to wait for a while and only impart some of the heart techniques, such as to the Grand Master realm? Small family. Li Changfeng shook his head. If it wasn't for the elusive nature of the celestial realm, I could have passed on even the celestial mind technique. Baichuan, right now the earth is in turmoil. The bastard blade sect can't be isolated. Perhaps I will leave northern Liang as well. What will you do without me? Moreover, the The Bastard Blade sect does not hold back on talent. As long as one has a strong will to cultivate the blade, everyone under the sun can learn. The world's blade comes out of the Bastard Blade sect, and the world's people are the Bastard Blade sect. Is senior uncle leaving? Guan Baichuan was a little flustered in his heart. Whether it was him, the Bastard Sword sect, or even Northern Liang, they had all become accustomed to Li Changfeng stabilizing Northern Liang and winning too much peace on earth. Do you know why I decided to pass on the heart technique? Senior uncle is naturally doing this for the sake of the growth and development of my Bastard Blade sect. Guan Baichuan blurted out. That's just one aspect. The most important is, I'm so lonely, an opponent is hard to find in the world, and an opponent with a sword is even harder to find out. Guan Baichuan was petrified on the spot after hearing these words. Pulling back his thoughts, Guan Baichuan immediately led the Bastard sect disciples to pay their respects. Now, I will pass down the 3 greatest of the Bastard swords. 13 stances of the Bastard sword. Give you a knife? Not 2 in the knife. If you lose, flying, cut the skin, waterfall, cross the knife, flying shocked chopping, swallowing the sky and eating the ground, flesh and bones separated, cut off twice. Return your sword and all the 10 directions will be destroyed. 5 styles of blade technique. Crown life is robbed, buried, exterminated, the world is slaughtered, and all beings are destroyed. 3 strange door knives, body-breaking invisible blade, royal heavenly thunder blade, and no 2 ask heaven blade. This is the Bastard Blade Triple Jedi, invincible in the world. Li Changfeng slowly withdrew his stance, and the Guanshi sword was inserted into the sheath behind his back. An hour had passed quietly, and everyone was shocked at the display of sword skills they had just seen. Many people can't remember what they've just seen. Li Changfeng's saber intent had left a deep imprint in their hearts, yet they were unable to recall it, and his saber intent would have already manifested itself on the occasion of the epiphany of many disciples. This is the only way to tell them to thoroughly comprehend it, rather than drawing a cat from a tiger, with no resemblance to either the form or the spirit. Passing on the 3 best of the Bastard sword in this way would neither harm them nor be obtained by outsiders. Buzz. Suddenly, Lu Yao's body emanated blade intent, and his blade trembled. His eyes had a slight disorientation. His hands gripped the steel blade tightly. A flip had reached the center of the martial arts arena. His blade chi extended. A very easy chop to the front, as if he had given the sword in his hand to someone else. Boom! The ground was chopped open with a crack, and his slash was precisely the Sendao slash from the 13 moments of the Bastard sword. Nice, Li Changfeng said indifferently, but with heartfelt appreciation. The sword-practicing cultivators in this world, if he is allowed to call a sentence good, he can already afford to be the leader of his peers. Lu Yao, then, had surpassed all the young disciples and was pointing directly at Guan Baichuan and the older generation. Thank you, Master Uncle, Ancestor, for passing on the Dharma. All of the disciples half-kneeled on the ground together, with great admiration in their hearts. In terms of pattern, in terms of heart, in terms of cultivation, they already believed in Li Changfeng as the one and only true immortal. This is the will of the sword practitioner, the faith of the sword practitioner. It's also the sword soul of the Bastard sect. Boom! Suddenly the ground shook, and the 100 refined mountains were in turmoil. Who intrudes into my Bastard Blade sect? Guan Baichuan leaped up and looked around with his tiger eyes, but he did not find any sign of a human figure. Immediately afterward, he saw a group of disciples looking at the back of the Hall of Jin Blades. Li Changfeng took a step to the sky above the sword-suppressing pool and looked downwards with his arms crossed. Chapter 36, The Bottom of the Pool. Chopping demons and crying blood. The Zen Blade Pool. A vision occurred. The ice has melted and broken up a few times, and has returned to the surface of the ice. At this moment, a burst of demonic bloodlight was mapped out through the ice, and the terrified blade intent was released in the depths, stirring the mountain soul of the 100 refined mountain. Told you to settle down. Looks like you didn't listen. Li Changfeng's body slowly descended, and his 3-foot blade power held up outside his body, easily breaking through the ice. All that met his eyes was blood red, and the will to chaos roared. Kill me! Quack 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 quack! When the yin and yang are in rebellion, I will sacrifice my demon blood to the blue sky. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Don't kid the little demon poor. Heaven did not give birth to my little yellow dragon, and the demon path is as dark as night for all eternity. A sentence of extremely wild words hissed from the bottom of the pool, and the tone was untamed. At the bottom of the town knife pool, there is no one else but a knife. Demon slaying and bloodshed. A sword full of legends and mysteries. The founding ancestor of the Bastard Sword sect was only the peak of a grand master on record, and hadn't yet stepped into the land immortal, so it was simply impossible to subdue this sword. How could it willingly enter the bastard blade sect? This silence is 1,000 years long. A blade intent full of domineering yet demonic energy was twisting and turning at the bottom of the pool. It was itching to cut the water current into thousands of pieces of debris. It's just a matter of drawing the knife out of the water. Just like this earthly cause and effect. You come and go, only entangled. No end in sight. I want the sky to be unable to cover my eyes, and I want all the Buddhas to go up in smoke. The roar grew more and more frantic, and the aura of resentment directly churned the pool water rushing towards the sky. Only, as it rolled backwards, it was ruthlessly suppressed by Li Changfeng. He was like an exiled immortal who fell into the water and suppressed everything. As his body sank, all the wind and waves returned to calm. At the bottom of the pool, the demon chopper's sobbing blood was inserted on an unraveling stone. The scarlet demonic color surrounded it, and the demonic blood chi illuminated demonic bodies of different shapes and sizes. The unruly yellow dragon, the resentful black bear, the berserk great ape, the extremely conceited peacock, the murderous human demon bloodline, and the one demon Buddha that ghosts and gods were terrified to see. They similarly wrapped around the demon beheading sobbing blood, and with the help of the demonic blood chi in it, they desperately let loose their arrogance. In this world, if it comes to sword intent, who is stronger than Li Changfeng? He landed in front of the unraveling stone, and the blade intent that could cut through everything gently washed over him, and everything was gone, as if what had just happened was a fantasy. It was the fact that just now in the martial arts arena his bastard blade triple Jedi triggered the resonance of the demon beheading sobbing blood, and for some reason he even sacrificed the souls of those who had once fallen under his blade. Li Changfeng stared at it with his eyes, reached out his hand and gripped the hilt of the blade, and an intense chaotic will instantly impacted him. What he saw was the Tang Snake Great Sage. 100,000 demon soldiers. A previously unseen demon race. All of these beings had been devoured by the demon chopper Sob. These remnants of the will rely on the demon blood chi to survive, bringing with them great power as well as the danger of injuring themselves. Previously, if one wanted to activate the demon slaying Sob, even with the cultivation of a patriarch, one would have to break an arm in order to slash out a blade. Now that it had drunk the blood of the demon race's great saint and 100,000 demon soldiers, in order to wield this blade, even a great master would have to leave half of his essence blood behind. Bold, Li Changfeng's will ruthlessly suppressed it, instantly flushing out all of the evil demons and devil's wills. Like 100 rivers returning to the sea, they contracted back into the heart of the blade, and after being overwhelmed by Li Changfeng's will, they turned into pure spiritual food, and something was pulling them in the blade. Scowling, "Get out here and meet me." Li Changfeng's will transformed into a sword and blasted upwards, and the demon-slaying weeping blood hissed at once. "Don't kill me!" The plea for mercy rang out as the sound of a dragon whistling. A headless dragon soul manifested with the help of the demonic blood chi, facing Li Changfeng and begging bitterly. "What are you?" Li Changfeng's eyes were slightly cold. A sinful dragon soul was actually parasitized in the blade, and it had already concealed him. "I am the soul of this sword. The headless dragon soul, without a head," said with a voice of will. "You're worthy of being a blade soul?" Li Changfeng stretched out his hand and flexed his fingers to flick out the blade chi to strike above the blade. Ding! The blade trembled, and the figure of that headless dragon soul trembled along with it. "I am the soul under this knife. Thousands of years ago, when the kingdoms were not yet established and the earth was in chaos with demons, the human race was struggling in the fire, until the appearance of a man. He held a sword in his hand to decapitate the demons, and wherever he passed, the demons were all beheaded. This blade is the demon chopper Sob. The sword forger died to open the blade for the sword. This blade fell into the hands of a ranger, and it is hard to find an opponent on earth. There was a time when the name Invincible was claimed on earth. With the body of a human being, I'll behead an immortal. The headless dragon soul is a heavenly immortal, ranked among the 9th class of loose immortals, who travels down through the heavenly gates to harvest a yuan of chi. I did not realize that the earth had not been suppressed as it had been in the past. Instead, it had been suppressed by a single race of people, and all the spirits shared the same respect. It goes down to the world. Originally stealing, immortal unkindness. The earth is regarded as its purgatory furnace, refining the red dust chi, up the immortal foundation. I didn't expect to meet the ranger and never return. The demon chopper sobbing blood beheads it, strips it of its dragon body, breaks its dragon tendons, and imprisons its dragon soul. The interior of this blade's body was a purgatory in which all of the demon races that had been decapitated by the blade were imprisoned as unwilling and extremely evil wills. The headless dragon's soul was originally an immortal, and when it fell to the mortal world and was decapitated, its will was weakened to the extreme, but it eventually pulled through. Thousands of years of devouring the will of various demon races had finally allowed it to recover a large portion of its body, with only a dragon's head still unrecovered. Li Changfeng's saber intent, which in his opinion was no longer weak to the one from back then, also inspired its fear. Thousands of years of devouring will erupted in its body, and the will of chaos broke through the prison from its body. These demons, back in the day, were all 1 in 10,000 supreme demons. How dare you lie in front of me? Li Changfeng listened for a while, and his eyes stabbed out knife to pierce through its remnants. His will was a knife that chopped the dragon's soul into 2 pieces. I am not lying. That man is not dead. He is still on earth. Its voice was agonized and it roared and roared in the bottom of the pool. Who is he? Li Changfeng asked. Thousands of years ago, the Gaijin masters were still on earth, and the first person in the list of celestial beings had only survived for 500 years. So how in the world did this group of people live forever? I don't know. All I know is that his will is affecting me at all times. Or this knife. The will of the dragon's soul was indeed strong. Or perhaps it was with the power in the demon-slaying sob that his body had regained its strength. He's in the knife? Li Changfeng's face clouded over. A terrifying person was hiding in the sword. He is in this blade. His will has stolen this blade. And he is the one who is influencing me and controlling me. Dragon's soul said in agony. Take me to him. Li Changfeng said. You can do that with your will out of your body? Chapter 37, The Great Sage of the Lark, Marriage? So what if it is? Bang! 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 In the back of the mountain, Guan Baichuan knocked on the door with one hand. Oh miss? Instead of a smile, his face was a little tired. Come in. Owned the voice rang through the room. Oh. Guan Baichuan gathered his emotions and tried to look as normal as possible before walking in with the wine and food. Still no word from Li Changfeng? Not yet. Guan Baichuan sighed in his heart as he put down the wine and food. Half a year ago, Li Changfeng entered the bottom of the Jin knife pool and thought that he would be able to come up in a while. The bottom of the Jindao pool was initially a bit strange, and after the first 3 days it was completely lifeless, and they couldn't even enter the bottom of the pool if they wanted to. The blade intent left behind by Li Changfeng was so overwhelming that they couldn't even enter and couldn't even check it out if they wanted to. Well then, since he's gone, I'm going to leave as well. Your bastard blade sect can't keep trapping me, right? Guan Baichuan used the stone that hid the sword intent to remove the suppression in the house, and instead placed the confinement on her so that he could probe her. I'm sorry, Miss Amazing. I can't do that. It's all going to have to wait until senior uncle comes out. Guan Baichuan shook his head and said, You bastard blade sect is violating my personal freedom. Only thing on her face was bitter, and she yelled to vent her frustration. When Guan Baichuan left, she sat down at the table and ate a few bites of wine and food carelessly before returning to her bed to regulate. I've already sent a letter to Peach Valley. Why haven't they sent the demon-suppressing stone yet? Is real, but it is her nickname. Her real body is naturally the great saint of the lark. The time has flown half a year. She is no longer in the mood to engage in any beauty palace mind games. A trip to the human world and living at a snail's pace in the bastard blade sect for half a year had made it very difficult for her. Moreover, Li Changfeng, a person who was not understanding, also disappeared without any reason. She had already moved to leave. Boom! Suddenly, the 100 Refinement Mountain trembled, and the entire back of the mountain shook with it. Rubbing her face, she hurriedly got up and walked out of the house, where she saw a frightening sight. When did it turn red? Tell Li Changfeng to come out. It was the grizzly bear demon king in the sinister dragon's nest that bullied the bastard blade sect with thousands of demon soldiers. Half a year's time, Li Changfeng disappeared into thin air. There had been many invitations for him to go to the meeting. Without exception, they were all rejected by Guan Baichuan. But paper can't wrap fire. As the demon race and certain human forces continued to test the waters, they were pretty sure of one thing, and that was that Li Changfeng didn't seem to be in northern Liang. The friction is getting bigger and bigger. The demon soldiers from the northern region keep testing Beiliang, and the soldiers and braves are having a hard time fending it off. This is still the demon race being careful and cautious, and did not dare to attack in a big way, fearing that there is a trap. After conquering 9 cities, they finally determined that Li Changfeng seemed to have disappeared. The grizzly demon king had been drinking for many days, and when he was provoked by a female demon, he directly killed the northern Liang. Today, Step on the hegemony blade sect and tell that laborer Li Changfeng to roll out and meet me. Carrying a large sword in one hand, he stood on 100 Refinement Mountain and looked down on the hegemonic sword sect in a domineering manner. And behind him, a banshee took advantage of the situation to sneak into the back of the mountain. Mama, is that you? The little demon asked as she landed on the ground and looked at Oniwario, who was dressed in all black. Yes. Before she could finish her sentence, suddenly a blade energy slashed over violently. Damn little demon! How dare you bully my master's grandmother? It was Lu Yao, who had just keenly observed a demon sneaking into the back of the mountain and chased after him immediately afterward. Great demon cultivation. Boom! The little demon was so scared that she lost her face and hurriedly pulled out a stone from her pocket, bursting out her demonic power to hold up a barrier to block the blade chi. Master grandmother? A corner of her mouth twitched, but there was some inexplicable resistance to this name. Your Highness, you're married to that human celestial? The little demon also turned her head to ask. Talkative. Oh, with a wave of her hand, the stone fell into her hand. It was her sealed cultivation, which she had accidentally and surprisingly not taken away in the first place. Although she had quite a few treasures in her body to cast means, her cultivation was the most important. Boom! In front of the main hall, Guan Baichuan resisted the grisly demon king's slash, and with the knife skill passed down by Li Changfeng, he barely managed to cultivate one of the styles, Sen Dawa slash. He was able to block the demon king's attack, but there was a huge gap between the two realms, and he was also heavily injured. Bastard sword sect disciples, listen to the order. Protect the back mountain senior uncles and mothers with all your might. Guan Baichuan fell to the ground, swallowed a mouthful of blood, and barked orders at the door. All of the disciples were heading towards the back of the mountain, and some disciples who were entangled in the demon soldiers and exchanged their injuries for injuries were also charging towards this place. I told you to sneak in quietly. Why did you bring so many demon soldiers? Do you want to destroy the hegemony sword sect, or releasing the demonic power in the stone? The huge demonic power instantly rushed into her body. The entire 100 refined mountain was instantly enveloped by a terrifying aura. This was the demonic aura of the demon race's great sage, the absolute peak cultivation on earth. Click 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 click. In the dome of the sky, thunder shuttled, blood-red clouds were covered by black clouds, and another frost and snow flew down to earth. The great sage of the lark, with a face that is as beautiful as a city, dressed in the robe of the 100 birds toward the phoenix, wearing a peacock hairpin of blue clouds on her head, with her face showing her majesty, overlooking all living beings. The body was lusciously curvy, with a pair of feet that didn't tread on footwear, and white toes painted a rosy pink color. This senior auntie is a demon? Guan Baichuan's face was so dumbfounded that it didn't even allow him to feel the pain. Stand down, all of you. With a flick of the lark great sage's hand, a fierce wind swirled, and all of the lesser demons were blown to who knows where. Only one grisly demon king stood frozen in the air. Not only was he shocked by the lark great sage's stunning face, he was also suppressed in place by the invincible aura that looked out of the sky and earth. Lark, are you here? Are you going to shelter these human races? Suddenly, an even more powerful aura descended, and a large auger head poked out from the clouds on the dome of the sky. The forehead born one horn, auger head black, two eyeballs with a killing opportunity to look down. Just a slight appearance. Already will be 100 miles in a radius of all the living beings shocked, cowering crouching on the ground. Him, nearly dragon, Black Jiao Great Sage. The lark Great Sage's eyes were grave, obviously knowing him. You're a great saint, but you're counting on this group of mortals in northern Lian? It's simply a disgrace to my demon race. Then what are you doing here? What are these mole crickets shouting about senior uncles and grandmothers? Are you getting married here? The black gum Great Sage opened his mouth and asked. A fishy wind blew down from the dome of the sky, and if someone was scratched by this wind, their blood and flesh would fall and their soul would fly away. With a flick of the lark Great Sage's palm, a curtain of light covered the entire bastard blade sect, blocking out the fishy wind. So what if it is? Chapter 38. After 6 months of absence, you've grown a bit bolder. What? The Black Jiao Great Sage roared as even more violent fishy winds spat out, and the barrier shook with the impact. In front of the Zen Blade Hall, an elder poked Guan Baichuan's body, and he immediately turned his head to look at this elder. Patriarch, senior uncles are great saints of the demon race. What should we do about this? When Guan Baichuan heard this, his face turned gloomy. What are you trying to say? There is no racial discrimination in the bastard sword sect. As long as senior uncle likes it, even an ant you have to give me the same respect as a senior uncle. Understood. The elder nodded. His faith was certainly strong. Cloud Sparrow, you've crossed the line. My big brother has pursued you so hard. And you've even gotten mixed up with a celestial of the human race. Aren't you afraid that the demon race will get rid of you? And my big brother will personally come down to overthrow everything? The Black Jiao Great Sage roared. A three-headed augur? Tell him to get as far away as he can. The Lark Great Sage said contemptuously. Then I'll capture you and bring you back to see Big Brother. And since this Northern Liang Celestial is a shrinking violet, I'll raise this place to the ground. After saying that, the Black Jiao Great Sage's mouth suddenly spat out monstrous waves that poured down towards the Hegemony Blade Sect. At the bottom of the Zhendao pool, the level of menace was even greater than the crisis facing the Ba Dao sect. Li Changfeng's will was detached from his body, and with the headless dragon soul going deep into the demon beheading sobbing blood, the blade was filled with chaotic wills. And if someone were to be impacted by these wills, they would not even have the chance to turn into a cutie, would not even have the chance to do so, and would directly become brain dead. He, in the heart of the blade, a person who had been invincible across thousands of years. It would not be too much to call it a shock to the ancient world that no one was invincible. Li Changfeng's will was a knife, and under the twisting of the knife intent, all the chaotic wills were annihilated wherever they passed. It was just that they died and were reborn as if they were endless, rushing out again from the depths of the blade purgatory. It is he who is providing these chaotic wills with the opportunity to reincarnate, to be born in him, to die in him, to reincarnate in him. He was a fire that burned fiercely, a dragon's head seared in the flames that, the dragon's soul was very excited to see him, and couldn't wait to rush over immediately, except that he had already tried this method no less than 1,000,000 times, and there was no other downfall other than being decapitated. Why don't you kneel when you see a true immortal? The dragon's head suddenly opened and closed its mouth and issued a tortured question to Li Changfeng. Who are you? Li Changfeng did not rush to make a move, but instead imprisoned the surrounding area and laid down invincible blade intent. I, Huangfu Pishi, the dragon's head growled, saying, if you meet the immortals and do not worship them, you will be granted unforgivable sins. He was releasing his aura. It was a very unique sensation, ethereal and unfathomable. The buck pressed down on Li Changfeng's body, forcing him to kneel. Ka! There was a crunch as if something had been broken. The dragon's head opened its eyes and a blazing fire burned in them, as if it wanted to see through Li Changfeng. The headless dragon spirit also suddenly erupted a force behind him, locking and confining all around. A celestial who has nearly become an immortal. By devouring you, I will be able to use the opportunity to be reborn and return to the immortal realm in your flesh. Li Changfeng was not surprised by this, whether it was some sinful dragon that fell from the sky or a ranger that was invincible on earth. He did not put it in his mind. It seems that you had a premeditated plan to play a game on me. Only blame yourself for being stupid. You can't even see through such a simple trap. You group of earthly celestials are really all practicing immortality to the point that your brains are stupid. That Huangfu Pishi is a case in point, presumptuously trying to imprison me in the sword to enhance its power. Who does he think he is? He wants to suppress me with just his will? I'm a hallowed immortal. My will not be extinguished and will eventually be reborn. Is he still alive? Li Changfeng asked blandly. Of course he's still alive, and he's no slouch. Having tasted the sweetness, he turned around and abandoned the earth. Such is the temptation to become immortal. But you don't stand a chance. I will use your skin to return to the immortal realm, and you should feel supreme honor for that. The last question. You won't avoid talking about it, right? Li Changfeng said. Seeing as you're so stupid, go ahead and ask. He responded with a hearty laugh. This sword, who exactly put it in the bastard sect, do you know? Li Changfeng had pondered over this question for a long time. If it was done deliberately by someone, the bastard sword sect might also be a pawn of others. I can't answer that question for you. It's a taboo. He was silent for a moment before returning. Li Changfeng didn't force himself and nodded. Then you can go to hell. In his body, countless blade chi streaked out, instantly filling the entire space. Endless blade chi. Blade diameters piercing through the dragon soul's body and the flaming dragon head time and time again. It is useless to resist. I am immortal. No one on earth can kill me. The dragon's head was suddenly reborn from the flames, and he seemed to have mastered some method to keep rebirthing himself. Yes? Li Changfeng closed his eyes and didn't say anything else. Strange sword records. Body-breaking invisible blade. He stood still, his blade intent blocking off space, and a steady stream of blade chi strangled the dragon's soul over and over again. Until a long, long time. I don't know how much time has passed. Spare my life. I can tell you the secret to becoming an immortal. Spare me. The dragon soul's breath was weak, its voice crippled and feeble. His body was as thin as a phantom, as if it was going to completely dissipate the next moment. Li Changfeng finally opened his eyes and looked at the dragon soul in front of him. He wasn't that strong. It's just that his constant rebirth was very tiresome. The 180,000 exterminations. The last thing Li Changfeng lacked was patience. Ever since he wielded his sword, he had been more patient than anyone else. Become immortal? One day I will chop down the heavenly gate and see the so-called immortals. Li Changfeng stretched out his hand, and the endless blade chi condensed in front of his body into 100 feet long, chopping down at the dragon soul. No! The dragon soul's voice hissed in pain. He had indeed run out of gas. At first it was with his will to be constantly reborn that he had counter-killed the will that Huangfu Pishi had left in his blade body. I didn't expect to fall into Li Changfeng's hands this time. Boom! Space shook. Brilliant blood colors exploded like brilliant fireworks, and the demon-slaying sob erupted with an amazing aura. Without the suppression and theft of the dragon soul, the blade finally regained its own nature. Li Changfeng opened his eyes, his will returned to his corporeal body, and he reached out to hold the demon-slaying sob, which contained only pure blade intent. It cuts through the sky and the earth. Boom! The wind from the Zhen knife pool came from a burst of intense rattling, and Li Changfeng had already seen the situation with a sweep of his divine sense. The body instantly broke through the sword suppression pool and appeared in the sky above the hegemony sword sect, and the entire hegemony sword sect seemed to have entered the Ice Age. Monstrous waves of water rushed over the mountain gate, and the building was turned into an igloo. After being rapidly frozen by the cold winter, disciples with low cultivation were unable to dodge in time and were frozen into ice sculptures. A black augur held a long spear and stabbed at the Lark Great Sage, but Li Changfeng stood abruptly between the two. When the lance pierced 3 feet in front of Li Changfeng's body, it was blocked by an invisible barrier, and not only could it not penetrate the slightest bit, instead, the lance snapped inch by inch from the blade. I haven't seen you for half a year, and you demons have gotten a little bolder? Chapter 39, Though you don't have feet on auspicious clouds. Li Changfeng's sudden appearance stunned everyone. You are that human celestial? Black Jiao retreated backward with some fear in his heart. The weapon in his hand had already shattered. A man's name, a tree's shadow. Li Changfeng already had 3 great saints' wrongful souls under his sword. If he hadn't never shown his face in the past half a year or so, the sinister dragon's nest wouldn't have been the first to make a move. No wonder the 3 sacred palace is holding back. They must know something. Black Jiao was furious in his heart. The sinner dragon's nest had attacked Beiliang by greeting the 3 sacred palaces. The principle of the 3 sacred palaces to stay put and not to create a dispute with Li Changfeng. It's no problem for you sinner's nest to make a move if you want to. I can lend a hand. You guys are actually scared by a tiny human race? At that time, the great saints in the sinister dragon's nest were ridiculing the 3 sacred palace. But now it seemed that this human celestial was indeed not to be messed with. Could it be that the 3 sacred palace wants to kill 2 birds with 1 stone? They're counting on the sinister dragon's nest? The Black Jiao Great Sage's thoughts were instantly incommunicado. Li Changfeng, could it be that you are intentionally hiding to lure my demon race here? A grizzly bear naturally can't decide to attack Northern Liang. Behind this, the sinister dragon's nest is pushing the envelope. Joke, killing you, and using tricks? Li Changfeng shook his head slightly. Those who use swords, no matter if they are good at planning or not, they cut them with their swords. Arrogant. Black Jiao Deshang body in the cloud shuttle suddenly spit out the fishy wind. Ordinary people if dipped in a trace of half a point will have to be dissipated flesh and bones. But all of this disappeared in front of Li Changfeng's body. The might of the bastard sword's absolute domain suppresses everything. In the midst of his blade domain, it was invincible. As a fellow celestial, I don't believe you can be much better than me. Although the Black Jiao Great Sage had fear in his heart, he refused to retreat. One of his Jiao claws condensed demonic power and slapped at Li Changfeng. If he retreated, this strike would be enough to wipe out the 100 refinement mountain. And if he took it hard, even a celestial would have to be heavily injured. This was the innate advantage of the demon race. Thick skin and flesh. Boom! Li Changfeng beckoned his hand, and the Guanshi sword on his back fell into his hand, and 100 feet of sword diameters chopped out, crushing his potential while cutting off his auger claws. Roar! The Black Jiao Great Sage hissed in agony, his long whistles moving 1,000 mountains. The peaks outside the 100 refined mountains were collapsing and disintegrating after being washed by the sound waves, and a withered tree waiting for spring completely cut off its vitality. The huge Jiao Claw smashed towards the mountain gate of the bastard blade sect. Li Changfeng lifted the Jiao Claw in the air with one hand and stabilized it, while releasing blade intent on his body. pulling the demon chopper sobbing blood at the bottom of the blade suppression pool. The blood of the black augur that spilled in midair was attracted towards the bottom of the sword suppression pool. The Black Jiao Great Sage's cultivation was equal to that of a celestial being. His blood was extraordinary. If it was spilled on the disciples of the hegemony sword sect, only two results could occur. One is to be dragonized and lose one's will, becoming a murderous demon, or to be directly burst by the blood of the augur. The cultivation is not enough. Forcibly refining will only lead to death. Ah, Li Changfeng, I won't stop with you. The Black Jiao Great Sage roared in anger. On his augur head 2 short horns gathered demonic chi, releasing a thunderbolt that the dragon, traveling in the clouds and making rain. And the augur has learned 3 things about the dragon. Not only are they needy fighters, but they also have the skills of a mage. Click 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 click. Thunder densely crisscrossed the entire 100 refinement mountain like a spider web. This horrifying sight was like the bastard sword sect had reached its doom. Although this strike looked terrifying, the Black Jiao Great Sage knew that it could not help Li Changfeng at all. So this was just a tactic for him to sound out the east and strike the west, and his real body simply turned around and fled after releasing the thunder. The 10 directions are extinguished. Li Changfeng threw the world-viewing sword towards the sky, and countless blade chi shot out from it to form a net of blade chi, protecting the entire 100 refined mountain within it. Boom boom boom. As the blade chi blocked the thunder, an invisible blade chi instantly broke through 100 miles and pierced into the Black Jiao Great Sage's body, which he didn't notice. Thousands of demon soldiers were left behind in the 100 refinement mountain, and Li Changfeng raised his hand and rolled his sword chi, cutting all the small demons into 2. These demon blood and flesh. The disciples of the bastard sect could bathe or refine them to improve their physical quality. I thought there was something wrong with you at first, but it turns out you really aren't human. Li Changfeng turned around and placed his sight on the Lark Great Sage. The splendor of the world. The beauty of the world. The beauty of the world. With her cool appearance, it was not too much to call her an empress. This kind of woman can easily make a man have 2 choices. One is to give birth to the desire to conquer, and the other is to be conquered as a dog. Li Changfeng's choice was 3, not 2 in the sword. The rolling saber intent pressed towards the great sage of the lark, imprisoning her all around, and thousands of saber chi coalesced, about to pierce through her in the next moment. Senior uncle, slow down your hands. Guan Baichuan was in a cold sweat, calling out from below. Although senior uncle mother is a demon, she saved our bastard blade sect. If she hadn't resisted, that Black Jiao Great Sage would have wiped out the bastard blade sect. Li Changfeng glanced at his eyebrows slightly as his blade chi and blade intent slowly dissipated. What did you say? He moved his eyes away from the Lark Great Sage and looked down at Guan Baichuan, and with a wave of his hand, the force dragged him to his body. Senior uncle, I said that she saved our bastard blade sect. Can senior uncle be lenient? Guan Baichuan swallowed his saliva and said carefully, not that one. The Black Jiao Great Sage almost wiped us out. Not this one either. That's gone. Guan Baichuan said. Li Changfeng, what did you just call her? His face clouded over. This. Guan Baichuan's neck involuntarily shrank, and he said tentatively, senior aunt? Boom. The strong blade intent blasted Guan Baichuan out, directly smashing his sword's solving stone. However, these were all external injuries. Li Changfeng did not strike hard, or else the blade intent could have torn him into pieces. Ahem, is this just for show? In fact, he is satisfied in his heart, but he just can't pull his face out due to the large number of people. Guan Baichuan rubbed the back of his head, pondering in his mind. If you dare to talk nonsense again, you'll be punished for sweeping snow in the back of the mountain for 1,000 years. Li Changfeng withdrew his gaze and looked at the Lark Great Sage. You come with me. With a flick of his hand, the figures of the 2 men were wrapped in blade intent and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Hey hey hey, big deal. Does senior uncle really have a sweetheart? I think so. Seriously, senior uncle's cultivation is simply heaven-defying, as invincible as the legends. Are you out of your mind? I say love. You say, now eat melon is the story of the overbearing celestial and the demon empress. This group of disciples were all newly recruited, so young that they inevitably had some yearning for love affairs. It's just that some things are not all as they seem. Love stops with the wise, let alone the unwanted. Back of the hill. Single yard. Another year has passed, and the seasons have changed to a new winter. Same yard, different snow. The figures of Great Sage Lark and Li Changfeng appeared in front of the courtyard. Without waiting for Li Changfeng to speak, she nodded at him first. Although you don't have feet on the 7-colored auspicious clouds, this palace is very satisfied with you. Chapter 40. A woman will affect my heart. What did you just say? Li Changfeng's brows were lowered. He didn't deliberately pretend to be high and cold, but he was completely devoid of thoughts of love and affection. In his 2 lives, his mind was on the knife. Do you want the palace to say those shameful words? The Lark Great Sage rolled his eyes and pushed open the door of the room with a wave of his hand, skillfully sitting in front of the table and pouring 2 cups of hot tea. What are you doing standing there? Come in and sit down. Don't be formal. Li Changfeng walked into his hut, and the place did feel a bit strange to him. Mainly more stuff for women. Rouge, dresser. The original simple beds were also transformed into extremely honorable beds and couches, like those used by earthly emperors. Li Changfeng's brow twisted into a Chuan character, which was difficult because there wasn't a single crease on his face. What have you done to my house? He walked over to the dresser, and somewhat incredulously picked up a piece of red printing paper, and when he accidentally didn't control it, the knife chi instantly tore it apart. These are the mundane things of this palace. If you don't like them you can throw them away. The Great Sage of the Lark lifted the teacup and said with a light sip, Here, it's my home. Li Changfeng said word for word, Would you like to see the palace's home then? The Lark Great Sage said in a frivolous tone, teasing Li Changfeng. Who? Li Changfeng exhaled a long breath, and a gust of wind instantly blew in the room. But the wind had just risen when it was suppressed by the Great Sage Lark. The hegemony sword sect doesn't keep the opposite sex, and I don't have any relationship with you. I'll return this favor for you stepping in to shelter the hegemony sword sect. As for what you're trying to do by lurking in the bastard blade sect incognito, I don't want to know. Now, you leave here immediately. Li Changfeng's face clouded over as he said in a deep voice. In an instant, the Lark Great Sage's face changed, and a rare look of panic appeared. Even when the Black Jiao Great Sage had oppressed her and narrowly escaped death, she had never appeared to have this kind of expression. You, seriously? Am I not beautiful? Doesn't this palace give you an inkling of fondness? She asked with some hesitation, as if she couldn't believe her ears. Women, it affects my Taoist heart, Li Changfeng said slowly, while opening the door of the house with a flick of his hand. On the martial arts plaza, her personal little demon was bantering with the disciples of the hegemony blade sect, vocally depicting a rotten love affair. Believe it or not, your senior uncle is absolutely mesmerized by our family's auntie. In terms of beauty and poise, cultivation, and talent, our family's auntie is the best in the world. I don't believe it. Our senior uncle is the only one who is invincible in the world. That cool and lonely temperament is simply like the immortals in the legend. In this case, I'll say a few words. What you all said is good, but I would like to ask if this sister has an intended partner. I'm one of the most talented in the bastard blade sect as well. You? Forget you. I like a dominant personality. You're too girly looking. The little banshee shrugged and looked at the boy in front of her with a look of contempt. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in, and the figure of the Yen Cun sure appeared in the martial arts arena. Maiden? The little banshee hurried over, only for her to be suddenly struck dumb again. It was because she saw a disheveled look on the face of the Great Sage of the Lark that she had never seen before. You? What's wrong? The little demoness didn't know what was wrong. Seeing her own mother reveal such a look, she was suddenly a little heartbroken. Did that Li Changfeng bully the Empress? She turned around and rushed to the back of the mountain, wanting to settle the score with Li Changfeng. No, it's just, let's go back to Peach Valley. I want to go back, the Great Sage of the Lark said with some disorientation, then gently flung his robes, and the two of their figures disappeared into the martial arts square. This, senior uncle dumped her? The snow has closed the mountains. The far north, the Black Jiao Great Sage's huge Jiao body weaved down through the clouds and broke into a crypt. In the sinister dragon's nest, the Black Jiao Great Sage rushed into the temple, transformed into a human body, and fell straight to the ground. Fourth brother? Who hurt you like that? In the temple, a demon race Great Sage was drinking wine when he suddenly cried out in alarm. The Black Cauldron Great Sage had lost an arm, and the saber chi was raging at his broken arm, preventing him from regenerating from the severed limb. The small demons in the temple rushed over to help him up. Northern Liang Celestial, he's in that mountain gate. We've been tricked. The three sacred palace is using us as a gun. The Black Jiao Great Sage's face was full of grimace, and with his other hand, he used his demonic chi to try to disperse the blade intent at the broken arm, but he was never able to do so. Bang! What the hell happened? Above the main seat, the three-headed Jiao's face was grim as he slapped one hand on the table. He was none other than the lord of this sinister dragon's nest, the head of the world's Jiao clan, with a three-forked purple and gold crown erected on his head and a red fiery seal on his brow. When the Black Jiao Great Sage had told all about the process, the three-headed Jiao's face was as gloomy as if it could drip water. Are you saying that Lark is also in Northern Lian? And is married to that human celestial? Yes, big brother. The Black Jiao Great Sage nodded heavily. That didn't even have you in her sights. Big brother. And that Li Changfeng, he said. What did he say? The three-headed Jiao asked sternly. He said, big brother, you're just a long worm. Let him see you and chop you into meat paste and, steamed buns to eat? The Black Jiao Great Sage directly arched his fire and said. He was injured at Li Changfeng's place. The three-headed Jiao is suspicious by nature. What if his thoughts are not united and he doesn't help him to take revenge? I hate that the fox master at arms is not here. Or with his 3-inch tongue will be able to persuade the big brother to come out of the mountain. Why should he bother to talk more? Did he really say that? The demonic aura on the three-headed Jiao shook, and the entire stone table was shattered by his aura. I haven't said this before, but it's not too late. You loach, you stink even when chopped into mincemeat. Suddenly, another voice appeared from the Black Jiao Great Sage's body. Li Changfeng. The Black Jiao Great Sage's face was terrified. This voice was already firmly memorized in his mind after hearing it just once. Boom! The blade chi pierced through his body, turning the Black Jiao Great Sage's flesh into a sieve in an instant. In the palace of the sinister dragon's nest, the sword aura was spreading, penetrating through the underground palace of nearly 100 feet of. The far north exploded like fireworks, and the sinister dragon's nest was blown to pieces by the blade energy. Daring, you deserve to die. The three-headed Jiao was caught off guard, but reacted extremely quickly, and the demonic chi laid down a barrier in front of his body, blocking the blade chi. Roar! The three-headed Jiao hissed and a large hand slapped forward. Li Changfeng attached himself to the Black Jiao Great Sage with his sword chi incarnation and surprisingly followed him into his lair. The Black Jiao Great Sage was dead, and Li Changfeng's illusory figure carried a hint of mockery. With a wave of his hand, he blocked the large hand of the three-headed Jiao, and his blade chi cut countless wounds, spilling black blood. Waste. Chapter 41, The Man Who Broke the Circumstances. Chu Berserker. What? The three-headed Jiao couldn't believe his ears. Since his emergence, who dared to talk to him like that? Even those celestials who were invincible had to give him a third of their face. Die for me. The three-headed Jiao's claws were cut open, but he didn't care about it. He was still a force to be reckoned with, trying to slap on Li Changfeng's palm even at the risk of being injured. He cultivated his physical body, and his Fey bloodline made his body incredibly strong, and he could traverse the world with just his physical body. Li Changfeng's figure gradually became illusory, and his mocking eyes pierced into his heart like a knife. Flesh and bone. Li Changfeng raised his hand and chopped out nearly 10,000 knife chi, each of which was only the size of a thumb, surrounding the Jiao claw from all directions. The blade chi penetrated his augur body, separating his flesh and bones little by little. The 10th potential and the 13 potentials of the bastard sword. The knife intent is like a butcher's knife. Even if it's a mountain, it can be sliced into every piece of the same size by the knife chi intact. The most unbearable thing was this heart-rending pain, as if it was gnawed by thousands of ants. Ah! The three-headed Jiao howled in agony, and the demonic chi rolled in an attempt to wash away the blade chi, but it simply couldn't do it. Li Changfeng's saber will, the will to go to the top, the will to fall to the yellow spring. This will was unrivaled. But, unable to endure it, the three-headed augur simply cut off his augur claw with his other hand. This is his true body. Wanting to regenerate from a broken wrist, without the aid of special heavenly treasures, by virtue of cultivation to recover to the original toughness, at least 100 years of work. Bang! The augur claw landed on the ground and crushed a lot of stones, without the support of the demonic chi. But within a few breaths, the augur claw was separated from flesh and bone and sliced into shreds. When I see you again, I'll behead your snake. Li Changfeng's eyes carried indifference as his figure gradually dissipated. Li Changfeng, the sinister dragon nest will not rest with you. The three-headed Jiao was roaring in impotent frenzy. The sound wave collapsed the sinister dragon's nest, which was already on the verge of collapsing, once again, and the snow poured into the crypt. However, in half a day, the news of Li Changfeng's strong suppression of the sinister dragon nest's Black Jiao Great Sage and the overthrow of the sinister dragon nest spread across the earth. The world is divided into 8 parts, and the northern region accounts for 3 of them. The Sin Dragon Nest has 130 cities in its possession, and its fortune has just risen. So Li Changfeng's hand directly cut off the Sin Dragon Nest's potential by cutting it off at the waist. Luckily, we pressed our troops. It's still second brother who has the foresight. This cup of wine, to you, in the 3 sacred palace. The Green Lion Great Sage had an afterthought on his face as he raised his wine cup to share a drink with the White Elephant Great Sage. Big brother, why panic? That Li Changfeng although broke the Sin Dragon Nest, but my 3 holy palace but may not be afraid of him. just in the way of this moment of heaven's great power. Otherwise I will go out to the mountain, will certainly kill him. The golden rock great sage snorted coldly, a little dissatisfied with Li Changfeng for being so out of the limelight. Now on Earth, the situation is becoming clearer by the day. The human celestials are avoiding and not coming out. Li Changfeng has been in hiding for half a year. The world thought that he had also given up, but he didn't expect that he would be surprised. Third brother is not anxious. That Li Changfeng against the heavens cannot live long. You think only our demon race hope he dies? Oh, the human race itself is not of one mind. And look back. A good show is still waiting for us. White Elephant Great Sage smiled eerily. Let's hope he can last until I come out of the mountain. My square sky-painted halberd has long wanted to drink his blood. The Golden Rock Great Sage hummed proudly. Central State. Peach Blossom Forest. A small chessboard carries the pattern of the world. A hand holding a white chess piece, but did not fall for a long time. Egu. What are you hesitating for? With this you're still an invincible sword cultivator? Gongsun Liuqi reached out and was about to snatch Knight 13's chess piece. It's a true gentleman to watch chess. Old brother Gongsun, what are you doing? Taisher Shocker smiled faintly as the comb repeatedly conditioned the white hair. When did I say I'm a gentleman? I'm a Taiyu demon since I'm a demon. Of course I don't follow the rules. Gongsun Liuqi grunted, his eyes glaring at Knight 13 who was holding the white disc. Half a year ago, he summoned Knight 13 with a formation disc to help him, but he didn't expect that he would only come with a wooden sword and cut off the partnership between the two. Now, Central State. Here he comes. Looking at the world. No one dared to say they could kill him. What are you two trying to do by joining forces? Gongsun Liuqi asked. Murder. Li 13 dropped the white disc, which was exactly the right way to kill. On my way here, I received news that the unquestioning Taya monk suddenly died violently, and it was you who did it. So what if it is? You let him? Gongsun Liuqi's eyes flicked to Taisher Dinghong with an unkind expression. Can't you see that? His sword is unstoppable even though it's in a box. Oh, in that case, I'd like to talk to you two about my business. You say. Taisher Shocker stirred his hair, his head still itching. Surround Chu Tsunhai. Not going. Knight 13 said directly. He is the cornerstone of the Great Zhou. Only by killing him will the current situation of 8 divisions of the world be broken. Otherwise how long will we have to suffer? I have my goals. Knight 13 refused again. Who? Li Changfeng. Ha ha ha. Gongsun Liuqi stroked his beard and laughed, his eyes instantly icy cold. Your power is not as good as his. If you go, there is only one outcome. Die. Li Xii's face suddenly grimaced, and Taisher Jinghong looked at the two men suddenly revealing an elusive smile. You think I'm inferior to him? Knight 13 asked. Rat-eyed. Gongsun Liuqi mocked him and said. Boom. Suddenly a sword chi shot up from the wooden box that Li 13 was carrying, cutting through the white clouds in the sky. While this sword of yours is not even in the top 10 in the world, his sword is already at least second in the world. Gongsun Liuqi looked indifferent, looked around, picked up the teapot and poured a cup for himself. Celestials are also divided into high and low. Your realm is only the third realm of celestials. How can you kill him? Celestial 3 realm? Li Xii's eyes were like swords, stabbing at Gongsun Liuqi, waiting for his response. There are no immortals on earth. The celestials rule. 13 realms of celestials, 1 step to heaven. Gongsun Liuqi was not afraid of the tea being hot, and directly drank it all in one go, revealing a very enjoyable look. The respect that he didn't get from Li Changfeng was finally found back in Li Xii's body. Curiosity, after all, was something everyone possessed, and Li Changfeng was just an exception. Then what realm is he in? Knight 13 asked. I don't know. No? That's why I've already arranged for someone to go and test it out a bit. The first blade on earth of the celestial 5th realm will always give him some surprises. Chu Berserker? Taisher Jinghong also lowered his hand this time, instantly feeling that his scalp wasn't itchy anymore. That's right, he still owes me a favor, and it's up to him to break the Northern Domains Bureau. Tell me about the 13 realms of celestials, and I'll answer for the siege of Chu Tsunhai. Chapter 42, A Madman Comes from Afar. How do I get there from east to north? Some say a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Some say it's the carts and horses that follow the yellow pavement. And some say it's stepping into the air and flying through the air. But there is one who comes with a sword. A sword that cuts through all the obstacles in his path, both human and demon. The wind and snow are cold and windy. A man with bound hair and a golden hairpin, with a country face, and a stalwart countenance, which was bright with a large, broad-backed sword with smooth lines. The grip is wrapped in silk and white silk cloth. which is integral to the blade in white and silver, and the sheath is gold and beaded. This person was none other than the world's #1 sword cultivator, Chu Berserker. Wind and snow filled the sky. He has walked to the two mountains in the middle of the sandwich. A glance at the strong pine and cold cypress standing up. There is also a demonic gas from the cave dazzle out. All of this was normal. The only thing that wasn't normal was Chu Berserker's. The mountain blocked his way. One hand was raised, and the blade chi extended nearly 1,000 feet from the palm of his hand, splitting on the snowy mountain in front of him. Boom! With just one slash, the snowy mountain was split in half, and the mountain soul and the earth core were all shattered. Who is it? The yellow rat demon saint flew out of the cave and looked at his cave. Half of the mountain tilted and collapsed. The lesser demons under him were all crying out, and some of them were directly smashed by the mountain rocks and died on the spot. His eyes glanced in all directions, and suddenly he saw a figure. The man with the knife walked calmly through the gap in the mountain that had been split. The yellow rat demon saint immediately rushed over. He wanted to ask why this person split his mountain for no reason. However, when he was still 30 feet away from Chu Berserker's back, he stopped his forward momentum alive. A boulder that was at least 15 feet tall, weighing no less than hundreds of thousands of tons, crumbled down from the top of the mountain. Yet when it reached 3 feet above Chu Berserker's head, it was impacted by an invisible blade chi and turned into dust, and when blown by the wind, it all huffed to the yellow rat demon saint's body. Gulp! The yellow rat demon saint swallowed his saliva, feeling chills all over his body. In that instant just now, he felt an aura of death. Move! The yellow rat demon saint rolled up a gale and left the place with a group of small demons. Chu Berserker, on the other hand, was still walking forward on his own. His steps were solid, leaving deep imprints in the midst of the snow. Ahead was a city that had been occupied by the demon race, and the entire sky above the city was coalescing with demonic chi gloom that would not dissipate for a long time. From the soldiers who guard the city, to the officials who govern it, it's the demons who make the decisions. The people, all slaves in the mines 300 miles away. Chu Berserkers went from east to north, and he was always walking in a straight line, so it wasn't the city gates that were in front of him, but the city walls. Boom! 3 feet in front of him, invisible blade chi coalesced to blast the city wall to pieces, and with a bland face he stepped inside. There were also houses, stores, in front of him, each one cut by the blade energy, giving way to a path he could pass through. Bold! Who dares to sow their wild oats in my city? The white rooster demon saint rushed out of the city lord's mansion carrying a sword. He caught Chu Berserker's attention, mainly because of the knife in his hand. And you're worthy of a knife? Chu Berserker's voice was steady and powerful, just sounded a bit like this cold day. Cold to death. A finger pointed at the great sage of the white rooster, and almost invisible, short to only an inch, the blade energy shot out, instantly severing his wrist. The knife. It fell to the ground. You're not even qualified to die at my hands. Chu Berserker didn't kill him. It's just that he couldn't see even cats and dogs using swords, and during this time, he only glanced at that demon saint. Boom boom boom. The road ahead is full of obstacles, but there is a way for people to get there. This walk had taken him to the bottom of Kunlun. Chu Berserker was no longer alone. He was holding a woman in his arms, naturally a windbag. There are two of the oldest, most unemployable professions in the world. One is a killer, the other is a whore. Master, where are we going? The woman hugged Chu Berserker tightly. The only way to not feel cold was to stick to him, so the 4 or 2 on her chest had been deformed. And even then, she refused to leave. Top of Kunlun. Chu Berserker responded to her in a rare moment, and those who were familiar with him knew that he was friendly to women. What's going up to the top of the hill? Waiting for someone. Waiting for who? A rival. Chu Berserkers wrapped the woman on the top of the Kunlun mountain, whether it was a cliff, or a mountain rock blocking the way, a pair of feet to level everything to the top of the mountain. There is no second among swords. Does Li Changfeng dare to fight at the top of Kunlun mountain? These words set off a storm in the northern domain. On Earth, in the past few days, the most talked about thing was Chu Berserker's appointment to fight Li Changfeng, 2 celestials who used swords in a battle, and both of them were human, belonging to infighting. Whichever side dies, it's a happy outcome for all. Good. Chu Berserker has an appointment to fight Li Changfeng, and it's best to end up in the same place. Oh, the human race is best at infighting. I can't wait to hear the results. When the human demon race heard this news, they all laughed coldly, especially in the 3 sacred palace. The 2 great saints, the green lion and the white elephant, frequently raised their glasses and even began to celebrate. Why are you unhappy? Third brother? If Li Changfeng dies at the hands of Chu Berserker, the matter of Northern Liang can be solved, the great sage of the Green Lion asked. What are you happy about? That Li Changfeng was originally my target, and in a short while, when our 3 saints come out, he'll be the first one I'll kill. The Golden Rock Great Sage showed displeasure and drank a bowl of wine for himself. Among the human race, there was no feeling of regret because it was an infighting. On the contrary, Li Changfeng had been included by many people outside the human race. Li Changfeng is nothing more than a human traitor. It's best to hurry up and die. What's the point of living for Li Changfeng who saw death? It's better to die in the hands of our own people than in the hands of the demon race. The winds of public opinion were lopsided, and no one wanted Li Changfeng to live. There's only one person, and that's her. In the Peach Valley, the peach blossoms are fragrant, and the little demons are trimming and pruning the forest of peach branches. The great sage of the lark lay on her own bed and couch, her phoenix robe covering her body. Her slender and rounded section of calf was exposed from her robe, and her toes were still a touch of rosy red. There was a trace of sadness on her tilted face, and her gaze went to the grayish-colored aura ring on her wrist, which was a blade aura. Your Highness, drink some peach blossom brew to moisten your throat. The little demoness brought in a bowl of fragrant wine with 2 peach blossoms floating on top. Have you inquired? Did he answer the battle? The great sage of the lark propped himself up, reached out to receive the peach blossom brew, and gently tasted 2 mouthfuls. Back to your Highness. Not yet. You don't really like him, do you? The little demoness asked tentatively. No, I just feel that my heart expects him to have fewer calamities. The lark great sage shook his head. The little banshee looked away, searching in her mind if that wasn't just like it. Why should the Empress deceive herself? The book says, thinking and hoping and liking. Yeah, that's like it. Chapter 43, Berserker Chu. What is he? Northern Liang. Bastard sword sex back mountain. Chu Berserker's challenge. Li Changfeng is naturally aware of it, and in the past few days there has been constant discussion on Earth. Many people were saying that he was a shrinking violet, afraid of Chu Berserkers. The world was foolish, so how could they know Li Changfeng's heart? Senior uncle, we received many more letters today. Guan Baichuan came to the back of the mountain to report that since Li Changfeng had not responded to the duel, nearly 10,000 letters had come to curse him every day. Such remarks as, it's better to wear women's clothes if you're a coward. Go home to your daughter-in-law if you're a loser. Put down your knife and take an embroidery needle instead, etc. But if one really takes a closer look, one will realize that the handwriting on these letterheads is so twisted that it doesn't look like it was written by a human being. Well, just burn it. Li Changfeng nodded and said. Guan Baichuan didn't leave after he answered, but stood quietly on the sidelines. What else? Is senior uncle just going to let that Chu Berserker be so arrogant? The world is foolish. Why are you so? Li Changfeng raised his eyes to Guan Baichuan, slightly dissatisfied. I am a humble disciple. Please enlighten me. Senior uncle. Guan Baichuan was terrified and bowed deeply. What kind of thing is he? Chu Berserker? Want to challenge me? I ask you, where did he make an appointment with me? Back to senior uncle. The top of Kunlun. I'll ask you again. What is he? Want me to go to Kunlun to find him? Not just any cat or dog can fight me in this world. Li Changfeng's tone was icy cold as he gave him an indifferent look. Disciple understands. Guan Baichuan nodded heavily before turning to leave. The next day, the earth was in an uproar. There are words coming out of Northern Liang. What's a Chu Berserker? Not any cat or dog can bark at the Northern Liang Celestials. In order for Berserker Chu to fight the Northern Liang Celestial, he needs to walk from the top of Kunlun Mountain, on his knees, to the 100 refined mountains, and kowtow 300 times before he can meet the Northern Liang Celestial. These words were said to have been spoken by the Northern Liang Bastard Blade Sect Patriarch himself, from the mouth of the Northern Liang Celestial. Arrogant, he dares to provoke Berserker Chu. This battle seems to be a matter of life and death. Yenren Chu Berserker's arrogance knows no bounds. His berserkness is from killing one blade after another. A truly invincible celestial being, that Li Changfeng has only killed 3 demon race great saints, so he dares to be so berserk? It's all just boasting. The demon race only went to 3 old and dying great saints, not to mention Li Changfeng. I can even decimate them. In the end, it's still the Northern Region demon clan that's too wasteful, delineating some Northern Region prohibited area. This is the biggest joke in the world. Who's babbling? I am the Golden Rock Great Sage. Those who don't want to obey should come to the 3 sacred palace to fight. A man and a woman at the top of Kunlun Mountain. The tightness of the embrace is mainly because the woman is not resistant to freezing. If she leaves the Chu Berserkers, She is afraid that she will be frozen to death in a moment. Master, I have a craving. The woman licked her lips and said. She had a real craving. 4 days on end. Not a grain of rice. Not a piece of meat. Not a sip of water. Only two berserkers pushed the chi for her, not realizing the hunger and thirst in her belly. But after a few days of not seeing meat, this mouth is just a little too much to handle. Die, or wait, your choice. Chu Berserker's voice was cold and lonely. This moment he would dominate everything about this woman. Such cold words, the woman did not dare to say anything else, so she had to embrace a little more warmly, but also to solve some of the gluttony. Suddenly, a white egret pierced through the clouds and fog and swept over from the top of his head, transmitting its voice into Chu Berserker's ears. The intent of the blade, in a flash, cut through the clouds and broke through the clouds and fog that had not dissipated over the top of the Kunlun mountain for years. Li Changfeng, a capital offense. Chu Berserker naturally heard the news. No one in the world would have been able to despise him so much, and now Li Changfeng was the first. I have a sword. Reincarnation. To send him 1,000 lifetimes not to come back to Earth. The voice broke through the flying snow and drifted in all directions, audible to many people. In particular, two sword chi shot out from his eyes a distant 1,000 miles away, falling towards northern Liang. The bird flew through the air, and suddenly his body was chopped off, and his body was cut flat, without a trace of jaggedness. Flying birds fall, clouds cut in half, a knife across 1,000 miles to land in northern Liang. In the back of the mountain, Li Changfeng was delving into the matter of earthly chi, for after almost a year, there was an extra trace of inscrutability in his body. However, Li Changfeng felt that this aura was not right, so he was trying to cut it off. Suddenly, Li Changfeng frowned, his gaze looking through the house to the outside of the 100 Refinement Mountain. The corners of his mouth slightly revealed a hint of mockery, and with a wave of his hand he landed the hegemonic blade extinction outside of the 100 Refinement Mountain, and the blade power wrapped around the entire mountain. What happened? The disciples of the hegemony blade sect all felt the intense blade intent enveloping the 100 Refinement Mountain. Boom! Suddenly, there was a shocking sound outside the 100 Refinement Mountain, and the bastard blade Jedi domain rippled. Li Changfeng, at the top of Kunlun. Fight me! It was Chu Berserker's voice. He personally came to the door to ask for a battle, only that he couldn't even enter the mountain gate. Only after a long time did Li Changfeng's voice come out from the back of the mountain. You're not even close. Break the blade and fight you. On the 100 Refined Mountain. After Li Changfeng's words fell, the blade energy violently extended 100 feet and ruthlessly chopped down. The boom! After this slash, the Overlord blade Jedi domain remained unchanged, but Chu Berserker's blade chi was dispersed. And you say you're an expert? I'll be damned. The disciples of the hegemony sword sect spat in unison as they witnessed everything. It's not polite to come and go. Li Changfeng scattered his hands and withdrew the bastard blade Jedi domain, and from the back of the mountain, his saber guanxi flew out and landed in Lu Yao's hands. You walk up on my behalf and cut that maniac down. Li Changfeng himself did not show up, and a sword was held by the patriarchal disciple to meet the battle. Li Changfeng, this is no longer arrogance. It's simply heartlessness. He's crazy. No, he's not crazy. He's probably stupid. A single sword is trying to decapitate a Chu Berserker? He probably doesn't know where the word Berserker comes from. Secretly, there were also many Celestials paying attention to this battle. When Lu Yao walked out of Beiliang with his sword, people were convinced that it was true. What kind of ego does it take to be so arrogant? Chu Berserkers have been out for more than 300 years. I don't know how many experts they have picked, and there is no shortage of tens of Celestials. This person, Li Changfeng, will die sooner or later from his arrogance. In the Peachwood Forest, Knight 13 crushed a chess piece and said icily, "You're probably blinded by your previous invincibility. There are many celestial experts in this world. There are 13 celestial realms. You're only in the 3rd realm. What's the rush? If you die in his hands, only then will you bury your talent. He is a demon star, but you are an emperor star." Gong Sun Liuqi said from the side. "That's right, I'm betting heavily on you, so don't let them down." Taisher Dinghong was still combing his hair. Gray hair. Millions of troublesome threads. Them? Sooner or later I'm going to kill them all. Chapter 44, say my name and you'll see your true face in 3 lifetimes. On top of the Kunlun Mountains, snow drinks cold. Lu Yao was holding the guanxi sword in his arms and had a chilly look on his face. Not because of the frosty and cold weather, but because the sword's intent had affected him. Thousands of miles away, the saber intent had accumulated to the extreme, and his saber intent had grown to its limit without him realizing it. On the way here, There were quite a few people blocking the road, especially with the demon race in the majority. All of them wanted to behead Liu Yao and drop the face of the Northern Liang Celestials. However, many people were unable to even approach Liu Yao's near front 3 feet away. It was only because the blade intent of the world viewing sword was enough to exterminate any living being. Master, it's been half a month. Are we still waiting? No wait. Really? The people have arrived. Chu Berserker had already detected the scent at the foot of the mountain. That blade intent was only strong compared to him. This situation shocked him a bit, but he still had immense confidence in himself simply because he was Chu Berserker's. The rustling autumn wind rises up in wild arbors. Chu Berserker's voice was dull, like a golden bell striking. In front of him, the blade chi blew down the mountain with the cold wind. The soft blade chi but with the most rigid power. The old saying goes that there is no impermeable wall. And such was the case with this blade, whether it was in the strong external power, in the hard diamonds that, before this blade, they were all like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, only to wither away. His sword, by nature, was the sword of silence. At this moment, Liu Yao had already ascended halfway up the mountain. His eyes were firm and he had a strong belief in his sword. In front of him, halfway up the slope, a huge stone was swept by the wind of the blade, instantly annihilating into dust and becoming one with the overlying snow. Boom! The world viewing blade held up a blade astral in Liu Yao's arms, blocking the blade wind, and the mountain nearly 100 feet outside of him collapsed directly. The ground scraped down 3 feet in a raw manner. Liu Yao was not affected. He was still walking towards the top of the mountain. He was also walking in a straight line. Any obstacles that stood in his way had been cleared away. A long journey through the snow. Chu Berserker once again made a move, and the blade chi coalesced from his back to form a blurred figure that, blade breath incarnate, treading on the snow-covered mountains. The invisible blade in his hand was raised above his head like a rhinoceros charging, and his powerful blade aura pierced a deep trench through the mountain even as far as 3 feet away. At this time, Liu Yao had already approached the top of the mountain, and his blade energy incarnation was stabbing at him by destroying the rocks and breaking the barriers. The knife, naturally, also had a stab, and all of the strength was above the tip of the knife, breaking the surface with a point. Boom! The barrier held up and the Guanxi blade still blocked it, unable to break through Li Changfeng's blade chi at all. Impossible! Chu Berserker's real body is here. How can he not break through a divine sense-attached sword of Li Changfeng's district? What's the rush? Berserker Chu didn't use his full strength either. In the shadows, there were naturally eyes and ears of various forces watching. Even, there are celestials lurking. Yakomo builds a platform to break the Great Wall. Chu Berserker sent out another move, and the blade chi Chukyo Quan rolled forward. The moment the silent blade intent that crushed heaven and earth came out, it was as if it wanted to crush everything in front of it. Liu Yao, too, came to the top of the mountain and stood 50 feet in front of him. Boom! Between the two of them, the ground was scraped away to a depth of 1 foot, like a monstrous wave, and the 5 mountains Jinshan smashed into Liu Yao. Good! I am invincible across the earth, and who will compare with me in the Tao of the blade? Chu Berserkers let out a long whistle. The entire Kunlun mountain seems to have trembled 3 times, worthy of being a Chu Berserker, still so capable of pretending. The celestials lurking in the shadows were all laughing coldly. For now, Li Changfeng was still not to be underestimated despite his true body's future. Liu Yao held the Guanxi sword in front of him and slowly pulled it out. The blade is 2 feet long, the handle is 5 inches long, and the sharp edge is 1 inch wide and as thin as a cicada's wing. This sword, Li Changfeng since the beginning of learning the sword until now, infused with all his sword intent, the guts of the sword, the might of the earth. Northern Liang, disciple of the bastard sword sect, behead the enemy on behalf of your ancestor. Liu Yao's eyes also looked at Chu Berserker. His hand, which did not carry his sword, his broad-backed greatsword stuck in the middle of the snow. One of his hands, on the other hand, was stuck in the woman's lapel, his chest warmed by 4 or 2. Li Changfeng taught you a doll to die. Very good. Chu Berserker finally pulled out his hands, and when his hands left the woman's chest, the warmth disappeared. The top of Kunlun, the coldness is bitter. The woman has not yet reacted to have been frozen into a snow sculpture. Frost and snow inch from her feet to climb the whole body. With the broad-backed greatsword in his hand, Chu Berserker no longer had a word to say as the sword swung in front of his body, cutting out 100 feet of blade diameters. The shock of it all. Boom! It was as if this blade was going to split the entire Kunlun mountain, and the blade was ferocious. Click, click, click. Above the top of the Kunlun mountain, already close to the dome of the sky, Suddenly the winds and clouds changed, and the thunder shuttled. Just this slash alone had triggered a terrifying heavenly phenomenon. At the celestial realm, there were celestial changes at every turn, and they were invincible on Earth. The world viewing blade flew out on its own and did not manipulate Liu Yao's body. Li Changfeng's blade intent was too prevalent, and if he were to take control of Liu Yao's body, he was afraid that it would be able to collapse his invincible Dao heart. Click, click, click. The blade chi on the Guanshi saber was hidden, instantly expanding to 100 feet long, cutting through Chu Berserker's 100 feet of saber diameters, and the momentum was not decreasing. In this battle, the ending could be seen from Li Changfeng's aura. It's just that the world, it never thought of it that way. Turning souls to rain, Chu Berserker's face finally changed. His body violently drew up, and with a one-handed chop of the large sword in his hand, an even more intense blade deity chopped out, as if it was going to chop the entire sky dome into pieces. The 1,000-foot blade dipper. Only 2 people in the world could cut it out. At the same time, the sound of ghostly cries and howls above the mountain tops rose abruptly, and a light rain fell in the extremely freezing weather. This, not really rain, but blade chi, covered the entire top of Kunlun Mountain. With your cultivation level, you will definitely die after letting 3 moves pass. In the world viewing blade, Li Changfeng's voice finally came. Controlling a sword from 1,000 miles away, he was still invincible on Earth. Boom! The world viewing sword gently shook and swept up the ripples of sword chi, spreading in all directions, and wherever it passed, all the changes in the heavens were suppressed. The 2 strands of saber intent were already divided into winners and losers just by making contact. Impossible. You're just a blade cultivator at the end of the line. I'm the saint of blades. Chu Berserker held his sword with both hands. The whole person rushed forward. A celestial cultivator is one who has taken a kind of Dao to its earthly limit. At this moment, he had united his human sword. The whole person was the sword, and this sword cut down all the enemies in the world. Blade Dao reincarnation. There was no more magnificent blade chi and blade astral. Chu Berserker's human blade united to chop out a party of pitch black space. This sword has defeated all the world's heroes. It could be called an unsolvable blade simply because he could be reborn indefinitely after his body transformed into a blade. Boom! The Guanshi blade was smooth and internalized as it leapt and flew into midair, directly cutting off Chu Berserker. It's useless. This blade, there is reincarnation. I will not rest with you. Chu Berserker's voice resounded in the blade, and the ruptured blade coalesced once more. Reincarnation? Who dares to reincarnate in front of me? The world-viewing sword stood in midair, and Li Changfeng's voice was permeated with a hint of sarcasm. 1 step, 3 kowtows, a pilgrimage to the 100 refined mountains, the bearer of the sword. The soul returns to the heavenly sword domain, and if you recite my name, you'll be reincarnated for 3 lifetimes and get to see the true face. Chapter 45, One hand turns the tides, one hand deterring the little ones. What? Chu Berserker couldn't believe what he was hearing. Pilgrimage to Northern Liang, kneeling and bowing, reincarnating for 3 lifetimes to get to see Li Changfeng? Who do you think you are? The swordsman? Li Changfeng, you and I are both sword cultivators. My sword reincarnates and buries the earth. There can only be one sword on earth, and that is my Chu Berserker's Berserker sword. 10,000 ancient grievances kill. Vengeance is deep and bloody. Hatred and grudge are boundless. The clouds of hatred and grudge are tragic. Injustice is overwhelming. There is no end to injustice. There is no end to grudge. And there is no amnesty for killing. You die. Chu Berserker transformed his body into a sword, and that pitch-black space that he chopped out with his sword radiated a killing intent that hated the heavens and the earth. Each and every one of the people who had once died under his blade was filled with hatred, unwillingness and resentment. 1,000 feuds and a great injustice. Reincarnation? Joke. In the world-viewing sword, Li Changfeng's figure stepped out, and the body of divine consciousness gripped the sword. This knife chopped down, without any reason. Just chopped. The sole purpose of a knife is to chop. It cut through heaven and earth, mountains and rivers, and the clouds. Boom! This blade fell. Chu Berserker's breath disappeared. He had boasted that he could reincarnate in the Tao of blades, but now it seemed to be a joke. Hiss! In the depths of the sky dome, the hidden celestials sucked in a breath of cold air, their bodies shivering with icy cold. That is Chu Berserkers, not some cat or dog, even so beheaded. The true body of the Northern Liang celestials but have not even come off. What realm is he in? This statement was not only pondered by him, but by all the people of the world as well. The gate of heaven on earth is not open. True immortals do not exist. He may not be able to become an immortal, But why is there such a big gap between the same celestial beings? Li Changfeng dispersed his blade intent, and the world-viewing sword fell into Lu Yao's hands, who had been completely dumbfounded. His growth was accompanied by stubbornness and loneliness, and after worshipping the bastard blade seked his talent for the Tao of the blade, a blade bone that completely inspired the not yet 20 years old. He had already achieved the rank of patriarch, and without realizing it, his mind had changed. But, to this day, his faith and beliefs have been re-erected. It was just that he had made Li Changfeng a target to surpass in his mind, perhaps the only wrong decision he had made in his life. Idols and goals, they don't go together. Should we take advantage of the situation to behead that bastard blade sect disciple? I've been observing him for a long time. A human clan master with a bone age of no more than 20. Don't raise another Li Changfeng. If you want to go, you go. Li Changfeng's sword is still there. Who dares to move? Why don't we attack and kill and then disappear far away? Even if Li Changfeng has a high level of cultivation, he won't know who we are. Not interested. I want to decapitate him in a dignified manner. Li Changfeng? Naturally, it's that human kid. A sect master. You want to bully the small with the big? It's called nipping it in the bud. The demon great saint in the dark thought for a long time, but still retreated. At this time it is not appropriate to regenerate the trouble. From the west to the north, you will pass through the 3 passes in 12 cities, and you may cut down all those who block the way. Lu Yao's ears heard Li Changfeng's voice transmission. From the west to the north, every path in that land was guarded by demon clans. This move was made to do only one thing, deterring the curfew. With one hand, you can turn the tide, and with the other, you can kill the small fry. First chopping the first blade on earth, then shocking the group of men on earth. Li Changfeng's blade was already out of its sheath. What? How dare you come at me here? The gray snake demon saint in Chen Lupas sat up from his bed in shock, his eyes in disbelief. Back to the demon saint. That human race will be under our city gate in another 30 miles. Mud. Why did you choose my path? The gray snake demon saint clenched his fists and made a cackling sound. Should we let him through? Demon asked tentatively. Then where is the face of my demon race? I'm at least a demon saint. If that northern Liang celestial personally comes, it's fine, but a mere human brat told me to get out of the way. Where is my face going to go? The gray snake demon saint's eyes were ruthless as he looked towards the small demon at the side. Then why don't we make a show of it and wait until he comes to announce the name of the northern Liang celestials, and we'll go down with the trend before letting him pass? The little demon suggested again. Your turtle head really didn't grow for nothing. It's not in vain that I spent a lot of money to bring you here from the sinister dragon's nest. The gray snake demon saint gave a brief thought and revealed a sinister smile. Boom! Suddenly the ground shook, the house trembled, and the table in front of the gray snake demon saint overturned. What's going on? Isn't it 30 miles to go? The gray snake demon saint felt the intense blade intent, and a panicked look appeared on his face. Outside the city barrier, Lu Yao took a step to walk through the gap in the city wall, a path cut out by the Guanshi sword. What do you want? The gray snake demon saint rushed out of his mansion and saw him, especially the blade in his hand. In half a day it had been rumored on Earth that the Shu berserkers, the world's #1 knife swallower, died under this knife. Therefore, the gray snake demon saint's face revealed a smile that was worse than crying, slightly 3 parts sobbing, 3 parts panicked, and, as for the remaining 4 points, a facepalm face just doesn't show it. Where is the city seal? Lu Yao asked. In. The gray snake demon saint beckoned, and a party of his mansion's city seal flew and fell into his hands. One hand removed it and hung it at his waist. Bang! Inside the 3 sacred palace, the golden rock great sage kicked over the stone table in front of him, which was already the 10th table he had knocked over. Deceiving people too much. Big brother, I'm going to immediately go out to fight that Li Changfeng. The golden rock great sage roared, and a square sky painting halberd was summoned into his hands. Third brother, you must not be impatient. That guy Li Changfeng can go around the road. He is precisely provoking us. We must not fall for his tricks. The white elephant great sage persuaded. That's right. It's not just that the seal of the city was taken. It's not much of a big deal. We're aiming for this earth, not a mangaka. The great sage of the Green Lion was rare in that he did not get angry, but instead persuaded in a serious manner. Recently, there have been rumors in the 3 Saints' Palace that the great sage of the Green Lion has been reading the spring and autumn annals lately, and that if you want to break a clan, you must first understand its history. Use their spears to attack their shields and disintegrate from within. The most important thing is for you to listen to advice. Third brother, what if you rush out and fail? You have to realize that if you don't fight, you haven't lost. The white elephant great sage's eyes shone with the light of wisdom. Central State. Peachwood Forest. Gongsun Liuqi's face was gloomy as he leaned against a tree. Gongsun Xiao fanning him from the side. I didn't expect Chu Berserker's cultivation at the celestial fifth realm couldn't even test his depths. No, it's been tried. Taisher Shocker brushed his white hair aside. What do you mean? Gongsun Roki's eyes flicked to him. Unfathomable. The bastard sword is unbeatable. Even you are inferior to him? Gongsun Liuqi was slightly stunned. Not really. Who knows who is stronger if I don't fight him? Taisher Jinghong pulled out an unfathomable smile, his eyes looking towards Knight 13 on the side. His heartbeat, it seemed, had been struck. The Shun Tian sect has divided the world into 8 and has already taken the lead. We must do it as soon as possible. Chu Sonhai must die. Gongsun Liuqi stood up, his face cold down. Chapter 46, 1,000 Years of Spring and Autumn. One pen. Crusade. To fall back and behead the first blade of my human race. Li Changfeng's offense is unforgivable. I'll put him in the history books to be scorned by all. Great Zhou's Second Academy. Hong Du Manchue. The Great Confucian, a paper v. Order on Li Changfeng, oral and written. It is unfaithful not to save the country in distress. It is unkind not to save one's countrymen in distress. It is unrighteous not to behead one's countrymen, and it is impolite not to beg for pardon from the whole world. Not seeing the situation of the world and living in a corner. This is unwise. Empty brute force, but not thinking of worrying about the world first. This is unbelief. In this way, the person who has no benevolence, wisdom, etiquette, or faith, even if he is expelled from the human race, he will not be relieved of his heart's hatred. There are great scholars in Hongmen who write 1,000 books with their pens. Master Li, is this too much? That Li Changfeng after all has also protected a party of people, not to mention that he is a celestial being? A student said worriedly. I am the penman of history, and the mouths of all the world are in my penman, and if I want him to live, he is a saint, and if I want him to die, he is a sinner, and if I want him to die, he is a sinner. What do you know? How dare you question me when your seniority is still low? Relegate you to the Feinyang River to touch 1,800 fish. Li Deru flicked his sleeve, his brows already showing his dissatisfaction. In the midst of jokes and jokes, people are being put down, and in the midst of pen strokes, history is being written. Every word and action has great majesty. The 100 schools of thought and Confucianism asked for the great Zhou. This 1,000 years of spring and fall are under one pen. Soon, the Hongdu sectology, a paper order of atonement, spread across the earth, cleansing the resonance of countless people. Confucianism is one and the same, and the world is so ignorant that it honors the words of the great Confucian scholars as its root. Why is such a man allowed to live? A civilian wondered. That's because they only move their mouths, not their hands. Lu Yao returned to northern Liang with the seals of the 3 passes and 12 cities on his body. Senior uncle. Disciple returns the sword. Fortunately, in front of the back of the mountain, Lu Yao knelt on the ground and held his sword in both hands. After this, although his cultivation had not been refined, but his sword intent had been condensed like a domain, breaking into the Grand Master realm was just around the corner. Good. Li Changfeng's voice rang out from the back of the mountain house, and the Guanshi sword flew away from his hands and fell into the room. Hang the seal as far as possible in front of the border city of northern Liang. Yes. Lu Yao retired and immediately rushed to the imperial city, which was naturally done by Zhu Kaiping. On that day, 15 seals were hung in the northern Liang border city, ruthlessly hitting the northern region demon race in the face. Bang! Breaking the stone table once more. The golden rock great sage's face became the color of saucy pig's liver for the first time. Third brother, in order to thwart his front, first avoid his momentum, a little impatience will lead to a big plan. The great sage of the Green Lion said with spring and autumn in his hand. The golden rock great sage looked at him with an incredulous face, unable to imagine just what kind of demonic spells were in this book that had turned his irascible big brother into such a state. Big brother, lend me this spring and autumn of yours. The golden rock great sage took a deep breath and reached out to ask for it, saying, no borrowing. There are 2 no borrowing in the world. One is for women and the other is for spring and fall. The great sage of the Green Lion shook his head and refused. Brush. A residual shadow flashed by, and the golden rock great sage had an extra book of spring and autumn in his hand, while the Green Lion great sage looked at the empty hand with a dumbfounded expression. In just 3 breaths of time, the golden rock great sage's face turned incredibly red. Big brother, I said, why your green face is always flushed? I only thought you were sick. So it's because of this spring and autumn. The golden rock great sage tucked the books into his inner bosom. his eyes glaring at him. The book is in the book. You can have this spring and autumn, and I have a copy of the whirligig. After saying that, the great sage of the Green Lion took out another book to observe. These books, all of which were scavenged after the capture of the human city. The white elephant great sage was missing from the 3 sacred palace, and he had long since vanished out of the 100,000 mountains and headed for the sinister dragon's nest. Great Joe. Hongdu Gate School. Li Deru held a cup of tea in his hand, his face grim as he spat out a mouthful of tea froth. This move is provoking my Confucian sect, and Beiliang is secretly harboring evil intentions and acts of insubordination. Dare I ask masterly, what then? Naturally, he will be beheaded. Li Deju put down his cup. Ha! The disciples under the door were stunned. The Confucian scholars, tongue and lotus flower, arguing with people about the scriptures is still possible. If you say that a battle with a martial artist, especially a celestial cultivator, it is simply looking for death. Rumor had it that the school-going palace husbandman was the only Confucian sect leader who had abilities comparable to those of a celestial cultivator. I want to go to the palace to face the king and ask if this world is still the world of Great Zhou. Li Deju put down the marigold tea and whisked his sleeve to walk out of Hongdu Manshui, the Great Zhou imperial city. Heavily guarded. The forbidden guards are on standby. 5 guards and 4 patrols. The safest place on earth and the most dangerous. Clang! The golden goblets clashed, and the guards in front of the Yongshan gate blocked Li Deju's way. Daring, I am a great Confucian. I have the right to face the king and not report him. I've been slowing down masterly. The heavenly master has ordered that no one is allowed to face the king today. Could it be that Masterly has not received the news? The guards were also a bit puzzled. Hongdu Manchu Li Deju was an official of the upper 3rd rank, and should have been notified by a summoning officer. By all rights. Unless, Li Deru naturally did not dare to trespass on the imperial city, and turned to leave with a flick of his sleeve. All of his movements were clearly seen by a pair of eyes from the depths of the imperial palace, and in his sleeve, a worm was spilled. Snort! A sword chi cut down the bugs from the ground stealthily, but in an instant it cracked out hundreds of larvae. What a Liang Huayuan! The voice in the sword energy was mixed with a hint of contempt, very disdainful of such tactics. Afterwards, the sword chi turned into a net enveloping all the bugs in it, leaving only a puddle of blood on the ground. Strange, why is there a pool of blood for no reason? The passing eunuch immediately noticed something strange, only he was just about to take a closer look when suddenly the blood burrowed through his feet. There was a flash of green light in his eyes before he walked towards the inner palace. On the following day, the Great Zhou opened its court. It is said to be the first time the Son of Heaven convened a court meeting after getting well. A celestial fire meteor fell from the sky. At that time rumored that the Son of Heaven scorned, and later the Son of Heaven came out to dispel rumors, also just waved his hand remotely in the imperial palace. The world do not believe. Civilian ministers, military generals, Confucian scholars and officials. The officials and eunuchs of the upper 3 ranks of the Great Zhou imperial capital passed through the pilgrimage road from the Chengtian gate, and passed through the Zhengtian hall, which led them to the wide world hall, where the pilgrimage was taking place. The Son of Heaven lives as long as the heavens. The ministers saluted and bowed. I'll list it as Lord Chen. I haven't practiced court affairs for a year. Are you all well? Great Zhou Tianzi this year 52. The world pills a big basket. Picking some take also will heap to the cultivation of the great master. The face also looks very young. Minister. The imperial wordsmith invites the Son of Heaven to ask a question. Speak. Dare I ask the Son of Heaven if he knows what is happening in the world today? I dare not be ignorant of the affairs of the family, the affairs of the country, and the affairs of the world. The Son of Heaven sat quietly on top of the dragon chair, his voice steady and strong. May I ask the Son of Heaven, how is the world today? The imperial spokesman asked again. In the Wei De World Hall, the atmosphere was suddenly a bit gloomy. The Son of Heaven has not been to the court for a year, and a mere imperial magistrate comes up with a king's bomb, which is to bully the Son of Heaven into goodness. Wang Cheng, family affairs, national affairs, world affairs, I am not all-knowing. Chapter 47, The Wine Sword Immortal. The Son of Heaven calls but doesn't come to court. Son of Heaven Ji, could it be that the Son of Heaven has not scrutinized the approvals this year? The imperial spokesman said with a burning gaze toward the dragon chair. Ha Yan, the Son of Heaven, one who hadn't been able to hold back, snored, and his eyelids sank down slightly as he looked over at him. Minister Wang, I've heard that you've gone around impeaching your colleagues this year and offended quite a few people. The Son of Heaven asked. Back to the Son of Heaven. The imperial wordsmith asks questions on behalf of heaven. But I am not. Alright, There are quite a few people with guts in my great Joe, but not many with a conscience. So you should stand down first. With a wave of his hand, the Son of Heaven became a little impatient with the imperial wordsmith. Today's pilgrimage, have you ordered yet? He turned to his personal chamberlain and asked. Back to the Son of Heaven. Of the 308 upper third grade officials in the imperial city, only 2 have not arrived. The eunuch returned. Who? So bold? The Son of Heaven asked. Lord Zhang Yuanxiu, the upper first rank of the Shang wine factory, and Li Deju, the upper third rank of the Hongdu Manchu. Zhang Yuanxiu? Can you send him a letter? Doesn't he know that I'm going to hold a court meeting today? The Son of Heaven was slightly displeased, scanning the ministerial princes below. Secretary Wang, it is up to you to summon him, your eloquence has always been good. Do not let me down. Back to the Son of Heaven. I don't have any cultivation in me. I'm afraid I'll be chopped up by that drunkard with a sword. The imperial wordsmith's face paled and he hurriedly bowed and refused. Wang Chang, aren't you bold? Even Lone dares to question. Why are you afraid of a Zhang Yuanxiu? The Son of Heaven smiled faintly and stretched out his finger to him. Lone, I want you to go. How dare you refuse? Who dares to disobey the order of the Son of Heaven? I am willing to go. The imperial wordsmith's face changed, and with trepidation in his heart, he hurriedly answered. And when the entire court saw the performance of the Son of Heaven, their hearts were flooded with mutterings. The Son of Heaven hasn't shown his face for a year, and this time, he's going after the imperial magistrate. So what's the point? Summon Zhang Wansuk? Who does not know the virtues of that drunkard? Once a year can appear in the court is because the brewing silver money in the still wine workshop is not enough. Besides, that drunkard is drunk on wine and daydreams all day long. What's the use of calling him here? No one can speculate on the heart of the Son of Heaven. Ministers, do you know that Zhang Yuanxiu had promised Lone a jar of earthly wine? Seeing that no one responded from below, the Son of Heaven sighed slightly and shook his head. He and Lone promised that in a year's time he would brew this first of all earthly wines. And today, that very year has arrived. All the people at the temple looked at each other when they heard what the Son of Heaven had said. Is the world less important than a bottle of wine? Son of Heaven, one of the liege ministers was about to speak when suddenly a shout came from outside the imperial palace. Hongdu Manchu asking the Son of Heaven why he did not summon me to the court meeting. Who is barking in front of Lone's palace gate? The Son of Heaven asked, his color unveiled. Back to the Son of Heaven. It's De Ruli. Someone responded. If you are a great scholar, why have you lost your manners? I am terrified. Perhaps Li Deju did not receive a message from the court. Lone, why would you send a message to a man of dissent? The Son of Heaven asked. The faces of the people in the hall are all shocked. Hongdu Manchu is the second school of the Great Zhou. How could the Son of Heaven say that? Where did the Son of Heaven start with these words? Great Confucian Li of the Hongdu sect has always been the second leader of Confucianism in our Great Zhou. How could he have any dissenting thoughts? Who are you? My lord. The upper third grade history writer. Ma Wenlong. Revisionist of history. Have you been reading stupidly? The Son of Heaven nodded, his eyes fixed on him as he asked. Lone. Today's court meeting, surprisingly you all came to question Lone? What is the intention? Lone. You are now ordered to die. The Son of Heaven pointed one hand at him, a fierce glint in his eyes. My lord. I wonder what the offense is. Well. I remember what you people who study literature said. The king wants the subject to die. The subject can't help but die. Why the hesitation now? Do I need a reason to let you die? If need be, Lone's word is reason. My lord. There are 70. Fork it out. Chop. The Son of Heaven waved his hand violently, and suddenly a group of armored soldiers rushed out from outside the hall to frame the man and pull him out of the hall, and a hand covered his mouth, telling him not to make a sound. In the courtroom, there was a long silence. It seems that the Prince of Heaven's temperament has changed. Once upon a time he held the Confucian sect in high esteem. Why is he so today? So aggressive? It seems to have been planned. Boom! While everyone was maneuvering in their minds what exactly the Son of Heaven wanted to do, another vibration came from outside the imperial palace. Zhang Yuanxiu, you dare to make a move on me. The voice was Li Deju's. Many people were unsure as to how Zhang Yuanxiu came into conflict with Li Deju. When he looked up again, he only saw that the Son of Heaven's face actually had a slightly playful smile on it, but no matter how he looked at it, there was a sense of viciousness underneath that smile. Ministers, why don't you join Lone and see what's happening? The Son of Heaven's robe and sleeves unfolded and stood up, the eunuchs behind him holding up the mountain and river brocade embroidered robe for him. Outside the imperial city, a middle-aged man, with scruffy edges and a thick beard on his chin, wearing a black linen garment. He was carrying a wine altar in his hand and was gulping down wine. It was none other than Zhang Yuanqiu of the Shan Wine Factory, and across from him, Li Deju's eyes were black and blue, obviously having been punched twice by him. What's wrong with beating you? Do you, a rotten scholar, want to nail me to the pillar of shame and history? Zhang Yuanqiu hiccuped and staggered a little on his feet. Pit bull. I want to face the emperor and ask the Son of Heaven to condemn you to death. Li Deru was furious until he saw the Son of Heaven appear in the imperial palace with his ministers at the helm, and the sight of him 100 feet away seemed like a knife cut. Zhang Yuanqiu, where is Lord Wang? Didn't he go to summon you into the court? Someone was calling out. What's the point of keeping a mouthy wordsmith? Be a mole? Zhang Yuanqiu raised the wine altar in his hand and poured it all into his mouth. In terms of drinking, he had never claimed to be number one, so not a single drop of this jar of wine was wasted. Many people drink so much that they actually spill all over their lapels, and wasting the wine is a great disrespect to it. Some people drink for the human condition, others drink for loneliness. You're talking nonsense. Lord Wang is the imperial spokesman before the imperial court. How dare you slander him? Knock knock knock. Zhang Yuanqiu drank the wine face red, and flushed red glow. What kind of a thing are you? Don't think you're a person just because you're hiding in a person. Always. Son of Heaven, this altar of wine is done. Zhang Yuanqiu shook the wine altar, then threw it on the ground, shattering it. Only, buy me in one drink. The wine in his hand is that earthly wine. This wine, straight into the celestials. Boom! Zhang Yuanqiu's body suddenly ignited an aura that seemed to burn like waves of fire, and his face looked as if it had been burned red. How dare you! How dare you steal Lone's treasure? The Son of Heaven's face was gloomy. Only he knew just how much he had paid for this altar of wine. There are 306 martial arts paths in the world, and only wine can't live up to them. Zhang Yuanqiu, do you remember what Lone said? A golden cup to drink with thee, and a white blade to spare. You, who have failed the orphan. The Son of Heaven's hand clenched into a fist in his mountain and river brocade embroidered robe, and anger appeared on his face in a rare moment. I am guilty of the crime of dreaming. Zhang Yuanqiu took a long breath of relief, and 3,000 miles above him, clouds rolled and swirled with lightning and thunder. 3,600 days and nights. This sword, this wine, has finally become a reality. Only by repaying the grace of the Son of Heaven will the sin be cut in half. The aura displayed on Zhang Yuanqiu's body was already in the realm of the celestials who hadn't seen an immortal on earth. Sword come! With a shout, a wine shop outside the imperial palace. A sword buried deep underground broke through dozens of feet of deep earth. The 3-foot green blade sword fell into Zhang Yuanqiu's hands. Demon chopper. Sword chi was spread out. In a flash it penetrated a eunuch 3 feet away beside the Son of Heaven. His body fell to the ground and turned into a puddle of pus. There was only one worm floating in a pool of blood. Behead the ghosts. As Zhang Yuanqiu's stern voice fell, the sword chi rose again, swirling with a stern and irresistible aura. Behead the minister who had previously questioned the Son of Heaven, and a dozen or so of the ministers of the humorous. Emily, chopper. This sword, rushed towards Hondu sectology Li Deru. Humph, how dare you? Li Deju took out a book from his inner pocket. The Book of the Rule of Heaven. This book, written by the hand of Li Deru, has the 3 points of Ru Sex Chi Luck on the side, holding up a gray barrier. Boom! The sword energy broke through nothing, piercing the barrier through his heart. Strangely enough, Li Deju didn't die, or rather he had died long ago. What a way to enter the way with wine. A step into the heavens. Zhang Yuanqiu, you are a person favored by the heavens. I, for one, recognize you. Another voice rang out, and another person suddenly stepped out of Li Deju's body. Shun Tian sect, Liang Huayuan is here. Those who obey the sky will prosper. Those who go against the sky will die. The 800 years of the Great Zhou's fortune is dispersed, and the demon race should rise for 1500 years. This person was none other than one of the 8 divisions of the Shun Tian sect, and this division of his was none other than the Great Zhou dynasty. How did you find me? He dropped the healing heaven scripture on the ground and stomped on it. The ruling of heaven scripture was originally written by Li Deju with his heart and soul, and it contained the formulae for governing the Great Zhou. He stole Li Deju's body. The books on this are very distasteful, as the Shunyata sect represents both the heavens. If you don't want people to know, don't do it. The flush dissipated from Zhang Yuanqiu's face, leaving behind only a satiated essence. One step into the celestials, and you get a life of 800 years. The Son of Heaven calls and does not come to court, calling himself a minister of wine. A sword cuts through the chaos of demons and renews life on Earth for 800 years. The 3-foot green peak in Zhang Yuanxiu's hand twisted in his wrist, pulling out a sword flower. With my life, I will cut down the celestials. His sword stabbed at Liang Huayuan, and the sword intent in the entire imperial city gathered and trembled. Only in the imperial palace, it was peaceful as usual. Everyone knew that there was the sword immortal Chu Sanghai in the imperial palace, the world's #1 sword immortal sitting in the imperial palace, and no one could shake the sword intent of the sword Dao's leader. However, the thousands of people in the imperial city held swords in their hands, and their sword intent coalesced into an aura that even the sky above seemed to be cut open. 3 parts drunk, 7 parts severe. It was added to Zhang Yuanxiu's body. Before Liang Huayuan could react to the sword, it had already plunged into his heart. Countless sword chi streaked across, penetrating his body one after another. Those wounds, unhealable. The people of the Great Zhou Imperial City represent the last of the Great Zhou's fortunes, and this sword is the sky being cut open. How could Liang Huayuan avoid it? Anomalies, counterintuitive anomalies. How could this be? Liang Huayuan struggled for his life. Only his body had already been churned into pieces by the sword chi, and his head exploded after hissing. An imperceptible white light was about to vanish, when a force from the depths of the imperial palace suddenly pulled it away. Son of heaven, I've been guilty of neglecting heaven's grace, and after this bow, the two are cleared. Zhang Yuanxiu fell to the ground with a bow, then returned his sword to its sheath. Wine. With a wave of his hand, an altar of wine flew from the wine shop. This wine, the second in the world. No more wine can be called the first. The wine altar fell into the hands of the Son of Heaven, and his face was stunned and a little lost in thought. I know it's hard for you, and it's hard for me, so let's all make it difficult. The Son of Heaven did not know what he was thinking. The whole person seemed to have aged a lot in an instant, and his voice gradually lost much of its vitality. Still, Lone, you must be executed. A hint of resentment grew on his face. Because this world is Lone's. Chapter 48. This wine is called All White Heads. The human world is full of sadness and suffering. The red dust falls flowers. How many heroic things in the past years. Sad to think of the end of the white head. In the matter of the Great Zhou, the paper can't hold the fire, and the spies of the demon race are lurking around the Son of Heaven. There is even someone who has appropriated the body of Hongdu Menchu Li Deru. The gag order is down, but there is no impermeable wall. Even the rumors got stronger and stronger, and by the time they reached here in Beiliang, it was even rumored that the Son of Heaven was all a demon race becoming. This matter really made Zhu Changba happy for a long time and almost wanted to go to Li Changfeng, but even if he went there, he couldn't find Li Changfeng. The Northern Liang Celestials have stepped out of Northern Liang, a kanji, a sword wielder. The world thinks that Li Changfeng is sitting in Northern Liang and living in a corner, but not this world. Li Changfeng has already entered the game with his body. He, who desires to cleanse the earth. On the edge of the central state, a small town of West Wind, sheltered in the Great Zhou's borders, was considered a land of peace and happiness. Li Changfeng entered one of the wine shops and drank wine for the first time. The price was very expensive. Just this jar of wine on Li Changfeng's table cost 1 or 2 gold. The gold did not depreciate in the flood of chaos, but increased in value. Of course, there are no downsides to the good stuff other than the fact that it's expensive. So there was no one else in the wine shop except Li Changfeng. Good wine. Li Changfeng carefully taste. This wine entrance spicy, along the intestines all the way burning, and so on the abdomen but no strength. And the mouth is left with a slight sweetness and tartness. A wine that has some doors. Heaven and earth are in turmoil with love and enmity, and they are turned into all white heads on earth. The wine is naturally good, and the people who drink it are good people. A middle-aged man, with scruffy edges and a dense beard on his chin, wearing a black linen shirt, sat down beside Li Changfeng. He was none other than the owner of this wine shop, and when he saw Li Changfeng drinking and marveling, he couldn't help but be interested. I don't know anything about wine. Li Changfeng shook his head. Whether you know anything about wine or not, if you say it's good, I can buy you another drink. The owner said, wine may be good, but you can't be greedy. Drink less alcohol and you can live longer. Maybe up to 300 years old. Li Changfeng said. The owner shook his head and said with a light laugh, if I didn't have any wine to drink, why would I live to be 300 years old? Wonderful people. Li Changfeng smiled. This boss's was indeed funny, but if you think about it, you're not surprised, because he's the owner of the brewery. If he didn't like booze, how come he smelled like booze? Even the smell of his speech smelled like booze. Don't you have anything else in your body besides alcohol? Li Changfa asked after some thought. Naturally, the owner's eyes went to the counter, where a faded laurel flower was stuck. What? Li Changfeng followed his line of sight, and full of guilt, the boss hooked his finger and drew the wilting cinnamon flower to him. I brought this flower from my old home, and it has been with me for 30 years. He was a little downcast. Come, I'll share a drink with you. The boss poured 2 glasses of wine and gently touched it with Li Changfeng, the mouth of the glass slightly lower. It seems he not only knows how to drink, but also the rules of drinking. I used to open a cup and drink to hide the emptiness inside, but now I can get drunk even when I see the flowers on the stranger. A flush also appeared on the owner's face. What's the name of this wine? As white as can be. That's a strange name for a wine. Strange what? You obviously don't have a single gray hair, so why do you call it all gray? Because I was in debt to someone. Who? Ji Xian. Li Changfeng was silent. There was only one clan on earth with the surname Ji, and it was none other than the Great Zhou Imperial clan. And the current son of heaven is none other than Ji Xian. I think I know who you are. Li Changfeng already knew the name of the owner of this wine shop. You should have known better. And who on this earth could make such good wine? The owner is none other than Zhang Yuanxiu, the immortal of wine. Except that he has become the immortal of wine and sword after his name shook the earth. From a handless drunkard who only knew how to make wine, a step into the celestials. Such a gifted talent is rare on earth, and there is no one in the ancient world. The goodness or badness of wine does not lie in itself, but in the mood in which you drink it, and if a man is full of misery, even if it is the best wine in the world, it will be bitter in his mouth. Li Changfeng shook his head. Wine was nothing more than a release for emotions. Wine for celebrations, funerals, friends. Either way, it's intoxicating. And when drunk, it's often when people are most sincere. Some people can even brag about lending you 500 taels of silver, but you can't even find anyone else the next day. That's why the old saying goes, watch people after they've been drinking. You're talking about people, not wine. Zhang Yuanxiu said with a long sigh. I once drank 300 cups against Ji Xian, and his ability to drink is only better than mine. I think your next sentence will be about how to negatively impact him, Li Changfeng said. Why? Li Changfeng revealed a hint of a smile. Drunk people always like to share their stories with others. You're not drunk? No. Aren't you a bad drinker? That's why I say drinking depends on the mood. I'm in a good mood at the moment, so naturally I can't get drunk from 1,000 cups. Good. Surely a man of the wine path. It's just a pity. Unfortunately what? Too bad I'm not your friend. Who said you're not my friend? Li Changfeng asked back. Yeah, and you never said I wasn't your friend. Zhang Yuanxiu raised his eyebrows and was about to be happy when he saw a sword on Li Changfeng's back. Your blade is overbearing to the core. Can you be friends with my sword? He seems to be an alcoholic as well. Li Changfeng guffawed. To be friends with the world's #1 sword. When it comes to floating, Zhang Yuanxiu was instantly overjoyed and fished out the wine jar with one hand, and the wine flowed down like a waterfall, all of it going into his stomach. Since you're already my friend, is it okay if I talk to you about my suffering? Zhang Yuanxiu asked. Friends are meant to be used for complaining. Li Changfeng nodded. The world knows that I used wine to enter the Tao, but who knows that the Tao that I, Zhang Yuan, cultivated is the sword? Your sword is no worse than your wine. Li Changfeng nodded happily. But for the sake of this jar of wine, Ji Xian and I have both gone gray. Zhang Yuanxiu slowly said. That altar of celestial wine. I brewed it for him for 600 days and nights to make it. Not to mention me. Ji Xian can also enter the Tao with this when he drinks it. What a good wine. Li Changfeng said in heartfelt praise. An altar of wine makes one step into the celestials. And I'm afraid that's all there is to it if there's an elixir of immortality. It is not my desire to drink this wine when it comes into my mouth. Couldn't someone force you to drink? Forcing someone to drink is like pushing someone off a cliff. Li Changfeng said. But what if he puts up a bunch of arguments? Chapter 49, You can't die. I told you. Then we'll just have to him. Li Changfeng said frankly. Knife trimmers, always straight, unbeatable. Although I have entered the celestials, I cannot compete with him, not to mention what pleasure there is in reckoning with a man who is about to die. Zhang Yuanxiu was a bit lonesome. He just didn't like the feeling of being a pawn. Shu Songhai, the greatest sword in the world, the cornerstone of the Great Zhou's fortune. That altar of celestial wine not only held celestial treasures, but also fused his sword Tao. He was naturally a good drinker. And who in their right mind would hide their own swordsmanship in wine? Zhang Yuanxiu was really drunk from this drink. He talked about many things. His wine, his sword, his all is destiny and half is not. Ji Xian, the son of Great Zhou. He wants to live forever. He wants to forcefully renew the life of Great Zhou. Be a true emperor on earth, not a son of heaven. If you want to live forever, you have to step on a celestial being. When the Son of God enters the heavens, the earth will collapse. Chu Songhai naturally did not allow this to happen, so he chose Zhang Yuanxiu, and the world was drunk. In that moment, I wasn't me. Zhang Yuanxiu was talking about the time when he beheaded the enemy in front of the imperial city and majestically chopped up all the ghosts of the imperial city. But in fact, that was not what he did. For that he lost a friend, a real drinking buddy. One man, one jug of wine, one jug full of wine. On the following day, the eastern wasteland was united, shocking the world. The Makino clan claimed the state name Jing for themselves and sent an army to central China. To resist the outside world, we must first pacify the inside world. Since the great Zhou's qi is exhausted, my Makino clan should carry the banner of the human race and ask the Son of Heaven to hand over the golden dragon seal. This earth is, blatantly, anticlimactic. Kill. The 50,000 strong army outside of West Wind Town attacked and killed, and the town's military strength was simply unable to withstand it. After a few attacks and rushes, the eastern head of the city was already out of defense, and some soldiers of the Jing country rushed in and cut down people as they saw them. Help! Master, spare my life. I have an old man up there. A middle-aged man who was picking a stone ball was stabbed in the heart by a soldier of the Jing kingdom, and a plum blossom bloomed in his chest before lying on the ground. Surrendering without killing or anything else is impossible. When the whole city is breached and completely occupied, killing or not killing has its own main general to make the decision. Now, to spare a child is to add danger to yourself. In the corner, a woman holding a child was about to have a knife slashed at her body when a hand suddenly caught the blade. The empty hand caught the white blade and did not leave any mark on the skin. The soldier turned his head and saw a scruffy middle-aged man with a wine jar in his hand. Where's the drunkard from? Looking for death. As soon as the words left his mouth, the middle-aged man blew him beyond the city walls with a gentle swing of his sleeve. The rescued woman and child did not thank him, but fled away in even greater fear. Brother Zhang, you want to save this town? Li Changfeng was leaning on the door bar in the wine shop. The wind from the southern region was blowing, and a strand of hanging hair in front of his forehead was fluttering. It's the bigwig I'm trying to save. Zhang Yuanxiu took a large sip of wine, and his body suddenly erupted with an overpowering sword intent surging in all directions. The soldiers attacking the city were all shocked by the sword intent, and for a split second, a war opportunity appeared to. The soldiers and braves of the town erupted with a death wish and frantically fought back against them. Where is the high man? In the Jinghua army, there were voices stirring against Zhang Yuanxiu's sword intent. There are even celestials? Zhang Yuanxiu frowned slightly, not expecting that attacking a small West Wind town would have a celestial realm expert in attendance. Speaking of which, he had never faced off against a celestial realm expert before, and the sword out in front of the imperial palace was also Chu Sanghai's operation. My friend, if I die without being defeated, you must keep the recipe for this wine. The second best wine in the world cannot be buried. Zhang Yuanxiu pulled out a piece of paper from his coat pocket and threw it at Li Changfeng. Li Changfeng, however, flicked his fingers and chopped the yellow paper into pieces. You can't die, I said. Even if you want to kill yourself, you have to ask me first. Zhang Yuanxiu froze when he heard this, and then laughed out loud, the wine jar in his hand coming up to his mouth for another big drink. That's right, that's what you were supposed to do. Zhang Yuanxiu's body rose up on the wind and arrived on top of the city wall. Zhang Yuanxiu is here. The sound boomed and exploded, shaking all the soldiers who were killing each other out of their minds. A scruffy flower child stood in midair with a wine jar. Who did I think it was? But it turned out to be a lost dog. What wine sword immortal? But just a drunkard in wine. A sneering voice rang out from the Jing Kingdom's army. I, Shu Tianchi of the Shangqing sect. The man's voice was full of pride. He was on the list when the Celestials opened the list, already over 700 years old. Good at swords. How dare you, a drunkard, call yourself the wine sword immortal? I've been traveling for more than 700 years, and I've only been called swordmaster. That must be because you are too useless. 700 years of practicing the sword, and you can't even be a sword immortal with a cry. What's the use? Zhang Yuanxiu nodded and said, good guts. Wait for me to cut off your head and hang it above this city wall. Shu Tianchi roared indignantly. He was worthy of being an old man who had lived for more than 700 years, and his speech was not only one-dimensional, but also somewhat literal. Hurry up then. Zhang Yuanxiu gulped down the wine in midair and exhaled a long breath of wine. Arrogant. Shu Tianchi is dying. Full of white hair. A face of wrinkles. This is the age of quiet and meticulous life. but there are changes in the world's winds and clouds, and the earth's chi can prolong life, so he would like to get half of it and live a few more years. The older you get, the more you value your life. At this point, if he was given some favors, it would not be difficult to make him kneel. These words were spoken by the husbandman in the great Zhou's school palace, already, their own, interests, to intimidate their weaknesses, to force them to obey, and to follow their natural course. Hiccup. Zhang Yuanxiu's mouthful of wine breath wafted in all directions, and the soldiers on the city wall, regardless of whether they were enemies or not, all smelled the heavy lees of wine. Some even blushed scarlet for an instant, and the wine went straight to their heads. To fight with a sword in the red dust is already madness. To have wine and walk flat on the green sky. Sword come. After reciting the poem, Zhang Yuanxiu reached out and beckoned a sword. 3 feet of green peaks. A very common earthly steel sword. Old piker. Take my sword, drinking greatly and drunkenly. His sword wobbled as he swept towards Zhu Tianzhi in the army. Sword killing. A swordsman's specialty. A sword light chills the 19 states, and it cuts down demons in 1,000 miles a day. Although Zhu Tianzhi's body had been fistulated, it still had the once invincible aura of a God's man and heaven's man. Your grandfather's grandfather wasn't even born when I used my sword. Zhu Tianzhi stroked his beard with one hand, not even drawing his sword. With just one finger pointing out, a sword chi instantly shot out like a rainbow. Ding! Zhang Yuanxiu's sword was chopped on the sword by the sword chi, and although it didn't break, it was knocked to the ground. Ridiculous! Mockery appeared on Zhu Tianzhi's old face. You call this a sword cultivator? My grandson's descendant's descendant is even better at swordplay than you. When he finished speaking, he pointed out another finger. His sword chi was extremely fast and Zhang Yuanxiu barely dodged the blow, but the wine altar in his hand was swept through by the sword chi. Wine comes from heaven and spills down to earth. In a rush, Zhang Yuanxiu rushed to the ground in an instant, opening his mouth and inhaling all the liquor into his stomach, not wasting a single drop. Zhu Tianzhi did not give him a chance, releasing sword chi from his fingertips one after another. Zhang Yuanxiu's face changed and he hurriedly shouted out, "Friend, help me!" Chapter 50, The Crossing of 1,000 Fingers. Zhang Yuanxiu was in a sorry state, and he didn't even look as good as a cultivator in the Zhongshu realm. But this is the real him. He was never meant to pass the sword, he passed the wine. By the door bar of the wine shop, Li Changfeng couldn't help but smile as he looked at his wretched appearance. Those sword chi chased after Zhang Yuanxiu's ass, his legs backpedaling faster than a rabbit's, even kicking up sand and dust. Li Changfeng's figure appeared and pressed one hand on his shoulder, causing him to stop his body. What's the panic? A dying man is not as strong as you, a lesser man. Those sword chi collapsed and disintegrated in front of Li Changfeng's body. And who are you? State your name. Zhu Tianzhi walked out from the army and pointed at Li Changfeng with one hand and asked in a chorus, "He's your father, my wonderful great-nephew." Zhang Yuanxiu said with a grin. Unbridled. Zhu Tianzhi's face creases piled up and was full of red, looking like he was very angry and had elevated blood pressure. I do not cut down nameless people under my sword. The power of God's people has created a great momentum of fear. By all accounts, under the decay of his chi and blood, he should not have had such a strong aura. Northern Liang, Li Changfeng. Who? Zhu Tianzhi pulled off a strand of beard in a fit of excitement. Li Changfeng? You are Li Changfeng? What a narrow escape. If I remember correctly, you've already been expelled from the human race, Zhu Tianzhi said with a cold smile. At first, when Manhwa was forbidden, Li Changfeng was attacked by the winds of public opinion. Under the call of Li Deru, the long mouths of the world gathered into the weight of the river and the sea and expelled him from the human race. The world knows that you, Li Changfeng, are the best sword in the world, but you have forgotten that my Shangqing Zhu Tianzhi sword is still sharp. The circle of celestial beings has its own reputation. Zhu Tianzhi is old and hasn't been out of the mountains for a long time, but he has heard about earthly things. But even though he was dying, he didn't think much of the upstarts, because he thought that the generation of earthly martial artists was not as good as the generation, especially with what Zhang Yuanxiu had just done. It made him even more convinced of his idea. What Northern Liang knife saint? The real body has not come out. A knife to kill Chu berserkers is clearly excessive marketing. Old sword master, the Northern Liang Celestials, regardless of whether they are real or fake, the other party is already 2 Celestials. It's not favorable for you. The main general of the Jing Kingdom's army frowned as he looked at the situation in front of him. His vanguard had attacked the city, but now it was being beaten back, and his killer god's men didn't seem to have the upper hand. Have no fear, I have a sword of my own. Shu Tianshi looked very confident. This old piker is full of crap. Zhang Yuanxiu recalled the sword that was stuck in the distance in his hand with an angry face, then cut him down. Li Changfeng's voice was not concealed, and tens of thousands of people heard it clearly. Ignorant child. The last person to talk to me like that has been dead for 400 years. Shu Tianshi suddenly stretched out his hands, and sword chi continuously shot out from his hands. In terms of power, it was 3 times stronger than before. This is the vein-breaking sword technique, not something a mundane person like you can imagine. Shu Tianshi turned his head to look at the main general behind him and said. The main general's face darkened when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything. Is it wrong for the Celestials to call you a mole? Boom boom boom. Several sword chi sliced through the ground, cutting a trench. If a Celestial were to attack the city, it would only take one sword to break the city. That's it? Li Changfeng really wasn't mocking, but this sword chi looked thunderous. But in actuality, those demon great saints who fought with Li Changfeng were far worse, not to mention Chu berserkers. The 3-foot wall of blade chi in front of his body blocked the sword chi, and all the might turned into nothing, with just a few ripples on the barrier. The same finger was extended out, and Li Changfeng's fingertip condensed an inch of saber chi to catapult out. Boom! Above the dome of the sky, a sudden thunderstorm flashed. Extreme ascension. Shu Tianshi shouted. His body suddenly erupted with a strong aura, and those soldiers behind him were instantly pressed to the ground by his aura. However, before he could finish his words, the blade chi broke into his heart. Even if your battle power is tripled, you won't be able to make a single wave with me. Li Changfeng lightly killed the old man. This time it was more intuitive to give everyone a shock. Perhaps, in the past, news had come out of the northern region, poor and remote, so that the world refused to believe it. Right now this is the central state, the hinterland of the earth. How to judge? Someone will tell. Friend, do I still deserve to call you a friend? Zhang. Yuanxiu froze a bit. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he realize the difference between heaven and earth. 2 days ago, he had personally experienced a killing, and none of it was more intuitive than what was coming at this moment. You're making me a little angry with that statement. Li Changfeng raised an eyebrow, somewhat despondent. There's something I'd like to tell you about being a friend and getting to know his temper. If a friend's words make you angry, it means you still care about your friendship for him. You, just a little slower in your cultivation. On this earth, there are very few who can be friends with you. The voice seemed frivolous, but Li Changfeng's face was incredibly serious. It is often said in the world that a true friend is closer than a relative. The night is beautiful because of the stars, and people are sincere because of friendship. My friend, I've been able to be friends with you all my life, and it's all in the wine. Zhang Yuanxiu was an alcoholic, and his words were not as direct as his wine. Westwind has won the war. Who can say that the success of the defense of the city is not worth it? In the past, Taisher Jinghong defended the city and had retreated 300,000 troops, and even though people nowadays don't remember him, there are still traces of him in the history books. A wind did not bring a cheer. The jingo rises, and the hundreds stare. Li Changfeng, the wine swordsman. Once again, we are the top of the earth, with a cupping and a fall. Why? My human race's celestials died at the hands of Li Changfeng again. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. Such words are extolled on earth. The death of Li Deju, Liang Huayuan, of Hongdu Menchu. And who brought up the rhythm of the earth? This speech came from the court. Zhang Yuanxiu's death sentence. Li Changfeng's sin. The Son of Heaven spoke with a golden tongue, and a decree was spread throughout the earth. The people's word is as good as the emperor's. The Confucian sect, the head of the 100 schools of thought, shook the world with a single speech. The sage of the northern Liang blade, his merits are in the recent past, but his sins are in the 1,000 years. This sentence came from the great Zhou's school palace. My friend, 81 difficulties are left to the winds, and who says that an inch of heart defies no trace? To be a man, be worthy of heaven, be worthy of yourself, see things clearly, and let it go. Zhang Yuanxiu smiled bitterly and raised the wine cup in his hand, his face filled with bitterness. Will regular people really be admiring you when they talk about your invincibility and your feats? Human nature, just testing you, a test to see if you can withstand the torments of this world. Li Changfeng, sinner, killing the human race is nothing but harboring, denigration, coming much faster than praise, even, drowns everything in mystery. To face 1,000 men with a cross eye, and to break 1,000,000 soldiers, a word that came out of West Wind Town. It stirred up indignation on earth and shook the first academy of the great Zhou. I said, I'm blowing up all the differences and making them my own. Li Changfeng, Go to the school palace and invite the king in. Chapter 51, even without a sword. He is still Li Changfeng. Outside, there's a war going on. And inside, there's infighting. The Great Zhou was stormy and under attack on all sides. However, a thin camel is bigger than a horse. And there is no shortage of capable generals in the Great Zhou army. Celestials are rare, but there are some land deities and great masters of the Great Zhou in the martial arts. Even the sects within the central state are gradually intervening. A battle of Qi, in which all living things were involved. The palace of the Great Zhou, the sanctuary of the world's literati. The husbandman who had entered the Tao with his writing and was comparable to a celestial being sat in the town. Only that he hadn't appeared in front of people's eyes for a long time. The upper school palace was co-directed by Fu Zi's disciples, the 24 sons, and a mouthful of vast Qi was better than 1,000,000 soldiers. Those sourpuss scribblers at the school palace are no good. Zhang Yuanxiu suggested that Li Changfeng should not go, and the first person in the school palace, husbandman, was learned in the past and present, and was once known as a myth on earth. Brother Zhang, then do you know who the current earthly myth is? There was a slight playfulness in Li Changfeng's eyes. It's, naturally you, and me. Strange, I haven't had a drink today. How come I'm drunk? Zhang Yuanxiu shook his head and laughed to himself. Although he was a shell celestial, Li Changfeng was the actual youngest celestial on earth by age. This group of literati wanna nail me to the pillar of shame in the history books. If they don't come looking for me, I will naturally go looking for them. Li Changfeng said flatly. Although Li Deju of Hongdu Manchue is dead, his roots are still there, and he can't run away from the monk to run away from the temple. Going to the palace? Go wait on the side. Going to school in the palace, Wenchen Hall. Report to Master Qi. The duo of Li Changfeng and Zhang Yuanxiu left Westwind Town and are heading towards the imperial city. A student bowed and saluted with great etiquette. Where are they? Back to Master Qi. It's another 300 miles to Chentang City. Well, you pass on my letters and tell Meng Ran to intercept them and try how their elucidating hearts are. Qi Shizhang is one of the 24 sons, a middle-aged image, the edge of the neat, speak on a rhyme flow. Yes, the student bowed in response, a slight hint of surprise in his eyes. Meng Ran was one of the most outstanding debaters in the school palace, and the 24 sons all claimed that he had the qualifications of a subsage. As for the real sage of Confucianism, who else but Fu Zi can take up the role? A remote hall, incense and candles smoldering, surrounded by white-clothed students shaking their heads and listening to the wonderful teachings of the Confucian sect. Why should the king speak of profit? There is also benevolence and righteousness only. A young man, dressed in a blue robe, stood on the podium with his hands behind his back and spoke eloquently. Good. The many scholars sat on the ground and responded in unison, with a look of delight on their faces. Suddenly, some eager footsteps disturbed the peaceful atmosphere. Senior brother Meng Ran, there's a letter from Master Qi. A student walked into the hall, breathing a little heavily. In his hand he held up a letter, sealed with oil wax lacquer. Extremely elaborate. The youth speaking the Dharma nodded slightly, then looked at the crowd of scholars below him. This is all for today. You and others go back and slowly realize. Yes. The scholars stood up, bowed and saluted, and slowly retreated to the outside of the hall. Lu Chang, did you understand what Master Meng just said? One person pulled the fellow disciple beside him and asked, why are you asking me all of a sudden? The man froze as he was pulled back and turned his head to ask, I see you nodding all the time. I think you must have comprehended what Master Meng said. Oh, whisper it, I didn't understand anything. Then you. The man was baffled, not understanding what you were nodding along for. You're just starting out and you don't know it yet. There was a time when Master Meng was lecturing on the Dharma and someone didn't know anything and was punished by Master Meng. Since then everyone has formed a tacit understanding. To seem to understand, not to understand, not to understand, to understand and not to understand, is to understand also. Do you understand? I probably get it. There was some despondency in that man's heart. How could it be that $1,000 were spent to come to the school palace? In the middle of the hall, Meng Ran opened the epistle and, with a glance, turned it over a few times and, only after half an incense burner did this fold the epistle and stuff it back into the envelope. You report back to Master Qi that I have understood his meaning, and immediately I will depart. Meng Ran said to the messenger student. Senior brother Meng Ran, are you really going to intercept the duo of Li Changfeng and Zhang Yuanxiu? The messenger student didn't rush off. What's wrong? They can all be celestial cultivators. This group of martial artists can't move without chopping people. Senior brother should be more careful. There is no harm. There is righteousness in the chest, and the vastness of the town. I won't let him use the sword is all. Mangran had his chest full and gave him a small smile, rubbing his shoulders. Scholars like him, Mangran is not going to explain too much with them. Perhaps after another 100 years, they will be able to see the shadow that they once left in the past. The messenger student looked at Mangran's departing back, and wondered why he always felt a little bit of bewildered confidence. Senior brother, even without a sword, he is still Li Changfeng. Isn't a celestial being without a sword still a celestial being? Apparently, he was all skin and no center, because what Mangran was talking about was not the sword, but the heart. Controlling the knife is like controlling the heart. Put down the butcher's knife and use it for me. Friend, look at the clouds ahead. Zhang Yuanxiu and Li Changfeng were roaming around Chentang City. The human world is so beautiful that it attracts countless heroes to bend their backs. But who knows? The suffering of the human world. The red dust gas fall true immortal. A great cloud in the sky. Vast end. The air was so strong that it crashed into other small pieces of cloud and merged into a larger cloud. Beneath the clouds, nearly 10,000 people came from far and wide, surrounding the wide street. The leader, a blue robe, face crowned like jade, comes with an outstanding temperament. He was surrounded by the people, each with respect on their eyes. Someone from the school palace, Zhang Yuanxiu said with a beat of his eyes and put down the wine jar at his mouth. Interesting. Li Changfeng looked at the scene in front of him, revealing a look like he was looking at a clown. Li Changfeng, go to the school palace Mangran and come to ask for advice. Mangran stopped, tens of feet away from the two Li Changfengs, and shouted loudly, you yellow-mouthed child has messed up your honor. Do you know that even if you go to school and come to the palace husbandman, you still have to call me wine friend? Why don't you kneel 3 times and bow 9 times when you see me? Zhang Yuanxiu raised the wine jar in his hand and said with great dissatisfaction, is Li Changfeng also what you call him? With your seniority it wouldn't be too much to call a supreme sage celestial. Since you are asking for advice, you may call me master. Li Changfeng waved his hand and was not aggressive. Bold. How dare you speak to Master Meng like that? Master Meng is the most learned man in the school palace. How can you treat a learned man like this? Before Mangran opened his mouth, the people spoke first. They don't know what a celestial being is. In their minds moving mountains and seas and splitting mountains and breaking rocks are all just legends and talking books. This is the simplicity of the Great Zhou, and if you go to the northern region, the people believe in the power of the western desert believes in suffering and sweetness, the eastern desert believes in the blessing of the clan, and the southern region believes in letting nature take its course. I bear the fortune of the Confucian sect, so who can call me a teacher except for Fu Zi? Chapter 52, What's the harm in slaughtering the whole world? Ignorant child. Li Changfeng's face went cold. He only had one chance to be polite with someone. It's clear that Monroe is out of his depth. Blade intent instantly enveloped the entire Chentang city, and the heavens immediately changed. The large white clouds in the sky were supposed to represent the 3-pointed fortune of the Confucian sect and the will of the people of Chentang that Mangran was upholding. And now all of them were crushed by Li Changfeng's dominating sword intent. Boom! Thunder rises in the day like a giant net cutting the white clouds into pieces. The sky, all of a sudden, went dark. Snap, snap, snap. The rain started very fast and formed a downpour in a matter of moments. The celestial realm could stir the heavens, but Li Changfeng's means were simply too terrifying. The people in Chentang City were directly drenched by the rain. How dare you? Mangran took out a volume of scriptures from his inner bosom, and naturally, he was known as the posture of the subsaint not by bragging rights, but by this volume of non-attacks in his hands. This book has his exposition of cultivating one's body, aligning one's family, ruling the country, and calming the world, and the 24 sons of the school palace were astonished after going through it. This son is no mortal thing. They all agreed that Mangran was a heavenly immortal reincarnated on earth. Buzz. The soft white light held up and shrouded the entire Chentang city, blocking out the rain. This change made those people more sincere, and at the same time, they insulted Li Changfeng more fiercely. At the same time, the palace of schooling, the hall of heavenly passage. This one big hall lifts 3 feet high. And there is one person and one incense burner in the hall. On the 3-legged cauldron was inserted an incense burner as thick as an adult's arm, 2 feet high, and lit up with curls of smoke. A white-haired old man sat cross-legged on a futon, dozing off. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open and he looked up at the cauldron in front of him, and the incense burner suddenly burned unusually fiercely. In just 2 breaths, it had burned an inch long. Who is it? Spoil my Confucian sect's luck. The old man stood up and beckoned dozens of scriptures from the bookshelves on both sides of the great hall, all of which were cast into the cauldron. It was then that the party noticed that in that cauldron, the root of the incense, surprisingly, was stabilized by the scriptures, and not by the ashes of the incense. It's just that the dozens of scriptures that were put in there only temporarily delayed it for a few seconds, and they couldn't stop it at all. And there is a tendency to go faster and faster. Chentang City, all eyes are on it. Meng Ran's demeanor was calm, and there was a slight hint of arrogance on his face. A celestial practitioner? But so, Li Changfeng, I have something to ask you on behalf of the school palace. Meng Ran held up the scripture in one hand and rebuked Li Changfeng. As a human, why are you practicing demonic deeds and killing my human celestials indiscriminately? As a human being, why don't you think about being loyal to the king and serving the country, instead of living in a corner? As a human being, why are you forcibly meddling in the chaos on earth, blocking the will of heaven and acting against it? The three questions are different and the sentences don't make sense. What is providence? The change of dynasties follows the cycle of heaven and earth, which is the will of heaven. Throughout the length and breadth of the earth, there is no one day that lasts forever. Confucianism, leveling the world and embracing it. You mean to tell this earth to be ruled by the demon race? Li Changfeng laughed, very disappointed in his heart. The corrupted heaven and earth have been full of holes for a long time. The great Zhou dynasty does not necessarily have to continue, but the earth must not fall into the hands of the demon race. Taking a step forward, the rolling blade intent impacted like a torrent, and the barrier that Meng Ran had braced himself against shook. It is not collapsed, but it is already shaky. Have you seen that my people are reduced to slaves to dig? Have you seen that my human race has become the mouth food of the demon race? Have you seen the suffering of the people when people and demons fight? Just at this very moment, how many cities are being rushed by the demon race? You ignorant child on paper, kneel down for me. Li Changfeng's anger attacked his heart. Since when he stepped out of northern Liang, he had seen the human race laboring desperately to dig mines under the lash of the demon race. It had also been seen that the human race had walked into the abyss of 10,000 fathoms under the drive of the great demons. It's all called a knife to the heart, but a sword that cuts down the enemy, cuts down the will of heaven, but it cuts through the humility of decay. His voice was as heavy as a golden bell striking, instantly leveling the four directions and shattering the barrier at once. An aura pressed all over Meng Ran's body, and the non-attack in his hand was torn apart by the blade intent, turning into pieces of confetti in the air, and he, heavily, fell to his knees. In his mind, he felt in the darkness as if something had been withdrawn from him. I once thought the world was foolish, but I never thought it was bad for you people. Li Changfeng paced forward, his voice filled with desperation. Li Changfeng is not standing against the human race, but against you profit-tending people. In that case, what harm is there to me in the world's long mouth? A sword, a bit of cold light and 10,000 fathoms of main. What's the harm in slaughtering the whole world? As his voice fell, he had already walked in front of Meng Ran, a pair of feet that fell into Meng Ran's eyes and, up and stepped on his head. The feeling of humiliation, raging, invaded the bottom of the heart. Today, I will crush you to death here, and tomorrow, I will step into the schooling palace, and I want you all to defend the scriptures for me. With a poof sound, the flowery white thing exploded, and all the people had been stunned, dumbfounded at what was in front of them. But then again there seemed to be a meditative grip breaking away from them, and their breathing seemed to flow much more freely. Kill! Kill! Soon, everyone reacted to the fact that the giant son of the Confucian sect had been killed. Who in the world would dare to kill a member of the Confucian sect? Zhang Yuanxiu did it, but the Li Deju he killed was occupied by someone given by the Shun Tian sect to take over his body. Spare a thought. The great Zhou emperor also added to his crime. The execution order, like a lost dog. Great! Great! It's best to make all the celestials of the human race come out to kill each other, and my demon race will sit back and reap the benefits. The great saints of the demon race were clapping their hands, and at this moment, the internal killing within the human race was even more violent than that of the demon race. More than that, after the 8 divisions of the world, the eastern wasteland was unified, and the Makino clan swept the 4 directions, and surprisingly, they directly killed the great Zhou. There were also those clans that took advantage of the situation and plundered many human races, and it was rumored that some clans had made a name for refining the human emperor streamer, the desire to fight for orthodoxy on earth and to support the forces they favor. Brother Fox, do you think there is a possibility of recruiting Li Changfeng into my demon clan? In a hidden palace, the defiant heaven great sage asked the Tushan great sage beside him. Well, or maybe it's worth a try. The great sage of Tushan remembered something not so pleasant. By the way, That group of ascetic monks from the western desert have come out. Your cultivation has not yet recovered. Don't be melted away by them, the defiant heavenly saint said with concern. This old friend of his, who had finally turned up through the apocalypse, was all right, except that he had some fondness for wandering about and climbing up the ladder of relatives. Great sage, and listen to me. Chapter 53, Brother Zhang, point me in the right direction. The Tushan Daishanen's mind was heavy and chagrined. After he returned from the calamity, this phrase always popped up when he was unconscious. Great sage and listen to me. And, from time to time, he always likes to persuade people to do good. For example, 2 days ago he went to see an old friend and persuaded him to attack Bailiang. This thought made him fearful. The obsession of the body of the calendar succession seemed to have been somewhat deep, and it had actually affected him. Brother Fox, what is it? The great sage of the defeated sky also somewhat wanted to wipe his sweat. This sentence of his old friend had been heard to be widely circulated among the northern region demon clan, and had persuaded many of his fellow disciples to die. Since Li Changfeng has torn his face with the human race, the stratagem of separation doesn't seem to be unavailable. The great sage of Tushan stroked his beard, his right hand unconsciously swaying. Old friend, you quickly rest, as a wall and wait for the time. Now the earth and the clan also out of the mountain. This trip muddy water is not in a hurry to trip. The defiant heaven great sage thought about it and gave up the idea of pulling in Li Changfeng, mainly because what his old friend, the great sage of Tushan, approved of. All he had to do was to hold an opposing opinion and he would get success. There is no doubt about that. And listen to me. Shut up. The story of the great sage of the lark will be written there and not there. The great Zhou goes to school officials and is in turmoil. The old Confucian who guarded the incense in Tongtian Hall sacrificed 700 books of Confucian scriptures in a row, and still did not stabilize the trend of burning incense. Finally, it was burned out half. Originally there were 2 zhang of long incense. At the moment only 1 zhang left. Who in the world has spoiled my Confucian sect's luck? The old Confucian stormed out, his voice even nearly penetrating the entire imperial city. The 24 sons of the upper school palace came in unison, and everyone's face was incredibly gloomy, as if it could drip water. This incense burner is a matter of life and death for the Confucian sect. Say, who is it? Buried my Confucian sect's chief for 1,000 years. The old Confucian's face was shaken with anger, and even appeared to be a 3-point grimace. Hundreds of years have not been moved by the man of the liver, an anger that makes people feel at a loss. The 24th son was slightly frightened in his heart. In terms of seniority, this old Confucian was even higher than Fu Zi. Forefather, we don't know. Only one of the 24 sons did not open his mouth, which also drew the attention of the others. Qi Ling? Everyone's eyes were on him, and he was the only one with a slightly different look on his face. Say, what did you do? The old Ru's voice was low and not as shocked as it had been just now, but his sight held a scrutinizing meaning. Forefather, this matter may be related to the northern Liang Celestials. Qi Lin exhaled a mouthful of depressed air. He had already received the news of Meng Ran's death. It was just that this matter had been suppressed by him. As for the matter of the fragrance of the Confucian sect, he had just learned about it. Confused, unbridled, unauthorized. Qi Lin, you have committed an unforgivable sin against the Confucian sect. After listening to his statement, the old Ru reprimanded him directly. Forefather, Qi Lin is willing to bear the burden of this wrongdoing. Ziring stepped forward, lifted his hem, and knelt down. How do you want to take it on? The 1,000-year Confucian sect's qi directly dissipated. What else do you want? Continue to bury the remaining qi? The old Confucian asked. Ancestor, Li Changfeng, this person does not know the time of heaven and is in the same room. I want to use the antlers against him to deprive the human race of their qi. This person is a celestial being. He must have carried the qi of my human race, to deprive him of it in order to feed my Confucian sect and create the 25th son. Since Meng Ran is dead, we must plan again. Qi Lin spoke out his thoughts. As the wise master of the 24 sons, he must plan for the future of the Confucian sect. How dare you try to get your hands on my Confucian sect's greatest treasure? The old Ru's temper couldn't be suppressed any longer. Antlers is the grand unified inheritance of the Confucian sect that strives to be the supreme saint on earth. When the 100 schools of thought fought for supremacy 10,000 years ago, the human dynasties rotate, the 10,000 races change. Only the Confucian sect reigns over the orthodoxy of the human race and endures. It's just that nowadays the long river rolls on, and that antlers have aged, so I'm afraid they won't be able to exert their power a few times. Ancestor, the student thought that times have changed, and the thoughts and means of my Confucian sect should also be transformed. and shouldn't be in the obsolete and conservative, or else it will be abandoned by the world. Qilin looked at the old Confucian with his head held high and with a proud look. Do you want to turn the tables? I don't agree with this matter. The old Confucian's face sank. Forefather. Husband's son dives into bitter cultivation. Schooling in the palace. One should be presided over by me. I am offended. Qilin stood himself up, already showing his majesty in dominating everything. You are old, and I respect you, but if you tell me what to do, I will make myself king. Forefather. You are old, so you might as well be quiet for the rest of your life and rest on your own. With a swing of his robe sleeve, Qilin ignored those of his fellow disciples and turned to leave. What? The old Ru's face flushed red, as if he still couldn't believe the facts in front of him. As for the other 23 sons, some of their faces changed drastically, while others looked as normal, but no one refuted it. Benevolence, righteousness, courtesy, wisdom and trustworthiness, warmth, goodness, respect, thrift, loyalty, filial piety, honesty, shame and courage, sincerity, fraternity, diligence, elegance and perseverance, prudence, uprightness and integrity. Wisdom is the head, courage is the front, courtesy is the face, benevolence is the foundation, righteousness is the hold, and the spirit of the 25th son, Mengran, whom Ben wanted to create, is forgiveness. It was a step that had been approved by the Fuzzy Had, but now everything had changed. This imperial city, it's nothing more than that. Li Changfeng and Zhang Yuanxiu stepped into the imperial city, and the journey was not peaceful. Li Changfeng's face might not have been circulated in the Great Zhou, but Zhang Yuanxiu's portrait was well known. The loose cannon who had caught the knife, and some of the guards, who had disregarded themselves, had struck. It also became a toolman for Zhang Yuanxiu to practice his hand. I know there are a few good restaurants in the imperial city. Why don't my friend have a few drinks with me? Zhang Yuanxiu drank all the way. He had fennel beans hidden in his lapel, and 1 grain was good for 2 sips of wine. That's fine, but there's one thing I still need a favor from Brother Zhang. Li Changfeng nodded. He always respected his friend's ideas, but his purpose in coming here was not to eat and drink. What is it? Zhang Yuanxiu sucked on his fingers. Some of the wine had gotten on his fingers and should never be wasted. Where is Hongdu's sectology? Point me in the right direction. The corner of Li Changfeng's mouth slightly hooked up as he said in an icy tone. Ha! Zhang Yuanxiu was stunned and understood what he meant. My friend, the Confucian sect is the head of the literati in the world. Do you really want to do this? There is naturally no turning back arrow when the bow is opened, and if the sword is cut out, the roots will be removed. Li Changfeng nodded affirmatively. Good. As long as it's your business, then it's naturally old Zhang's business as well. Why don't we just kill our way there? Zhang Yuanxiu wanted to stop the meal for this reason. His friend's business was more important than everything else. Where is the need for such trouble? Drinking with Brother Zhang is the most important thing. Zhang Yuanxiu nodded, then pointed in the northwest direction. It's about 15 miles, and a grand sanctuary is the Hongdu Mennonite school. After saying that, he only saw Li Changfeng's vertical palm forming a sword gesture and chopped out a palm in the northwest direction. Flying frightening chopper. One of the 13 potentials of the bastard blade. A longitudinal heavenly blade chi swept through the white clouds and disappeared. Brother Zhang, where is the restaurant you mentioned? Chapter 54, Hide your head, show your face, come out. Hongdu mentoring, which has been a bit of a gateway in recent times. Ever since Li Deru was possessed and made those amazing moves, his status was in tatters. Hondo Municipal School and the Palace of Learning. Like the difference between Hinayana and Mahayana in Buddhism, the upper school palace upholds the orthodoxy of Confucianism on earth, and leads the world's literati and ink masters, and the 100 schools of thought respect only Confucianism, and Hongdu monology is another unique idea stripped from thousands of years ago. That's extreme, believing in centralization and control. Therefore, the malice towards Li Changfeng was also the deepest. In the main hall, a book, The Wakeful Proverbs, was enshrined, and the smoke from the incense lingered on the offering table. The 4 great scholars sat on 2 sides, with some bitter hatred between their brows. Li Jin is dead. When exactly was he possessed by someone from the Shun Tian sect that we didn't even realize it? I only felt that his thoughts have been a bit extreme in recent years, and I only thought that he was a bit eager to delve into the depths for the sake of the lesser vehicle, but I didn't realize that it was actually like this. Since we are already dead, there is no need for further deliberation. We must take daily turns in checking thereafter, so that we must not be drilled again. Well, it's for the best that everything is so. How has that Li Changfeng been lately? I've heard that he's making waves in West Wind Town, And he's even gotten into it with that drunkard Zhang Yuanxiu. What a stinker. Not only that, but School Palace Mengran went to Chentang and is rumored to have been beheaded. Oh, this is a wonderful move. But that Li Changfeng even dared to massacre the people of my Confucian sect, even if they are the disciples of the School Palace, said that they are also of the same origin as us. We can't help it. We have to help. This man Li Changfeng doesn't know the timing of heaven and earth, and he is blocking the great trend of the flood. He must be nailed in the history books. A few great Confucian scholars of Hongdu Manchu thought about it for a little while and united their thoughts. Heaven, earth and human relations are not just a matter of great importance for the human race, but for the earth. This Confucianism, which controls the earth, is not a race, but an idea. The demon race is an unenlightened beast in their view, and it is the wheel of fortune that he should rise under the great trend of heaven and earth. The human world was not previously unheard of. 10,000 years ago, Confucianism opened. The second robbery is the country of 10,000 demons. Still for its guests, a few turns, human and demon, but just a change of boss. The bookkeeper is still me. Suddenly, a terrifying blade fell towards Hongdu sectology. Emotionless, desperate, cutting through everything with extremely strong blade intent. Not good. Who dares to be reckless? The reaction of the four great scholars could not be said to be fast. Alarmed to get up, a mouthful of dantian she spewed out, like a hanging galaxy rolled backward, topped the sky above the Hongdu sect schoolhouse. Boom! The blade chi cut through nothing, shattering the barrier in no time, and chopping down at the bottom without mercy. The large swaths of the side halls, the houses crumbled, and the four great scholars in the main hall were revolted, directly spitting blood and falling to the ground. Guru, save me! Before the disciples of the Hongdu sect school could react, they were caught up in the tearing of the blade chi. The blade chi was like a storm, destroying the entire Hongdu sect school in a single breath of time. Sacrifice. In the main hall, the four great Confucian scholars teamed up to offer up the books of the offerings, the lesser Confucian scripture, waking up to the world, and the piercing light propped up on the four men, blocking the blade chi. Damn! Such a strong blade intent. Could it be that Li Changfeng is here? Isn't his goal to go to the school palace? How did he end up in Hongdu sectology? Damn it, to have destroyed my Hongdu sectology. Before the eyes of the four great scholars, the ruins were in shambles, and only the four of them had survived. However, the raging and overpowering blade chi had yet to dissipate, and for a while it was actually frozen in place. In the immortal watchtower, Li Changfeng and Zhang Yuanxiu raised their glasses and drank to each other, when they suddenly frowned. What's the matter, friend? Could it be that the food is not to your liking? He did not mention whether the wine was not good, for all whiteheads are the best wine on earth. Hongdu sectology. There are still supreme treasures? Li Changfeng asked. I'm not sure. I used to be, but I was just a little karami. Zhang Yuanxiu said with a grin. Li Changfeng nodded. His hand holding the chopsticks nodded downward, then picked up a piece of donkey meat. Boom! The imperial city trembled violently, and a violent ringing sound spread out for 100 miles. What happened? The earth dragon turned over? The diners in the restaurant panicked, and some even hid under the tables. Only the shock didn't last, calling many people to take a long breath of relief and pat their chests. My friend, when will I be able to take the head of a sword for 1,000 miles like you? Of course, Zhang Yuanxiu knew what had happened. Swallowing a mouthful of wine and looking at Li Changfeng, he asked, Brother Zhang, why are you daydreaming? Li Changfeng joked at Zhang Yuanxiu. Zhang Yuanxiu, your sword just doesn't have the power, the intention, or the guts. Brother Zhang has entered the way from the wine. When you see the sword as being just as important, this power will naturally come. After Li Changfeng flirted, he still gave him a few pointers. All entrances are like this. The only thing that can be extreme in love, so it can be extreme in the sword in all things. No. Wine is definitely the most important. Zhang Yuanxiu immediately shook his head. How about compared to a friend? Li Changfeng asked. Whoever injures you, I will smash the wine jar on his head, then stab him in the heart with my sword, fill the jar with blood, and eat his blood alive. The drinking motion in Zhang Yuanxiu's hand suddenly stopped, and word by word, he said to Li Changfeng. The words were long and earnest. This curse of Brother Zhang is similarly a daydream. Li Changfeng nodded and took the initiative to pick up the wine cup to share a drink with him. It's no good. Hongdu mentology has been razed to the ground. Something big. The heavens have descended in disaster. Hongdu sectology has offended the heavenly might. Suddenly there were shouting voices from outside, but they were soon arrested by officials patrolling the streets on the charge of gossiping. Friend, you leveled the Hongdu sect school with a single slash? Zhang Yuanxiu froze for a moment. Brother Zhang, I once realized a truth when I was practicing in the mountains. Li Changfeng did not respond and said instead, what is it? Zhang Yuanxiu asked. When everything is on a level playing field, there is no need to be confused. The skill is just not there. If there is a sudden injustice, then everything must be set right. Hongdu sectology has ruined my reputation and spread rumors, so the only way to resolve the conflict is to get to the root of the problem. If you have the ability to behead one person, and if you can destroy the clan and the sect, why do you need to say anything more? Just like on this earth, you fight and plot for the world, and Bei Liang's isolation is blocking the demon race's footsteps, so I'll have to let it take over this world. Zhang Yuanxiu listened in a cloudy manner, but it was clear what Li Changfeng meant. It's still the same thing you said, Zhang Yuanxiu said with a nod. What's the word? Then him. Zhang Yuanxiu grinned, smiled freely, and drank a large mouthful of pain. Li Changfeng's eyes glanced out the window, flexed his fingers and flicked out his blade qi. Hide your head and get out of there. Chapter 55, The 24th Sun. Shocking the world. In the shadows, someone is spying. And it wasn't a short period of time until Li Changfeng just said those words, and the person hidden in the dark sent out a killing shot. From the time Li Changfeng stepped out of northern Liang and showed his identity in West Wind Town, there were many people who secretly watched him, and there were even more along the way. Only this one sent out a killing spree, and it was mixed with hate. Boom! The blade qi chopped in midair, and a figure fell down from the sky. Master Qi! It's the schooling palace Qi Master. My humble servant Li Dasheng kowtows to Master Qi. My name is Zhao Yutian to meet Master Qi. I would like to donate 1,000 taels of gold to the schooling palace and beg Master Qi to give me a word. In the imperial city, many of the people recognized Qi Lin, because Qi Lin was often a wise teacher for the school palace, and often enlightened some stubborn little people in the imperial city. For example, Chen Ergu, who was but a beggar, was enlightened by Qi Ling and became a student in the school palace. It is also said that Qi Lin once nudged a demon fox that mixed in the imperial city and did not kill it, but passed on a military skill to it. Ergo, stand down. Qi Lin was chopped by the blade qi and stood firmly on the ground, forcing the crowd that surrounded him away with a flick of his sleeve. His eyes looked towards the two people drinking wine in the immortal watchtower. If you meet a wise man and don't worship him, your true life is lost. Li Changfeng, Zhang Yuanxiu, the two of you presumptuously killed my giant son of the school attendance palace and slaughtered the human celestials. Especially you, Li Changfeng. Killing the demon race's great saint is meritorious. Blocking the great power of the earth has its own merits, and this crime is greater than everything. Again, he committed the act of killing in the middle of the imperial city, spoiling my Confucian sect's fortunes. An unforgivable offense. I, for one, sentence you to be expelled from the human race. Qi Ling's voice was like a bell, shaking the entire imperial city. Countless gazes seemed to be in all corners of the imperial city. There are many shallow water wonbeos, and many deep water dragon kings. An imperial city with latent dragons and crouching tigers, all keeping an eye on the place. Brother Zhang, why don't you drink anymore? Li Changfeng ignored the voices outside the window and looked at Zhang Yuanxiu's baffled appearance and asked, "Ah, I see a dog barking." When Zhang Yuanxiu slowed down, he didn't put the Qilin outside in his mind. He was empty of heavenly humanity, but he still didn't have a heavenly heart. But using wine to enter the Tao gave him an incomparably unrestrained heart. If it's a dog, why bother with it? It's just trying to beg for food. Li Changfeng laughed lightly and threw out a slice of donkey meat from his plate. If you can't catch it, you don't even have the qualifications to scream. The donkey meat was so elastic that it even flipped and folded a few times after being thrown out, and soon reached Qi Lin's body. Knife will. It came out in an instant. Buzz. To carry a knife's intent in an object is the sharpest knife in this world. A piece of meat, almost up to the top of the 24 sons of the academy. Unbridled. Qi Lin took a mouthful of vast qi and shook out a brilliant momentum to block in front of his body. But the slice of donkey meat easily broke through and hung in his face. The whole street, in an instant, fell silent. After a long time, the slices of meat slid to the ground, and Qi Lin's face was already colder than ice and snow. Why don't you speak? It seems you know that a dog that doesn't bark is a good dog. Li Changfeng put down his chopsticks and his eyes glanced out the window. Qi Ling, a middle-aged figure with a majestic temperament, and in a white robe embroidered with gold silk, had the aura of a sect leader. The school palace invited me. I'm here. What do you want? Li Changfeng asked again. The voice was like a shocking knife. ruthlessly chopping at the tip of Qi Lin's heart. Very well, Li Changfeng. I want you to kneel in front of my school palace and become the laughingstock of the world. Qi Ling still had his own self-confidence, arrogance. With a wave of his hand, a book fell into his hand from the heavens, titled Becoming the Way. Every great scholar has his own opinion of the earth. It is said that the same people live in 100 different ways. To be able to insight the earth is for having stepped out of one's own way. The way of the literary way can also lead to sainthood. Husbandman could be compared to a celestial being, and Qi Ling, with the Ru sex Qi energizing him, also compared himself to a celestial being. Sin. Qi Lin opened his mouth to rebuke. His voice spread and impacted towards Li Changfeng, but it was the surrounding people who bore the brunt of it. I was 7 years old when I peeked at my cousin's bath, 8 years old when I stole the maid's belly band, 9 years old when I stole the family silver, and 10 years old when I secretly killed the family pet. I am guilty. I'm guilty of spending the money my family gave me for school. I'm guilty of having an affair with the widow Wang next door. Many people, upon hearing the sound of Qi Ling's single word, the entire person, as if they had received a spiritual shock, spoke everything they had. Roll. Li Changfeng did not react in any way when he was penetrated by the voice, but instead lightly rebuked. Bang! Qi Lin was chopped in front of his body by the invisible blade intent in the voice, and his books were directly torn into pieces. The whole man fell to the ground, a mouthful of blood spurting out, staining his white robes red. His Tao was broken in just an instant. Good word, my friend. When floated, Zhang Yuanxiu raised his glass of wine and swallowed it into his stomach, envious of Li Changfeng's tactics. It's just a plaything. Li Changfeng also raised his glass and drank it down. Fellow disciples of the schooling palace, help me. Qi Lin struggled to get up and braced his Haoran Qi and shouted. He was finally recognizing some gaps, but still not giving up. An aura was violently released from a corner of the imperial city, cleansing the entire city. However, as it was about to dip into the imperial palace, it was stopped by a force. 23 people, all of whom were white-clothed great scholars, walked slowly from mid-air, 3,000 miles above their heads. They condensed 100 miles of auspicious clouds that followed their feet. Each man held a book in his hand, and all 24 sons had the Tao expounding on the science of Confucianism. The 24 sons of the palace of school attendants are all out. Well, that's wonderful. I'd like to see just how deep the Confucian sect's depths are. In the imperial palace, a pair of eyes saw this through the heavy blockage in the darkness. The 24 sons of the Confucian sect are formidable. I think that how invincible that Li Changfeng is, he will have to bow down under reason. The figure in the corner of the imperial city, in the side-by-side king's mansion, shook his head and withdrew his gaze. The students that husband has cultivated for hundreds of years have been forced to come out all at once. This person Li Changfeng has some strength, but this farce should end. Daring to come to the imperial city, really not knowing how to die. A gaze watched all of this from the first great general's residence in the sky and came to a conclusion. Qi Ling was also merged into the sequence of the 23 sons under the reception of the vast Qi. The 24 sons of the Confucian sect are of the same breath, and the 24 paths are one and the same. An aura that shook the earth instantly spread out. The 100-mile auspicious cloud above their heads swelled to a 1,000-mile range, enveloping the entire imperial city and even everything nearby. The line of sight looked towards Li Changfeng and Zhang Yuanxiu, who were eating and drinking. Li Changfeng, come out and claim your offense. Chapter 56, 100,000 book souls, burning books and pitting scholars. The 24 sons stood horizontally in the air, gusts of dazzling light setting off their majestic aura. There was an irrefutable majesty in his voice, as if an earthly emperor rebuked his subjects. They represent the mainstay of the Ru sect and naturally represent the Ru sect's Qi. Teach the earth and lead the world. Brother Zhang, do you know who I'm going to kill with my sword? The voices of the 24 sons of the Confucian sect didn't have any effect on Li Changfeng. He just put down his chopsticks and wineglass and looked seriously at his friend sitting across from him. I don't know. Your blade is different from my sword. Zhang Yuanxiu shook his head straight. My sword only kills 3 kinds of people. Which 3? Zhang Yuanxiu came to be interested and asked with a big drink. Villain, enemy, what about another kind? Zhang Yuanxiu asked again. Li Changfeng's eyes glanced out the window and saw the 24 people that, it's their kind, the ones who are destined to make me force me to draw my sword. As the words fell, Li Changfeng's figure had already floated out of the window. The 24 Qi vibrate in the sky, and we walk on earth to educate our generation. The 24 sons sang in unison. This was originally their sacred formation of the Confucian sect, and more than 200 years ago a Sherman Arahant came from the western desert to argue the Dharma in Dazhou. This holy formation had chipped away his Luohan fruition and he died of old age in the sutra-speaking pagoda of the Palace of Schooling. The flood of indoctrination chi was the 1,000 miles of auspicious clouds 3,000 zhan high above their heads, as if the Milky Way was falling down from the 9 heavens, rolling up monstrous waves of clouds to impact down at Lichangfeng. What's going on here? My heart is trembling in seams. It's over. It's over. I feel like I'm going to ascend. The people in the imperial city all felt terrified under the impact of the auspicious clouds, as if their whole lives were about to be reshaped in human terms. It's been a long time since I've been in a trance. Ridiculous. You few are worthy of teaching human decency? The reason why Li Changfeng hadn't taken direct action against them previously was not because he was good, but because Zhang Yuanqiu's wine and food hadn't been eaten and drunk yet. What in heaven's name is more important than friends? 1 altar of wine. Zhang Yuanqiu drank it all, and the donkey meat on the ground was finished. The life of the 24 sons of Confucianism has come to an end. Flying waterfalls flowing backwards. One of the 13 stances of the bastard sword. Li Changfeng spread out his palm in front of his body, and that torrent of curling clouds was immediately fixed, followed by a dominating blade intent that impacted from the bottom up, stiffening the top of a chakra that can't be called heavy. What? The 24 sons were all shaken in their hearts, unable to believe their eyes. Heaven and earth. Human relationships. The 5 insects on earth are all entrusted under the teachings of the Confucian sect, not to mention that Li Changfeng is originally a human being. But Confucian sacred formation should have a strong suppression on him. How could it? How could everything be reversed? Boom! The floods that rolled backward and forward collided back and forth, and the entire imperial city seemed to be trembling. The 24 sons fell to the ground one after another like dumplings in a hot pan. Some of them landed on their faces. Some of them landed on their asses. Some of them went straight to their knees and, the most humiliated was Qi Lin, who was directly smashed out a big pit on the ground. His head stuck into the green brick floor, and his 2 legs drooping outside. Bang! The bricks crumbled, and Qi Lin broke free and, that's when everyone saw that he was already bleeding from his 7 holes. Not only him, but the other 23 sons were the same, bleeding from their 7 holes. At the same time, in the Palace of Schooling, in the Hall of Heavenly Passage, the old Confucian stared at the incense and the 3-legged cauldron, his entire being already anxious. One after another of the Confucian scriptures was sent in it, and the soul of the book had been completely sacrificed. However, it still couldn't stop the burning speed of that Qi-luck incense. Qi Lin, are you going to bury the entire Confucian sect? The old Confucian hissed with rage and indignation, and with a swing of his sleeve, all the books on both sides of the hall fell into the cauldron. Like a moth to a flame, it sacrifices the teaching and learning that it has carried for 10,000 years. Book burning. The books in the Hall of Heaven are listed in layers, and if you really want to count them up, no less than 100,000 of them. The book soul sacrifice erupted in scorching waves, and the old Ru's body felt as if it were red hot. However, his tactic was indeed effective, and the 10-foot-long Qi Yun incense immediately stopped burning at a rapid pace. Phew! The old Confucian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The whole essence of the person had dispersed. Life seemed to be coming to an end. He has been guarding the Hall of Heaven for almost 800 years. The soul of the book is his fortune. The spirit of the book died, and his breath was dying like a candle in the wind. The heart is steadfast in the aftermath of a broken life, and the heavens do not take it away. Heaven and earth are not. The old Confucian murmured to himself, and was about to send himself off with a poem will, when suddenly his face grew pale and, the whole man was trembling, and a breath from the cauldron directly impacted his body into a withered bone. The dull, even somewhat black-speckled skeleton fell straight to its knees. The chirography incense that blew up. Buzz. In the supreme sacred hall in the upper school palace, a pair of dragon-subduing golden boxes enshrined suddenly exploded, revealing a deer antler, yellowish and light red, tinted with a few black spots. No one could have imagined that the Ru sect's greatest treasure that set the world on fire, the horn of the deer, would look like this, as if summoned by something. The antlers emitted a faint red glow and suddenly rushed out of the hall towards the north of the imperial city. It was summoned by Qi Lin. The wise master of the Confucian sect was in charge of the upper academy on behalf of the emperor and performed the deeds of the husbandman, so he naturally had the power to call upon the most precious treasure. The 24 sons of the Confucian sect were already the only ones left. The 24 Qi come together in one body. Qi Lin sacrificed his fellow disciples, and the 23 sons, although there are 2 in their hearts, but all for the sake of the survival of the Confucian sect. At this moment, all chose to bow their heads and be willing to be a child's cow. The antlers fell into Qi Lin's hands,
and he was left with only an arm and an eye. At that moment just now, he gathered 24 chi to charge Li Chongfeng's blade intent hard, and the result was the loss of an arm. Moreover, at the moment when the 23rd sun was all dead, a thunderbolt fell from the sky and blinded one of his eyes. Li Chongfeng, 10,000 years of Confucian sect's fortune has been ruined on your body. Your crime is unforgivable. Qi Lin was cloaked and disheveled, and his entire body looked like the skin of a demon who had gone insane as written in the books of the Confucian sect. It's all because of you, you bogeyman. Why did you come to earth and block this great power of heaven and earth? I, Qi Ling, the wise master of the Confucian sect, take charge of the horn of the deer on your behalf and sentence you to be expelled from the human race. Boom! As his words fell, the sky immediately became stormy, clouds and rain converged, and thousands of thunderbolts traveled through, as if it was the end of the world. The antlers in Qi Lin's hands shot out a pillar of light that reached the sky, and 100-mile vortex coalesced in the dome of the sky. Throughout the entire earth, the human race that could not be counted had their hearts trembling and inexplicable fear appeared. Countless cultivators above the land immortals immediately suppressed their own bodies, suppressing the floating own chi. Li Chongfeng was even more shocked by the unimaginable impact of the might of heaven and earth. The only target of the might of heaven and earth was him. The antlers bear the luck of heaven and the luck of the teachings of the Confucian sect, and at this moment, they explode with a power that is unimaginable. Trying to judge me, even the heavens, won't work. Chapter 57, The Antlers Are Broken. The husbandman comes out, blade intent, instantly killing the sky. A body-breaking invisible blade coalesced from Li Chongfeng's body, cutting through all the forces that wanted to be placed on him. The intense collision shook the entire imperial city. How? Like this? Qi Lin held the antlers and looked at what was in front of him in panic. He used the Confucian orthodoxy to deprive Li Chongfeng of his human identity, but he was actually blocked. It's a great treasure of correctional orthodoxy, and after he had just used the horn of the deer, the light of this supreme treasure had already dimmed quite a bit again. Even the flood of qi above that head had shrunk by nearly half. The greatest treasure of the Confucian sect. Only this? Li Chongfeng's eyebrows were slightly puzzled as he looked towards the disoriented Qi Lin. You said, what? Qi Lin didn't hear Li Chongfeng's words because he was already flooded with countless voices in his head. Sinners! Sinner! Sinner! The one who gave birth to me is my parents, and the one who taught me is my mentor. Who are you to make decisions for me? I just want to live well. The jumbled voices forced their way into Qi Ling's mind like brain-drilling insects. Qi Lin couldn't withstand the backlash of this human indoctrination qi, and his entire body suddenly exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Black hearts, black blood, black bones, falling to the ground. That horn of the deer, in mid-air, emitted an extremely faint red light with yellow spots all over. What's the use of keeping something that's rotten? Li Chongfeng finally pulled out the world-viewing sword on his back. The greatest treasure of the Confucian sect was not trivial, and he had to destroy it with a powerful strike. Muoi questioning heavenly blade, the last of the 3 strikes of the strange door, the only one in the world. Ask the heavens, and they bow down. Boom! The 10-foot blade astral deity chopped down on top of the antlers, and as if that supreme treasure had also sensed the crisis, it erupted with a final destructive light, trying to save itself. However, after one slash, the antlers were chopped off with a crisp caw sound. This was originally a jade antler, and after 10,000 years had passed, the sunken spots penetrated the entire jade body, and it was chopped into 2 pieces by the guanxi knife and fell to the ground. Suddenly, the celestial phenomenon dissipated and the atmosphere clarified. Anyone who was a human could sense that something seemed to be completely and utterly detached from their body, and became much more relaxed. If the saints don't die, the thieves don't stop. Confucianism to the saint, the theft of the earth's indoctrination, the theft of the robbery in the middle of the cracks to survive, the earth's living beings as fish and meat, self-transformation into a knife, chopped in this earth, rolling east to the long river water, drowned countless tumbling waves. Confucianism to the saints, teaching the earth is not false. Preaching the written word, preaching learning, preaching manners, preaching the 24 righteousnesses. However, in these 10,000 years, one thing that the Confucian sect has done has been forgotten by the earth. Seishu descended the table. 10,000 generations have passed, and man and demon have been repeatedly reincarnated, during which either foreigners have ruled, or tyrannical governments have slaughtered the world. The first of these descending tables of bonsai was written by Confucianism. The name of the Son of Heaven also started for Confucian. The Emperor of the Earth was the first to go down ahead. In the ancient records, the 3 emperors and the 5 emperors, The human race was self-improving, and the immortals in the sky had to be treated as equals. Somehow, the spine of the human race suddenly went soft. The people go with the flow. They are just cow and horse puppets. Yes, in the imperial city, a pair of sharp eyes saw this and clapped their hands. Son of heaven, Confucian, what do you call lone? Emperor, the Rusek's greatest treasure is shattered. But the Rusek's chi hasn't completely dissipated yet. There's still a trace of residual fire. Accompanying Ji Xian as he spoke was a eunuch, a personal chamberlain. What waves can a hint of residual fire make? The fear is only that a star can start a fire. What then? I know you're talking about Fu Zi, but he hasn't appeared for hundreds of years. How can I find him? Could Li Changfeng still do me a favor? Ji Xian's voice sank. Emperor, the husbandman has always been in the imperial city. A husbandman's temple in the south of the city. Has the emperor not forgotten? Fuzi Temple? You mean the clay sculpture? Ji Xian asked with some incredulity. South of the city Fuzi Temple. I do not know when it began to sit there. A clay sculpture to withstand the wind and rain is rumored to be at least 1,000 years. Emperor, that's him. It's just that he's closed his 6 senses and extinguished the 5 chi in his chest. Isn't that a living dead man? That's precisely what makes him so terrifying. The eunuch had a worried look on his face. He was not a small person. 800 years of Great Zhou's chi fortune. Together with Ji Xian in front of him, he had already accompanied 9 sons of heaven. That Fu Zi temple. Enjoy my imperial city in 800 years of luck, even if the successive emperors have also gone to bow to the incense. The eunuch said in a deep voice. Ji Xian's face changed at once. He, too, had bent down and saluted. A pillar of 10,000 generations of incense inserted. Wishing the prosperity of the Confucian sect. Confucianism, hateful. His eyes showed undisguised ruthlessness. On the subject of power, the 3,000 guests of the Confucian sect are scattered in the hinterland of the Great Zhou, and his words and actions are not as smooth as they should be. The horn of deer of the Confucian sect is broken. How can he still be so patient and be a shrinking violet? Ji Xian said indignantly. Emperor, the Confucian sect goes to the people to go, as long as Fu Zi is still alive. In a few moments there will be another Confucian sect to rise again in the east. What's more, it's hard to guarantee that all of this is said not to be his scheming. In the imperial palace, the voices gradually weakened. The truth, it wasn't the same as what Ji Xian had thought either. In the temple of Fu Zi, the clay sculpture suddenly cracked open and the clay skin peeled off from the face, revealing a white, smooth face. Above the imperial city, originally dispersed all the changes in the sky. Suddenly from the east came the purple gas 30,000 miles. It was like a purple rainbow bridge had been built between heaven and earth, spanning east and west. The purple breath comes from the east for 30,000 miles, and this life is empty for 5,000 years. The childish voice resounded in the imperial city, the aftermath of which was generally unceasing, spreading in all directions. Li Changfeng chopped off the antlers, and before he could turn back to enter the Looking at Immortals building, he heard this voice. Raising his head to look at the change in the sky, the corners of his mouth pulled out a trifle of contempt. The purple breath comes from the east and calls himself Confucian sage? There are rumors that the Confucian saints are accompanied by purple energy when they come out of the world. Husband, Zhang Yuanxiu's heart was stirred, not knowing what came to his mind. He even unprecedentedly put down the wine jar in his hand and leapt out of Wang Xianlu, drunken and singing for 300 years. Fuzi, you've actually lived. He was not previously joking with that giant son of Confucianism. Meng ran, he had been drinking with Fu Zi at the Fu Zi temple, and when he drank a bowl was poured over the top of Fu Zi's clay head. Crap friend, Zhang Yuanxiu shouted in a hurry. What is it? Li Changfeng asked. I once said in the temple of Fu Zi that if one day Fu Zi came back to earth, I would pay my respects to him. Now that he's out in the world, am I better off as a big brother or a little brother? Chapter 58, 3 minutes of chi scattered. Feeding the earth. Zhang Yuanxiu was joking, but his face was serious, even with some tension. That's Fuzzy, the only supreme sage of the Confucian sect. Only the person is heard, not the person. A clay sculpture, but won the incense of the people for 800 years, and 9 sons of heaven bowed down and worshipped. Friends by friends, you're naturally going to be the big brother. Li Changfeng nodded to Zhang Yuanxiu and said, I'm only afraid that old man doesn't agree. Zhang Yuanxiu said with some difficulty, this matter is good. Just chop until he agrees. Li Changfeng said, heaven and earth are one pail, and the earth is at large. Little friend, your sword is so overbearing. Suddenly, voices came from far away. A white-haired old man came with a Lupin fan. His face absolutely could not pick out a single wrinkle, and his breath absolutely could not find a trace of decay. He was dressed in a costume that was absolutely the most elaborate on earth, and he stood there like the most holy teacher on earth. No one is comparable. With his feet on the purple 10,000-foot cloud haze and a slight smile on his face, he stepped down from the cloud haze step by step and stood 10 feet away in front of Li Changfeng. The great spirit of the Confucian school has lived on in him for a long time. When I look at the earth, I don't ask about artifacts, but only say that your Tao, it seems, has reached the peak of the celestials, the 13 realms of cultivation. The husband's exit was astonishing, and with just a glance at Li Changfeng, he felt insight into everything. 13 realms of celestial beings. This saying had not been widely spread on earth. Only some ancient celestial beings and wise men knew about it. Previously, Gongsun Liuqi had said that Knight 13, who had been invincible for 30 years, was in the third realm of celestial beings, and had also laid out a plan to play chess to lure Chu berserkers, a Yen person in the fifth realm of celestial beings, to face off against Li Changfeng. The result is naturally dead, and had intervened in the establishment of the great Zhou Tai Shi Dinghong, even if he knows the terror of Li Changfeng, but also still said that he had not played do not know who won and who lost. Human beings. Monks. What kind of realm is Li Changfeng in? He even beheaded a celestial being and a great saint of the demon race. Now, the husbandman is back on earth. With a single word. 13 realms of celestial monks, the ceiling of the earth. In terms of martial arts alone, there was already no way to advance. Ridiculous. Li Changfeng couldn't help but say as he looked at him like he was wise. The ceiling, which he had stabbed through when he slayed the dragon underwater in the pool of the town knife. The world is so ignorant that it only thinks that there is no more refinement after the top of the earth. What do you mean, little friend? Fu Zi did not get angry. 24 gas all have him to pass the law. The chest of the Dala mixed one. What scenes have not seen? Ignorant. Li Changfeng said again, talking presumptuously about other people's paths. You're a self-righteous old codger. 2. Look at all these things you teach. Blackening the earth. How do you want to fix the descending table and teach the demons not to be? Each of Li Changfeng's words was a great mockery, and those celestial experts who were secretly spying on them were all feeling fear in droves. One of the most mysterious figures on earth, the supreme sage of the Confucian sect, Fu Zi, Li Changfeng, the expert of the 13th realm of the celestials, who had just had his cultivation exploded. The tit-for-tat situation of these two people simply made one's heart tremble with fear. Yet one couldn't help but want to see which of the two was weaker or stronger. Heaven and earth. Human ethics. Confucianism. Teachings. Little friend are you? Before the teacher could finish his words, he saw Zhang Yuanxiu, who was on the side, suddenly stand out. Old man, you recognize me. He came across the room and interrupted the husband's speech. The man's eyes went to him, and suddenly his eyes flickered and, it's you. It's your big brother me. Have you not forgotten that I have fed you bowls of wine for 300 cups, and that I am a brother to you? Zhang Yuanxiu's voice was loud and thick and hated to let everyone know. The man, however, did not take his words seriously, but rather, in a serious manner, he continued to be sizing him up, nodding his head slowly. It's okay for you to be a big brother. I owe you that. Once again, the man spoke out of turn. How could Zhang Yuanxiu be so virtuous as to call himself a brother with Fu Zi, and still be a big brother? And even if he took a step into the celestials, how could he compare to the supreme sage of the Confucian sect? Little friend, although I have not been out in the world for a long time, but everything that happens on this earth is in my heart. Since you stepped into this imperial city, all this I have seen in my eyes. The Confucian sect has a calamity, but the crime is not to death. You will cut off my Confucian sect's qi. Incense does not exist. This cause and effect, is it to be remembered in the future, or is it to be settled now? The husbandman gently fanned his feathered fan and asked calmly. Li Changfeng didn't answer him, but turned his head to look at Zhang Yuanxiu. Brother Zhang, in Chentang City, I had said something. Do you still remember? I've memorized every word of my friends in my heart, but if you want me to say it out loud, that would be too strong. Zhang Yuanxiu said with a hefty smile. Punish you for not being allowed to drink for a day. Li Changfeng said. Don't. You were supposed to say. Step into the palace of schooling and ask the great Confucian to argue the scriptures for you. Zhang Yuanxiu hurriedly said, no longer daring to joke. Not one of the great scholars is left, and now you're the only one left, and I want you to argue my case for me. Li Changfeng looked at Fu Zi and said in a heavy tone, okay, what do you want? The man asked. Li Changfeng was fearless and said, Prove to yourself that you, the Confucian sect, have messed up human relationships and tainted the earth, while Li Changfeng has set things right and cut down the demons. He's crazy. The celestials who were secretly spying were startled in their hearts, and all of them gave birth to this thought. The husbandman is comparable to a celestial being, comparing to the absolute top of the earth. Even if they are fighting, it's still 50-50. What makes him so strong? Perhaps the earthly breakthrough lies in the person of Li Changfeng. If the husband does not die, the great thief will not stop. Everyone has something different in mind. Fu Zi is also the same. His fanning feather fan stopped. Little friend, do not hear that softness to overcome hardness. Even if the Confucian sect is not right, thousands of sins have me to bear. 24 sons and subsaints. I, vast chi survival, will catch your 25 blades, and as long as you tell me to take half a step back, I will agree to all your demands. If your sword, should it fail, I have a request as well, the man said slowly. 25 cuts? Li Changfeng couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. Who do you think you are, a heavenly immortal? Even if you are an immortal, you have to bow down when you see me here on earth. After the knife out of northern Liang, Li Changfeng's mentality has changed greatly. Justice. Since ancient times, only the winner said. The losers are nothing more than talk and laughter. Rumor has it that in ancient times, there were 100 schools of thought competing, and the Confucian sect was the only one that was respected. And with this blade, 3/4 of the chi dispersed and fed back to the earth. Li Changfeng raised the Guanxi sword in his hand and chopped down at Fu Zi, crowning life hijacking. The first blade of the 5-style blade technique, chopping out 1,000 robberies, and the eternities rush by with a snap of the fingers. Drink from the purple breath for 30,000 miles, and 3 inches from your palm is the earth. The husbandman raised one hand, and 30,000 miles of the most sacred purple chi condensed and transformed into a purple garment with immortal ribbons draped over his body. With a feathered fan, he waved his hand and released all of his 1,000 years of accumulated Rusek chi. Boom! Chapter 59, Reversing the Universe. The world's first general. The two of them rushed up to the sky, and Fu Zi's body was surrounded by zeolite light and purple chi, standing there like a true saint on earth, not to be blasphemed, wearing purple ribboned immortal clothes and ringing the Confucian sect's chi. Fu Zi was immensely confident, but when the sword chi chopped on top of the Confucian sect's chi, his face suddenly changed. The blade chi was invulnerable, chopping through the Aegis chi just as it collided, and it went on to slash at Fu Zi's body. 3,000 guests in the red dust of Confucianism. The earth promises me all the immortality. Fu Zi panicked and shouted out a verse, and his vast chi erupted against his body. It didn't work. No matter what tactics he used, he simply could not resist Li Changfeng's slash. The Hao Ran Zhang chi was torn apart, and the purple ribbon immortal clothes on his body suddenly couldn't maintain its clothed incarnation, and it directly burst open. Boom! The knife chi passed through Fu Zi's body and chopped on a large mountain 30 miles to the west of the imperial city. This mountain was split open and a canyon was formed that, after that for many years, this place was named Two Boundary Mountain. Old me is not convinced. Old man Wen Xiu, you've wronged me. The husband was carrying the last of the Confucian sect's chi with his body, and after his vitality was cut off by Li Changfeng's slash, he hadn't even gulped down his breath right away. His illusory body was sheltered by his chi, and he looked up to the sky dome, his voice filled with resignation. Thousands of years of scheming are lost in a single day. Immortals in heaven, men on earth, 1,000 years of fields, 800 masters. The game is nothing more than pawns. Li Changfeng, I misjudged your cultivation. I didn't expect you to have reached that realm, but don't be complacent. The Confucian sect will not die. This earth will eventually reincarnate and come back. When Fu Zi finished speaking, the Ru sect chi in his body transformed into thousands of wisps and went in all directions. The Confucian sect's chi was dispersed. Although Fu Zi died, he left behind a backhand. There are countless Confucian scholars on earth, and eventually the heavenly faithful man who carries the fortune will rise again. Are you, by any chance, thinking a little too much? Li Changfeng suddenly stretched out his palm, and his blade swept across thousands of miles. The bastard sword extreme domain, sealing the sky and locking the earth. Reversing Qian Kuan, saying that if you let your Confucian sect dissipate, you won't even have a chance to be a ghost. The blade intent and the imperceptible Ru sect chi were colliding, and the wisps of chi were chopped into a volume smaller than a speck of dust. Repeatedly rolling and pressing, the imprint of that Confucian sect was finally dissipated. After the bastard blade Jedi domain disperses, the chi feeds back to the earth. 1 point fell into the rivers and lakes, 1 point fell into the Great Zhou, and the other point was lost to the 100 schools of thought. When the wind and clouds meet, there will be a man who will emerge as a dragon. Damn, I'm not drunk, am I? Zhang Yuanxiu wiped his eyes, and in those few moments just now, like this? Like that? And the man is gone? You've been tugging at me like this, and you can't stop a knife? Those who also had such thoughts were the prying celestials, and in their minds, their hearts had fallen to the bottom. The bastard sword is unbeatable. What exactly is the realm that the husbandman says that in other realms are? Above the 13 realms of celestials, there are higher cultivation levels? The group of people's gazes were withdrawn. The battle was over. If they peeped any further, it would be hostile to Li Changfeng. Brother Zhang, awake from your nap? Li Changfeng landed on the ground and patted his shoulder and said, Friend, are you not a heavenly celestial secretly descending to earth? Zhang Yuanxiu asked seriously. Looks like you're still awake, Li Changfeng said with a light smile. Just as the two were talking, the sound of ceremonial music being played came from the far side of the street. When two columns of soldiers came in formation first, they separated the people, revealing a wide path, and ran all the way to Li Changfeng's body. The sense of ceremony was very strong as clean water sprinkled the road and flowers fell all over the sky. These soldiers were disciplined and very tough, holding lances in formation. Their eyes were firm and did not glance around. The heavenly man of northern Liang is driving to the imperial city. Mr. Lin has come to invite you into the mansion for a drink of the world's fine wine and food. The sound was clear and strong from far away. It's him. Zhang Yuanxiu's brows furrowed, a slight pang of revulsion in his heart. Who is Brother Zhang talking about? Li Changfeng asked. A facepalm. Iceberg. Zhang Yuanxiu said with a disdainful skim. Zhang Yuanxiu, even though you've taken one step into the celestials, this is the imperial city and you're still under the Great Zhou's execution order, and you still dare to talk nonsense. People, finally, are arriving. A silver armor shook people's eyes. His long hair stood up and hung behind his shoulders. This was a young man. His face was described as extremely handsome. It was just that his face was cold and grim, and he called out to people. Lin Hani, what are you doing here? I advise you to treat me and my friends with a polite attitude. Zhang Yuanxiu asked. Grandmas, I used to be a winemaker, so it's fine that you don't care about me, but now that I'm a celestial being and known as the wine sword immortal, you're still treating me like this. I'm a celestial being for nothing? And my friends around me, who can't you see me standing next to? Not bad for a facepalm. No eye candy at all. Zhang Yuanxiu's mind shattered, and although his mouth was trying to be brave, his body was actually leaning back slightly. Great Zhou dynasty, the world's first general, Lin Sheng, word Han Yi, 178 years vertical and good with a gun. The human gunner has no one above him when it comes to heroism. When the Celestials opened the list, this person was also on top of the list. He's right, it's better to be polite to my friends, Li Changfeng said. Brother Li is number one in the world in the Tao of the Blade. Mr. Lin would like to invite Brother Li to come into the mansion and try the 3 pot heads in the mansion. Lin Hani pulled out a leathery smile and his voice was clear and cold. But those who were familiar with him knew that Lin Hani had never taken the initiative to invite anyone into the mansion for a drink. 3 pots? Zhang Yuanxiu licked his lips. It had been a long time since he had a good drink as well. Looks like this wine has some reputation. Li Changfeng looked at him and seemed to be looking forward to the 3 pots. Brother Zhang, which do you think is better? The 3-pot head or the wine and food in the Heavenly Sun Palace? Li Changfeng did not respond to Lin Hani, but looked at Zhang Yuanxiu and said, the palace of schooling is gone. Li Changfeng's matter is settled, and Zhang Yuanxiu's matter has not yet been settled. His friend was still under the order of execution. Although trying to kill Zhang Yuanxiu was not a simple task, but it's always a face saver. If that's the case, I think it's still a bit stronger than 3-pot head. I just don't know how the dishes are. The wine and food in the Imperial Palace is just like that. The tribute is all that's left over from people's tastings, Zhang Yuanxiu said without hesitation. He was the chief official of the Shang Wine Factory, and he still knew a few things about what was going on in the Imperial Palace. Just like that, the wine that the Son of Heaven drank, all the wine that he drank and felt himself to be superior was sent in. And as for the very best wine, naturally he kept it for himself. As a corollary, the same goes for dishes. There were even whispers some years ago that the Son of Heaven's pillows were second to none. The small country in the southern region is rich in silk soft and buckwheat chaff, the pillow import and export trade in the world, but that the master of the country but the world's first pillow left to their own. Instead, he paid tribute to the Son of Heaven with the second best pillow in the world, an event that was widely rumored in the imperial city at the time. 3 pots of head. Demon Saint's blood and flesh. Please invite Brother Lee and your friend into the mansion to taste it. Chapter 60 Diplomat White Elephant Great Sage. Time flies like an arrow, and the polar day runs out. Light does travel fast, but it can't travel fast enough for bad things to travel 1,000 miles. Li Changfeng stepped on the two major Confucian sects in the imperial city and killed all the great Confucian scholars, and even the husbandman's appearance was only a slash. This kind of strength is unimaginable to the world. Moreover, the phrase 3 points of chi luck, feeding the earth uttered by Li Changfeng had really brought 1,000,000,000 points of shock. Bang! In the Sinner Dragon's nest, the three-headed Jiao kicked over the tabletop, spilling wine and meat all over the place. That Li Changfeng is actually the one who even beheaded Fu Zi. What kind of cultivation level does he have? Why do you need to be angry? The great rise of the demon race. This is the rotation of heaven and earth. He alone can't block anything. Can he alone still slaughter my demon race? Even if he is capable of this. Unless he decimates all the animals on earth as well. Not even a single mosquito can be spared. Or else my demon race will surely make a comeback. The guest of the three-headed Jiao was none other than the White Elephant Great Sage from the same northern region Demon Clan's Holy Land. The three sacred palaces. He left the three sacred palaces to come to the Sin Dragon's Nest to persuade the two families to unite and join forces to sweep the earth in a great matter. Although the words are so said, if that Li Changfeng doesn't die, sooner or later, it will be bad. Delaying this earthly power for another 3 to 5 years, I'm afraid that it will affect the big event. The three-headed Jiao said with a gloomy face, you and I will unite our two families and unify the northern region first. Right now the group of human clans are also starting to meddle in the great power of the earth. All of them want to fish for a few points of chi. We don't have many small demons under our hands, and sooner or later, we will be consumed in a solo fight. The White Elephant Great Sage began his own persuasion. He is also very helpless. Since the Fox Master of War out of the trap back to Tushan, this hand is really missing a good speech demon. Had to this kind of thing can only be his personal horse. 2 families in one? Who's in charge then? I, the three-headed Jiao, have not been weak in my life. You want me to listen to you guys? That's never going to happen. The three-headed Jiao is a foreign species of heaven and earth, and is a great saint of the demon race on earth, with a huge force under him, and he has no regard for anything. Words can't be said like that. Our demon race comes from the same source, so it's natural to discuss it. I had an idea a long time ago. I don't know if you're willing. The White Elephant Great Sage said. What is it? If a few of us are sworn brothers, we will naturally be close to each other. And if we ask for the throne of the earth in the future, how about all of us being the supreme human beings? The White Elephant Great Sage looked at the three-headed Jiao and spoke his thoughts. Worship? With you three? Are you kidding me? The three-headed Jiao laughed coldly, a sarcastic look on his face. Yellow-tusked old elephant. Don't think that no one knows the bottom line of the three of you. Did you defect to that group of vultures in the western desert a long time ago? The White Elephant Great Sage's heart shook, and his face feigned bewilderment. Surrendering to the western desert? How is this possible? My demon race stands on top of the heavens and even the immortals in the heavens don't give a damn. What is a group of vultures? Then, why did you imprison old man Tushan? And you say there's no shadow of the western desert behind this? Do you take me for a little cutie? With a wave of his hand, the three-headed Jiao guided the stone table in front of the White Elephant Great Sage to himself, and lifted his bowl of wine to drink profusely. You need to know one thing. He looked at the White Elephant Great Sage and said, what is it? The White Elephant Great Sage's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. I once fought that Li Changfeng to a draw. The corners of the three-headed Jiao's mouth pulled out a cold smile as his eyes stared at him and said, Brother Jiao, are you kidding me? Li Changfeng, but he has beheaded the human husbandman. Don't you know the power of the husbandman? The fortune added to his body is at least as good as the several old ancestors who are hidden from the world. The White Elephant Great Sage was just like a face of disbelief. That day if I hadn't drank too much wine and reacted much slower with all my chi, his incarnation would have come and I could have destroyed it with a flip of my hand. Well. I once heard that Brother Jiao had 12 demonic techniques, but I don't know when he practiced the 13th technique again. What do you mean? This bragging skill of Brother Jiao can be called the best in the world among my demon clan. The White Elephant Great Sage said with heartfelt sarcasm. White Elephant, you're reckless. Three-headed Jiao, don't be ungrateful. Boom. The two demon race great saints didn't get along with each other and actually fought directly in the sinister dragon's nest. The terrifying aura directly shook the underground palace. Slow down. The three-headed Jiao hurriedly collected his chi and called a halt. Making a move in my cave. White Elephant, how dare you? I'm telling you, Li Changfeng in the world. I'll kill them all. As for you 3 brothers, the farther away from me the better. See them off." The white elephant great sage left the sinister dragon's nest with great remorse in his heart. He's here to connect the dots. Why is he arguing with the 3-headed scale? The thoughts of the fox warlord deepened a little more, but he wasn't discouraged either. As he walked out of the 3 sacred palace, targeting more than just the 3-headed Jiao alone. In the northern domain, there were still many strong great demons. For example, the defeated heavenly sage in that mixed mountain had stabbed an immortal above the heavenly gate with a stick 1300 years ago. Achoo, achoo, MT, hybrid, the palace. The great sage of Tushan had just raised his wine cup and was about to share a drink with the great sage of the defeated heaven when his nose suddenly itched unbearably and he sneezed a dozen times one after another. "Come, great sage." He slowed down and raised his glass for a drink. The great sage has something on his mind? Seeing that the defiant heavenly sage had not consumed any alcohol, the great sage of Tushan could not help but ask. Phew! The great sage of defeating heaven slowly exhaled a mouthful of stifling air, and his wineglass was stained with a number of bubbles that were clearly not wine. "Old friend, how many % of your power have you recovered now?" The great sage of defeating heaven put down his wine cup, his eyes looking towards his old friend. "After staying with him for a little over half a year, do you really think you're covered? Shame on you. It's been too long since the tribulation. Now it's only 30%, barely to the realm of a great saint." The great sage of Tushan stroked his white beard, somewhat dissatisfied. Right now the situation on Earth is changing rapidly. Although he is already invincible with 30% of his power, there is no lack of experts in the human race. If he went out easily, he would probably be hunted successfully. You know, those guys in the western desert are still thinking about him. I think you might as well go to Mountain Monarch's place. There are few people in his severed chi valley. You can just accompany him to relieve his boredom in the past. The defiant heavenly saint suggested. "No, the great sage and I are reunited after a long time, so we should get along for 2 or 3 years anyways." The great sage of Mount 2 waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, old friend, you've returned from the calamity. The other brothers don't know about you yet. Why don't you change someone else's cave to Scourge? Go and take a look." The defiant sage spoke away. Report. Suddenly, a little monkey demon shouted outside. The white elephant great sage of the 3 sacred palace is outside seeking an audience with old ancestor. Who? Without waiting for the heaven-defying great sage to respond, the Tushan great sage violently rose in alarm and drank. "Quickly ask him to come in. It's been a long time since I've seen the great sage. The old fox, I miss him to death." The great sage of Tushan subconsciously blurted out. Chapter 61, The Northern Regions in a Row. Great saints come out together. "Old friend, this is Mount Mixed Origin, not Mount 2. The defiant heavenly saint said helplessly. "Oh, what difference does that make? You and I have been friends for 1,000 years. Even concubines can be shared. What do you care about that?" The great sage of Tushan waved his hand, full of concern. "Go, invite the white elephant great sage in." The young demon scratched his face and looked at his own ancestor to nod before retreating. "Old friend, the 3 sacred palaces in the western desert are very close. Could it be that you've forgotten that those vultures had assassinated you?" The defiant heavenly saint asked with a displeased face. "That naturally won't be the case. I'll clean up this group of vultures sooner or later." The great sage of Tushan responded. He would not forget what the southern no man's middle dharma in the western desert had done to him. Thinking of this, the great sage of Tushan suddenly shivered. Those tortures were not something that an ordinary person could withstand. "Defeat heaven great sage, the white elephant came to visit. Great sage, all is well. Warlord?" The white elephant great sage stepped into the palace, making compliments as he went, and after leaving the sinister dragon's nest he thought hard, and finally remembered that the old fox had said, "Stretching your hand is not a good idea. As long as you play the grandson, you will certainly get the respect of the other side. Even if there is no respect, it is unlikely to fight." It was just that he never expected to see the old fox in the mixed mountain. "How dare you? I am the great sage of Mount 2, the old ancestor of the 9-tailed lineage. What kind of thing are you? How dare you talk nonsense?" The great sage of Tushan looked at it with cold eyes, and at this moment had already gotten rid of the influence of the old fox's habitual thinking. The white elephant great sage's footsteps paused, nearly bursting into tears. What familiar words, what familiar looks, that "I fly over the world" vibe. "Master at arms, if it isn't you or someone else." Only, the white elephant great sage was also clear in his heart that the once the 3 sacred palaces military master had already gotten out of his trap, and now he was the old ancestor of Mount 2. "But it's just a long time ago, and memories rise up in my mind. Great Sage Defiant Sky. I've come on behalf of the 3 sacred palaces, and I have a piece of business I want to talk to the Great Sage about. The White Elephant Great Sage sat down and opened the door. No matter what you say, I won't step out one step from this mixed Yuan mountain. The defiant heavenly saint shook his head and said, the heart of the White Elephant is well known in the northern region. Most importantly, the 3 sacred palace and the demon race are not of one mind. They are traitors. What if I promise a third of the demon race's chi to the Great Sage? The White Elephant Great Sage said. What kind of a thing are you that you dare to promise this heaven-splitting karma? The defiant heavenly saint said with a cold smile. The demon race's fortune. The earth's only one bucket, and this bucket has created more than 100 great saints of the demon race. With 3 points of chi, even an unusual fowl could cultivate to the Great Sage realm. Yeah, I've used this move of yours a long time ago, the Great Sage of Tushan also said. In his mind, he flashed back to what he had done in Peach Valley, and many of his schemes were clear to him. Shut up, old friend. The Great Sage of the defeated sky was highly cultivated, and the rolling demonic aura suppressed him in his seat, unable to move, unable to speak, and this old friend of his, with his open mouth, must not be allowed to talk nonsense. I would like to make a grand wish to pledge my 3 sacred palaces' chi fortune and borrow a third of the demon race's chi fortune from the earth to ferry it to the Great Sage. The White Elephant Great Sage has once again raised the stakes, shedding the child and not being able to trap the wolf. The 3 holy palaces are in a superb position, and there are rare bloodlines amongst the demon race. Their 3 great saints had great sects sheltering behind them, and when they really reached the end of the mountain, there would be someone who would step in. At this moment, there is no way for him to hide his clumsiness. The big deal is that he owes it first. What do you want? Seeing how determined he looked, the Great Sage of the defeating sky couldn't help but ask. The power of the 3 sacred palace was already not small, and there was no need to have to pull him in. Be in the same breath as the Great Sage and make a fellowship. The Great Sage of Defeat Heaven only felt a tightness somewhere. Why did this word sound so awkward? You even know the law of grandeur. It seems like the western desert vultures value the 3 of you. He was pondering in his mind that the matter of making grand wishes would only be done by the vultures of the western desert, and that the 3 sacred palace was indeed involved with them. Everything is for my demon race, the White Elephant Great Sage said. Then make a grand wish, but my name must not be exposed. Externally, call me old ancestor Huai Shan. The Great Sage of the defeated sky thought for a long time and discarded his previous thoughts. This battle on earth is inevitable. He has witnessed the rise of the Great Zhou, and the fall of his kind in the hijacking. Even his old friend by his side, the Great Sage of Tushan, was not a pawn in the calamity, and after several, since there is no way to avoid it, it would be better to place bets all around, cheat 3 points of luck, and save oneself in the calamity. This earth has many calamities. How many celestial beings and great saints have grabbed a few points of luck before surviving? Great Sage, you're confused. When the White Elephant Great Sage made a grand wish and left, the Tushan Great Sage's confinement was unlocked, and then his face changed drastically, revealing a look of pain. Oh, old friend, your look reinforces to me that this is the right path. When the defiant heavenly sage saw his appearance, all the depression in his heart suddenly disappeared. Whatever Toussaint is against is right, and he's going further and further down the right path. Come on, old friend, let's share a drink. The Great Sage of Tushan laughed openly and swallowed the previously undrunk cup of wine into his stomach, and then was startled to realize that his face was embarrassed. On the following day, the news of the northern region spread out, quickly detonating the earth that had been silent for a long time. The demon race of the northern region, the 9 great saints of the 3 sacred palaces have joined forces. Green Lion and White Elephant, Golden Rock Ghost Chariot, Green Bull by Fong, 100 Eyes Dead Bone, Huai Shan. The great saints of the demon race that had been hidden for many years in the northern region without being revealed were all invited out by the great sage of the White Elephant with a grand wish. With the 9 great saints making a vow of adoration, the 3 saints' palaces' fortunes immediately skyrocketed. The underworld connected the breaths of the 9 together. Our goal is to become honored on earth. Except for Huai Shan, who has not yet arrived. The 8 demon saints have gathered, and the great sage of the Green Lion shouted the slogan when he took the blood oath in front of the 100,000 great mountains, under the gathering of demons hat, to make an alliance. This act, at once, was like an undefined wind blowing in all corners of the earth. What? Say that again. In the northern Liang kingdom, the state lord Zhu Kaiping grabbed the drill wind battalion leader's lapel with one hand and asked Drilly, "Kingdom lord, we're isolated. Millions of demon clans from the northern region have come out to sweep the city. There are all demons outside the city. What should we do then? The immortal is not in northern Liang. We are finished. Shu Kaiping's chest rose and fell violently, feeling a little dizzy. Report, the Protectorate Master sent his disciples to deliver a letter. Please, Shu Kaiping said hurriedly as if he had been given a treasure. The Patriarch said that the Lord of the land need not worry. The senior uncle left and had his own means of subduing the demons left behind. A message came from a disciple of the Bastard Blade sect, and this single sentence caused Shu Kaiping's heart to land securely. Brother Li, there's a change in the northern region and you can still sleep? In the residence of the first general in the world. Lin Hanyi personally made an entrance to the house where Li Changfeng was resting. If your heart is clear as ice, the sky will not fall. He who holds the sword, the heavens fall before him, and his face does not change its color. Li Changfeng lay on his side on the bed, one hand clenched into a fist and propped up under his head. What a heavenly collapse. It's just a pity that even though my gun is fast and hard, I can't fight Brother Li. Lin Hanyi knows the gap between him and Li Changfeng. To be honest, if he had Li Changfeng's strength, the Confucian sect would not survive today. This great general with a cool face, a spear, was forced to bend for a long time. I only fight enemies, and the world knows what happens to them. Li Changfeng said blandly. His sword? It's not for pointing at people. General, it's not good. Suddenly, the butler's voice came, and the sound of eager footsteps made it seem like a big deal. What are you panicking about? Can someone still kill their way into the mansion? Lin Hanyi said with a frown. General, that drunkard fell into the wine pool. What? The corners of Lin Hanyi's mouth twitched slightly. His wine pool was the original 3 pots of wine, and fortunately, Zhang Yuanxiu didn't know about the most precious one in the mansion. What's that count for? It's just an ordinary pool of original wine. Drown him there. Lin Hanyi said indifferently. General, he fell into a pool of 100-year-old original wine. What? Chapter 62, I'll stand here and see what you do to him. A rare look of shock and anger appeared on Lin Hanyi's face, and his face skin was involuntarily twitching. 100 years of 3 pots of wine pools can make 10 jars of the very best. Lock the door and let him drown inside. Lin Hanyi pressed down a breath and said icily. You can't kill. You can't fight. So fine. I'll let you hang on. It's said that too much wine can kill you. Zhang Yuanxiu's own death wish has nothing to do with me, right? Brother Li, the Heavenly Sun sentry has been standing outside the door for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Hanyi reminded. On that day, he invited Li Changfeng back to his residence, and the Emperor's dragon carriage arrived, but Li Changfeng ignored it. Lin Hanyi, this great general to do, is also some aggrieved. The great Zhou civil servants and military generals are countless. Since the establishment of the Central Plains, the Confucian sect has prospered and the martial arts have gradually declined. The general, too, has become a poser. The #1 general in the world, entering the Celestials at the age of 50, picking off the southern region's fire sparrow great sage with a single shot. This was Lin Shini's pinnacle, and also his downfall. A cup of wine releases power. Deep in the imperial city, drunken drinking for 3 days, Lin Hanyi a cup after a cup of pain. Words, although not much, but it expresses a meaning to save Great Zhou from falling. Military generals to serve the country, probably all have this mind, waving the division to pacify the world, leaving behind the body before the merit and fame. You can't save Great Zhou, Li Changfeng said directly to him. Why? Lin Hanyi asked. The water in this pool is too deep for your cultivation to grasp, Li Changfeng said very dryly. When the list of celestial beings was opened, it was so spectacular that the billions of living beings on Earth were only given 365 places. But this was nothing more than false prosperity. A single vertical and horizontal artist, Gong Sun Liuqi, can use the art of Qi Man to seal the sky and lock the earth, mastering the Qiankuan. The celestial masters looked like puppets under his fiddling, and when he moved his hands, 100,000 demon soldiers pranced to the. There was also that leader of the Confucian sect, Fu Zi, who had just been beheaded by Li Changfeng, who clearly did not have any cultivation. Yet the power of this indoctrination was comparable to the so-called 13 realms of celestial beings experts. Celestials were high in the eyes of mortals, but once they were in the game, they were nothing more than ants looking at the sky. I will live and die with Great Zhou. Lin Hanyi's answer to him was resolute. A gun is a gun that would rather be broken than bent. He who cannot plan for the whole world cannot plan for a single moment. He who cannot plan for the whole situation cannot plan for a single corner. Can't a martial artist use his brain? We'll live and die together with Great Zhou. Who'll remember the world's best general 100 years from now? Tell Brother Zhang to come out. Meet this Great Zhou heavenly prince together. and ask him to defend the scriptures for Brother Zhang.
Li Changfeng got up calmly. Having lost interest in Lin Hani,
a foolish and loyal person will be hateful. If you're loyal to Zhou,
why don't you go sweep the world?
To put it bluntly, they are still being hampered by various reasons, and they can't even get past the first Confucian gate. After the burning of an incense stick, Zhang Yuanxiu's face was as red as a flower,
and his body was full of the smell of alcohol that could be smelled clearly from 2 miles away.
Brother Zhang,
I've only heard that if a young girl blushes,
she's grown up. What do you call that look? Old and hard and horny again? Li Changfeng joked.
Zhang Yuanxiu did not respond.
He walked a wobbly 3 shakes,
planted as if the village Wulao air had a cerebral thrombosis for many years.
Lin Hani sent the 2 of them to the entrance of the general's residence,
where the caravan of the Son of Heaven's close guards was waiting.
During the 3 days,
the imperial city knew that the northern Liang celestials were at the general's residence,
and the bitter waiting of the emperor's dragon carriage caused a lot of laughs.
Nu,
Kiharu greets the celestial. The man was a eunuch,
with a somewhat shrill voice and extremely well-done manners,
so that one could not pick any faults. This dragon carriage is a bit old.
Li Changfeng looked at the aged green Zhao,
with 4 wingless legs, a long neck, and a body of qi and blood that had decayed to the extreme.
This vehicle was subdued by Lord Sword Immortal for the first Prince of Heaven at the founding of the Great Zhou,
and it has been 800 years now.
He Chun bowed his head and said,
viewing a car gives a glimpse of the whole picture. Great Zhou is indeed rotten.
Li Changfeng said casually.
When the people present heard this, their heads immediately lowered, not daring to make a response. Brother Zhang, get in the car.
Li Changfeng beckoned to Zhang Yuanxiu, who was leaning against the gate and drifting off to sleep.
Celestial, this dragon carriage is for you, Shi Chun said in a hurry. You're teaching me?
Li Changfeng's voice struck him hard, and immediately blood flowed out of Shi Chun's 7 holes.
He Chun knows his sins. He immediately fell to his knees, not caring about his injuries.
Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger.
For him, he has long been accustomed to lifting his head and living his life. A foot stomped on his body.
But it was Zhang Yuanxiu who got into the dragon carriage and muttered,
the Son of Heaven calls and does not come to court, but this day he rides the dragon and steps on the emperor's palace.
Li Changfeng watched the dragon carriage leave, turned to look at Lin Hani,
and flipped his hand to ingest a knife from the general's residence. The Saint of Swords, the first on earth.
How many knives there are in this imperial city cannot be concealed from Li Changfeng's senses.
This sword in the general's house is extraordinary. Brother Lin, this is the end of the 3 days of drunken drinking. There is the power of one of my knives hidden in this knife.
I hope I can still drink your 3 pots in the future.
Li Changfeng didn't make friends with him. The paths were different. And inside the imperial palace,
the celestial son Ji Xian had long since gotten the news that the dragon chariot had finally moved.
Ministers, welcome the northern Liang celestials in front of the temple. Ji Xian gave the order and was immediately opposed by the ministers.
Why did the Son of Heaven lower himself to the rituals?
There is no king's land under the sky.
Even the celestial beings have to undertake the 800 years of peace and prosperity. The northern Liang celestials called the dragon carriage in the general's residence to wait for 3 days, all but disgracing the Son of Heaven, so there's no need to make trouble for themselves. The Son of Heaven had just walked down a few steps, and his eyes went cold as he looked at the ministers in front of him who had been so dissuasive to him.
Ergo, do you want to follow in the footsteps of the husbandman? This group of dissuasive people are once under the Confucianism, open mouth heaven and earth, human nature, gentleman pro-teacher, closed mouth of the classics never. You guys, you're annoying lone. Without the ruins alone.
Ji Xian's mentality gradually shifted a bit.
A cloud over his head dispersed, and after plucking the clouds to see the sun, you old, undead sourpusses, you still dare to judge lone. Could it be that you have never seen the emperor's sword? Fork them out.
Fork them all out and send them to the border to be filled with soldiers.
And tell them all to go into battle and kill the enemy.
At this time of chaos,
what heaven and earth and human ethics are all to the side of the lone.
Lone even the great Zhou is almost unable to protect,
and still want to listen to you guys here to dictate?
Ji Xian drank in the forbidden guards and immediately cleared the temple of the civil ministers, leaving the rest to be military generals and main attackers.
Outside the imperial palace,
Ji Xian led 100 ministers and dukes in formation,
and the dragon carriage took the path of the Son of Heaven, coming straight to the front of the imperial palace. The scent of wine, wafting through the imperial palace, was laced with just a hint of rancidity.
Zhang Yuanxiu was swaying in the dragon carriage,
holding his own sword in his hand and not knowing what he was gesticulating. Ji Xian,
lead the courtiers of the great Zhou to welcome the heavenly one's true carriage.
Ji Xian was still far away, So he did his full courtesy and led all the ministers in a half-bow. Vom! Suddenly a voice came into everyone's ears. Immediately afterward there was an acrid, acidic smell of lees coming straight up. Bold! Zhang Yuanxiu, you dare to ride in the dragon chariot of the Son of Heaven and defile the imperial palace. The military general behind Ji Xian raised his eyes to see the sudden fury and rebuked loudly. This voice also told everyone to raise their heads, and they all saw Zhang Yuanxiu, who was holding the dragon carriage and vomiting furiously. Suddenly, a cold voice came from above the imperial palace. I'll stand here and see what you do to him. Chapter 63, Humanity's Fortune on One Shoulder. The voice chopped down like thunder, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. Northern Liang Tianren. Ji Xian bowed down first, and as he did so, the military generals behind him could only follow suit. The name of the man, the shadow of the tree. A military general is not a civil minister. A civil minister does not know the heights of heaven, while a military general cultivates and knows for himself how supreme that realm is. At this moment, when the Northern Liang celestials came, who dared to make a sound? Son of Heaven, why is the human way lower than the heavenly way? Li Changfeng stepped from mid-air. Boom! As these words fell, suddenly a thunderclap rang out from the sky, seemingly warning Li Changfeng. What the dog barked at. Li Changfeng raised his hand and flicked out 1,000 feet of blade qi, cutting straight through the dome of clouds. The blade intent shocked everyone into feeling the aura of death in the blink of an eye when it just appeared. Celestial, I had no choice. Ji Xian sighed as if he had endured a great deal of aggravation. Difficulty. Tough. Dynasties change. People change. He is the last emperor of this earthly dynasty. And who in the world knows the king? Only a Confucian family will pressure him breathless. This government has a Confucian family to control. This military opportunity and from the side of the king's house. He, who has ever had some authority. There is no such thing as 2 days in heaven. And there is no such thing as 2 reasons for people. If the country is not right, how can the heart of heaven be right? Please invite the celestials to enter the Great Zhou and recreate prosperity for my earth. Ji Xian said with earnest words. False, true false. Suddenly, a mocking voice entered his ears. Zhang Yuanxiu shook his head as he swayed. In front of my friends, you still dare to lie. Ji Xian, how dare you? Zhang Yuanxiu came forward with his sword in his hand, and the guards and military generals in the imperial palace surrounded Ji Xian in the center. Zhang Yuanxiu, what are you trying to do? You dare regicide. They were all at the cultivation level of some great master's realm, and their loyalty was commendable, but they were not as good as a great demon outside the imperial city. Hiccup. Zhang Yuanxiu opened his mouth and spat out wine breath as if it were poison rushing forward, and everyone couldn't help but cover their faces with their robe sleeves. I came today. I have something for you to do. Li Changfeng said to Ji Xian. As the celestial commands, Ji Xian will do as he is told. The words of the heavenly prince of the Great Zhou fell like this, but it called for some pity to rise in people's hearts. The Confucian sect has insulted me, and now there are fewer people to argue the scriptures, and my friends have been put to death by you. What shall you do about these 2 things? Don't worry, Celestial. Ji Xian has long since prepared everything. He took a roll of yellow brocade from one of the eunuchs behind him, unrolled it and read it out in public. A moment later, he put the decree away and looked at Li Changfeng and respectfully asked, is the Celestial still satisfied? In the decree he just read out, Li Changfeng is regarded as a pillar of the Great Zhou state, a model for the world, etc. And Zhang Yuanxiu's execution order is also withdrawn by him. Everything seemed to go along with Li Changfeng's wishes. However, Li Changfeng shook his head. What I want? That's not it. Everyone froze. Do you still want to be the son of heaven? I had warned the disciples under my door when I left the mountain that those who insulted me would be beheaded, and those who discussed me would be beheaded. A minister has a fault, but a king does not teach. Not to mention that this great Zhou of yours is in turmoil, so you might as well just enjoy your old age in peace. Li Changfeng stepped out of northern Liang. Naturally he wasn't just idling around. Perhaps, at this moment, the great Zhou will fall, and he is forcing God's palace like this to be a rebel in the eyes of the world. But back then, Li Changfeng had said that the world was ignorant. How could they understand the earthly calamity? The celestials mean that I should surrender this imperial throne? Ji Xian's address changed from it alone, and his face was extremely unnatural. Everything seemed to be on the opposite path from what he thought. Welcome the Northern Liang celestials to sit in the Great Zhou to deter the curfew, and then the gift of 3 volts of respect, in exchange for the method of breaking through the realm of the great masters, to continue the foundation of the Great Zhou Changlong. Why are you forcing him to abdicate at this moment? Li Changfeng shook his head slightly, his eyes looking deeper into the imperial palace and said, What I want is your great Zhou's fortune. Boom! Just as Li Changfeng finished saying these words, a terrifying blade aura radiated from his eyes as he chopped straight towards a large hall at the back of the imperial palace. There was the breath of a celestial being, only it was already dying, like a candle in the wind. He finally went up against Chu Songhai. A line of sight in the side-by-side king's mansion in the imperial city watched this place and finally became excited when they saw this moment. The palace collapsed and could not block Li Changfeng's blade. The tiles splashed with glaze, revealing a pale man. He sat cross-legged on a jade futon, his white hair hanging down in front of his forehead, and a sword stuck in front of him. Great Zhou Sword Immortal, Chu Songhai, the invincible sword immortal who had once gathered the Great Zhou's chi in one body. He had unexpectedly become like a decaying person who was about to transform into the Tao. Celestials, Sword Immortal Senior has reached the end of his oil. Lone again invited Celestials to sit in Great Zhou. Great Zhou's fortune Celestials can of course add to it. Ji Xian's face changed. The world knew that the Great Zhou Sword Immortal was invincible. Unbeknownst to him, he had already been seriously injured. Otherwise, why would the cauldron of Great Zhou's suppressing chi be shattered by a mere demon race great sage? The Prime Bull. Moreover, before Li Changfeng even stepped out of Beiliang, there were 10 Celestials surrounding him and killing him. Chu Songhai, not long to live. A broken sword is still powerful, and the swordway asks for the heavenly gate. Suddenly, an incredibly old voice came out from Chu Songhai's mouth. His closed pair of eyes also slowly opened, and his sword intent was like a rainbow piercing through the sun, charging straight into the sky. In the sky, the winds and clouds changed, and suddenly wild winds swirled about. Gloomy clouds gathered, and a thunderbolt traveled through, placing the entire imperial city under a terrifying aura. Martial artists, generations of later generations rise to the top, and you, with this blade, are very good. Chu Songhai's pair of eyes looked towards the sky, but his words were directed at Li Changfeng. No, man. Zhang Yuanxiu stared blankly at everything in front of him. Didn't he say that he wanted to ask for a fair defense of the scriptures? How did the current situation suddenly develop? How much of Great Zhou's luck is left? What do you need that for? Friends, Zhang Yuanxiu was just about to say something when he saw Li Changfeng waving his hand to stop him. On his face, he had a very serious look. These days together, it was the first time Zhang Yuanxiu had seen him with such an expression, except when listening to music at the hookah. You've seen Heaven's Gate? Li Changfeng's body rose up in the air and looked at Chu Songhai and asked. Heaven's door, not randomly visible. Otherwise to Li Changfeng has long touched the ceiling of the earth's cultivation, has long been chopped on a knife. Seen it, chopped it, never opened it. Chu Songhai's voice was tepid, and in a regretful sigh, his body rose up in the air. Stretching his body and looking at Li Changfeng, he asked, so what if you get the Great Zhou's chi? The great power of this earth is like a wheel rolling. Who can stop it? It's simple. Li Changfeng's eyes met with his, and the sky dome collapsed, stirring up 10,000 thunderbolts. I'll take this earthly fortune on one shoulder. Chapter 64, my friend, I have to carry all this for you. The earthly chi opens 8 buckets. The heavenly immortals steal 2 buckets. 8 buckets knocking on the sky to see the immortal door. The earthly path to become unheard of for more than 1,000 years. You, more mad than me. Chu Songhai suddenly laughed out loud, his voice resounding through the imperial city. He had added the 3 buckets of chi fortune to his body after the Great Zhou was fixed 800 years ago. And in terms of realm, he had even reached the 13 realms of the Celestials earlier. Remembering the past, when he had beheaded countless great saints of the demon race with his sword, and also suppressed those elders on earth who were hiding their heads and their tails. His sword, asking for the top spot on earth, gathering the 8 buckets of chi on earth. If you say who has seen the heavenly gate in the past 2,000 years on this earth, there is no one else but him. Pitbulls, what memories are there of peeking at the limits of a corner of the earth? What's the point of looking back at the past when it's gone like the wind? What arrogance is there in attempting to fight the stars before opening the gates of heaven? Li Changfeng's voice was like his knife, cold and merciless, chopping at Chu Songhai's heart, exhausting the Great Zhou's chi and not yet ascending to immortality. Just waste. As the words fell, 10,000 thunderbolts in the sky dome shook together, and the sky of the imperial city darkened. Son of heaven, go quickly. It's unthinkable for the Celestials to be at war. Quickly, protect the Son of Heaven into the palace. The military generals below hurriedly embraced Ji Xian into the hall. This hall had the Great Zhou golden dragon seal suppressing it, as long as the Great Zhou's chi luck was not depleted. Even if a heavenly immortal descended to the earth, he could not destroy this place. Ji Xian was pushed and shoved by the crowd and did not resist. except that his eyes were repeatedly looking at the two people in the air, his brows furrowed. Such power was exactly what he had dreamed of, and as long as he obtained it, why would he need to look up to others? Zhang Yuanxiu, you deserve to die for your crime. Ji Xian's heart hated Zhang Yuanxiu to the bone. That altar of celestial wine fulfilled himself and betrayed the king. But how could he have known that a man can't help himself when he's in the middle of a situation? Zhang Yuanxiu, a drunkard, just had a beautiful dream of being a sword immortal, and now it really came true? Young people don't know the sky and the earth. Your sword is indeed the earth to claim the throne, but you have never seen the real great terror of this earth, such as the husband of the people. I can long ago a sword to chop. The world is hidden in the bureau, the body is not in control. And to talk about the human way and the heavenly way is nothing more than a mole cricket looking at the sky. A salted fish turns over. It's always still a salted fish. If you want to be transcendent and free, cross my hurdle first and talk about earth. Chu Songhai stretched out his hand. His chi and blood had long since decayed. His skin and flesh were flaccid, and his hands had numerous folds and thin veins. Buzz. A sword stuck in the ground fell into his hands. This sword had beheaded countless powerful enemies and created his reputation. When I was at my peak, no one in the world dared to be arrogant with me, and now that I'm aging and nearly dead, everyone is saying that they can behead me to prove the way. The folds on Chu Songhai's face folded up, laughing and satirizing the heroes of this world. 10 days ago, he suffered a siege from the Celestials, but he still survived. A sword hides the air. The sword in Chu Songhai's hand took a stance in front of his body, the blade aimed at Li Changfeng. The invisible sword chi pierced through the void, as if it had jumped through space and instantly arrived in front of him. This sword is unavoidable. Still can chop a day people, like that big Joe gun Saint Lin Han Yi. This sword must die. Good God man, there is still invincibility. Li Changfeng was calm and unhurried. The Guanshi sword trembled and fell into the hands of the horizontal sword in front of the knife. The knife intention of the latter. Boom! The two chi of the sword and saber shot straight up into the sky, chopping a large hole in the black cloud cover. This sword, 7 points of force. This blade of mine, 3 points of force. Li Changfeng easily chopped the sword chi out and said calmly, 7 points of sword power. Not see the whole work. Not Chu Songhai hiding clumsiness. Li Changfeng has seen everything he has. The three-quarter sword guts had long since left his body. Chu Songhai's sword chi was blocked, and he didn't see any sadness or joy. He just slowly handed out the sword stance that was collected in front of his chest forward. 100 swords without end. As his sword stabbed out, 100 sword chi coalesced and stabbed at Li Changfeng. The unrivaled sword technique of the world in the past years was once again presented, calling that the prying celestials, the people in the city, all trembled in their hearts. Send thou a sword. Li Changfeng finally chopped the horizontal sword down, and the 1,000 feet of sword diameters rapidly condensed, as if it was going to split open this heaven and earth. The 13 moments of the bastard blade. Each blade had its own blade intent. Send thee to the west with a knife. The sword deity stirred, chopping up all the sword chi. The scattered sword chi ravaged the 8 directions. A large mountain was pierced through, and the black clouds on the dome looked like a sieve. Chu Songhai looked at the chopped-down sword dipper in front of him with an unchanged expression and threw the sword in his hand out. 1,000 swords shatter the sky. Sword intent has shaken the entire imperial city, and there are as many people wearing swords in the world as there are stars in the moon. There were no less than 10,000 swords in the imperial city alone, and everyone's swords were trembling and chanting softly. When this sword comes out, all swords submit. Boom! Chu Songhai's sword shattered under the chopping down of the blade. If you say that this sword, take the hardest stone polished from the sea of Kanggu on earth, the texture of the world is difficult to find another too. However, when faced with Li Changfeng's slash, it disintegrated in a very fragile manner. Suddenly, an inscrutable smile appeared on Chu Songhai's face. 10,000 swords returned to the earth. The earthly unraveling sword. Li Changfeng, I'll make you see this sword that knocks at the heavenly gate. His sword shattered, but the sword intent remained. 10,000 swords roared in the imperial city, converging from all directions, like a long river hovering above his head. With a wave of Chu Songhai's big hand, the long river of 10,000 swords rushed towards Li Changfeng with a determined sword intent. When this sword intent appeared, the black clouds in the dome of the sky that had originally been pierced through by the sword chi like a sieve were immediately chopped open, revealing a light of day that illuminated the dark night on earth. A terrifying aura suddenly appeared. It was a corner portal with a bright golden light. Just revealing a square inch of his face brought a raging storm of thunder. Mortal peeping into the heavens. A capital offense. A voice shook the earth and washed away the changes in the heavens. All of this happened in an instant. And at this moment, The river of 10,000 swords had already arrived in front of Li Changfeng's body. Chu Sanhai's feet stepped on 10,000 swords, and suddenly his entire body melted into it. The realm of human sword unity. Junior. After 3,000 years of discussing life and death, I will fly alone on earth. His voice echoed. Boom! Li Changfeng's expression remained unchanged, and he was even a bit lost. He waited so long, and this is all he gets? Everything seemed to become tasteless. If something is lost, the world-viewing blade cut out. This blade was a flaw on earth, and there was regret in the blade. The long river of 10,000 swords slowly annihilated in the sword chi, and the great Zhou sword immortal, Chu Sanhai, did not give him what he should have expected. What's the harm in carrying the fortune of mankind on one shoulder? Li Changfeng's eyes looked at Zhang Yuanxiu below. His blank eyes suddenly became shrewd. A sword intent darkened after a flash. Who would have thought that the depth of Chu Sanhai's layout would be on a drunkard? My friend, I still have to carry all this for you. Chapter 65 Dragon Toecutter's Seal, Overthrowing the World's Chessboard. Chu Sanhai. His 3 points of the sword gall is not there, only the empty shell filled with sword intent. Fooled the world, but cannot hide Li Changfeng. What? Zhang Yuanxiu was a bit bewildered as he looked at Li Changfeng, who landed in front of him. He still didn't know what changes had appeared in his body, and there was no way to detect the sword intent that had just been hidden under his eyes. Brother Zhang, you wanted to be the sword immortal who takes the head of 1,000 miles. This is a done deal. Li Changfeng walked towards him and stretched out his finger. The blade chi from his fingertip didn't enter his body. Chu Sanhai faked his death to get rid of the golden cicada. His sword and guts want to be reborn through the shell. This move is very deep. Li Changfeng, killing is nothing but a headache. And what grudge does old me have against you for rushing all over me? The voice of Chu Sanhai suddenly came out from Zhang Yuanxiu's body as he was forced to his death by Li Changfeng's blade intent. Despair, hate, the negative emotions even affected Zhang Yuanxiu as a grimace surfaced on his face. The celestial wine that was once promised to be the #1 on earth was infused with Chu Sanhai's sword intent, and from that moment on, his sword guts had appeared in Zhang Yuanxiu's body. This method is similar to the immortal seizure. There is no reincarnation on earth, and the path to immortality seeks another path, although it is the left path, but practical. Ah, Li Changfeng, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Sword chi raged as it exploded from Zhang Yuanxiu's body, and the sound shook the entire imperial palace. Make an enemy of me and you won't even have a chance to be a ghost, Li Changfeng said icily. There were only 2 ways for his enemies to end up. One was to commit suicide. The other was to be beheaded by him. There was no other way. Bang! Zhang Yuanxiu lay on the ground. Chu Sanhai's sword intent needed him to digest it for a while, and by the time he woke up, perhaps the name of the wine sword immortal on this earth can be true. Son of heaven! That Li Changfeng actually killed Lord Sword Immortal. The close servant beside Ji Xian said in a trembling voice. Lone. See? Ji Xian sighed deeply and closed his eyes, then suddenly snapped them open again. Everyone fails Lone. Lone. What's wrong with that? He peeled away from the crowd around him and stepped forward. You group of celestials, bullying Lone this great Zhou, it will because of your high cultivation. What with the dynasty's luck running out? It's all just incompetent talk. You, all of you, are traitors. Ji Xian's face grimaced and his voice was hoarse. He had given his trust to the parallel king, to Chu Sanhai, and to Zhang Yuanxiu, and in the end they had all left him. What is wrong with this earth? Lone. He ascended to the throne at the age of 8, was in power at the age of 10, and has been a puppet son for 10 years. Now, at the age of 40 or so, he is still unable to assume power, and he just wants to be in sole control of the country. So is there anything wrong with that? Side by side king, you claim to protect the country. Now that great Zhou is in trouble, why don't you show up? Ji Xian hissed loudly. His heart panicked as he watched Li Changfeng step into the great hall. Don't talk as if you were living and dying. Your life is of no use to me. When Li Changfeng came to the hall, he saw the golden dragon seal placed on top of the emperor's case at a glance. A 10-inch sized golden dragon ambled on the platform, its body golden, carrying the last of great Zhou's prestige. After the Jingguo Qi Yun Ding was broken, only this side of the golden dragon seal remains. The power on earth is all here. Whoever gets it will be able to call himself orthodox. The Eastern Wasteland Makino clan precisely wanted to obtain it so that they could command the earth. Spare the sky people. As they watched Li Changfeng walk towards them, some of the martial generals who had been strong-willed all suddenly turned pale and panicked as they pounced in front of Ji Xian. What are you guys doing? Going to betray great Zhou? A handful of loyal generals stepped forward despite the fear in their hearts.
Li Changfeng ignored them and instead beckoned and tugged at the square golden dragon seal.
However, even though his heavenly might was overwhelming, it didn't shake that great Zhou's sacred object. Ha ha ha. Lone is the heaven's destined one. Besides Lone, no one in this world can take the golden dragon seal. Lone is the eternal emperor of this earth. Ji Xian couldn't help but laugh wildly when he saw that Li Changfeng failed to shake the golden dragon seal. Emperor! This name was the title of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors at the time of the first great rise of the human race. And that was the true saint on earth. A true leader of the people. Now, however, has become a puppet on strings in the bureau. It seems that everything is under their control. But in fact, every step is under the calculations of the Black Hands. The name of the Son of Heaven, 1 man under 10,000 men, seems to be very unsatisfactory to you. Seeing Ji Xian's almost sickly look, Li Changfeng thought for a moment and said, I can give you a chance. Which do you want? The world or the celestials? Ji Xian's expression paused and he stared tightly at Li Changfeng, pressing down the agitation in his heart as he asked, what does the celestial mean by this? If you want this world, it's simple. Li Changfeng stretched out a finger, and the blade chi circled around his fingertip, emitting a stern aura. I will give you this world, and Great Zhou will still be the same Great Zhou. Then, what if I want to be a celestial? Ji Xian asked. Just be a celestial and join my bastard blade sect, Li Changfeng said with a confident look. The celestials mean to ask Lone to choose between the two? You can't have both the fish and the bear's palm. Don't you understand this truth? Li Changfeng said flatly. When the Son of Heaven enters the heavenly beings, the earth will collapse. The rule, not predestined by God, is the rule. The way is the rule. What you can do, you can't do. Impossible. If I don't have this Great Zhou, what's the use of living forever? I want this Great Zhou to last forever. Ji Xian's heart crumbled. He had known this fact for a long time. It was just that he had been constantly trying to become a celestial. For this reason, he swallowed elixirs and piles himself up into the Grand Master realm. Although his cultivation went up, his longevity did not increase, but instead, he was plagued by all kinds of illnesses. Even in the midst of that heavenly fire meteor, he grieved his gray hair, and this black bundle of hair was all an illusion. The opportunity was given to you. You had no choice. Now it's my turn. Li Changfeng saw that he was a bit crazy and insane, so he stopped talking nonsense with him. If I remember correctly, some time ago, you personally rumored that I had sinned, Li Changfeng said. On that day, it was he who had beheaded the celestials among the incoming soldiers from the eastern wasteland, only to be blamed for no reason. Those, Lone are all forced, Ji Xian said. Li Changfeng nodded his head in understanding, but understanding was still unforgivable. So, I didn't want your life. I only want the Great Zhou Qi luck. Scatter the earth and recreate the world. Li Changfeng raised his hand and the Guanshi sword fell into his hand, the blade intent directly overturning the entire top floor of the palace. Since Li Changfeng has entered the game, this chessboard will be overturned and started from scratch. Chapter 66, The Greatest Sinner in the World. Guanshi casually sheathed his hand, and asked who, with me, would stroll through the clouds? Li Changfeng sent the world-viewing sword towards the emperor's case, and the blade chopped at the golden dragon seal. Roar! In the golden dragon seal, a dragon's roar came out, as if it was trying to resist. No! Ji Xian staggered and fell straight to the ground, staring blankly at what was in front of him. Ka! There was a sudden crunch, and the entire imperial city trembled as thunder boomed endlessly. During this day, the heavenly signs in the imperial city never stopped. Mother, our big week is the wrath of God? What nonsense! Beware of chopping off your head. If you die, my mother will turn her head and marry Wu Lao heir. In the end, the people in the imperial city have seen the world, although shocked but not afraid. However, the next moment everyone was surging with the feeling of their hearts being stuffy, as if they wanted to vomit but couldn't. The golden dragon seal, shattered. It's over. It's all over. In the parallel king's residence, Ji Xian's beloved eunuch fell to the ground. He pleaded and pleaded, but he was not able to invite the Great Zhou's one-word parallel king, and after 10 years of regency and 10 years of power, he actually watched the Great Zhou collapse. Li Changfeng, very good. The side-by-side king, with his white head of 3,000 threads, made a comb with one hand to take care of his hair, and a subtle smile appeared on his face. With an inadvertent glance, it seemed that he had already seen what would happen to Li Changfeng. Sinner! Li Changfeng, you are a sinner of the Great Zhou. You are in vain for my human race. When the golden dragon seal shattered, Ji Xian was hit the hardest. That heavenly sun crown on top of his head directly exploded, and the golden dragon robe on his body dimmed. The whole person's essence was instantly much older. The sky laughs. There are tides in the world. Who loses and who wins? The sky doesn't know. Li Changfeng recalled the world viewing sword and took a step out of the hall. The world's reputation is ruined. The world's cold eyes. I will smile lightly and seek a heaven and earth and jade clarification. Li Changfeng had done all this, and the consequences had long been thought of. Without breakage, if there is no this one chopping the golden dragon, the change of the earth may be faster. No matter whether it is the demon race that gets it, or someone who is trying to save the day. In the end, there can only be one left, to go with the flow and fulfill the wishes of the people. Now, the Great Zhou's fortune has been poured into the earth, and the chess game has been overturned into a pool of muddy water, but it is able to survive in a desperate situation. Only, the 10,000 spirits on this earth, the human race, are the ones who may have to suffer double the ordeal. I'd rather be responsible for the heavens than the gods. Say that again. Eastern Wasteland, Imperial Palace of the Kingdom of Jing. Makino Clan's National Lord. Makino Desert's face is gloomy like a pool of dead water. Right now, he has mobilized half of the Eastern Wasteland's military force to besiege Great Zhou in Central State, just for the sake of the golden dragon seal of the earthly orthodoxy. And now it's been chopped to pieces by some Northern Leon Celestial? The greatest sinner in the world. Mako Wilderness wrote the Sunken Sin Edict, publicizing the matter of Li Changfeng to the world. He has the backing of 3,000 clans in the Eastern Wasteland behind him. Otherwise, why would he have unified the Eastern Wasteland so quickly? Which can be described as a clear-cut. In the Eastern Wasteland, even the demon race could only be reduced to the domesticated spirit beasts of the sects, and even those lowly demonic beasts were the mounts of the soldiers. The siege of Great Zhou had lasted for many days, and had it not been for those land god realm generals and rangers personally coming down, they wouldn't have even lasted until now. But the situation at hand was one that seemed to undo all the hard work. Why? Why did the Northern Leon Celestial do this? Is he still a human or not? Those who are for the people, even if they are transcendent and self-contained, you can ignore them, but why do you harm my Great Zhou? Sinner! Whoever speaks for him is my Chen Bao's enemy. At the border of the Great Zhou, the group of heroes vocalized their crusade. Li Changfeng, in this one day really detonated the earth. In the peach blossom forest, a few peach blossoms fall, a few more joys and a few more sorrows? You bury flowers today and people laugh at you, but you'll know who you're burying in other years. Gongsun Liuqi even held a shao in his hand, and blew a song with a gentle, undulating and sad sound. Knight 13, who had once boasted of being invincible under the sun, looked at the chessboard in front of him alone, with its intricate black and white pieces. Already at the moment of the fiercest fight, cup after cup of wine was swallowed into his stomach. And before he knew it he had actually drained an altar. A person who drinks too much on his own must have something on his mind. A man who drinks too much on his own is most likely to have hit a rough patch. Women, on the other hand, are much simpler, but are just hurt by men. Suddenly, the master returns from the peach blossom forest. Taisher Dinghong returned to his field with light steps. Look at you like you've lost your mind. As he looked at Knight 13, he couldn't help but sneer and say, Li Xi's eyes remained fixed on the chess game and did not respond until Taisher Jinghong overturned the chessboard with one hand. What's the use of staring at this corner when the chess game has been flipped over? He tipped the chessboard over, spilling the black and white pieces all over the place. And Gongsun Liuqi's piping stopped. What about your granddaughter and the old ox? Taisher Dinghong asked, looking at him. Gone to find an elixir for him. Gongsun Liuqi leaned against the peach tree and wiped the saliva on his caveman. Li Changfeng's cultivation is unfathomable. This time I saw his blade intent in the imperial city. It is indeed invincible on earth. Don't go up against him for the time being. Taisher Dinghong found his recliner and leaned back. Even you are inferior to him? Knight 13 withdrew his mind and looked at him and asked. This sentence had been asked by Gongsun Liuqi once before, but at that time, Taisher Dinghong had not yet met Li Changfeng. How can we know if we don't fight? Just don't fight him until you have to. Taisher Dinghong was ranked 11th on the list of celestial beings in terms of longevity, and it was harder than climbing up to heaven to ask him to lower his head. Rather, it's you. How are you digesting the sword chi? He looked at Knight 13 and asked. Half a month ago, the 10 celestials surrounded and killed Chu Songhai. Li 13 ate a sword chi, although there are no 3 sword guts, but it is already the top of the sword on earth. That sword had cut through the heavenly gate. He has a knot in his heart. He can't dissolve that sword Zenkone. Let's wait until Xiao Xiao invites the withered bone Luohan here. Gongsun Liuqi sneered. Withered bone Rohan? I forbid him to enter my peachwood forest. Taisher Jinghong's tone was unkind and hostile to the person he was talking about. No no no. It's not just a piece of immortal's handbone that he took away. Your mind's eye is also too small. Gong Sun Liuqi said. You're wrong. What is a piece of immortal's handbone in my Taisher Jinghong's eyes? I'm just simply looking at him in a bad light. Monk or not, human or not, demon or not, something that can't be served on the table. Taisher Jinghong responded with a sneer. The three were silent for a long time, until the sun set. Li 13 finally couldn't resist the loneliness and looked at Taisher Jinghong and asked, just how big is the gap between me and that Li Changfeng? As soon as these words came out, Taisher Jinghong and Gongsun Liuqi both looked at him with an unbelievable look on their faces. Could it be that you're sick? Chapter 67, this is how the book strategizes. In the north, millions of demon soldiers have risen. The tiger is looking at the earth, just waiting to swallow the sky into its belly. However, with the three northern regions, there were still two major passes stuck to the three sacred palaces. Sinister Dragon's Nest and Northern Liang. The three-headed Jiao is soft and hard, relying on its own backstage, and does not put the three sacred palace in its eyes. In his words, the demons who got involved with that group of vultures were no good. As for Bai Liang, a nearly invincible sword saint on earth straddling the area was also a hard bone. All the way in Bai Liang, Green Lion by Fong and Hundred Eyes, three great saints of the demon race, had already surrounded the front of Bai Liang for 5 days. Li Changfeng's absence from northern Liang and the fuss over the great Zhou dynasty was known throughout the world, and that's exactly why they were told to hesitate. I say, big brother, we have been besieging here for 5 days. 300,000 demon soldiers have besieged from Bailiang to Qingbird, neither attacking the city. What are we doing here to dry up? If you really fear that Li Changfeng, why don't we just not mess with him and take that great Zhou first? Anyway, with the golden dragon seal shattered, it's only a matter of time before great Zhou falls. Great Sage Bai Fong stood on his shoulder and said, no. The great sage of the Green Lion sat on 100 feet of rattan chair, looking down on the entire northern Liang. His true body was this size, in the three holy palaces. In fact, he was very suffocating to walk with a body of 3 feet. I'm, like, attacking the heart. Attacking the heart? That's right. Northern Liang Celestial Li Changfeng's cultivation is no longer measurable by ordinary people. We don't go against him. We just need to attack the heart and tell this Northern Liang human race to defect on their own. The Green Lion Great Sage said. In order to thwart their front, they must first defeat their heart. That's how it's said in the Art of War of the Human Race. And I'm just using it in accordance with the trend. Ridiculous, my third brother. Does he really think I'm reading the spring and autumn? I read the whirligig. However, I see that the Northern Liang human race is laughing and joking day after day, and there doesn't seem to be a sense of crisis present. The great sage of Baifeng looked towards the 7 cities of Bailiang, and the people in that city were not affected by the vendors who hawk, the laborers who work the fields, the civil and military officials who meet in the imperial city. He even saw people fishing out of town. The poor demon soldiers watched with itching teeth, but they didn't move at all. The demon soldiers cultivated by the 3 sacred palace were each of excellent quality, and could be called models among demons. No, big brother, isn't this human race taking us too lightly? The 100 Eyes Great Sage stood on the other shoulder of the Green Lion Great Sage. His eyeballs were extremely numerous. His eyesight was deep and wide, and he saw more. For example, the Green Bird Country, which is 800 miles away, openly sent a messenger to run towards Bailiang with a horse and whip. I can't help it, big brother. We are ferocious beasts becoming Taoists, not tortoises becoming spirits. The 3 sacred palace is not letting a few of us come to disgrace ourselves by spending such a large amount of money. Honestly, I can't afford to lose face with this kind of thing. 100 Eyes. The 100 Eyes Great Sage jumped down from the shoulder of the Green Lion Great Sage. His original body is a centipede spirit into the Tao, practicing 1,000 eyes and 10,000 feet. The 100 Eyes is just a common name. In terms of ferocity, he was even more hostile than the 3 demon race great saints of the 3 sacred palace. After all, there was a difference between a wild true demon and a domesticated house demon. One believes in the strongest, the other in what the master has ordained. He who is impatient cannot achieve great things. The Green Lion Great Sage watched the 100 Eyes Great Sage fly down and did not stop him, but instead said in a civilized manner, "By Fong de Shang?" Looking at the Great Sage of the Green Lion with a puzzled expression, he deeply doubted the purpose of the 3 sacred palace inviting them out. What are we doing out here if we're not killing people? Just this Northern Liang's hundreds of thousands of people. I can swallow them all in one bite. The Baifeng Great Sage's eyes were also fierce. He, you think I can't do it?
the great sage of the Green Lion said. What the hell is this for? The Baifeng great sage erupted in anger. For the demon race to survive for a long time, the great sage of the Green Lion said something puzzling. The demon race has prospered for 500 years. You wouldn't be unaware of who made the promise? His sight looked ahead, where the 100 Eyes great sage had already arrived on top of the city wall. First slaughter the city to relieve my desire to speak for days. In the dome of the sky above Bei Liang, demonic chi converged and had become a sea of black clouds. The 100 Eyes great sage's body was 100 feet long, poking out the front half of his body from the clouds, and his rolling demonic aura pressed down towards Bei Liang. 100 Refinement Mountain. Bastard Blade Sect. Guan Baichuan had long held the demon-slaying saw in his hands, but the demon-slaying saw had retained 1 point of his power in it. A single point of force was already enough to decapitate a great saint among the demon race. As he watched the demonic chi roll toward Bei Liang, the might set off a fierce wind and thunder. Guan Baichuan, please have the Jinzong treasure sword behead the demon. His hands lifted up the demon chopper saw and sent it skyward. A dragon's roar shook northern Liang, and the red-colored demonic blood aura rose to the sky. Extremely pure blade intent. Extremely pure fury. Born like a nemesis of demonic aura. It swept the demonic aura away wherever it passed. It headed straight for the 100 Eyes great sage. Country lord. Immortals are truly invincible. Not only can you deter these hundreds of thousands of demon clans with just your name, even a sword can kill that great demon of the world. In the palace of the imperial city, Shu Kaiping's side of the 100 officials gathered, somewhat lightly neglecting the demon race outside that city. Immortals are invincible. Who can be compared to them? Not to mention the demon race. Even if we look at the earth, with the immortals sheltering Bei Liang, who would dare to touch a single blade of grass or a single tree? Shu Kaiping ate a very deep dividend. Follow the immortal. The world I have. I will listen when the immortals speak. I will walk when the immortals show me the way. And I will quack when the immortals kill. As long as he had these 3 beliefs in his heart, he, Shu Kaiping, would be able to surpass all the generations of northern Liang lords. If you don't believe me, look at that northern cool bluebird. Everyone is strong and healthy. Not to mention eating rice and noodles. Even the meat of demonic beasts that have become fertilized by the demon race is eaten. There is also the bastard sword that can be used by everyone like a dragon. And after learning the method of the Changfeng immortal, 1,000 knives will not be enough to set the mountains and rivers. Bei Liang Qing bird, 2 capitals and 19 cities, 1 million people, lived a somewhat happy life. The stratagem of a 4-fold lamentation, of giving up my army without a fight, a year ago, steady as she goes, now, whimsical, boom, big brother help me, the 100 Eyes great sage hissed in midair, his voice sorrowful. Once the demon-slaying sob came out, it was truly the nemesis of the demon race. A knife broke through the 100 Eyes great sage's lower abdomen, slashing through his firm skin and bloody flesh. The demonic blood chi on the blade immediately wrapped around his body, telling him that he couldn't move, and could only have his blood chi taken away by the demon chopper sobbing blood raw. The bastard sword. The bastard. A number of years ago, when this sword did not have a dragon soul to host it, the prestige of the founding ancestor of the bastard sword sect more or less accounted for some of the power of the divine weapon. 1,000 eyes open. The 100 Eyes great sage was still trying to struggle and unleash his most powerful means, but his voice was fading. Green Lion, what do you mean? The Baifeng great sage looked at the 100 Eyes great sage's miserable appearance. Then he looked at the Green Lion great sage who was unresponsive and even turned a blind eye to the same, and couldn't help but be furious. So, this is the means left behind by Li Changfeng. The great sage of the Green Lion nodded unhurriedly and said, "It doesn't mean much. I read Spring and Autumn and Whirling Dervishes, and that's how the books strategize." Chapter 68, This is how we do things. The Baifeng great sage's entire being was dumbfounded, not knowing why the Green Lion said this. If you say that you want us to test whether Li Changfeng has left any backhanders, shouldn't you support us in attacking Northern Liang? Why did you surround but not attack again? He, for one, expressed deep skepticism about Green Lion's brain. Are you stupid? There's no way out of dead-end studies. Isn't your fox warlord of the 3 holy palaces a foretaste of what's to come? Sage brother Baifeng, let me ask you, did I ask you two to take the initiative to attack Northern Liang? No. Do I besiege Beiliang for 5 days, so that the human cities cannot act rashly? Yes. Is 100 Eyes' virtuous brother insufficient in heart to take the initiative to attack the Northern Liang and disobey my military orders? Yes. Baifeng Deshang was asked 3 times in a row by the Green Lion Deshang, and although he felt that he had a point, he always felt that something was strange. So you're saying that it's none of my business if he goes AWOL and gets killed?
The great sage of the Green Lion looked into the sky above northern Liang. The 100 Eyes great sage had already been devoured by the demon beheading sobbing blood to become an empty shell of flesh and blood. Boom! 100 feet of his body fell from the sky and landed in front of Bailiang City, raising a good amount of dust and smoke. I say, wouldn't this demon's armor fit well if it were made into armor? On the head of Bailiang City, a guard general looked at the black and shiny 100 Eyes carapace with some eyes. More than that, if I can build it into a sword in my hand, I can't even imagine how strong my sword can be. The vice general's eyes were also on fire as he watched, and he even licked his lips. Punk, I dare you to think. The guard sneered at him, not even daring to think about it. What's the difference between that and a salted fish? Also having dreams are the countless generals and people of Bailiang, and in a year's time, everyone is transformed. The reason why they didn't panic when faced with hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers surrounding the city was still because they had their own beliefs. That knife, it means everything. After the demon chopper sobbed and absorbed all the flesh and blood of the 100 Eyes great sage, the crimson light shone brightly in midair, shocking the group of demons below. This blade, it seems like I've heard of it before. I didn't expect it to be here. The great sage of the Green Lion stared at the divine soldier in his mind and pondered, his brows slightly furrowed. He attacked the hearts, not only of his enemies, but also of his own people. Now, since we already have a sacrifice and we know the bottom line, everything will be fine. Could it be the legendary knife? The great sage of the Green Lion raised his hand and grabbed the great sage of the Green Bird beside him. His body was 80 feet in size, and the movement of his arm was as if it was like a howling wind. Sage brother, would you like to explore the reality for me again? Green Lion, you three brothers are not faithful. We were sworn brothers in front of the 100,000 great mountains, and you treat us like this. The great sage of Baifeng came to his senses, but it was a bit late. Before going out of the mountain, secluded at home well, although at any time may become the flying fodder in the great earthly calamity, but also better than now to be cannon fodder. White elephant, it wasn't like this when you coaxed me out. The Baifeng great sage's anger was beyond measure, but he didn't strike back at the Green Lion great sage. Instead, utilizing his blistering speed, he rushed up into the sky. The great sage of the Green Lion had been famous for a long time and was a true veteran great sage of the demon race. He did not take any chances. That's the way we three brothers do things. The Green Lion great sage's hand didn't grab him, and with one mouth attracting out the wild wind, he wanted to swallow him in one bite. Green Lion, you really are traitors to the western desert. The Baifeng great sage showed his true body in the heat of the moment, and the avian body that was only 30 feet in size suddenly became larger in target, and one of the Green Lion great sage's hands took advantage of the situation to grab him. If it's really that knife from the legend, it's a bit hard to do the opposite. The great sage of the Green Lion stood up like a prime giant, his huge lion's head hanging down 10,000 green manes. The Baifeng great sage kept flailing in his hands, but he was pinched by the neck, and his one-legged stomp kicked at the Green Lion great sage's chest, only making a muffled sound. You, who can't see yourselves, are all just cannon fodder. Being dogs? What's it worth to be able to live forever? A grand wish? Won't you lose that karma when you die? Stupid as a pig. Boom! The Green Lion great sage stepped away, and the tens of thousands of small demons below were shocked and forced to jump up from the ground more than 10 feet high, and when they landed, they scattered in all directions for fear of being trampled to death by his foot. A 50 feet sized ring-headed great sword, held by thousands of small demons, was also held by him in one hand at this moment, swinging towards the demon chopper sobbing blood that had just finished digesting the flesh and blood demonic chi in midair. Let me live, and I'm willing to submit to the western desert with you. The Baifeng great sage was afraid. He had lived for so long, and at this moment, he suddenly felt the aura of death. Then go to the western paradise and speak to them yourself. The Green Lion great sage's other hand also swung up, blocking the Baifeng great sage in front of him. Demon chopper sobbing had arrived in front of him. That aura, indeed, resembled the legendary demon-slaying blade, which was innately restraining to their demon race. It made him feel a hint of demonic chi not functioning well as well. Put! The demon chopper sobbing blood dissected into the Baifeng great sage's body at once, and the blade body, bathed in demonic blood, emitted an excited quiver. And at the same time, the great sage of the Green Lion's great sword chopped down at the Baifeng great sage's body. Obviously, he was going to sacrifice the Baifeng great sage to destroy the demon-slaying leaping blood. Boom! The powerful blade slashed on top of the demon chopper sob, and an aura directly and violently spread out. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, and the blade ignited with a crimson heat wave that, The lesser demons all felt the aura that made them tremble, as if there was a knife hanging over their heads, about to be chopped down. Some of the demon soldiers had even gone limp and trembled on the ground. Sure enough, it's you! The great sage of the Green Lion took the brunt of the impact, and that dragon roar went straight to his heart and soul. It seemed to drag him into an illusion. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood forged the path of the demon sword, and the earth and sky chopped up all the demons on earth. His eyes were crimson, and the demons that had once died under the demon beheading blade seemed to come back to life, crazily impacting his sea of consciousness. Even so, he saw the 100 Eyes great sage who had just died. Green Lion, give me back my life. The 100 Eyes great sage wrapped around his body. His 10,000 feet pierced into his body, and a pair of sharp mouthparts tore at him continuously. Pain. A general pain that tore at my heart. The great sage of the Green Lion also finally understood why this sword had such invincible power. This sword, the more demons you kill the more evil it becomes, and the biggest killing chance lies in engulfing the sea of consciousness. For celestial realm cultivators, the strongest thing is the sea of consciousness, and the weakest thing is also the sea of consciousness. If the sea of consciousness does not die, it is the rebirth of a broken limb that can be done. If the sea of consciousness dies, there is only an empty shell of flesh and blood. Roar! The lion's roar swallowed the sky, and a swastika Buddhist seal suppressed in the sea of consciousness of the great sage of the Green Lion, instantly cleansing out. The golden Buddha light shone throughout the sea of consciousness, and it had a strong restraint on the grievances in the demon chopper sob. Crooked and evil, why don't you put down your butcher's knife and come back to me in the western desert? Chapter 69, Can't you deceive my true body? The Green Lion Great Sage's Sea of Consciousness even had the divine idea of the Western Desert Buddhist sex Lohan hidden in it, and the vast Buddha's light blazed, violently erupting to expel the resentment in the demon beheading sobbing blood in one fell swoop. Outside, the Great Sage of the Green Lion also violently opened his eyes, and the two golden lights with a strong Buddha nature nearly ferried hundreds of thousands of demon soldiers. All of this also affected the mundane people in the northern Liang city. Many people swallowed demonic beasts' blood and flesh to strengthen their bodies and also cultivated the bastard blade sex techniques, but their enlightenment was limited. The sword, which only gives them a starting point for revolt, does not call them to ascend to heavenly beings on the ground. It's like a disciple of the bastard sword sect. When you truly understand what a bastard sword is, it is only then that one understands that the bearer of the sword is not a follower, but a believer. A belief that is polarizing, a belief that will push a person to unbelievable levels. The impacted demon chopper's sobbing blood stopped in midair, and a shocking blade intent immediately emanated from the blade, annihilating the Buddha's light with only a single appearance. The black clouds on the dome of the sky were also torn into wisps. The means left behind by Li Changfeng was triggered. An illusory figure stepped out from the body of the blade. This was not the first time Li Changfeng had used his blade chi to incarnate himself, but each time it brought a distinctive aura to it. Peeping at a corner to learn the whole picture, Li Changfeng seemed to have gotten stronger again. When he appeared, the reaction of the disciples of the hegemonic blade sect in the 100 Refinement Mountain in Beiliang was the strongest, and that blade intent even made them feel as if their own blade intent had become stronger. This kind of feeling could only be detected by cultivators who had stepped into the innate realm, and below innate one could only feel that there was some spiritual uplift. This is potential. Li Changfeng's blade potential has already reached the realm of influencing the world's blade cultivators with himself. And it was not something he did of his own accord, but rather reason, and after going to the limit or even breaking the limit on a Tao. The self was the Tao, the sword cultivators of the world. Those who see me are like seeing an abyss, they do not obstruct their way, but they do not see their way. Li Changfeng. Although the great sage of the Green Lion had never seen Li Changfeng's face, but this kind of amazing blade intent, besides Li Changfeng, he could no longer think of a second person. After all, Yen Renchu Berserker was dead. Shedding him aside, there were no other cultivators who had entered the Celestials with the Tao of the sword. A green-haired lion? Li Changfeng looked at him, and the saber intent that spread across the sky had already made his best response. Jump out of the ravine. You already have a way to take your death. The three sacred palaces were in the 100,000 mountains, with millions of demon soldiers lurking. As long as he didn't step out of the 100,000 mountains, Li Changfeng didn't bother to pay attention to them. But if you really step out of the countryside, half a step will turn the world upside down. Li Changfeng, it's not a big deal for you to reach the top of the earth and bring the extreme path of the earth to stop me. But if you are determined to stop the great rise of the demon race, the heavens and the earth will be turned upside down in an instant. The great rise of the demon race is not only about the demon race, You are in the water and have no idea how wide this water is. The Green Lion Great Sage's lion's mouth transmitted voices, and these voices could only be heard by Li Changfeng. Joke. Li Changfeng didn't avoid it at all and didn't take his words to heart. Instead he revealed 3 points of sarcasm. Li Changfeng entered the game with his body. Is he not just following the trend? I am going to chop this earth out of a clear place. As the words fell, one hand gripped the demon-slaying leaping blood. Sword intent swept through the heavens and the earth, and a hiss of excitement to the extreme came from the demon-slaying weeping blood. Previously, there was a dragon's soul encroaching in the blade. The power was multiplied, but at the same time a lot of power was stolen. 99% of the blood chi devoured by the demon chopper was sucked away by the dragon's soul to nourish the spirit. Right now, the sword soul was not yet formed. Not even an embryo had been condensed. It was only after experiencing Li Changfeng's several uses that the sword intent had an autonomous instinctive response. Li Changfeng, you have to think twice. With this cut, there is no turning back. You are an enemy of the entire earth. The great sage of the Green Lion crossed his sword in front of his body, and at the same time, he was ready to meet the attack. Although he had miscalculated and did not anticipate that Li Changfeng had hidden his divine sense in his sword, he was not really afraid of it. When it gets to the point of no return, someone will come along and fish for him. Even if, in death, the body dies, it can make a comeback. These, although they were exchanged for being a dog, were not available to the hundreds of millions of demons. On Earth, there are only 2 titles. The Griffins and Dogs. The dead are called griffins and the living are called dogs. The words of the great sage of the Green Lion are too many. Li Changfeng had no more words for him. The demon beheading sobbing blood chopped down on his head, and the red demon blood chi dazzled, making 100 Zhang blade astral, and the blade intent flourished to the extreme. This blade, which has no name, it can be called Demon Chopper. The Green Lion Great Sage's hairs stood up all over his body, and he held his sword with both hands in the sky in an attempt to ward off the blade, but he couldn't block it at all. He hadn't misjudged Li Changfeng's cultivation and power, he just misjudged himself. Before the daggers fell, the sword in his hand was already cracked. By the time the Big Dipper was less than 3 feet away from him, his sword had already turned into pieces and collapsed in front of him. Countless demon soldiers suffered in turn as his shattering blade fell, smashing a piece of demon soldiers to death. Fearless Lion Phase. The Great Sage of the Green Lion. The Jedi. This method is not a demonic tactic, but has the light of the Buddha shining through it. Western Desert Buddhist Sect 28 sects. The Lion Phase ranked 18th. Ferocious Phase. Can swallow the sky. A green lion's head appeared in front of him and opened its huge mouth, wanting to swallow that sword dagger into it and refine it. Imagine lasting did not appear, but instead seems to be a cascade. The sword gang has become a great momentum, such as chopping melons and cutting vegetables will be lion phase chop through. The Green Lion Great Sage's huge body was sliced in half by the blade astral, but an even more bizarre situation appeared. Although his body was decapitated, he didn't die physically, but a golden light surrounded him. A swastika seal appeared from his sea of consciousness, shielding his true spirit. The Green Lion has attained righteousness and crossed over to my Buddha's holy land. Scholar, put down the butcher's knife and you can become a Buddha on the ground. For those like the scholar who forcefully defy the heavens, no one will dare to protect them except our Buddha. A magnificent voice resounded, and the Buddha's light flickered and, in the swastika seal, a 6-root purity phase emerges, and a single mouth is the thought of ferrying all the living beings. At this time, although the sword deity chopped down, it did not dissipate. Li Changfeng looked at the monk phase who appeared at the end trying to save the day. A mocking look appeared on his face, and a word spat softly out of his mouth. Explode. In the next moment, the 100-foot blade astral deity directly exploded, and the storm of blade chi encompassed all of the 2-mile radius within it. The real killing machine, which only appeared at this moment, cut down the sky, cut down the enemy, and cut down everything. Blood and rain. People do not fall. A knife to try the world. The Green Lion Great Sage's physical body was chopped into pieces by the blade chi, and pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground. And this time, demonic blood spilled all over the sky. Quite a few demon soldiers bathed in his demonic blood, and even all of them directly ascended 3 realms in a row. There were also demon soldiers who couldn't carry it off whose bodies directly exploded. The Buddha's light that erupted from the swastika seal was also instantly annihilated in it, and a roar of unwillingness resounded through the heavens and earth. Li Changfeng, did you bully me into not being able to descend in my true form? The Dharma is boundless. Come and try all you want. Chapter 70, I've always appreciated people who work hard. In the swastika seal, the voice fell, and his true body came to the future. Extremely unwilling to Li Changfeng's decapitation of this divine sense of his. But if he turned his head and thought about it, why wasn't Li Changfeng like that? As for the great sage of the Green Lion, not only had he misjudged himself, he had also misjudged the Buddhist sect. Western desert, barren land. The yellow sand is filled with the sky, as if sand and gold were piled up, but in reality it is poor. A group of ascetics marched with their feet on the yellow sand. Their faces were covered with furrows, their lips were dry and cracked, and some of them had sores and skins on their faces. A long period of inactivity and abstinence in this life, in search of the highest trust in the heart. This kind of monk, going to the other extreme, is contrasted by another kind of monk that, monks of the inquiring mind, aiming to promote Buddhism, bent on spreading the Buddhist rites all over the earth, and multiplying the esteem of Mahayana Buddhism. Such monks are divided into two schools, one of which teaches that I, the Buddha, do not ferry the poor and the persecuted. The mantra is, my Buddha is merciful, and he transmits all the sufferings of the world, and although you have a bitter life, you will be rewarded in the end. Or, Buddha ferries the fated. I'll ferry you. No discussion. Another school of thought teaches that all suffering is self-fulfillment. The mantra is, wine and meat go through the heart, but Buddha stays in the heart. Or, my Buddha is compassionate and opens the door of convenience. In this way, Buddhist teachings have been passed down 800 times, with many different branches, but what remains constant is that they can be used as a spiritual support for the world. In order to achieve a beautiful long-cherished wish, there was once a Buddhist ritualist who did not eat or drink for 99 days and finally transcended suffering. Western desert. No followers, all believers. A shimmering golden mountain gate was the place of pilgrimage for Buddhists in the Western desert. The 10,000 Buddhas sect. There's no real Buddha on earth. There's only Arahat. From the first to the fourth, there are 4 fruition levels, and those who reach the first fruition at the top of the earth are called Arahants, and can realize the second fruition after they have fulfilled their mortal aspirations. The Buddha is in the heart. The red dust is not stained can be certified 3 fruits, and to the point that I am the Buddha, the truth is in me can be certified 4 fruits. It is also the legendary true sage, the realm of the great Arhat, which corresponds to the top of the 13 realms of celestials. In the side hall, a Lohan monk statue of self-provisioning, standing upright and unorthodox, lying on his side on top of the lotus platform, one hand stroking a lion, with a smile in his eyes. This is one of the 18 Arhats of the Western Desert 10,000 Buddhist sect, the laughing lion Lohan. The 18 incense candles dazzled, the lamp oil took on a golden color, and the Zen sound permeated the entire 10,000 Buddhist sect. Suddenly, the lion under the laughing lion Luohan statue collapsed and exploded into pieces, and half of the 18 joss sticks went out at the same time. Thief, I will not rest in death with you. The laughing lion Rohan statue opened its eyes, its golden skin fell off, and the killing intent in its eyes was undisguised. The green lion saint is his beast of proof, a glory, a loss, but not all loss, just lost his face and bad plan. Greed, anger, hatred, 3 poisons and 2 sins. It's not that the practice of Buddhism involves breaking away from everything, but the thoughts are clear, and you understand what is the truth. The laughing lion Lohan, ranked 8th among the great Arhats, was one of the earliest to attain enlightenment, and had been a ruthless man in his early days. A woodchipper to kill all the beasts, a hunting bow to exhaust the birds of prey, in killing to abort killing to prove the way. He is one of the angry eyes protectors, destroying my precious beasts and defeating my divine abilities. This son must not be kept. He must be killed. Laughing Lion Rohan got off the offering platform and walked out of the side hall, a scene that shocked the many monks. The words were split into 2, and Li Changfeng's side was much more interesting. After chopping the golden dragon seal, Li Changfeng carried Zhang Yuanxiu and drifted away, and the great Zhou heavenly prince was so indignant that he had gone insane. He had placed a kill order on Li Changfeng, the immortal or immortal kind, and whoever could kill Li Changfeng would get the heavenly sun sword. However, there were many people who had the courage to stand up to public opinion and condemn it, but there was not a single one who really went to behead Li Changfeng, the first general in the world. Lin Hani looked toward the eastern wilderness and resolutely led the 800-gun cultivators in his house out of the world to make a last-ditch effort for the great Zhou. A broken temple, dedicated to a faceless statue. The incense is broken, cobwebs are all over the place, and the occasional small mouse comes out to lick the long-dried oil lamps. Zhang Yuanxiu was lying on the ground, his body covered in dust. Good wine, good sword. Suddenly, His eyes opened and he sat up in shock, looking around with blank eyes. Just now he had a dream. In the dream, he became a generation of invincible sword immortals. A wine, a sword,